In 1996, Chen Yu traversed into Xiangjiang. Right from the start, he awakened the Baiyin de Chao Mobin. By basking in the sun, he could grow infinitely stronger, delivering a punch with the force of 13 tons, breaking the sound barrier with his speed, and being impervious to blades and bullets. He had intended to live quietly as an ordinary teacher, yet next door resided Wang Zhenzhen, and his colleague turned out to be Ma Xiaoling. Amid the chaos of rampant zombies, gang confrontations, and fierce clashes among Hong Kong underworld forces, the entire Xiangjiang was thrown into turmoil. I only wish to bask quietly in the sun. Why must you force me to overturn tables? When the body of Baiyin descended upon the Hong Kong entertainment world, all the old rules were destined to be rewritten by him. It was 1996, just past mid-March, and the streets of Xiangjiang were teeming with voices. At the bus stop, the early 20s, Chen Yu stood upright in a crisply pressed navy suit, holding an old yet neat briefcase, waiting quietly for his bus. During the morning rush hour, the bus stop was crowded with office workers in suits carrying lunchboxes and racing against time. On the brick wall diagonally across the street, a huge poster of Zhou Xingqi's excursion fluttered in the breeze. Just a few steps away, the glass door of Lihua Fashion leaked out the chorus of Ren Xianqi's new song Yi Cao. A magnetic voice intertwined with the faint crackle of vintage speakers striking the ears with every beat. Chen Yu suddenly paused as if propelled by the sound, and looked up instinctively as the electronic sign flickered with a cold light, Route 82 in 10 minutes. Not waiting any longer, he turned and headed toward the small shop bearing the lit sign of Byway Convenience Store. "Boss, do you have Ren Xianqi's newly released chart-topping CD?" he asked. "Huh, what a coincidence, we just unpacked one this morning. Here, $20. At that time, MP3s were but a fantasy, music circulated via CDs and radio broadcasts. Moreover, the song Yi Cao marked Ren Xianqi's first cry after 5 years of silence, soaring into the top 3 of major Asian charts as soon as it hit the lists. Chen Yu knew well that when the album was released in June, it would be snatched up across Hong Kong, achieving 6 platinum sales in just months. He handed over the money and received the CD, its sleeve still imbued with the scent of fresh ink, prompting a subtle smile. He was no star chaser. Buying that CD was merely his way of touching the warmth of that era. Having traversed into this time only a few days ago, his earlier bewilderment had surrendered to a vibrant living curiosity. For a child raised on the mainland in the 1980s, the hiss of Zhang Shuiyo's cassette in a Walkman and Ren Xianqi's poster on a classroom wall were like the negatives of his youth. Now, as those negatives of the past are developed into vivid reality, even the very air shimmered with the warm glow of film. His heart warmed especially at the thought of those screen sirens whose eyes sparkled. Yet the most pressing issue was simply to survive. Sharing the same name as the original, he found himself utterly alone, without kin or ties, reducing complications but closing off any escape routes. His bank account could barely last 2 or 3 months. After all, what is the fastest way to make money? He squeezed into a swaying double-decker bus and settled by the window at the back. As his gaze skimmed over the neon signs flowing past, 2 words suddenly echoed in his mind: Underworld. In every era, the avenues to quick money are inscribed within criminal codes, and with his present capabilities, taking decisive action would require little effort. No sooner had that thought formed than a line of pale cyan text silently emerged in the lower right of his vision, visible only to him. Host Chen Yu. Buying de Chao template fusion progress at 1,008. Strength grip force of 5. 3 tons. Speed 61 meters per second. Talent absorbs sunlight to evolve, currently capable of compressing, converting, and storing solar energy by 10,000-fold. Steel body not activated. Super strength not activated. Super speed not activated. Bioforce field not activated. Super brain not activated. On the very day of his traversal, this template had already awakened. Alas, its fusion rate was only 1%, and the ability was granted not in an instant, but released gradually, like an inherent potential in his bloodline. Yet even with just a spark, and with the daily caress of the sun, within mere days his strength had exceeded the 5-ton threshold. 5 tons. Does that not astound? Imagine overturning a fully loaded Isuzu truck with your bare hands. Envision lifting a roadside parked Toyota Jame with just one arm. At over 60 meters per second, his fist, upon striking a concrete wall, could carve out spiderweb-like fissures the size of a basin. If it were to hit a human, bones and flesh would scatter simultaneously. With such formidable strength before him, the notion of delving into the underworld sprouted like wild weeds. Quick money unstoppable by anyone. To ordinary people, he was as vulnerable as paper. With bare hands, or even wielding a machete, facing hundreds or thousands of opponents would be as effortless as sweeping away a few fallen leaves. Ahem, he chuckled softly, dispelling the thought. After all, I am a law-abiding citizen. The steel body remained dormant, the bioforce field unengaged. He was still vulnerable to bullets and rockets. Thus he had to keep a low profile. The rest could wait for later. Sunlight slanted through the bus window, warmly caressing the back of his hand. He quietly savored the sensation, as if beneath his skin his cells were subtly trembling in the light, gently expanding and gradually hardening. The sensation of growing stronger every day simply by basking in the sun was profoundly reassuring. At Yangwang Primary School in the principal's office. Knock knock. Principal Mr. Chen, the applicant for the mathematics teacher position, has arrived. After the knock, Chen Yu, guided by the female secretary, pushed the door open. Standing before the principal's desk with a subtle smile, Chen Yu said politely, "Good day, Principal Zhang, I am Chen Yu." "Teacher Chen, welcome," came the reply. Principal Zhang immediately rose, his smile broad as he briskly approached and shook Chen Yu's hand. In the corner, the female secretary glanced up furtively, her eyes alight with surprise. Chen Yu, standing at 185 meters with broad shoulders and narrow waist and a sturdy sinewy build, stood as firmly as a pine, whereas Principal Zhang, at only 1.7 meters, appeared comparatively slight. In Xiangjiang, teaching was a secure, respectable, and well-paying career. In the early 1990s, while ordinary people earned merely 5,000 or 6,000 a month, starting salaries for primary school teachers reached as high as 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. Having secured his teaching certificate early on, the original had made a swift impact. Chen Yu, in his first round of applications, clinched positions at several nearby primary schools. A graduate from a prestigious institution with a spotless record from the Chinese University's Chinese department, his credentials spoke for themselves. After several schools reviewed his materials and promptly extended offers, he ultimately chose this private primary school, plainly because it offered a starting salary of 3,000, the highest for the position. The interview lasted barely a dozen minutes, with Principal Zhang nodding approvingly and finalizing the decision on the spot. He then personally escorted Chen Yu to the class he was about to teach. "Teacher Chen, you will be teaching mathematics to 3 second-grade classes with 2 to 3 periods daily," Principal Zhang explained as he walked along, casually outlining the school's history and teaching arrangements. Before long, they reached the 3rd floor of the teaching building. He raised his hand toward the classrooms and called, "Teacher Wang, please come out for a moment." The female teacher at the podium paused her lecture and softly instructed the students review what was just taught. Immediately, she closed her textbook and stepped out. She was exceedingly beautiful. Her black hair cascaded down to her waist, her complexion clear and translucent, her eyes delicately outlined with subtle brilliance. A high-bridged nose, lightly tinted pink lips, and thin-framed glasses perched on her nose lent her an academic charm tinged with youthful freshness. Standing nearly at 1.7 meters with a well-proportioned figure, her waist perfectly cinched and her shoulders and neck gracefully defined, she emanated a presence like a magnolia flower bathed in morning dew. In short, her understated beauty was unforgettable, no less striking than the screen's top leading ladies. "Teacher Chen, this is Teacher Wang Zhenzhen, the head teacher of class 1 of the 2nd grade. Teacher Wang, this is the new mathematics teacher Chen Yu." As they drew closer, Principal Zhang smiled and introduced them. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhenzhen stared at Chen Yu, her expression momentarily stunned. "Chen Yu, you two are teaching now." "You." Chen Yu paused, feeling that her face was oddly familiar. "Oh, do you two know each other?" Principal Zhang was equally taken aback. "It really is you. I almost didn't recognize you." Wang Zhenzhen laughed and nodded, then turned to the principal. "Yes, Principal Chen Yu and I both graduated from Chinese University in the same class." She turned back with a smile curving her eyes and teased, "What, you don't remember your old classmates?" After his traversal, although Chen Yu had inherited the original memories, they felt like watching an old video through frosted glass, clear yet not fully intimate. Particularly those trivial snippets from his student days were instinctively skipped. 20-plus years of life were too burdensome to absorb in full. At her casual remark, 2 faces suddenly surfaced from the depths of his mind. One belonged to the gentle, dignified Wang Zhenzhen, standing before him, the other to a girl named Ma Xiaoling. Back in university, Wang Zhenzhen had been serene and ethereal, while Ma Xiaoling dazzled with her vivid beauty. The two of them firmly occupied the twin thrones of campus belles, whereas the original Chen Yu was completely unknown, so obscure he was rarely even grouped with them for classroom projects. The thought had scarcely formed when Chen Yu's heart sank. Something was wrong. Was this not supposed to be an ordinary Hong Kong entertainment setting? Wang Zhenzhen, Ma Xiaoling. Why did those names sound so ominously familiar? Cough. How could I possibly forget the great beauty Wang? He quickly gathered his wandering thoughts and let surprise and delight bloom across his face. "I nearly forgot you all graduated from the Chinese department." Principal Zhang noticed nothing amiss and said cheerfully, "What a coincidence. Teacher Wang, later you can take Teacher Chen to handle his onboarding procedures. And take him to the grade 2 teacher's office while you're at it." "All right, Principal." Upon first awakening in this body, he had rifled through all the basic knowledge in the original owner's mind: the year, governmental structure, technological level, currently popular movie stars, and the well-known brands and companies on the streets. The conclusion was clear: this was a seemingly ordinary Xiangjiang entertainment world. There was Lu Dahua Zhang Guorong TVB dramas, the golden age of Hong Kong cinema. Everything followed the tracks of what he remembered. So he had always assumed he had simply crossed back to Hong Kong in the 90s. No one had expected that while it was indeed Xiangjiang, its historical course was roughly the same as in his past life, familiar faces drifting through streets and alleys. Yet this was clearly the world of My Date with a Vampire. If it had only been Wang Zhenzhen, Chen Yu might still have hesitated. But the moment Ma Xiaoling appeared in her ever-present miniskirt walking as if the wind itself followed her, his heart settled. There was no mistake. This was the place where zombies gnawed on humans, gods and demons battled with spells, and yin and yang were turned upside down. The only thing he could not yet discern was whether this was the timeline of the first season of Vampire, or the second. If it was the first, then the grand trend remained unchanged. Yamamoto Kazuo's apocalypse spark had not yet been lit, and the Prajna hell was still on its way. If it was the second, that would mean Jiang Chun had already descended into the world, the Pangu clan had surfaced, and Nuwa might at any moment tear open the heavens and annihilate creation. At this, Chen Yu could not help rolling his eyes inwardly. Why did everyone treat destroying heaven and earth as their life KPI? Could they not set their minds on something else for once? Fortunately, whether it was Rahu or Jiang Chun, no matter how formidable they were at most planetary-level combatants. Compared with the future Silver Superman who would casually crush planets, blow out stars in a single breath, and punch holes through the universe, they fell short by more than just a little. With that thought, Chen Yu's heart eased. The systems of power might differ, but the ceiling was fixed. Once he gained a foothold, those jumping zombies would not even be qualified to serve as his punching bags. Just then, Wang Zhenzhen, walking side by side with him, suddenly turned her face toward him, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Back when we were studying, you were famous for being quiet. Tall and skinny, always sitting in the back row. Even your deskmate rarely heard you say 2 sentences. Only 2 years have passed, and you've changed so much that I hardly dared recognize you just now. She looked at the young man before her, broad-shouldered, long-legged, clear-browed, with a sunny vigor radiating from him, and her gaze was filled with unfeigned surprise. Naturally, Chun, you could not tell her his body had been completely reforged, so he only smiled, deftly changing the subject. If anything, it proves your memory is too good. After all these years, you can still recognize me at a glance. I'm the one who's surprised. We barely interacted in 4 years of university. The things we said to each other could be counted on one hand, and only class meetings and sports events forced us into the same frame at all. Wang Zhenzhen pressed her lips together in a smile. Because I've had a photographic memory since I was little. I can picture every classmate's name and face with my eyes closed. Impressive, Chen Yu said with genuine admiration. As they spoke, the two of them reached the 3rd floor of the office building. Wang Zhenzhen pushed open the office door and led him inside. Inside were 6 desks, 4 of them occupied, 3 women and 1 man. Apart from the male PE teacher, who was from grade 2, the other 3 all taught different grades. Wang Zhenzhen gave a simple introduction of Chen Yu. The 3 female teachers all nodded in greeting, and even the PE teacher lifted a hand in casual salute. After a few pleasantries, Chen Yu walked over to his own workstation and, exerting a bit of strength, shifted the heavy solid wood desk a few inches closer to the window. This way the afternoon sunlight would slant across half the desktop. The PE teacher happened to glance over and blurted out, "Teacher Chen, your strength is a little scary." Chen Yu merely smiled. "It's all right." Once he had finished tidying up, Wang Zhenzhen took him to the logistics office to collect textbooks, chalk, exercise paper, and all the other supplies he needed. At noon, the two of them grabbed a quick meal at the canteen. After eating, Chen Yu returned to the office. It was, after all, his first day on the job. While the other teachers went off to class, he sat alone before an old computer, opened the browser, and began searching in silence. How strange. An hour later, he lifted his hands from the keyboard, leaned back, and frowned. He had first searched the names Wan Chiwen and Yang Gongru. No results. Then he searched for My Date with a Vampire. There was no trace of it anywhere online. Yet all the other popular stars were present and accounted for. On the contrary, some lesser-known actors had completely blank information pages. He could not tell whether they had yet to become famous or had never existed in this world at all. Stranger still, uncanny reports were surfacing from all over the world. In Japan in the 50s, fishermen had sighted the dark silhouette of what seemed to be an ancient giant beast far out at sea. Within the borders of Daing, cultists of an evil deity had once triggered a blood-soaked incident. The related web pages vanished almost as soon as they appeared, but the very haste of the deletions gave the game away. This world was anything but ordinary. He was still deep in thought when the dismissal bell rang. In Xiangjiang of the 80s, primary and secondary schools ended early. A little past 3, students were already streaming out of the school gates. Putting away her lesson plans, Wang Zhenzhen stood and looked over at Chen Yu by the window. "Heading out together?" "Ah, sure," Chen Yu answered, returning to himself. He knew perfectly well that Wang Zhenzhen had invited him along not out of any budding affection, but simply because he was new and she was lending a hand. Between them, there was only a plain, faintly warm camaraderie from their university days. "By the way, Chen Yu, where do you live?" "Tunjiao Street." "Tunjiao Street. That's quite far from the school. The bus ride alone takes over half an hour." "It's fine, just a bit crowded and cramped." In the stairwell, they walked down shoulder to shoulder, their conversation flowing naturally. As they chatted, Chen Yu subtly steered the topic toward the fact that Wang Zhenzhen's mother owned a unit in Jiajia building, then casually asked what kinds of people lived there. In the end, she had never heard of any police officer named Kwang Tianyu. Thinking it over, he realized that during their university years neither Wang Zhenzhen nor Ma Xiaoling had really grown close to anyone, and despite their looks, there had never been any rumors linking them to any male classmates. The timeline was in all likelihood that blank stretch before the beginning of Vampire Eye. Chen Yu felt another weight lift from his chest. It meant he still had ample time to build his foundation step by step. No matter how deep the Silver Superman's foundations, or how vast his potential, for now, he had only just begun. He could not yet necessarily withstand an old zombie like Yamamoto Kazuo, let alone a common corpse fiend. Much less those gods and Buddhas in the heavens who could decide life and death with a blink. Yet whenever his gaze brushed across Wang Zhenzhen's profile, his heart would still sink just a little. This woman was a pity. In terms of looks, she was no less than Ma Xiaoling. In temperament, she was softer and warmer, truly the sort of person who could manage a household and hold up an entire family. Yet fate refused to grant her that blessing. She herself had courage to spare. Once she realized she had feelings for Kuang Tianyu, she did not dither or retreat. She simply went after him. After learning he was a zombie, she did not scream or run. She merely and quietly changed his plain kanji into pig's blood kanji and his soups into duck blood broth. Later, when she discovered that Ma Xiaoling also liked Kuang Tianyu and that the two of them had kept it from her, she still did not make a scene. Instead, she helped excuse Ma Xiaoling. You only stayed silent because you were afraid I'd be hurt, right? Not a single harsh question asked. And in the end, at the moon burial altar, she did not even leave a final message. Staring at the faint line of her uplifted jaw, Chen Yu suddenly froze. Right now, Wang Zhenzhen was a living, breathing person, not a shadow written into a script. That meant she probably had never dated anyone, and all of her first times still remained untouched. Ma Xiaoling was likely the same. As soon as the thought emerged, he extinguished it with a casual gesture. In this place of Xiangjiang, where beauties abound, why should one hang themselves on a single tree? If he were to truly be moved, he only intended to divide his sentiments among a few. After all, in this life, he sought nothing but freedom and ease, living vibrantly and fully. At the school gate, Wang Zhenzhen waved at him. Chen Yu, see you tomorrow. She had mentioned earlier that Ma Xiaoling would come to pick her up, and since their directions home were different, Chen Yu raised his hand in response. Goodbye. He did not rush for the bus, but turned and strolled towards Tunjiao Street. It was only 4 in the afternoon, the sea breeze blowing from afar, and the March sun cast a warm glow, cool, yet not cold. He quietly clenched his fist. With a muffled bang, the air exploded in his palm. Chen Yu looked down at his hand and clicked his tongue twice. In the attributes panel, the strength section boldly displayed 7 tons. He squinted. Now if I were to twist someone's head off, it should be about as easy as crushing a watermelon. For the past few days, he had been closely monitoring his bonus changes, becoming faster and stronger with each practice. On the day he first merged with the template, his strength only increased a few times, barely exceeding 500 kilograms. But today, from morning till evening, it had surged by another 7 tons. His muscle density was no longer comparable to an ordinary person's, his bones as hard as if tempered by fire, and his body increasingly upright with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, muscles in perfect proportion. Even his facial features became increasingly distinct, his skin smooth and radiant, fairer than many girls. The whole person exuded a refreshing aura of masculinity, subtle yet commanding. Not 5 minutes after Chen Yu left, a red car quietly stopped at the school gate. Wang Zhenzhen jumped into the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling. Xiaoling, guess who I ran into today? On the driver's seat, Ma Xiaoling was gripping the steering wheel, her long legs dazzlingly fair beneath her skirt, raising an eyebrow at her words. Who? Why the mystery? Wang Zhenzhen laughed. Chen Yu. He is now a teacher at our school. Chen Yu. Ma Xiaoling was taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Wang Zhenzhen remembered every face in their class, but Ma Xiaoling only felt the name was familiar, yet couldn't recall who the person was. He was in our university class, sitting by the window in the back row for several semesters, tall and lean, Wang Zhenzhen reminded. You really don't remember? He has changed so much that I didn't recognize him at all today. Yet Ma Xiaoling still gently shook her head. I can't remember. During her university years, she indeed focused on her studies, but most of her thoughts were on the Ma family's exorcism secrets. Other than Wang Zhenzhen, with whom she shared a close bond, she couldn't even match names to faces with the others in the class. However, seeing Wang Zhenzhen, so animated though Ma Xiaoling couldn't recall what that person looked like, she silently etched the name into her heart. In the 1990s, as Xiangjiang was ablaze with fervor, gold seekers flocked from all directions, the streets bustling with crowds day and night unceasing. Causeway Bay was even more intense. International brands clustered together, office buildings stood tall, glass facades plastered with giant posters of popular movie stars, all promoting their new films. An hour later, Chen Yu passed through the noisy Causeway Bay, turned into a few narrow alleys, and suddenly stepped onto Tunjiao Street, like stepping into another era. Here the walls were old and mottled, the road so narrow that 2 people walking side by side had to turn sideways. Stalls crowded both sides with pots, bowls, fabrics, and hardware piled up to the street, making it feel like being stuffed into a tin can. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. A man stumbled and knocked over 2 pedestrians, then bolted away. 5 dark figures chased closely behind, wielding steel pipes and wooden sticks, shouting as they pursued, "Stop! You idiot! Think you can escape? If I catch you, I'll break your leg." The bystanders didn't even raise their eyelids, already clearing the path. They waited for the man to knock over their bamboo basket and spill their tea before muttering a disdainful remark about the unlucky brat. Chen Yu was the same, leaning against the roadside, hands in his pockets, watching the troublemakers disappear into the dark alley. Take action. He hadn't thought about it. Who knew if it was a fight over a girl or a gang conflict? In Xiangjiang, beneath the black suits, often lurked knives, and the owner of the tea restaurant might have been waving a flag in Yaoma Tea just yesterday. By now it was past 5 o'clock. Chen Yu, holding a black briefcase, chose a tidy little restaurant, ordering a plate of sauced baked lobster, a dish of Hakka salted chicken, and a serving of typhoon shelter crab, pure local delicacies. Having just secured his work, he intended to treat himself to a good meal before heading back home. He lived in an old-style composite building less than 20 stories high, yet crammed with nearly 1,000 households in a 10-square-meter tube-room, 3 generations, shared bunk beds. Chen Yu's home was on the 5th floor, renting a 1-bedroom apartment of 30 square meters, which in 1990 Xiangjiang, where 90 square meters was considered a large household, was quite decent. The landlord was an old friend of the original owner, keeping the rent at half the market price, living there for many years. Even so, he still had to pay 5,000 Hong Kong dollars every month. This is Xiangjiang, where land is more precious than gold, every inch worth its weight in gold. Just from this point, one can understand how lavishly Wang Zhenzhen's mother, Ouyang Zhejia, lived. Zhejia Tower is only a dozen stories tall, and the location is not in the Golden Circle, yet the land and building combined are valued at over 100 million. A definite hidden rich lady. Hurry, faster, I can't anymore. As soon as the door lock clicked open, a sharp voice from next door slammed into him, each shout louder than the last, shaking the door frame. It was just getting dark, and they had already started work over there. If they were going to do it, why shout so loudly? The whole corridor could hear them clearly. Disturbing the peace. Don't they have a sense of it? As a reasonable and law-abiding person, Chen Yu felt he couldn't just turn a blind eye. Bang, 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 bang. He raised his palm, gathering strength to bang on the security door. A metallic clang echoed, making the entire building shake. Inside the next room, a furious voice exploded. Who are you living so impatiently? Who wouldn't be furious if their good times were interrupted? The inner door was flung open. A bald man blocked the entrance, standing at 6 feet tall, bare-chested, muscles bulging, with a dragon tattoo coiled on his chest, his gaze fierce enough to slice skin. Behind him on the bed, a woman lay with disheveled hair, a blanket haphazardly draped over her waist, her 2 fair legs visible in the dim light. Standing outside was Chen Yu, with fair skin and well-defined features, still exuding the aura of a student. The moment the bald man saw him, his eyes widened, his voice growing rougher. Damn, it's you. Are you looking to die? He recognized this punk, the grandson of the old Chun next door, a bookworm from university, whose grandfather had just passed away 2 months ago, and since then he had hardly been seen, busy with certificates and other nonsense having nothing to do with them. Who would have thought today this pretty boy would dare to kick down the door, purely inviting death? The bald man shoved the security door aside, stepping forward to take action. Similarly, Chen Yu recognized this thug who years ago had barged into the original owner's house over trivial matters, wreaking havoc. At that time, the thug had someone backing him, and the old man could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, repeatedly warning the original owner not to provoke him. Recalling this incident, Chen Yu curled his lips, lazily scanning over. Looks like there are really some who aren't afraid of dying, shouting loudly in broad daylight, treating this place like a market. The bald man stepped out, snorting a cold laugh from his nostrils, tugging at his collar to reveal the coiling dragon tattoo on his shoulder, his voice like sandpaper scraping metal. How my woman loves to shout, and you think you can control that? With a glance, he shot a glare at several half-open doors. Some residents were peeking through the cracks. He immediately started cursing. What are you staring at? Staring at your ancestors' spirit tablets. A bunch of soft-shell shrimp. The others quickly withdrew their hands and shut their doors, moving as fast as if their fingertips were burned. There was no way around it. The bald tiger was a hardened thug under the command of the person in charge of the North Corner district, known for his bloody fists, and always accompanied by 3 or 4 henchmen. He walked with an air of authority, making everyone else take a detour. After cursing at a tenant, he turned and caught sight of Chen Yu, fair-skinned, slender, with a relaxed expression, looking as if he had never faced the harshness of society. The bald tiger squinted, his Adam's apple bobbing, his gaze suddenly darkening and fixating on Chen Yu. This kid was the last remaining heir in his family. He grinned widely, his gold tooth glinting. Kid, you've disrupted my good fortune, so let's talk about compensation. If you don't cheer up today, I'll make you cry without even knowing why. Chen Yu didn't even catch the latter half of the sentence. As the thought crossed his mind, his right hand shot out like an iron claw, gripping the bald tiger's crown and slamming him against the brick wall. Bang! The entire wall vibrated, and the bald tiger's left cheek smashed into the cement crevice, flesh splitting, blood splattering against the wall. Ah! Before the scream could finish, Chen Yu released his grip and spun around his right leg, slicing out, moving so fast it left only a phantom behind, landing a solid kick to the bald tiger's abdomen. Bang! The hefty man, weighing over 80 kilograms, was sent flying into the wall opposite, then bounced back to the ground, curled up and gasping, even his cries changing pitch. The bald tiger collapsed on the spot, lacking even the strength to lift his eyelids. Had Chen Yu not held back a bit, that earlier slam might have embedded his skull into the wall. Chen Yu walked closer, his shoes silent on the dust-covered hallway. Yet with each step the air felt taut, as if the hallway lights dimmed slightly. With his physique, his density was several times that of an ordinary person. When his inner fire ignited, his presence naturally pressured others, causing the bones of ordinary people nearby to feel cold. He looked down at the bloody heap on the ground, his voice flat, as if measured, still want compensation. No, I dare not. The bald tiger clutched his stomach, his teeth chattering. Will you dare to howl like this again in the future? I really won't. Before he could finish, the coldness on Chen Yu's face suddenly melted away, a smile dancing in his eyes. The sunlight, now clean, that's more like it. Living in the same building means we're family. We should look out for each other. Don't you think? Yes. Yes. The bald tiger looked up at this suddenly warm face, his neck hairs standing on end. Those two moves from earlier were too fast to be human. What was even more chilling was how quickly he switched from friendly to fierce. Oh, you're bleeding. Chen Yu tilted his head, concern in his tone. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The bald tiger's scalp went numb, frantically waving his hands. No. Just a little scrape, a bit of alcohol will do. Then, should I help you home? No. He dared not let Chen Yu touch him, hurriedly shouting into the house, hey. Damn it. Why isn't that old hag coming out to help me? Chen Yu frowned slightly, cursing isn't good. Oh, let's talk nicely. The bald tiger stiffened, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Yes. I'll change that immediately. Quick, help me inside. Just then a woman emerged from the house, still stunned, hastily wrapping a shirt around herself and rushing over. As she passed by Chen Yu, her steps faltered. She quickly glanced at him, then lowered her head to help the bald tiger, stumbling back into the house amidst his suppressed gasps. Once the door shut, Chen Yu finally let a smile curve his lips. He suddenly realized that crushing someone else's arrogance felt truly satisfying. Yet he still needed to be more precise with his strength. Had he not suppressed that fierce urge earlier, that kick might have taken the man's life on the spot. He would have to be more careful in the future. After all, while fighting in Xiangjiang was fine, causing a real death was ultimately troublesome. Even if he had to fight, it had to be done cleanly, leaving no traces behind. Having lived through it all again with strength now at his disposal, Chen Yu no longer wanted to abide by the rules of his past life. In this life, he wanted to live openly, live as he wished, and live freely. If he liked beautiful women, he would pursue them. Whatever he wanted to do, he would do, with no one able to control him or suppress him, allowing only him to deal with others without letting anyone touch a single hair on him. Hiss. Ouch. Be gentle. That hurts. In the bedroom, the bald tiger lay slumped on the edge of the bed, his girlfriend carefully holding a cotton swab dipped in alcohol, cleaning the cuts and bruises on his right cheek. Fortunately, he crashed into the wall on his right side. Had he hit Heaton, it wouldn't have just been a few scrapes and bruises. His nasal bone would have been shattered. That kid really knows how to hit. Tiger brother, your face has swollen up like a pig's head. His girlfriend frowned, her fingertips hovering at the edge of the bruise, afraid to press. Tiger brother, are we really going to swallow this anger? Swallow? No way. Hiss. Before he could finish, he tugged at his wound, grimacing as he covered his jaw, then pressed down on his still cramping abdomen. Suddenly, the cold light in the eyes of that kid, when he had grabbed his neck, flashed through his mind, along with that overwhelming strength that seemed ready to crush one's skull. His neck turned cold, and all his hairs stood on end. Let's take our time with this. And tonight's events are not to be leaked. Chen Yu seemed to have transformed, and before the bald tiger could figure him out, he stuffed his desire for revenge into his pocket. What did it matter if he got beaten up? After mixing in this line of work for over 10 years, he had long since learned to take punches. Perhaps it was because his body was growing stronger day by day, but lately Chen Yu had been feeling particularly hungry. At 11 at night, intending to crawl into bed, his stomach rumbled, and he had no choice but to throw on a jacket and head out looking for something warm to fill his belly at the night market. In the 1990s, Xiangjiang never closed its doors at night. Colorful lights splashed everywhere, bar flags fluttered, and the neon lights were blinding. Even in the less glamorous streets, the usual alleys were still bustling at this hour. Especially on the bar street, where good-looking men and women loitered, luxury cars zipped by, and the sight of fair legs under short skirts was dizzying. Yet Chen Yu didn't turn towards that direction at all. Passing through the bar street, and turning into two narrow alleys, he found himself in a street bustling with market stalls. Yet today was strangely quiet. Many vendors were packing up, putting away their pots, and rolling up their oilcloths. Even the shouting had faded. He stopped in front of a fried rice and noodle stall where the owner had just turned off the stove and was wiping the iron pan. Chen Yu asked, "Boss, why are you closing so early today?" The middle-aged owner shook his head, gesturing with his chin towards the distance. Several smoking gangsters were shouting at people, their voices grating. He sighed, "DS men are here to clean the street. Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to get beaten?" The so-called cleaning the street was an old rule before gang fights: clear the scene in advance, close the shops, and pack up the stalls. Fighting was about seizing territory and collecting protection fees, but when it came to actual violence, who would dare use innocent bystanders as stepping stones? If they accidentally injured someone delivering food or selling goods, only to find out later it was their own relatives, where would they hide their faces? There were gangs everywhere in Xinjiang. Among 10 passers-by, not necessarily 9 would be clean. Either they had a record or were somehow involved. Now that the new leader of Lianqing was about to establish himself, several figures below had begun to stir with neighboring gangs, also sniffing around to get a piece of the pie. This time it was a turf war between DS faction and the Hongxing Iron Hall, set to unfold on this very street. The winner would stand firm and the loser would pack up and leave. Are the gangs about to clash? Chen Yu perked up at once, fully awake. His gaze swept over the stall owner's table. A plate of freshly cooked fried noodles was still steaming, the spatula still stuck in it. The owner had just started cooking, and the customer who ordered had been scared away by those gangsters, leaving the food behind. Chen Yu spoke up. Boss, I'll take that bowl of fried noodles. All right. The owner, taken aback, quickly replied, $5. He hadn't expected to sell anything, so he swiftly took the money, handed over a plastic box and a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and began to pack up his stall. As he left, he glanced back and saw Chen Yu squatting on the corner steps, his eyes sparkling as he stared into the distance. The owner couldn't help but add, young man, there's about to be a fight, you better hurry and leave. Chen Yu nodded with a smile, but his feet felt like they were nailed to the ground. Not long after, 2 groups of people surged in from both sides of the street. Tattoos exposed, iron pipes in hand, with a few gleaming knives reflecting cold light. Compared to the chaotic brawls of the 70s where hundreds would fight and hire outsiders to bolster their numbers, things have calmed down significantly nowadays. Guns, nearly extinct. Knives are also rarely seen. On the left there are about 40 people, on the right slightly more. As soon as they arrived in the middle, the leaders on both sides immediately began cursing, you little scum. Damn you. On the corner steps, Chen Yu squats, holding a box in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, hungrily digging into hot stir-fried noodles, his eyes unblinking. After all, he had only seen this scene on screen in the past. Just at that moment, a shout of hit them, mixed with kill them, exploded, and the 2 groups instantly tangled together, fists and weapons flying. It's really happening. Chen Yu's eyes lit up as he moved closer with his stir-fried noodles in hand, his voice rising high and clear. Aim for their heads. Are you stupid? You should have kicked him earlier. The steel pipe isn't for swinging, it's for stabbing. Exactly. Hit hard, don't hold back. He stood at the edge of the fighting circle, hands on his hips, pointing and gesturing, nearly spitting saliva on people's faces. Occasionally he would lower his head to grab a mouthful of noodles. His eagerness to see chaos made others itch with annoyance. Which side is this kid on? Can't tell. Damn, still eating noodles. Eat your mother. Just looking at his face is infuriating. Let's beat him up together. Chen Yu, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers with fair skin and clear features, looked just like a student, hardly resembling someone who mingles in the underworld. What was even more infuriating was that while watching the commotion, he insisted on chewing his noodles with disposable chopsticks in his mouth, shouting louder than anyone else. A red stick from Hongxing had just knocked down a lackey when he spotted Chen Yu, and his anger surged as he led 3 or 4 people straight towards him, intending to teach him what blood runs hot means. A metal baseball bat came whistling through the air, aimed squarely at Chen Yu's left shoulder. If it had struck true, his arm might not have broken, but the bone would surely have been dislocated, showcasing just how ruthless these guys were. But, bang, the red stick's pupils dilated sharply. His hand actually managed to grip the end of the bat firmly. Before he could react, a surge of brute force suddenly erupted, and the bat flew out of his hand with a loud whoosh, the air tearing apart with a booming sound. Bang, crack, the scream tore through the air. His left forearm bent at a strange angle, and he flew back like a puppet with its strings cut. Chen Yu held half a bowl of stir-fried noodles in his left hand, disposable chopsticks clamped in his mouth, and with his right hand, he wielded the snatched baseball bat, stepping into the crowd. Too many people, I want to fight. The bat swung rapidly, leaving traces in the air. With each strike, the lackeys brought by the red stick were all knocked down to the ground. He then crashed into the center of the fight. Stop slacking off in your studies. All you do is throw punches. At this moment, even if Chen Yu held back, an ordinary person could not withstand his casual touch. Getting hit would result in falling, brushing past would result in lacerations. He was as fierce as a bulldozer crushing through the street. In less than a minute, half of Hongxing's side was down, the ground littered with groaning and writhing gangsters, while the people from Lianqing stood frozen in place, their eyes nearly popping out. The spokesperson from Lianqing who came to negotiate had his eyes gleaming, lowering his voice. Whose is this? So ferocious. Never seen before. Not one of us. Hey, why is he even beating up our side? Hey, stop. He's one of us. Chen Yu paid no heed. As long as he held a weapon, he didn't distinguish between friend and foe and kept hitting. Occasionally, he would kick out, sending a person flying 6 or 7 meters, crashing into a row of stalls. The baseball bat bent, so he picked up a steel pipe. When the steel pipe got crushed, he snatched another steel bar. In the chaos, several bloodthirsty gangsters disregarded everything, wielding sticks and knives attacking him. Unfortunately, their movements were as slow as a silent film. In their eyes, Chen Yu had transformed into a white shadow. The steel bar swept around, producing a crisp sound as all weapons flew out of their hands. Especially the two swinging their knives. As soon as the blade touched the steel bar, it caused their hands to bleed, and the knives flew far away. Bang, bang, bang. 5 quick kicks struck out successively, breaking the ribs of the 5 surrounding gangsters, who cried out in agony as they flew backward. In less than 10 minutes, half the street was filled with groaning and writhing injured, with only a few in the corners not involved trembling like sifted chaff, unable to even hold onto their sticks. Chen Yu scanned the area, and those few screamed as they threw away their weapons and ran for their lives, wanting to get as far away from this monster as possible. Tisk, with this little courage you think you can mix in a. He spat out the chopsticks from his mouth with a pop, casually tossing away yet another twisted steel pipe, and loosened his shirt collar. After surveying the chaos around him, he walked to the roadside and tossed the remaining half bowl of stir-fried noodles into a trash bin with a thud. He dusted off his hands, turned, and walked away, his back looking as relaxed as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll. The sound of police sirens quickly approached from a distance. Granny, 2 orders of soup dumplings and a cup of soy milk. In the morning light, footsteps echoed in the hallway as Chen Yu carried his briefcase downstairs, hurrying to report to Sunshine Primary School. In front of the bun shop, the granny was packing hot buns into a bag without raising her head. I heard you got a job. Yeah, at Sunshine Primary School, teaching elementary school. He tucked the briefcase under his arm, handed over the money with one hand, and received the paper bag with the other. The tone of his speech, the focus of his gaze, the rhythm of his gestures, all were exactly the same as the old Chen Yu. Good job. Work hard. Taking a bite, it was oily and slightly hot. By the time he reached the bus station, he had just swallowed the last bite and casually crumpled the paper bag, tossing it into a roadside garbage can before turning and squeezing into the bus. Standing tall with ordinary strides, his shirt sleeves clean, no one would believe that just last night he had single-handedly taken down over 100 gangsters. At the entrance of the school office, Wang Zhenzhen looked up and saw him come in, a smile spreading across her face. Chen Yu, good morning. Good morning, Wang, classmate. By the way, the first class is math. Have you prepared? I have prepared. Sure enough, after 40 minutes, his board writing was smooth, his questions natural. Even the 2 boys in the back, who usually dozed off, were attentive for half the class. In the next 2 days, life gradually took shape. Entering the school gate at 8:32, classes in the morning, a 40-minute lunch break with vegetables and tofu paired with rice in his lunchbox, one more class in the afternoon, and when the 4 o'clock bell rang, he packed up and left. Lower grades had less homework. Grading was not taxing, and he could hear the sound of phoenix tree leaves rustling outside. Wang Zhenzhen, however, was so busy that her feet barely touched the ground. She was in charge of the class, needing to supervise the students during breaks, check if the red scarves were worn correctly, and fill in the absentee list before the end of school. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was quietly changing. The sun gradually tanned his skin, and his strength increased daily. He could now exert over 20 tons with one arm, and when he clenched his fist, the knuckles tightened, even leaving shallow marks on the cement windowsill. He could hear the rustling of pages being turned in the adjacent classroom, and the chalk dust floating before his eyes seemed to move in slow motion. His mind worked faster, having already deduced the solution to a problem before he had finished reading it. Unfortunately, the iron body remained silent. Perhaps it just hadn't been exposed to the sun long enough. At 2 in the afternoon, only 2 people were left in the office. All the other teachers were in class. Even the PE teacher was running laps with the students around the playground. Just as Wang Zhenzhen finished signing a form, she looked up, and her gaze froze. Opposite her was Chen Yu's desk. He sat with his back to the window, arms crossed, eyes half closed, as if deep in thought or just zoning out. The sunlight slanted through the glass, casting a thin layer of gold over him. His face became increasingly clear in the light, a straight-nosed, defined jawline, skin glowing with a cool white light, quiet to the point of solemnity, like an unmarked sculpture in an art gallery. Wang Zhenzhen's ears subtly flushed. She suddenly remembered Chen Yu from university, always sitting in the back taking dense notes, rarely speaking, even sitting at the edge of the bleachers during basketball games munching on an apple. If only he had looked like this back then. She silently shook her head, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cap of her pen. Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen. After calling her name twice, she jolted back to reality, colliding with Chen Yu's gaze, and immediately lowered her head to fix her bangs. I am fine. Really fine. He tilted his head slightly, his tone flat, yet impossible to brush off. It's just, this weekend, do you have time? Is there something? My mom wants to invite you for a meal. Invite me? Wang Zhenzhen smiled. She said, we are college classmates from the same school and office. This fate is too coincidental. We must meet face to face. Auntie, you are too polite. Just as the words fell, ding. Contact with plot characters for 72 hours. Plundered source power 1. Fusion rate 0. 1. Chen Yu's pupils constricted. On the panel, the fusion rate jumped from 1,008 to 1,108, the numbers glaringly red. This voice had sounded once since the day he arrived, and after that, no matter how he silently chanted, questioned, or even pinched his palm to force himself awake, it had not appeared again. What he hadn't expected was that it would choose this moment to emerge from the ground without any warning. Moreover, that source power could directly accelerate the fusion progress, 1,000th equating to 10 days of hard struggle for an ordinary person. The original fusion rate of the template was 0.001 per day, and without external forces, complete assimilation would take several years. He raised his eyes and quietly looked at Wang Zhenzhen. So that's how it is. If I intervene in the plot, or even disrupt it, will I gain more source power? Chen Yu, you haven't said whether you're available or not. Wang Zhenzhen noticed he suddenly fell silent, blinked, and tilted her head to assess him. Yes, I'm available. Chen Yu snapped back to his senses, nodding in response. Then it settled. Wang Zhenzhen's lips curled up, her smile spreading bright and clear like the first bloom of spring water, illuminating the scene before him. Did you really invite him over for dinner? Ma Xiaoling, sitting in the passenger seat, turned her face and stared at Wang Zhenzhen, who had just gotten into the car, her eyebrows still carrying a smile, her tone filled with surprise. What? Is that a problem? Wang Zhenzhen raised an eyebrow. Ma Xiaoling's eyes widened. Isn't it strange? You've never invited a man to your home for dinner before. Wang Zhenzhen was taken aback. Does it matter? It's just a casual meal, and it was my mom who asked me to invite him. That's not right. Ma Xiaoling sat up straight, her gaze sharp as if investigating a case. These past few days you've been talking about Chen Yu non-stop. Your aunt asked you to call him, and he agreed without hesitation. Be honest, have you developed feelings? Not at all. Wang Zhenzhen's ears flushed, suddenly shaking her head rapidly. We've only known each other for a few days. How could I like him? She instinctively avoided mentioning their 4 years as classmates in college. Like Ma Xiaoling, she had never paid attention to Chen Yu before. Truth be told, they had only met a few times. A few days, how could one talk about liking someone? At most. It just stirred something gently in her heart. After spending some time together, she found that Chen Yu spoke calmly and acted steadily, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Coupled with his clean-cut face, broad shoulders, and tall frame, along with the respectable and grounded job of a teacher, there truly were no flaws to pick at. The ability to draw source power and accelerate the fusion process through interactions with plot characters surprised Chen Yu at first, as if he had seen a glimpse of the template's potential realization. But that was merely surprising. What he cared about more was living a true, warm, and flavorful life. Power was important, but not everything. Especially in the Hong Kong of the 1990s, where the streets were vibrant and the atmosphere was palpable, each moment was worth savoring. The sunlight poured over him as Chen Yu strolled lazily down the street, his eyes filled with the vivid colors of the entire street. Passers-by brushing past, young women with skirts fluttering, shiny classic cars, cherry branches quietly budding at the roadside. Everything in his eyes was a picturesque scene. Julian, hurry up. Coming, wait for me. A group of female students poured out of a magazine photography studio, laughing and chatting. Wearing their uniforms stylishly with light makeup and expressions of joy from just finishing their photo shoot, youth radiated from them. Among them was a round-faced girl whose eyes curved into crescents when she smiled, as if holding a handful of soft light. As they passed by Chen Yu, they all glanced over a few times, and when they ran far away, faint voices floated back, so handsome. Who is this handsome guy? You watch the scenery on the bridge, and the people watching the scenery are quietly watching you. Standing at a height of 185 meters, his physique perfectly proportioned, with muscular lines concealed beneath the fabric, taut, yet flexible, like a bow drawn back, and perfectly restrained. Such near textbook proportions were indeed rare on the streets of Hong Kong. Just standing there, his presence naturally commanded attention. With chiseled features and bright eyes, he was not just a spectator of the scenery. He himself was a piece of scenery. Many young ladies passing by and women in their 30s dressed elegantly would pause, and their eyes would light up as they scanned him. If it were under the lights of a nightlife venue, he would have been surrounded in no time. Returning to Tuen Mun Corner, the sky was already tinged with a thin layer of evening glow. Chen Yu turned into an old-fashioned Hakka restaurant, and just as he pulled out a chair to sit down, a round figure approached with a grin. Brother Chen, I've got the tickets ready for you. He opened his hand, revealing a ticket lying quietly in his palm. 2 days later, the concert of Lu Dehua. This chubby man was called Fei Shu, having mingled in Tuen Mun for years without joining any gangs. That night, Chen Yu was eating fried noodles by the street when he encountered gang members from rival factions. The news of a single person toppling over 100 spread throughout the neighborhood the next day. It shocked quite a few people. Of course, this tale circulated from both He Lianqing and Hongxing factions. They couldn't publicly declare that their people looked down on Chen Yu, who was squatting by the street eating fried noodles, and initiated trouble only to be flipped along with their car, could they? This matter only quietly circulated in a few venues. After all, both He Lianqing and Hongxing were well-known factions, and they had to save face. Chen Yu's astonishing skills combined with the fact that no lives were lost that day meant that the worst outcome was a few broken bones and dislocated joints. So, in these 2 days, both sides sent respectable individuals to convey the message. As long as he nodded to join, they would immediately give him a position in the organization or assign him a territory, directly awarding him the double red flower stick. Money. Enough to spare. Women. Free to choose. Chen Yu outright declined. A respectable teacher, if he truly joined a gang as a thug, wouldn't he be laughed at by the whole universe? As for Fei Shu and his group, they were purely drawn to his strong fists and ruthless ways, desperately trying to stick to him for a meal. Chen Yu rejected them. He was a legitimate teacher with a clean background and had no intention of wading through this muddy water. However, this group of people had their own connections and were quite efficient in running errands. For example, the other day, when they heard that Lu Dehua would be performing at the Hong Kong Coliseum on Sunday, Fei Shu immediately patted his chest and took on the task of getting tickets. Really, you got it done so quickly? Chen Yu took the ticket and glanced at it. First-class seat. Casually asking, this ticket isn't cheap, how much did it cost? At that time, ordinary concert tickets started at 50, while good positions were considered high-priced at 200 to 300. But the 4 Heavenly Kings were burning hot, especially Lu Dehua, with every concert at the Hong Kong Coliseum packed. Scalper prices had already surged 3 to 4 times, making tickets hard to come by on the black market. Fei Shu hurriedly waved his hand. No money. Really no. Being able to run an errand for Brother Chen is my good fortune from my past life. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Yu opened his wallet and took out 2 $500 bills, handing them over. Here. Public is public, private is private. Oh, what's yours is yours, not a cent less. If there's extra, consider it my treat to you for a drink. This. Fei Shu's hand froze in midair, a bit stunned. What do you think, I'm not generous enough? Oh, my Brother Chen. How could I dare? He quickly caught it and sat down to the side, only daring to perch on the edge of the chair, not willing to fully settle in. Chen Yu glanced at him and casually said, come sit and eat together. I ordered too much, and it would be a waste to let it go to waste. Thank you, Brother Chen. Fei Shu's eyes brightened instantly. He knew the opportunity had come. He had a well-proportioned face and was talkative. Chen Yu was also happy to use his ears to listen to the real happenings on the streets of Hong Kong, from the undercurrents of major underground forces to the trivial matters at the community level. After dinner, when Chen Yu saw the small dumbbells for workout on the table, he casually picked one up, his fingertips feeling slightly heavy. In that instant, a force so violently unreasonable erupted from his palm. A pair of cast-iron dumbbells, each weighing 8 Gin, twisted and buckled in his hands like soft clay, then shattered with a sharp crack into several pieces that crashed onto the floor with thunderous thuds, making the floorboards vibrate audibly. After crushing the dumbbells, he dropped to the floor and performed 3,000 push-ups in a single breath, supporting himself on one hand. When he rose, his breathing remained steady, and not a single drop of sweat glistened on his forehead. TCH. This body, truly absurd. He shook his wrist lightly, sighed faintly, and with a mere thought, a translucent attribute interface shimmered into view before his eyes. Host Chen Yu. Silver level, superhuman template, fusion progress 1. 109. Fist strength, 13 metric tons. Speed, 100 meters per second. Innate talent, solar absorption, evolution, current capacity, compress, convert, and store solar energy at 200 efficiency. Adamantine body, inactive. Super strength, inactive. Super speed, inactive. Biological force field, inactive. Super brain, inactive. In just 54 days, his fist strength had surged to 13 tons, over 100 times that of an ordinary human. Yet all other abilities remained frozen, as silent and immovable as mountains sealed beneath permafrost. It seemed sunbathing had been far too half-hearted. He rolled his shoulders and stretched his neck. A restless surge surged straight to his temples, as though his very bones would itch and ache unless he smashed something or tore something apart. His power was escalating too rapidly. Sometimes while walking home from work, sudden impulses would flare, kicking a parked sedan across the street or hoisting an entire bus overhead and hurling it aside. The moment such thoughts arose, even he found them ludicrous, utterly boring. He gazed blankly at the empty room, shrugged off his jacket, and unfastened the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing taut, sculpted pectoral muscles. Turning toward the bathroom, he pumped 2 sprays of hair wax into his palm, rubbed his hands together until warm, then firmly raked and smoothed it through his hair. Within moments, his shoulder-length choppy hair transformed into a sleek 3/7 side-parted style, with a few strands of black hair falling delicately across his forehead, accentuating brows as dark as ink and eyes as bright as stars. The man in the mirror underwent an instant metamorphosis. Moments earlier warm and approachable, now cold and commanding. Especially when his brow arched slightly and his thin lips pressed together, silence itself radiated an unassailable, overwhelming presence. Lan Kwai Fong, the most vibrant district of Hong Kong after nightfall. Within just 2 narrow streets stood nearly 50 bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues. The interior decor exuded a cosmopolitan flair, brimming with exotic charm. Each evening, Hong Kong's most handsome men and beautiful women flooded in like tide. You need not think of tomorrow. Only savor this moment to its fullest. The deafening disco beat reverberated through the air, shaking the very atmosphere. On stage, several barely clad dancers swung their arms with abandon, while the DJ, behind the booth, spun records with feverish energy. The dance floor teemed with bodies, men and women intertwined, swaying and twisting in unison to the drumbeat, flinging every trace of daytime exhaustion, pent-up frustration, and unspeakable yearning deep into the rhythm. Under flickering bar lights, Chen Yu leaned lazily against the counter, swirling a cocktail in his hand, his gaze drifting indolently, yet keenly across the crowd. It was his first time entering a bar, and yet rather than feeling overwhelmed by noise, he sensed only a perfectly calibrated exhilaration. Pale thighs swayed back and forth, low-cut tops accentuated alluring curves, and everywhere women, with bold makeup and magnetic poise, drew lingering glances. "Jia, I really can't take it anymore. You're still pouring." Liang Yongqi had barely stepped out of the restroom when Li Jia half-supported, half-dragged her forward, her tongue already thick and slurred. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a white waist-hugging dress tracing her slender silhouette. Her delicate features, enhanced by dramatic makeup, didn't appear garish. Instead, they lent her an intoxicating, almost feral allure. "Who knew your alcohol tolerance was this weak? Besides, Wang Chao and the others kept urging us. By the end, I'd drunk myself dizzy too," Li Jia replied, her cheeks flushed as she shook her head dizzily. She rivaled Liang Yongqi in beauty, but possessed a more voluptuous figure. A snug black t-shirt stretched taut over her torso, and denim hot pants revealed two long straight legs with flawless, even-toned skin. Not quite as stunning as Ma Xiaoling's, yet undeniably captivating. No wonder so many men glanced repeatedly in their direction. Indeed, such elegance was rare, even in Lan Kuai-Fong. Liang Yongqi frowned, her vision blurred with intoxication. "Wang Chao and his friends clearly meant to drink us under the table. I know, but I don't fancy any of them. Otherwise, I'd have feigned drunkenness and collapsed long ago." That fraud Minmin swore this place teemed with handsome men and worthy suitors. Claimed we could pick someone pleasing to the eye and surrender our first time here. And what did we find? Not a single man worth a second glance. In 1990s Hong Kong, Western winds blew fiercely and social mores grew increasingly relaxed, especially among university students who lived with remarkable freedom. Liang Yongqi and Li Jia had often heard friends rave about Lan Kuai-Fong, how electrifying, uninhibited, and liberating it was, and teased them with quips like, "Remaining a virgin after graduation is simply embarrassing." Day after day, these whispers seeped in, until Li Jia finally succumbed, then promptly dragged her university best friend, Liang Yongqi, along. Their official excuse: a celebration for Liang Yongqi's recent signing of a major advertising campaign. Discovered by a talent scout during her sophomore year, Liang Yongqi had shot countless print campaigns and commercials within a year, becoming a campus icon well before graduation. Still young, already famous, she carried herself with quiet confidence and a bold, unyielding spirit. She understood Li Jiajia's intentions perfectly, yet inexplicably she followed anyway, even applying bold makeup for the occasion. But the moment they entered, both wilted. Yes, handsome men abounded, foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes included, yet none stirred even a flicker of interest. All felt dull, lifeless, uninspiring. As the alcohol surged, Li Jiajia's knees suddenly buckled. Her body lurched sideways, just as a strong arm extended, steadying both women firmly by the shoulders. Then a low, clear male voice resonated. "Ladies, mind your step." The pressure on their shoulders was solid yet restrained. Instinctively, Liang Yongqi and Li Jia lifted their heads and met a face carved with striking angular precision. High cheekbones, a straight prominent nose, sharply arched brows lending an air of cool detachment, his collar, slightly open, revealing a defined clavicle and a glimpse of toned pectoral muscle, tall and upright with broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. His proportions were textbook perfect. What captivated most was his aura, not loud or flamboyant, yet profoundly grounded like a mountain, instilling an unexpected calm in the heart even as a subtle warmth kindled within. Dazed and intoxicated, the two women stared at Chen Yu, while he at that very instant lifted his gaze. With a single glance, he discerned their exceptional quality. Beneath the heavy makeup lay unblemished features. Their eyes remained clear, untainted, their presence clean and fresh, utterly distinct from the seasoned nightlife regulars. To strike up a genuine connection at first meeting would hardly be considered presumptuous. At that fleeting thought, a faint smile curved his lips. His voice warm, smooth, and faintly husky. "May I buy you both a drink?" "Of course." At dawn the next morning, the bedroom remained disordered. Chen Yu opened his eyes and let out a long, languid yawn. Glancing at the woman still asleep beside him, he rose and walked into the bathroom. He still had classes to teach later. After Chen Yu left, Liang Yongqi slept on until nearly noon, her limbs heavy and leaden, her eyelids impossibly difficult to lift. Oh no! She froze abruptly, her cheeks instantly blazing. Though hazy the night before, her consciousness had never fully dissolved. Even after sharing 2 bottles of beer with him and letting him escort them out of the bar, she retained full awareness. She sat bolt upright, terrible, I don't even know his name, nor do I have his contact information. In those days, Hong Kong's youth embraced the creed of entertainment above all else, living in a climate of restless, surface-deep excitement. Some still observed restraint, but many more pursued only fleeting pleasure, indulging without reservation. When Chen Yu entered the faculty office, Wang Zhenzhen and several other teachers were already there quietly organizing textbooks for distribution. Suddenly Zhang Feng's voice rang out behind him, bright-hearty, accompanied by a firm pat on his shoulder. "Good morning, Teacher Chen." Chen Yu turned with a gentle smile. "Good morning, Teacher Zhang." Having joined just days earlier, he had already mastered the teaching rhythm. After finalizing today's lesson plan, he picked up his textbooks and headed to class. By the time his morning lecture concluded, it was already past 11 o'clock. Seated at his desk, he finished grading assignments. Sunlight slanted across the open notebook before him, and his posture softened, his gaze drifting unfocused. In truth, he was still reflecting upon last night. That young woman, pure, vivid, unburdened by consequence. A mutual exchange, clean and uncomplicated, leaving neither party indebted. "Chen Yu, what joyful news has struck you?" Wang Zhenzhen noticed the sudden lift at the corners of his mouth and asked casually. "Oh, just something pleasant that came to mind." "What pleasant thing?" "Ah, truly nothing at all." Of course, he couldn't possibly admit that last night's encounter at the bar had left such an impression. For someone as consistently prudent as Wang Zhenzhen, the term bar was almost foreign. Even the usually bold Ma Xiaoling seemed to have never stepped into such a place. However, perhaps due to the hearty meal last night, today, he found Wang Zhenzhen particularly pleasing to the eye. For instance, the subtle curve at her chest, full and solid, was at least a-b-o. As for deeper aspects, he chose not to think further. "Oh." Seeing he was reluctant to elaborate, Wang Zhenzhen only responded lightly. She actually wanted to ask, "Why did you have a scent of women's perfume on you today?" That scent was too distinct, not like something picked up casually, but rather as if it had been left on him closely. Yet they were merely ordinary colleagues and previously just schoolmates from different years. This question ultimately got stuck in her throat unspoken, and she quietly swallowed it back. He had few classes today, just one in the morning and one in the afternoon, totaling 2. But as a math teacher for 3 classes, he still had to prepare problems for the next week on Friday, and time slipped away quietly as he flipped through lesson plans while basking in the sun. As soon as the school bell rang, the clamor from all directions surged like a tide. Footsteps running upstairs, shouting, and playing downstairs, and the sound of singing from the neighboring teaching building. It was a cacophony that felt impenetrable. Chen Yu instinctively pressed down on his ear, his brow slightly furrowed. The stronger the ability, the less control one had over their senses. His eyesight could penetrate details of buildings several kilometers away. His hearing was like a constant loudspeaker, a buzzing resonating in his ears, and his sense of smell was even worse. Just a couple of days ago, he passed by an old drainage outlet, and the stench was so intense it felt like it was being pumped directly into his nostrils, 100 times stronger than what an ordinary person would perceive, nearly making him retch. He sighed inwardly. "I need to learn to restrain my senses quickly." With his current level of power being so troublesome, if it multiplied by several hundred or thousand times in the future, the breaths, heartbeats, and whispers of the entire city would likely invade his ears. And once his sight got out of control, he could see every mite crawling on human skin and every open pore. No matter how beautiful a face was to him, it was merely a shell clad in human skin crawling with living creatures. What kind of life could one talk about then? Without beauty, how was it any different from living with a flickering lamp and an ancient Buddha? Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but shiver. At the school gate, Wang Zhenzhen waved at him. "Chen Yu, don't forget about tomorrow." "Don't worry, I won't forget," he replied with a smile, raising his hand in return. On the way home, he began to practice deliberately, lowering his auditory threshold and reducing his olfactory sensitivity. Surprisingly, it turned out to be easier than he had anticipated. After all, this should be the instinct of an extraordinary being. If he couldn't even control this, would a Superman able to hear the sounds of the world not go mad on the spot? "May the evening breeze gently disperse the tears in my eyes, like a kite chasing you as I fly." The night grew dense and the neon lights dazzled. Having finished his extra classes, Chen Yu hummed a few incomplete old tunes, wandering into Longue Street, pondering whether he might encounter 2 pleasing goods tonight. "Sir, your gin and tonic." At the bar, he took the glass, pressing a finger against it, and slid cash into the owner's palm. The liquid swayed gently in the glass as he leaned against the bar, his gaze casually sweeping across the venue, finally resting on the dance floor in the center. A row of slender-waisted, long-legged women wrapped in thin fabric swayed their hips, twisted their waists, and lifted their necks to the rhythm, the scent of sweat mingling with perfume rising like an invisible net. The men had already formed a circle, their hands either resting on shoulders or clasped at waist, fingers daring to slide down half an inch. But those women only smiled, not avoiding, even deliberately bending their backs lower, allowing themselves to be groped. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side today. Out of the 200 or 300 people in the room, there were very few who caught his eye. Most had flat faces, loose frames, and vacant gazes. A few with striking features exuded a sense of drained fatigue, their eyes dark and lips pale. As he was searching, he himself became the dish in someone else's eyes. A woman in a red dress approached on high heels. Her skirt slid up to her thigh and her neckline low enough to reveal the shadow beneath her collarbone. She stopped in front of him, her eyes glancing over her tongue, lightly licking her lower lip. Handsome alone. Chen Yu tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over her undulating chest, a smile surfacing. Just counted as one before, but now, adding you, it makes a pair. Her lips curled upward, her heart inexplicably tightening. A man with such a figure, features, and demeanor was someone she had never encountered at her age. Before they could exchange more words, her ears had already quietly warmed up. But just as they moved to sit at a booth, before even taking a sip of the drink, a few fragments of low conversation drifted down from the compartment above, piercing into his ears. Boss, that deal has been settled over there. Tomorrow night in the Reeds at Qing Shui Bay. Is the person reliable? Don't worry, the previous goods were handled by them. This time the quantity is large, they want to send someone in charge. Damn, not only is there a lot of goods, the prices have also increased threefold. Liang Kuan chuckled coldly. If it weren't for the urgency, I would truly want to rip the faces off these Vietnamese bastards. Once I sit in the leading position of Hongxing, there will be good fruits for them to eat. He snorted heavily from his nostrils. He had always been the one to push down prices. When has it ever been someone else dictating the price? Handsome, come, let's toast. As soon as the words left her mouth, the woman had already settled into his lap, her drink brought close to his lips. For the next hour, the warmth of soft jade was in his embrace, every touch exuding warmth. However, just past 11, Chen Yu still stood up and left alone. This woman carried too much of other men's scents on her, which he found off-putting. 2 million. He stood on the bar steps watching luxury cars zoom away, his expression darkening. He had his eye on Liang Kun's money. Initially, he had only 10,000 Hong Kong dollars in his account, enough to last him 2 or 3 months. After securing a stable teaching job, he hadn't given much thought to money. But in the past couple of days spent in nightclubs, he had already poured several thousand into drinks, not to mention many girls rushing to pay the bill. He knew clearly if he wanted to keep living so freely, he had to take action himself and earn some hard cash back. By the time he took a taxi back to Tunjiao Street, it was already midnight. As the taxi came to a stop, both of them caught sight of a pile of unburned paper money at the street corner, the sparks flickering. Next to it, a chipped bowl held 3 plump buns, a bowl of rice, and 3 incense sticks stuck in at odd angles, the blue smoke rising straight up. In the chilly night wind, the entire alley was eerily quiet. Damn, burning paper in the middle of the night. The driver's face stiffened. Chen Yu handed over the fare and casually asked, "Is there any significance to this?" "Most likely someone died an unnatural death. The resentment is heavy, unwilling to leave, and relatives have to stay up at night at the place of the incident to burn paper and summon their soul, or else they can't be reborn." "Oh, it seems someone really died here during the day. I heard the head just exploded." Chen Yu nodded, recalling what he had overheard on his way home. The head exploded. That's no ordinary collision. The driver gasped, sharply snatching the bills, and even before the car door was fully closed, he slammed the accelerator down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu looked at the receding taillights and smiled faintly. Is it that scary? A person who has died once, or someone who has wielded true power, would always regard tales of ghosts and deities as mere jokes. Is a Superman afraid of ghosts? Wouldn't it be laughable if that got out? He knew well that there were indeed ghosts in this world, along with zombies and demons, chaos all around. Whoosh! As Chen Yu stepped into that dim and narrow old alley, a sudden chill ran down his neck. A gust of cold wind brushed past his spine, extinguishing the unburned paper money by the roadside with a soft poof, causing ashes to swirl upward. The already dim street lights in the alley flickered, their glow abruptly shrinking, as if someone had tightened their grip around their throat, making the whole alley feel oppressively heavy. Chen Yu's steps halted abruptly. He suddenly turned back, his gaze piercing through the darkness straight at the alley entrance, his brow raised. There really is something. That strange prickling sensation at the back of his head just now was definitely not an illusion. However, he stared intently at the pitch-black alley entrance for a long while, but couldn't pull out even a shadow. He silently chuckled, shook his head, and continued walking forward. At the end of the alley was a main road, and opposite the building entrance was the old building where he lived. Would the taxi refuse to come in here? Too common. Taking the long way would waste fuel and time. The seasoned drivers all knew to drop passengers here. Whoosh! A slight dust rose from the blue brick pavement. A few pieces of ash were swept up by an invisible air current, swirling into a palm-sized vortex a foot off the ground, silently trailing behind Chen Yu. However, just as the sinister wind reached within a meter behind him, Chen Yu's eyes erupted with a cold light, blood surging throughout his body, and a scorching heat wafted around him, resembling a red-hot boiler. Tired of living. With a low growl, he twisted his waist and spun around, sweeping a kick. The air was violently torn apart, with a loud bang deafening to the ears. Boom. The heat wave wrapped in fierce wind smashed down, causing the sinister wind to dissipate on the spot, and a faint whimper could be heard from the shadows. With momentum unspent, his kick slammed against the brick wall on the right side of the alley with a thud. The entire wall cracked in response. Spiderweb-like fractures spread wildly, debris mixed with concrete fell to the ground, and dust rose 3 feet high. Chen Yu stood amidst the gray mist, his gaze sharp as a knife coldly piercing towards the wall 3 steps away. Underneath that wall, a fist-sized soft bulge slowly appeared, a dense shadow clinging to the wall base, dashing towards the alley entrance. Running. Stay. Not only did he not retreat, but the corner of his mouth also curled with interest. This was the first time he encountered a real ghost. Bang. The ground shook violently as he transformed into a shadow, shooting out and covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye, grabbing hold of the writhing shadow. His right fist tightened, muscles taut as steel cables, smashing powerfully into the bulge in the wall. Boom. The entire wall erupted as if struck by a grenade, blowing a hole open, bricks and stones scattering everywhere. The scream that followed could no longer be suppressed, short and sharp, tinged with a breaking sound. Several windows upstairs lit up as people leaned out to look. Is it dead? Or did it escape? Chen Yu stood in the swirling dust, his senses fully alert, meticulously scanning every inch of air in the alley. The chill dissipated, the sinister energy vanished, and the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the sound of his own breathing. He saw no corpse, nor did he capture any remnants of the soul, unable to determine whether it had been dispersed or had slipped away. But one thing was clear: such filthy things would die upon close contact. The heat emanating from deep within his flesh, born of the sun, was naturally their nemesis. It made sense. Superhumans thrive on the sun, their yang energy strong enough to burn ghostly flames. However, the previous 2 blows revealed a problem. No matter how heavy his fists were, the ghost could still withstand them. If it weren't for the innate fiery aura, he probably wouldn't have even been able to touch it. I need to think of another solution. Lying on his back in bed, Chen Yu lightly tapped his forehead with his knuckles. His intuition told him that the ghost was most likely dispersed by his punch, but the exposed weakness was even more glaring. He had nothing in hand specifically for dealing with the sinister and evil. Today he encountered only a wandering soul, requiring him to swing his arms and smash walls. If he were to run into a red-dressed woman, a hanging ghost, or even a ghost king, wouldn't he be left staring blankly? In contrast, real monsters and demons would be killed with a single punch, no burial required. Strength, defense, and mental resistance, he had them all maxed out, but he was missing only a key to deal with the invisible and intangible. Chen Yu paused slightly and murmured to himself, supernatural powers. As soon as the thought arose, the various abilities of the Silver Super surged into his mind, capable of obliterating stars, speed surpassing light years, rewriting time with a wave of the hand, and severing causality with a flick. What was even more astonishing was that what he thought instantly became reality. His current fusion rate was barely over 1%, having basked in the sun for only a little over 10 days. Yet Chen Yu harbored a sliver of hope. With more contemplation and belief, perhaps he could truly unlock something. For instance, by using self-suggestion to awaken the dormant instincts within his body, calling forth powers that controlled flames, thunder, and fierce winds. Unfortunately, after a night of deep sleep, his body showed no signs of change. Today was a day off with no classes, yet Chen Yu still woke up early. He had promised Wang Zhenzhen to dine at her house, and he couldn't arrive empty-handed. He had to buy some decent gifts. Thus, he entered a bank in Causeway Bay, planning to withdraw all the remaining thousands from his card. He had already spent all the cash on him. Just as he finished collecting the money and stepped out, he suddenly heard 2 muffled bangs. A car crashed violently into the police car parked by the roadside, and the passers-by screamed in unison. After the 2 crashes, the front of the car had caved in and deformed, but the car suddenly reversed and swerved, making a getaway. The police car that had been provoked would not let it go, immediately giving chase. What guts! Daring to act wild against the police. Chen Yu stood by the roadside, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, watching with keen interest. Before he could finish speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed, and his gaze swept towards the building across the street. A few clear gunshots rang out from inside the building. No, it's a robbery. The advertisement banner hanging outside the building prominently displayed the logo of a jewelry company. Chen Yu simply stopped, his expression calm. Such scenes he had only seen on television in the past. This was the first time he encountered it in reality. Sure enough, minutes later, 4 figures rushed out of the building's elevator. Each one looked tense, their arms bulging, holding 2 large bulging bags. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that the getaway car that was supposed to be parked there had vanished, and the expressions of the 4 changed drastically. The leader, nicknamed Trumpet, cursed on the spot. Damn. Where the hell is that, guys? One of the younger brothers also became furious. Are we being played? We must kill him. Boss, we have to retreat. The police will arrive in 5 minutes, someone shouted urgently. As soon as the voice fell, another police car rushed to the street corner. It was a patrolling police car heading straight to the scene after receiving the alarm. Oh no, they are coming too fast. Trumpet's eyes sharpened, fixing on an empty taxi parked by the street, as he drew his gun and charged over with his men. Clearly the contact person had let him down, and he intended to hijack the car to escape. The driver was terrified, his face ashen, just as Trumpet pressed the gun against his temple, forcing him to open the door. Chen Yu suddenly moved. He picked up a rusty iron trash can beside him and said softly, I'm just a helpful citizen. Whoosh. The dozens of kilograms of the metal can tore through the air spanning over 10 meters and crash down on the two robbers beside the taxi. Their screams erupted. The two men were sent flying as if struck by a heavy truck, crashing heavily to the ground, curled up and moaning. No one expected that a can would suddenly fall from the sky, and with such precision. This sudden strike instead startled the pedestrians who had been intimidated by the robbers. Cries erupted and the crowd scattered in a panic, instantly turning the entire street into chaos. Trumpet and the remaining henchmen were also stunned, seeing their two companions on the ground bloodied and unable to move. They immediately gritted their teeth and shouted, "Go. We need to leave now." Screech. The driver, under the threat of death, slammed the accelerator, the tires screeching against the ground as the taxi shot off like an arrow. "Don't move. Drop your weapons." Just as the taxi sped 100 meters away, the police car arrived. Several officers aimed their guns at the downed robbers, shouting sternly while pouncing to subdue them. The two men were already incapacitated. One had his shoulder bone shattered into pieces, and the other had a broken and dislocated thigh bone, unable to muster the strength to raise his hands. After subduing the two, the police car chased after the taxi, while urgently reporting to headquarters via radio, initiating a citywide blockade. Just as the police car drove away, the battered sedan unexpectedly turned back. The car window reflected the profile of the passenger inside, a handsome young man with features reminiscent of Andy Lau. Chen Yu shook his head. Unfortunately, two of them still got away. Once the police arrived, he no longer pursued. After all, the other party had just thrown the trash can before turning to flee. To his surprise, just as he turned the street corner and was about to board the bus, a loud explosion erupted in the distance, the piercing sound of brakes, the shattering of glass, and then three muffled gunshots cleaved through the air. Pedestrians shrieked and recoiled, crowding together like a retreating tide. The fleeing taxi crashed awkwardly into the brick wall of Yazzie, clothing the front caved in, and the windshield cracked like a spider's web. The driver slumped in the driver's seat, covered in blood, motionless. Two robbers, guns drawn, had taken 5 or 6 customers inside the store hostage, currently exchanging fire with the police outside. "Don't come any closer. One more step, and I'll blow her head off." Trumpet barked, tightly gripping a woman in a beige trench coat, the gun pressed to her temple, his voice tearing through the air. He crouched against the load-bearing wall by the window, the gun sweeping back and forth over the quivering clerks and customers in the corner. "Put down your weapons and surrender immediately," he shouted. "Ha, surrender? Do you take me for a fool?" Everyone stepped back 30 meters. "Prepare another car, otherwise I will kill them one by one." Before his words fell, a sharp bang echoed as he raised his hand and shot, hitting the calf of the hostage crouching on the ground. A fountain of blood erupted. The woman let out a horrific scream, shrill and piercing. The surrounding officers froze. This madman was indeed ruthless. "Stop. Let's talk," the officer shouted immediately. Hostage situations in Xinjiang were notoriously tricky. Once an incident occurred, all responsibility fell onto the frontline officers, which is why those scenes in films where robbers escape were not mere fiction. As usual, it was the same this time. While the police urgently called for SWAT support and attempted to stabilize the situation, Chen Yu walked around the corner. "So you're just waiting for me to finish this?" He stared at the standoff inside the store, knowing that if he didn't act, the two would likely escape. As for those two old-fashioned pistols, the gun muzzles glinted dully, and the killing intent was faint, let alone posing a threat to him. Though he couldn't yet run at the speed of sound, bullets were naturally faster than him. However, dodging bullets never required one to be faster than the bullet, just faster than the person pulling the trigger. He decided to intervene not out of a sense of justice, but purely because he felt like it. Of course, the fundamental reason was that these two couldn't harm him. Otherwise, he would have tossed aside this idle interest long ago. Chen Yu glanced around, but didn't see a trash can. Shifting his gaze, he locked onto the refrigerator standing at the entrance of a neighboring, quite convenience store. He strode inside, gripping the top edge of the refrigerator with one hand. "Boss, I need to borrow your refrigerator for an urgent rescue." The store owner opened his mouth, still in shock, but Chen Yu had already lifted the 1.5-meter tall refrigerator packed with soda cans and weighing over 100 pounds onto his shoulder and rushed outside. "Hey, my refrigerator." The clothing store was only about 30 meters away. At his speed of 100 meters per second, he should have arrived in an instant. But to avoid being too conspicuous, he deliberately slowed down, only unleashing a burst of speed that a sprint champion could muster. Yet to others he still appeared as a gray shadow skimming the ground. "Get out of the way." As the crowd gasped, Chen Yu charged through the police cordon, holding the refrigerator as a shield, heading straight for the store door. Not to mention the robbers, even the surrounding officers froze, instinctively shouting, "Don't go in. It's too dangerous." Damn it. The robber's pupils constricted, and his finger instinctively squeezed the trigger. With a bang, the bullet struck the side of the refrigerator, sparks flying as it penetrated the inner lining and got stuck in the opposite partition, failing to exit. In cop films, officers hiding behind car doors to shoot back are actually misleading. Ordinary handgun bullets could easily penetrate 2 to 3 millimeters of steel plate. The thin iron skin of a car couldn't withstand it at all. But the refrigerator was different. Thick, dense, with a shell made of high-density engineering plastic, it had strong impact resistance. This was precisely why he chose it. Of course, no ordinary person could sprint, block, and break through a door while carrying it single-handedly. Just as the robber's gunshot rang out, Chen Yu had already smashed through the glass door, the refrigerator whistling through the air, crashing down upon him. The robber, frightened, released the hostage and rolled towards the shelves. At that moment, Chen Yu crouched down, forcefully stepping on the left door frame. Wood splintered, the entire frame twisted and deformed, and he shot out like a black arrow skimming the ground. Bang! The associate hiding behind the wall didn't even see the figure clearly before taking a heavy punch to the chest, flying backward and crashing into 3 rows of clothing racks, collapsing into a pile of fabric, motionless. The terrifying force crashed into him, making his chest crackle as if a bundle of dry twigs had been brutally crushed. He was lifted off the ground, blood spraying from his mouth in an arc, several rows of metal clothing racks clattering to the floor behind him. It was too fast, so fast that even the air had no time to tremble. Others didn't even see the action clearly. The hostage, pushed away by the robber, was still suspended in midair, her pupils reflecting the rapidly approaching concrete floor, her throat tightening, unable to let out a single scream. Fortunately, she was lucky. At the moment Chen Yu punched the robber, he suddenly turned, skillfully catching the falling girl with one hand and pulling her into his embrace. On the other side, just as the robber rolled to the ground, his expression darkened, his right hand reaching for his waist, the gun barrel raised just half an inch. Chen Yu had already freed a foot, kicking the fallen plastic mannequin beside him. Bang! The mannequin's head flew off, shooting forward with a sharp whooshing sound, and with a crack, it struck the back of the robber's hand. Bones shattered, blood splattered 3 feet, and the handgun flew far away. Ah, my hand. Before the whale could finish, a sudden heaviness hit his chest. Chen Yu had already closed in, delivering a solid kick. The robber's body curled up like a shrimp, crashing hard against the load-bearing wall several meters away, then sliding to the ground, curled up and gasping for air, only able to make wheezing sounds. The entire scene fell silent. From the moment Chen Yu broke through the door to the robber collapsing on the ground, only 5 seconds had passed. The other hostages stood frozen in place, their eyes glazed over, their minds struggling to catch up with their bodies. All right, it's safe now. Chen Yu released the girl in his arms. She was a young girl around 17 or 18 with slightly curled hair at the ends. Her features weren't particularly stunning, but together they gave off a calm, attractive aura. She was still in a daze, her shoulders trembling slightly, the suffocating feeling from being taken hostage still lingering, her fingers unconsciously gripping Chen Yu's sleeve, reluctant to let go. Don't move. Quick. Call for an ambulance. The police finally rushed in, some shouting, some tackling, and some yelling into their walkie-talkies, their faces flushed. A middle-aged officer approached quickly, his epaulets gleaming, his tone filled with admiration. Brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we don't know how long this situation would have dragged on. Chen Yu smiled gently, and naturally, it was just a small effort. Anyone would have done the same. A tall officer squatted down to take a look at the cracked refrigerator on the ground, unable to help, but exclaimed, Brother, your strength. Have you really not trained? Hey, I just have naturally thick arms. He scratched his head, smiling a bit shyly. Thick? That's not thick. That's a Chilean arm. Several young officers gathered around, amazed. You flatter me. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice to ask, By the way, officer, can you reimburse this refrigerator on official account? In the heat of the moment, I just grabbed it from the convenience store. He had only $3,000 left, not daring to spend a single cent recklessly. Ha, count it on me. The officer patted his chest in agreement without a trace of hesitation. Solving an armed robbery case was a significant achievement, but whether the bureau reimbursed for a refrigerator was irrelevant, he would pay for it himself. But just at that moment, the girl who had been standing quietly suddenly took a half step forward, her voice as light as a feather falling to the ground. I'll compensate for it. She looked up at Chen Yu, her gaze earnest, enunciating each word, Thank you for saving me. Almost simultaneously, a crisp notification sound rang in Chen Yu's ears. Disrupted the original character trajectory, plundering 10 points of primal power. Template integration 1. Host integration reached 2. Unlocking permissions, storage space activated. His heart skipped a beat. Disrupted the original trajectory. Did this person really exist in the world of the original story? He stared at the girl's face, familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen her. In the original work of the zombie contract, it seemed there was no such face. She spoke again, her voice soft, yet clear. Thank you for saving me. So that's it. No wonder it felt familiar at first glance, yet he couldn't quite place it. Andy Lau was still busy with his engagements in Hong Kong, but the person from the movie was standing right in front of him. Could it be that this world has never filmed If There Is Love? Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, feeling both absurd and subtle. This place was evidently the world of Zombie Chronicles, yet it was mixed with characters from other films. Perhaps there are more than one or two. Even more astonishing, a shortcut to integration suddenly struck him. At that moment, the officer turned to Chen Yu, smiling brightly. Brother, would you mind coming back to the station with us? We need to take a simple statement and get your contact details. Later we can send you a Good Citizen award. Is there a reward? How much? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. He was currently quite broke. The standard is 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Only 3,000. He shook his head on the spot. Sorry, I just made plans to eat with someone and am short on time. Can I skip it? The officer was unfazed and nodded to his colleague beside him. All right, Gao Bao, you can take his statement quickly. Before he could finish speaking, police sirens wailed from afar, drawing closer, with 3 police cars halting, followed by a news van. A group of people rushed in. Hello sir, I'm Lily, a reporter from TVB. Witnesses say you charged in here, carrying a refrigerator at a 100-meter sprint, subduing 2 armed robbers on the spot. Is this true? The microphone was thrust in front of him, the camera lens pointed directly at him, and the host with exquisite makeup and a bright smile caught Chen Yu's attention. As he smiled back, his expression clean and crisp, yet his tone was modest to the point of being unassuming. It's all thanks to the police, comrades. I merely lent a hand. As for charging in with a refrigerator, how could that be possible? It was clearly a case of a passerby exaggerating, don't you think so, Miss Lily? Indeed. She nodded, believing it. Who would genuinely think someone could sprint while carrying a refrigerator? Too ridiculous. The reporter asked a few more inconsequential questions, then turned to pursue the officers who had performed well. Chen Yu left his name, address, and phone number and was pulled aside for 2 additional follow-up questions before he could finally escape. At that moment, a police officer with glasses and a serious demeanor hurried over. Gao Bao spotted him immediately and rushed over, unable to contain his excitement. Tian Yu, you finally arrived. That guy named Chen Yu is simply incredible. Quan Tian Yu smiled upon hearing this and casually replied, oh, what's so incredible about him? After decades of experience and numerous brushes with death, he had long lost interest in ordinary matters. Gao Bao spoke rapidly. You should have seen it. He charged in, holding the refrigerator faster than a sprint champion, while bullets whizzed by, and he didn't even blink. There were muffled sounds inside, and we were still stunned at the door when the 2 armed robbers were already on the ground. They were heavily injured and couldn't move at all. It was more intense than a Hong Kong action movie. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Others might barely manage to lift a 100-kilogram refrigerator, but to charge in while carrying it, facing gunfire. This kind of courage, this physique, this rhythm, was simply not something a living person could do. Is he really that amazing? Quan Tian Yu's gaze suddenly darkened. He knew better than anyone that an ordinary person could never achieve such feats. The robbers, due to their severe injuries, were directly sent for medical treatment. The hostages completed their brief registration and began to leave one after another. The curly-haired girl also walked over, standing in front of Gao Bao, her voice soft and polite. Hello, officer. Oh, it's you, little sister. What's up? Gao Bao smiled gently. This child had nearly become a victim in the robbery. The girl hesitated for a moment before quietly speaking up. Could I see his statement? How do you want to thank him in person? Of course. Gao Bao thought nothing of it. After all, he had risked his life to save her. Such a gesture was only natural. He opened his notebook to the page with Chen Yu's entry. The girl's eyes glistened as she quickly pulled out paper and a pen from her bag, bending down to jot down his school office phone number and address. At that time in Hong Kong, flip phones from Motorola were no longer rare. But the original owner's phone was smashed to bits during the incident, and Chen Yu hadn't replaced it yet, so all he had was the school contact. After copying down Chen Yu's contact information, the girl thanked him, clutched the piece of paper tightly, and hurriedly turned to leave. At that moment, Chen Yu had already gotten into a taxi and arrived at Jia building, carrying the fruit he had bought along the way. At the entrance of the building, Wang Zhenzhen had been waiting for a while. The moment she saw him get out of the car, her lips immediately curled up as she walked towards him briskly. Sorry, I got a bit delayed on the road. I'm late, Chen Yu said. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Now, not explaining feels a bit arrogant. Even for a casual meal, you have to be precise with the timing. Oh my, why did you buy so much? Wang Zhenzhen reached out to take it, then hesitated. You can't arrive empty-handed when visiting. Chen Yu laughed as he lifted the bag. You're too polite, she said softly. It's only proper. The two walked side by side inside, chatting as they entered the elevator. Just as Wang Zhenzhen raised her hand to press the floor button, someone outside suddenly shouted, wait. She paused, and then an elderly lady with murky eyes, dressed in clothes that carried a stale odor, slowly walked in with the assistance of a stout young man. Wang Zhenzhen immediately smiled and greeted Aunt Ping. Brother Kai Ping, what a coincidence. Zhenzhen. The young man's eyes lit up. But in the next second, his gaze swept over to Wang Zhenzhen's side. There stood a tall, upright young man, his smile unchanging, yet a calm light radiated from his brow. What was even more startling was his appearance, more attractive than the male stars on screen, understated yet unforgettable at a glance. Noticing her son's unusual expression, the old lady hoarsely asked Zhenzhen, who is this? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes narrowed, staring ominously at Chen Yu. She knew full well that her son had been secretly in love with Wang Zhenzhen for years, but had never dared to speak up. Chen Yu merely cast her a faint glance, his smile unchanged, as if the old woman before him were nothing more than a decaying branch. In his eyes, even if this old lady were to rise from the dead, having absorbed the blood of Yamamoto's future, it would only be a matter of kicking her aside. Wang Zhenzhen, oblivious, warmly introduced, this is my classmate Chen Yu. He teaches at Sunshine Primary School with me now. Luo Kaiping hurriedly extended his hand, his smile sincere. So you are teacher Chen, I've heard a lot about you. I am Luo Kaiping. Hello, Mr. Luo. Chen Yu shook his hand, his gaze lingering slightly longer on his face. This honest yet nearly dull young man would one day tear apart the entire world due to his mother's death. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor and Luo Kaiping and his mother exited. Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen continued to ascend, directly arriving in front of her door. As the door opened, the living room came into view. A plump woman in her 30s wearing an apron was bowing her head to arrange the tableware. Beside her stood a woman in a fitted pink sweater, her waist and hips well-defined, long legs straight, bending down to chop green onions. Ma Xiaoling, Chen Yu is here, Wang Zhenzhen called out. Ouyang Jiajia turned her head at the sound, her gaze brightening the moment it landed on Chen Yu. From childhood to adulthood, her daughter had hardly ever mentioned a boy's name. But in recent days the name Chen Yu had repeatedly popped up in her casual chats with Ma Xiaoling. She had quietly inquired and learned that they taught at the same school and were classmates, so she had kept it in mind, wanting to see for herself. Indeed, she was not disappointed. Height, demeanor, looks, and expression all were impeccable, bringing a sense of reassurance. No wonder her daughter had been mentioning him with an undeniable excitement these past few days. Wang Zhenzhen linked her arm with Chen Yu's and introduced Chen Yu. This is my mommy, doesn't she look young? Yu Zhenzhen and Xiaoling are all classmates, they'll call you Xiao Chen, shall I? Come and don't be shy. Upon entering the living room, Wang Zhenzhen hugged the girl in the pink sweater and said with a grin, Xiaoling, I don't need to say much, right? Of course I remember. Chen Yu smiled as he looked at her. It's been 2 years, yet Ma Xiaoling still shines brightly. But Ma Xiaoling was stunned, blurting out, you are Chen Yu. Xiaoling, were you scared? Wang Zhenzhen had anticipated this moment. Don't mention it, I was also stunned when I first saw him again. He's completely different from 2 years ago. Ouyang Jiajia frowned slightly. What's wrong? Mommy, take a look at this. Then you'll understand why. Wang Zhenzhen casually picked up the prepared graduation group photo from the armrest of the sofa, tapping her finger on the slim and tall boy in the corner of the last row. Here, this is what Chen Yu looked like right after graduation. Doesn't he look completely different now? Ouyang Jiajia was taken aback. The face in the photo with its brow bone, eye shape, and jawline was undeniably his, yet it felt like a decade had passed. His demeanor was calm, his expression assured, and his figure was as sleek and proportionate, as if sculpted, transforming from a neighbor's boy into the protagonist of a movie poster. Zhenzhen, you must have planned this beforehand, right? Ma Xiaoling slapped her thigh, pretending to glare at her. At this moment, she finally realized that Wang Zhenzhen's rummaging for graduation photos that morning was not out of nostalgia, but rather waiting to see her dumbfounded expression. I can't be the only one in shock. Wang Zhenzhen laughed, completely different from the serious class monitor she used to be. Come, Xiao Chen, sit down. Let's eat and chat. The food will lose its flavor if it gets cold. Ouyang Jiajia smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Chen Yu sat down comfortably, his demeanor relaxed. Just as the four of them raised their juice cups, the television screen suddenly flickered, cutting into the midday news. Hello friends in front of the television, I am the host Feifei. At 1015 this morning, a robbery occurred at the Lihao Hotel in Shatian district involving firearms. 5 people were injured, and the stolen jewelry was valued at over 10 million. After receiving the call, our city's police arrived on the scene, within 5 minutes capturing all 4 armed suspects and recovering all the stolen items. Notably, a kind citizen remained calm and assisted the police in successfully rescuing the hostages. Now let's see the live footage from the scene. The scene shifted. At the entrance of a clothing store, Chen Yu stood before the camera, a miniature microphone pinned to his chest. Sir, hello, I am reporter Lily from the television station. I heard you sprinted into the store carrying a refrigerator and subdued several armed robbers on the spot. Is that true? Facing the microphone, the beautiful female host, and the bright lights of the camera, he simply smiled, his expression clean and steady. All the credit goes to the police comrades, who I just lent a hand. As for running with a refrigerator for 100 meters, that's purely an exaggeration by bystanders. Don't you think so, Miss Lily? Haha, indeed. The camera then shifted to several police officers for an interview. At the dining table, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Chen Yu's face, silence enveloping them for 2 seconds. No one expected that this handsome young man who had just entered had actually fought against armed robbers half an hour ago. Hong Kong residents are used to news, but having an eyewitness sitting at their own dining table, such a thing is rare, even in dreams. Wang Zhenzhen's lips parted slightly as she exclaimed, Chen Yu, is that really you on the television? So that's why you were late? Chen Yu nodded, yes, it's me. That's so cool. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. When I saw the hostages being held, my feet just moved first. His tone was calm, as if he were merely talking about helping a neighbor carry a bag of rice. The main forces are still the police. What I did really isn't much. This statement struck Ma Xiaoling's heart. She herself would have to weigh her options carefully in the face of an armed robbery, let alone an ordinary student without training. This kind of courage cannot be feigned or hidden. Ouyang Jiajia looked at him, her gaze warm and bright, as if quietly lighting up a lamp. After finishing their meal and lingering for a moment, Chen Yu stood up to bid farewell. He had things to attend to and couldn't stay long. Ouyang Jiajia originally planned to take them to Causeway Bay in the afternoon for a stroll and to get to know each other better, but upon hearing this, she looked slightly regretful, yet still smiled, and reminded him, be sure to come earlier next time. Buy some iron blocks. Yes, something thicker, oh, just pay the market price. At a secluded scrap metal station on the outskirts of the city, the owner, smoking a cigarette, sized up the young man in front of him, encountering such an order for the first time. But with business coming in, why not be happy? He pointed towards the yard. Go ahead, pick whichever you want, they're all over there. The owner led Chen Yu through the iron gate, turning into the corner of the yard. In front of him lay a small mountain of rusted iron pieces, old steel frames that had been taken down, discarded gears, and broken mechanical arms lying haphazardly, their surfaces covered with reddish-brown blotches like dried blood scabs. He specifically sourced this type of material from scrap stations and demolition sites, sorting, compressing, and cleaning it up before selling it at a low price to a steel mill in Tunmun. Chen Yu pulled out several hundred Hong Kong dollars, asking for a few hundred pounds of rusted iron. The owner shouted to load the goods onto a tricycle, stopping at a dimly lit fork in the road at the mouth of a pond. I called a car to pick you up, he waved his hand. As the tricycle's tail disappeared around the bend, Chen Yu glanced around to confirm no one was around, then raised his hand to sweep, and the entire pile of iron blocks silently sank into the void. That was a storage compartment he had just unlocked that morning, about 10 cubic meters, empty, dark, and dust-free. Now that he could operate at night, he finally didn't have to carry things around the streets hiding from people. In Hong Kong, the space is narrow and crowded, but the liveliness is only found in Central Causeway Bay and Tsim Sha Tsui. Further out, the mountains remain mountains and the forests remain forests, so wild that even dogs rarely go there. The bay by the Qing Shui Park is even more deserted. The rocks jut out like teeth, and the tidal flats are overgrown with reeds taller than a person, with a thin freshwater stream behind it winding through the forest and leading straight to the sea. No one has developed it, nor is anyone managing it. The grass and weeds grow wildly, and swarms of mosquitoes gather. As the night breeze began, 3 black vehicles rolled in over the gravel. When the headlights went out, Liang Kuan jumped out of the car, his leather shoes crunching on the grit. 7 henchmen followed closely behind, their hands resting on their waists, their expressions tense like drawn bowstrings. 3 of them had bulging pockets, clearly concealing weapons. While other bosses collect protection fees, run gambling dens, and raise horses, he chose a different path, having ventured into the flower industry years ago. In recent years, money has been rolling in, and people have been joining. The guns have quietly been procured as well. But dealing with flower is risky. One mistake could lead to imprisonment, so he treads carefully. This deal is the significant work he has been saving up for half a year. He squinted as he scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice. Leave 1 to watch the car, the rest follow me into the reeds. Got it, Kuan brother. The lookout squatted behind the car as Liang Kuan led 6 men into the reeds. The dry stalks brushed against their pant legs, the dampness mingling with the fishy scent creeping into their necks. The brackish waterway was hidden deep within its surface, narrow and shallow, allowing only speedboats to glide in close to the muddy shore. This was the most secure spot for a transaction. But after just a few steps, he irritably waved his arm. Damn it. It's not even summer yet, and the mosquitoes are already practicing their drills. He turned back to scold the 4th man. Are you out of your mind? Choosing this godforsaken place to meet? The 4th man grinned awkwardly, his throat tight, not daring to mention the word hidden. No one else chimed in, only the beam of flashlight flickered among the reeds, cutting through the thick darkness. After more than 10 minutes passed, the front suddenly brightened. The waterway had arrived. A speedboat quietly docked at the shore with 5 dark figures standing at the edge of the boat, like 5 silent stone statues. Oh, are you here? Sorry to keep you waiting. Liang Kuan instantly changed his demeanor, his smile warm and sincere, as if he hadn't just been cursing. The leader of the Vietnamese on the opposite side spoke in broken Cantonese. We are punctual. Mr. Liang Kuan, where is the money? It's here. The other party showed no interest in small talk, and his smile instantly vanished as he gestured. The 4th man immediately stepped forward, slamming the box down on the ground and flipping open the lid. A pile of red $1,000 bills neatly stacked, the smell of ink mixed with the coldness of the metal money clip rushing straight into their noses. Liang Kuan kicked the edge of the box with his toes. 2 million even. Want me to count it? Go ahead. The Vietnamese man did not respond, merely nodding to his subordinate. The man crouched down to inspect the cash, while tossing a bulging bag at Liang Kuan's feet. The goods are all inside. Without waiting for orders, another thug half knelt and unzipped the bag. The Vietnamese leader's voice was low, like sandpaper scraping against iron. 10 M2000 pistols, 2 MP5s, and 50 pistol magazines. The MP5s come with 5 extra magazines, each containing 30 rounds. The firepower is enough to take down half a police station. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the air. Several thugs stared at the blue glowing gun bodies in the box, their Adam's apples bobbing as sweat drenched their palms. Liang Kuan's eyes lit up, but in the next moment his brows furrowed and his tone grew heavy. We are all familiar with each other. Why is the price suddenly so steep this time? Years ago, Liang Kuan had done a few small deals with the other party's subordinates. The first was a legitimate transaction, and the subsequent ones were merely for purchasing a few handguns for others. But this time the unit price had more than tripled, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. Unfortunately, he was not the only one feeling this way. The Vietnamese boss did not even raise his eyelids, his voice dry. Recently, goods are scarce and higher prices are reasonable. Are you expecting us to work for free? Of course, if you think it's too expensive, you can choose not to buy. But the deposit is non-refundable, and the transportation costs must be paid in full, not a cent less. Before his words fell, two Vietnamese behind him pressed their hands to their waists, pulling back their jackets half an inch to reveal two dark, menacing gun barrels aimed straight ahead. Want to swallow the goods? Do you think I haven't seen a gun before? Liang Kuan sneered, remaining motionless. The three men behind him raised their arms in unison, three handguns aimed squarely at the opponent's chests. The Vietnamese boss glanced at the three guns, his throat moving slightly, his voice becoming even hoarser. In business, we speak of trust. Black eating black. That's not how it works. But speaking of which, if you don't take the goods, you still owe us 1/10 of the transportation fee. This is the rule of the trade. Liang Kuan shrugged, spreading his hands. If you want it, of course I will take it. It is indeed expensive, but for me, Liang Kuan, 2 million. Just a drop in the bucket. Just as he finished speaking, the reeds in the distance suddenly shook violently, rustling, like something massive crashed against the water's surface, startling everyone to turn around. Who? Liang Kuan shouted sharply. No one responded from the darkness. In the next moment, a muffled bang sounded and the reeds exploded into a cloud of splintered leaves, followed by sharp, whistling sounds that tore through the air, the sound of something cutting through the wind at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. As the whistling began, Liang Kuan's two subordinates, along with the two Vietnamese holding flashlights, screamed in unison. Their hands exploded, blood splattering everywhere, and the area was instantly plunged into darkness. The sudden turn of events was shocking, but not a single one of these men was weak. Those who dared to squat on the desolate beach with guns were as tough as iron. Once the light went out, everyone almost simultaneously crouched, turned sideways, and lowered their gun barrels, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in the direction of the swaying reeds. The gunfire was deafening. Unfortunately, the flashes of light only burnt through a few reeds, failing to capture even a shadow. Several meters away, behind another patch of reeds, Chen Yu, dressed in gray sportswear, remained expressionless, his gaze coldly and accurately locking onto Liang Kuan's group through the gaps. For him, this night was no different from day. He held a scrap of iron the size of a ping-pong ball in his palm, its shape crooked and its edges sharp. With a grip strength of several tons, this piece of iron, when thrown, had an initial speed more ferocious than a bullet targeting only the light sources. His physique, 100 times beyond normal, was not just about strength. His reflexes, vision, and muscle elasticity all deviated from the norm. In the afternoon, he had collected a pile of scrap iron and shattered it with his bare hands, practicing throwing for an hour. Within 100 meters, he never missed a shot. This was the long-range method he had devised to deal with Liang Kuan and his armed men charging heat in the open beach. With bullets flying everywhere, he wasn't crazy enough to wager his flesh against the bullets of their submachine guns, unless he truly awakened his iron body one day. At this moment, his gaze darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, the scrap iron left his hand. The piercing whistle rose again, and wherever it passed, the reeds exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Screams followed in quick succession. Two Vietnamese and one of Liang Kuan's subordinates had their arms struck as if they were hit by cannonballs, skin bursting and bone shattered. Over there, Liang Kuan had just shouted half a sentence. The remaining three were already howling in agony. Their arm bones were all shattered, sleeves torn, blood gushing all over the ground. The gunfire abruptly ceased. Everyone capable of firing a weapon had their wrists shattered. Liang Kuan fell to the ground, his heart racing. Using a bit of moonlight, he caught sight of the bag just a few steps away. His eyes hardened, and he rolled over to pounce on it, reaching for a gun. Whoosh! Another piece of iron flew in, crashing like a cannonball into his left shoulder. Bang! The impact sent him rolling on the ground. His shoulder blade cracked on the spot, and he let out a pig-like scream, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, collapsing on the ground, unable to move. The remaining few, upon seeing this, did not dare to breathe, crouching tightly, their eyes wide and terror-stricken, their bodies stiff. What was happening? Is this place haunted? Not only Liang Kuan was dumbfounded, but even the few Vietnamese who were hit by the scrap iron turned pale, glancing around in panic, their hands trembling so much they couldn't hold their guns. The surroundings were empty, no sign of life, only the rustling sound of the reeds being violently stirred. As the wind blew past, someone would grunt and fall to the ground, their bones dislocated, their organs ruptured, yet until their last breath, they had no idea what had struck them. Is this not a ghost? Just as they were in a state of panic, the reeds in the distance suddenly exploded, and a dark shadow splashed into the clear water, silently, overwhelming, and suffocating, forcibly tearing open a pathway. Bang! One thug was kicked in the chest by Chen Yu, his ribs collapsing completely, and his spinal vertebrae piercing through his skin, sending him flying like a marionette with cut strings for over 10 meters. It's a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the scream burst out, it abruptly stopped, as if cut off by a knife. Chen Yu did not hold back and showed no mercy. Within seconds, everyone was dead. The bodies lay scattered over a 10-meter radius, contorted in death, blood still warm. The night swallowed the last traces of struggle, leaving only Chen Yu standing at the charred edge. Meanwhile, a faint sound echoed in his mind. Kill the plot character, break the original trajectory, plunder 10 points of origin, and increase the fusion rate by 1%. As expected, the corners of his lips curled slightly, yet his eyes remained calm. Last night, when he heard Liang Kuan bragging about transaction details in the tea restaurant, he had initially planned to secretly harm them, drive away the team, and then steal the money and guns. But after encountering Jojo this morning, he changed his mind. Now it seemed that killing Liang Kuan, this plot anchor character, truly disrupted the underlying rules of the world. The origin was secured, and the fusion rate had indeed increased. As for killing for the first time, there was nothing special about it. It was not disgusting, nor did he tremble, not even his heartbeat quickened. Chen Yu glanced at the mess on the ground, bent down to pick up the money box and the bag, and with a flick of his fingers the two items vanished into thin air. He turned and walked into the darkness, never looking back. The chill of early spring had not faded. The grass shoots were just beginning to sprout, but the dead branches and leaves piled thick, having been drenched in the gasoline he had earlier poured. The flames ignited instantly. Before long, the flames surged, engulfing the reeds, burning away all traces, not even leaving a trace of ash behind. Outside the reed patch, the remaining thugs stared at the suddenly rising flames, stunned in place. Indeed, without night grass, horses won't gain weight. Without windfall, people won't get rich. Inside the room, Chen Yu sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers pinching a stack of brand new banknotes, bright red and blinding. He smiled slightly. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had touched 2 million in cash. But compared to this money, that 1% increase in fusion rate truly warmed his heart. At this moment, he could clearly sense, even in the dead of night, every cell in his body was accelerating, tearing apart, reorganizing, and growing stronger. With the windfall in hand, what to do next? Spend it. Am I supposed to worship it as an ancestor? The next day, Chen Yu went to change his house, buy a phone, and pick up a car. He couldn't keep going to the bar for a couple of drinks and then call a taxi to sway back. Especially that night, when he was hugging the girl hailing a taxi on the street, a few bouncers at the entrance were staring at him with wide eyes, running after him. He remembered that expression clearly. The area of Tunjiao was too old, with narrow alleys and mixed tenants. An old lady upstairs coughed 3 times in the middle of the night, the uncle downstairs cursed twice, and there were frequent clangs from the iron doors next door. In the 1980s, Hong Kong foreign cars were everywhere, yet the tax on new cars was ridiculously high. Cheaper cars turned out to be more of a loss. Instead, mid-range to luxury cars were more cost-effective. After much deliberation, he spent hundreds of thousands to buy a Bentley. It wasn't eye-catching, but it was impressive enough on this street. He didn't consider a Mercedes S-Class, a BMW M model, or a Ferrari. Nothing caught his eye. Just as Chen Yu was signing the contract at the dealership, the massive fire that had burned all night in the reed marsh finally extinguished. The scene was surrounded by police and firefighters with white sheets covering multiple bodies on the scorched ground. There was a shootout here last night, resulting in 12 deaths. Bullet casings were found in several places on the ground. The deceased included Liang Kuan from the Hongxing gang and 3 of his subordinates, with a few others confirmed to be from Vietnam. Preliminary conclusions suggest that the parties involved had a conflict over a transaction, Kwang Tianyu said in a low voice, his brow furrowed. But hey, raised the problem. There was neither cash found at the scene nor any firearms. He paused. This indicates that at least one third party was truly present. It was a black incident, wiping out both the people and the goods. Gao Bao gasped, damn. Which gang is bold enough to target Liang Kuan and leave no survivors? Kwang Tianyu shook his head. This is the hardest part to investigate. The fire burned too completely, leaving the wounds on the bodies blurred, making it difficult to even determine the type of weapon used. Nearby Police Chief Lu Hai listened, pressed his temple with a hand, and spoke calmly. All right, let's determine the case direction as a gang conflict. Both sides intended to rob each other, but ended up getting caught in the crossfire, leaving only a lookout alive to tell the tale. Lu Hai quickly sealed the case with just a few words. Gang conflicts in Hong Kong are as common as street vendors selling fish balls. Losing 10 or so people at once sounds frightening, but in reality, it's just a bunch of thugs stabbing each other. Deaths happen, but no one truly cares. Having worked in this field for decades, what scenes has he not witnessed? Years ago, those armed clashes involved hundreds or thousands of people clashing, blood flowing so freely that the entire street turned red, gunfire shattering windows in Central, and the city being on lockdown for at least 3 days. But boss, Kwang Tianyu just started to speak when he was interrupted. He had just gone through several charred bodies and felt something was off. Under the burnt skin, the muscle structure seemed unnatural. Stop, no more buts. Lu Hai waved his hand decisively. Pack it up. The rest is for the Serious Crimes Unit and Forensics. In Kowloon Bay at noon, Chen Yu sat at the edge of the terrace in a sky restaurant on the top floor of a 100-meter-high building, leisurely cutting his steak. Beyond the half-person high transparent glass railing, the shimmering Victoria Harbor and the tall buildings of Central filled his view, offering a panoramic view of half of Hong Kong. As the wind blew, even his heartbeat felt like it was relaxing. Of course, this pleasure didn't come cheap. A meal easily cost thousands, enough for an ordinary white-collar worker to survive on instant noodles for a month. Thinking of the more than 1 million he spent that morning, he paused with his fork, shaking his head with a light laugh. So this is how the rich live. It's not really living, it's acting out a life. The newly rented apartment was in eastern Hong Kong, well-furnished, costing $30,000 a month, equivalent to his entire annual salary. He didn't bat an eye while signing the contract. He directly paid for a year. Money. It had long ceased to feel hot in his hands. Especially that morning, the dormant power within him finally awakened. His X-ray ability was activated. Though he couldn't fight or explode, he could see into safes through walls, clear out hidden compartments in casinos, and penetrate jewelry stores with ease. Money came as quickly as turning on a tap. Even better, when sunlight shone upon him, he could distinctly hear billions of cells in his body racing, tearing, compressing, and reorganizing so fast it felt like he had pressed the fast-forward button. His enhanced speed was several times stronger than yesterday, simply because his integration rate had quietly climbed to 3. Another surprising thing, after mentally repeating, "I want to control electricity," for 2 consecutive nights before sleep, he thought it was just a self-hypnosis joke. But this morning, when he opened his eyes, a thin spark of electricity suddenly shot out from his fingertip, crackling slightly between his fingers. Too weak to light up an LED bulb, yet it undeniably existed. What did this indicate? It indicated he was right. Despite only being at 3, he was no longer an ordinary superhuman, but a silver super capable of actively birthing new abilities according to his environment and thoughts. The electric arc was just the beginning. In the future, it would grow thicker, fiercer, and unstoppable, one day splitting the clouds as easily as tearing paper. This thought made his fingertips feel warm. After all, this was a world where gods and demons roamed. A time-stopping Chen Xiang could turn a steel body into a living target. Bai Suzhen could sweep through Jin Shan with a flick of her sleeve. Relying solely on brute force would eventually lead to hitting a wall. Luckily, he had a path of evolution, not relying on divine gifts or waiting for fortuitous encounters, but depending on himself to gradually forge the lightning into a blade. No rush. Let it build up until the electric cells fill the nerve endings, then truly let it light up. After finishing his meal, he basked in the sun for another 20 minutes before getting up to head downstairs. The car keys jingled in his pocket as he planned to return to pack his belongings, moving out, taking only a few pieces of clothing and some books. The rest belonged to the landlord. But as the elevator doors opened, he found the bald-headed tiger blocking his apartment door, shirtless with veins bulging on his arms. Beside him stood a curly-haired girl in a white t-shirt and jeans, tightly holding a paper box as if cradling something fragile. This is the place. She stood at the balcony corridor, sunlight slanting down, making her look as clean as fresh mountain snow, instantly calming the heart. She held a note with Chun Yu's address in one hand and steadied the box in the other. After knocking 3 times on the door, there was no response. She lightly touched her lower lip with her tongue, murmuring, "It's Sunday. Probably out." As her voice faded, the door next door clicked open. The bald-headed tiger stepped out, revealing a black dragon tattoo grinning on his chest. When he saw the girl outside, his eyes instantly lit up. He grinned, showing off his gold teeth, took a couple of steps forward, and spoke in a sticky, soft voice. "Hey there, pretty girl, you look familiar. You're not from this building, are you?" Jojo stepped back half a step, clenching the corner of the box. "I came to find someone." "Find someone?" The girl's hunched shoulders and tightly twisted fingers made the bald-headed tiger itch with excitement. He grinned and leaned closer. "Need a hand from Big Brother. I live in this building. Oh, maybe the person you're looking for, I really know them." No, thanks." She quickly shook her head. "Oh, come on, why be polite? In bald tiger, always loyal, and I see." "See what?" A cold voice suddenly interrupted from behind. The bald-headed tiger froze, sweat bristling on the back of his neck. The girl turned at the sound, her eyes instantly brightening as she spotted Chen Yu stepping out of the elevator, sparkling like stars. Chen Yu approached calm and steady in his steps, yet the oppressive aura surrounding him made it hard for anyone to breathe heavily. The bald-headed tiger instinctively retracted his neck, forced a smile, his voice trembling. Chen, boss, it's nothing." The man who had been so arrogant just moments ago now seemed as if his spine had been ripped out. No wonder. What happened that night had long shattered his arrogance. Not only did he get beaten badly, but more crucially, that person single-handedly overturned over 100 people. Even the spokesperson from Lianxing and the leader of Hongxing ended up in ICU and have yet to fully recover. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such ferocity? As for revenge, they shouted loudly, but when it came to action, they each hit deeper. What happened that night only quietly circulated in a small circle around Tunjiao, and the outside world had no wind of it. 2 spokespersons felt embarrassed and kept quiet, others just took it as boasting. 1 against 100. What is this, a Hong Kong movie? Chen Yu's gaze swept over the bald-headed tiger, his tone as measured as if it were measured with a ruler. "Don't call me Chen, boss. I'm not involved with gangs. And by the way, are you proud of harassing a young girl?" The bald-headed tiger hurriedly waved his hands. Chen boss, I really didn't. I just asked if she needed help, right? This young lady. He quickly turned to Jojo, blinking with desperate eyes. Jojo bit her lip, finally whispering, didn't bully me. Chen Yu fell silent, simply waving his hand. Let's go. Just a word. Being in a society doesn't mean you can have no bottom line. Even if you're a scoundrel, at least maintain some decency. Yes. Big brother Chen, I remember. The bald man felt as if he had been pardoned, turning to flee his back, looking as if he were being chased by knives. These past few days, he didn't even dare take the elevator on time, timing his movements to avoid when Chen Yu might be around, yet he still ran into him. Fortunately, this young man didn't bring a stick today. Watching the big man who had just been glaring angrily turn into a quivering quail in front of Chen Yu, the girl quietly blinked. Once the person had walked away, Chen Yu turned to her, his tone softening a bit. You didn't come to find me just to thank me for helping you yesterday, did you? She lowered her eyes, and when she raised them again, her voice was light, but clear. To you, it was just a casual helping hand. But to me, it was a return to solid ground. I know for someone like you, mentioning money seems vulgar, as if smearing dirt on your face. But doing nothing makes me feel empty inside. So this morning I made some snacks myself. My skills are poor, and I worry you might not be used to them, but it's from the heart. As she spoke, she handed over a plain white box from her arms. Seeing him refuse the Good Citizen Award yesterday, she had already concluded this was someone who viewed money as dust. What she didn't know was that Chen Yu was rolling his eyes inside. Who said I don't love money? You could stuff me with an $80,000 red envelope, and I would definitely accept it more steadily than anyone else. The girl's hand trembled slightly as she handed over the box, but Chen Yu just smiled, reached out to take it, and casually asked, Want to come in for a bit? Sorry to bother you. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she answered straightforwardly. In the living room, Jojo sat on the edge of the sofa, her fingertips unconsciously stroking her knees, her gaze sweeping around the room. Chen Yu sat across from her and opened the box. Inside were a few small bear-shaped cookies sprinkled with dark chocolate stars on their backs. He picked one up and took a bite. The crisp sound was clear and the sweetness spread across his tongue as he nodded, saying, Not bad, delicious. Her lips curved into a smile. A good snack could quietly melt away the tension in a person's heart. By the time the box of cookies was nearly empty, the thin layer of ice between them had almost melted away. At least she felt relieved. Chen Yu. He had never been tense. Just in time, I need a helper, Jojo. Can you help me tidy up the room? Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Tidying up the room. The girl blinked momentarily, not reacting. Chen Yu explained, I just rented a new apartment, and this trip back is to move some things over. Oh, got it. Sure. Upon hearing it was serious help, she immediately agreed, her tone filled with eagerness. Big brother Chen, do we need to take this? Yes. What about this? Leave that we want need it. Okay. With her quick cooperation, it didn't take long for everything that needed packing to be ready. Not much to take. 2 boxes, a backpack, and a suitcase filled with clothes. That was all his belongings. As they went downstairs, she caught sight of Chen Yu's new Bentley with a temporary license plate. She glanced at it briefly without showing any surprise. There were plenty of cars at home, and she had seen many luxury models. A Bentley was not enough to make her widen her eyes. Since they had agreed to dinner, she didn't rush to leave, but rather excitedly climbed into the passenger seat. Chen Yu only curved the corners of his mouth, saying nothing more. As the engine roared to life, the car drove through Causeway Bay, twisting and turning before stopping in front of a brand new apartment building. She followed him with a box in her arms, taking the elevator directly to the 33rd floor, then followed him as he swiped the card to enter. Although they could move in just by carrying their bags, Chen Yu still took a few minutes to tidy up. Jojo turned around curiously beside him, her eyes full of novelty. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, exquisitely decorated, and the large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room faced the vibrant street scene below with a bright view and a solid location. Otherwise, with a monthly rent of $30,000, no one would be willing to pay. Once everything was arranged, Chen Yu opened the fridge, tossed her a can of soda, and opened one for himself, gulping it down with a long sigh of relief. He smiled and clapped his hands. Let's go, thank you for your help, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Her ears turned slightly warm and her voice became softer. Actually, I didn't do much. Compared to your saving me, this little thing is nothing. Chen Yu shook his head. A favor is a favor. Besides, about what happened yesterday when you handed me that box of snacks in the afternoon, it was settled. Bringing it up repeatedly feels awkward. If we can't even be friends, do you understand? She looked into his clear eyes, which held no pretense or politeness. She pressed her lips together and nodded vigorously. Yes, big brother Chen. During dinner, he casually asked, By the way, Jojo, what's your Chinese name? After spending an afternoon together, the layer of estrangement between them had quietly dissolved. Xiao Qian. Big brother Chen, just call me Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian. Chen Yu paused. Not because he thought of Nia Xiao Qian from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, but because of Wu Qian's Qian. Some things upon reflection really felt like they had been quietly arranged by someone. Dinner ended and the sky darkened. Chen Yu drove her back to school. The car stopped at the dormitory entrance. Just as she pushed open the car door, Chen Yu suddenly rolled down the window. Xiao Qian, we're something eye-catching tomorrow night. I'm taking you to an interesting place. Huh. She was taken aback, her face suddenly flushing, her gaze colliding with his clean and bright face in the driver's seat, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Evening, eye-catching, interesting place. These words together indeed made one's heart race. He waved at her. Remember, tomorrow night at 8, wait for me here. She stood there, even the tips of her ears were flushed. The Red Hall was bustling tonight, all for Andy Lau. Chen Yu circled around 2 streets before finding a parking spot. The tickets had been sold out long ago, and there weren't even any scalpers with extra tickets. His inner-field ticket had been obtained through connections, an excellent position close to the stage, which couldn't be bought from outside. Wajai, Wajai. Tens of thousands of voices roared in unison, the sound waves almost lifting the roof. The venue lights dimmed, and a spotlight suddenly illuminated the center of the stage. The crowd erupted in screams, with the girls' shouts reaching near hysteria. The excitement felt as if the sky was falling. Nothing could compare to this moment. The king of the 90s truly deserves the title. Chen Yu was enveloped in the heat of the crowd, his heart also warming up, and he found himself clapping along lightly. After all, this was his first time attending a live concert, and it was Andy Lau. How to face the days we once walked through together. Now I am the only one moving forward. The deafening drumbeat exploded, mixed with that highly recognizable deep voice. The stage lights suddenly poured down. The performance had begun. The originally scheduled 2.5-hour show was dragged to 11 o'clock by the audience's tsunami-like calls. Wajai returned for 5 encores, his voice already hoarse, yet he still smiled and bowed in gratitude. On the way back, Chen Yu stared at the red countdown at the intersection ahead, the buzzing echoes of the thousands singing still ringing in his ears, and suddenly spoke softly. This circle really has some flavor. In the 80s and 90s, Hong Kong was a place where entertainment was faith, known as the Oriental Hollywood. The stories on the screen were vivid, the melodies in the records entered the bones, and a group of artists' names were engraved into the fabric of the era. Relying on genuine skills rather than filters, each had their own character standing out as a brand. That was the hottest golden age of Hong Kong, and also its last grand firework display. After the millennium, the internet spread, data surged, the music industry first lost its voice, and the film industry soon followed, losing its light and shadow. If he didn't push a little, lend a hand, or ignite a spark in this finale, Chen Yu always felt like he was watching a fine brew being poured into the mud. He had no intention of stepping on stage to perform, nor did he disdain to squeeze into the spotlight. But what if he quietly planted those songs that had been sung for 10 years, and those scripts that swept the globe into this soil? To personally uplift a few truly reliable people. Could a godfather be worth a try? Just as she thought of this, a fiery red convertible slowly came to a halt in the right lane. In the driver's seat, Ma Xiaoling leaned back against the seat, her white sweater hugging her waist and hips, the skirt short enough to barely rest at the base of her thighs, her long legs shimmering like cold jade under the streetlight. Hey, Chen Yu. With the window rolled down, she caught sight of him in the car next to hers. Ma, what a coincidence, Chen Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. He spoke first, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Out driving at this time of night? Aren't you afraid of running into someone with ill intentions? Unlike Wang Zhenzhen's gentle demeanor, Ma Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, lifting her chin slightly. Ill intentions? You should first consider if you're worthy enough to attract such attention. Pausing for a moment as if something had caught her, she added, besides, I'm not just wandering. I'm working. Working? Chen Yu feigned confusion. A glint of cunning flashed in Ma Xiaoling's eyes. Yes, working. Zhenzhen didn't mention what I do to you. No, she didn't. He shook his head. She lowered her voice as if sharing a long-buried secret. I'm a cleaner. But not for floors. I clean up those things that shouldn't exist in the human realm. For example, ghosts. Ghosts? She thought that with this revelation at least Chen Yu would flinch or grip the car door. To her surprise, his eyes brightened, instead leaning in closer, excitedly asking, are there really ghosts? What do they look like? Do they wear ancient robes or suits? Aren't you scared? She was taken aback. Scared? He shrugged. I kick bank robbers in the face. Oh, why would I fear a chill? His words sounded crude, but were quite solid. Yet people often claim they aren't afraid, only to feel their legs turn to jelly when the moment arises. Ma Xiaoling snorted inwardly, suddenly smiling. Want to see? Sure. Come with me, and I'll show you right away. All right. Just as she finished speaking, a burst of angry honking erupted from behind. Only then did they realize the red light had changed to green, and a long line of cars had formed behind them. Ma Xiaoling stepped on the gas, the red convertible shooting out like an arrow. Chen Yu followed closely behind the 2 cars, weaving through the night for over half an hour before turning into an old street that had completely lost its streetlights, finally stopping in front of a dilapidated, unfinished building. Bang! The car door swung open and the 2 of them stepped out. Ma Xiaoling was holding a small black box resembling an old-fashioned makeup case, its edges polished to a shine. The energy here is suffocating, she said, looking up at the 20-story empty shell of a building before her, with exposed steel and shattered glass, the entire building resembling the skeletal remains of a giant beast stripped of its skin. Energy. Chen Yu looked around feeling only the chill night breeze and the silent shadows of trees, nothing unusual. He certainly believed her. Only their standards were different. She practiced talismans and magic, while he trained his physical strength and blood energy. The ghost had not yet manifested, so it was naturally well hidden. If it truly lunged out, the reaction back in the alley would have torn it to shreds. Ma Xiaoling's expression turned serious as she turned to him. Chen Yu, don't wander off, stay close to me. As she said this, her fingers tightened slightly. She only wanted to pierce through his nonchalant facade, but the oppressive resentment lurking in this building was so heavy it made the air itself feel dense. It seemed the joke had gone too far. Such intense resentment could only come from a ghost of no small caliber, at least a fierce ghost. Dealing with such a malevolent entity required her utmost focus. If a fierce ghost harmed Chen Yu, she would feel guilty. More importantly, she had no way to explain it to Zhenzhen. After all, her best friend had recently shown a bit of interest in this guy. Leaving him alone downstairs, that would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Once targeted by a fierce ghost, by the time she rushed down, it would already be too late. In the darkness, Ma Xiaoling carried her treasure box, her demon-slaying staff, firmly in hand, and stepped into the abandoned building first. Chen Yu followed closely behind. The hall was eerily empty, littered with broken bricks and debris. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Yu felt a chill penetrating to his bones, the temperature dropping by more than 10 degrees. The already dim light seemed to be sucked away by something, instantly becoming darker. The atmosphere was far more intense than the ghost he had dispersed with a punch last time. Chen Yu smirked slightly. It's quite eerie. Looks like there's something here after all. You really aren't scared? Ma Xiaoling glanced at him, her tone laced with helplessness. Why did he seem so eager to try it out? Not scared. He shrugged excitedly, adding, by the way, Ma, do you have any cow's tears in your bag? Rub a little on me, let me see too. Cow's tears? What on earth is that? Want to see it? Fine. Seeing that he truly wasn't afraid, Ma Xiaoling simply put down the box, her left hand forming seals, her lips moving as she chanted a few short incantations. Then with a flick of her fingertip, she gently brushed across his eyes. In an instant, a cool force pressed against his eyelids. The scene before him suddenly flipped. Within the pitch-black hall, wisps of faint red mist began to rise, drifting slowly like blood threads. That red mist is ghostly energy. Ordinary ghostly energy is grayish-white. But this one is red, indicating its malevolence is too strong. I've heard that it has already harmed several workers recently, and the resentment has boiled over. Though it hasn't revealed itself, the direction of the ghostly energy shows where it is hiding. Let's go, time is of the essence. Okay. The two followed the mist into the stairwell, their footsteps hurried as they rushed up to the 10th floor. As soon as they stood still, the entire floor was enveloped in dark red mist, as if submerged in solidified plasma. Be careful. Ma Xiaoling's breath quickened, her gaze fixed on the corridor ahead. Each of the black, gaping doors was as deep as the entrance to hell. Chen Yu stood behind her, breathing steadily, slightly tilting his head, as if sensing something. Someone was watching them from the shadows. Cackle. The laughter came abruptly, high-pitched, intermittent, and without reason. Before the sound faded, the crimson mist surged like a wave, engulfing both of them in an instant. When Ma Xiaoling regained her focus, she found herself back in the first-floor hall, and Chen Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Oh no. The ghost realm. It can teleport. Chen Yu is in danger. Her face changed drastically as she turned and dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, Chen Yu squinted, fixating on the end of the corridor. Cackle. Die. All of you die. Tattered red clothing hung down, limbs twisted and contorted, firmly affixed to the ceiling. Black hair danced wildly in the absence of wind, failing to cover the face torn in half beneath. From the gaping mouth, dark saliva dripped to the ground, sizzling. Accompanied by that eerie laughter, it was a vivid scene of death pressing down silently. For an ordinary person, it would surely shatter their courage. But Chen Yu only muttered, the one dying is you. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sinking in his waist and abdomen, the power within him erupting explosively. His body shot forth like a released arrow, his clothing fluttering, heading straight for the ghostly figure's abdomen. His right foot stomped down fiercely. Boom. Blue electricity coiled around his calf, crackling loudly, his entire leg transforming into a heavenly thunder axe, striking the ghostly body with immense force. At this moment, his single-leg explosive power exceeded 20 tons, combined with a sprint nearing half the speed of sound. This strike had the force of 100 tons, comparable to a heavy truck loaded with sand and stones crashing heat-in. Moreover, after an afternoon of refinement, the originally thin arc of electricity now steadily covered half of his calf, the thunderous light bright and blinding. The ghostly entity let out a piercing shriek. Boom. The air exploded, electric serpents darting wildly, the concrete slab beneath his feet crumbling piece by piece, debris flying, a gust of wind sweeping through half the corridor. This kick finally made contact with the ghostly body. No flare, just sheer force. The ghostly figure exploded upon impact. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Yu's gaze was like a knife piercing straight ahead. The red mist churned the two halves of the ghostly body, quickly regrouped, its split face still menacing, but its aura was noticeably weakened, its malevolence dimming. Ah, die. The piercing shriek tore through the air enough to send an ordinary person into a daze. The long hair of the vengeful spirit suddenly elongated each strand like a poisoned black spear aimed directly at Chen Yu's face. It was fast, yet in Chen Yu's eyes it moved as though caught in an old film reel, slow but clear. He shrugged his shoulders slightly, his hair brushing against his clothes, not even snagging the hem of his garment. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yu's fingers suddenly grasped a strand of ghostly hair. The chilling cold immediately surged up his wrist, colder than any physical entity, resembling the frozen mist formed in the depths of an abyss, specifically targeting the divine sense of the living, rendering them paralyzed and helpless. But just as the cold began to lick at his palm, the fierce energy that had been dormant deep within his cells, forged through countless days of absorbing sunlight, was abruptly awakened. Golden light erupted from his palm, the ghostly hair crackling as it ignited, quickly turning into wisps of green smoke. Almost simultaneously, a wave of scorching blood energy flickered and vanished from within him. The ghostly hair recoiled as if electrocuted, and the malevolent spirit's fierce eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of trepidation. Chen Yu shook his hand, a slight smile at the corner of his lips. All right, a superhero truly can defeat a ghost. He couldn't actively summon solar energy, but as long as a shadowy entity approached him, it would instinctively leap out to attack, just like last time in the alley. He moved his wrists a bit, fixing his gaze on the shadow huddled at the end of the corridor. The warm-up is over. It's time to meet the third face. Ah, damn. You all should die. The vengeful spirit howled in retreat, its form morphing into a pool of dark ink as it hurriedly withdrew. It had initially intended to eliminate this seemingly powerless man before dealing with Ma Xiaoling. Little did it expect that this man had no fluctuations of spiritual power, yet possessed an abnormal strength, unable to be harmed even by the ghostly hair. Even worse, the soul-piercing shriek seemed to land on cotton. The remnants of human memory instinctively urged it to retreat. But as it tried to flee, Chen Yu would not allow it. Stop! Before the low shout fell, he had already surged forward. His afterimage created 3 or 4 shadows. Just as the ghostly figure crashed against the wall, he struck with a powerful punch. Boom! The brick wall exploded like a detonated fused debris, flying as dark red, ghostly energy surged like boiling water. The ghost's shriek was abruptly cut short. The ethereal blue arc from his punch pierced through the incorporeal form once more. Yet Chen Yu felt a chill in his heart beneath the electric light, perhaps due to the ghost's thinness. That punch failed to awaken the dormant solar power in his palm. With dust swirling, the ghostly figure slid along the ground like a black python, effortlessly passing through walls and pillars. Boom! Just as it burrowed into the adjacent wall, Chen Yu stomped down. The cement floor collapsed with a resounding thud. Spiderweb cracks erupted, and both man and ghost fell into the lower level. My shoes. It was only when his feet sank into the pile of debris that he realized both shoes had been blown to dust in the recoil. No time to grieve. Boom, 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 boom. Chen Yu pursued the flickering shadow, his fists and feet like a torrential storm. The hollow brick wall collapsed at a mere touch, and the load-bearing cement slab was blasted out with a hole the size of a bowl. Most of his strikes seemed to miss, but Chen Yu knew. The ghost's aura was thinning inch by inch. It attempted to solidify and counterattack several times, but each time it manifested, he pierced through its chest, leaving it with nothing but a wretched howl. The corridor on the 7th floor completely collapsed, the smoke and dust swirling as the ghostly figure was forced out, its sharp shriek filled with the remnants of its crushed authority. At that moment, from the end of the corridor, Ma Xiaoling's clear incantation resounded. Those who are in the battle array, strike down evil. With a seal of her hand, golden light surged skyward from behind her, the talisman fluttering, and a golden dragon roared upwards. Roar! The dragon's cry shook the soul, and the ghost froze in place. The golden shadow pierced through it, leaving only a bright yellow pentagram that quietly fell to the ground. The pentagram seal firmly landed in her palm, and Ma Xiaoling's lips curved into a smile. No matter how cunning, you still fell into my hands. But, before her words could finish, her gaze suddenly tightened, focusing on the swirling dust ahead. From the depths of darkness, a towering silhouette slowly emerged, silent, yet heavy enough to weigh down the air. The tip of the demon-slaying staff pointed directly at that shadow, her voice tense. State your name. Human or monster? She dared not take it lightly. Even the fierce ghost had fled in panic. The one pursuing it could only be more terrifying. With enemies and allies unclear, one wrong step could lead to utter ruin. Just as she was about to press further, Chen Yu's voice came from the dust, lazy yet tinged with helplessness. Of course I'm human, Ma Xiaoling. Are you really thinking I disguise myself as a ghost to scare you? Chen Yu. Ma Xiaoling blurted out, her brows knitting together. Almost simultaneously, the ghost was suppressed, and the cold, eerie aura that had long haunted the building began to recede like a tide. Moonlight sliced through the collapsed wall crevices, cold and sparse. With this faint light, she finally saw clearly. The man covered in dirt and grime with his collar stained was indeed Chen Yu. He looked just like a construction foreman who had just crawled out of the ruins. She was momentarily stunned. You were the one chasing it just now? Chen Yu brushed off the dust from his sleeves. Otherwise, That thing was as slippery as an eel passing through walls, like walking on flat ground, and hitting it felt like striking cotton. But you. Ma Xiaoling was at a loss for words. She had clearly sensed. He emitted no trace of spiritual energy, his aura clean, like a blank sheet of paper, undoubtedly a pure human. Yet the heavy pressure he had just exerted was anything but ordinary. Her pupils contracted slightly. Are you a superhuman? She was familiar with the term. Occasionally there are those chosen by fate who awaken extraordinary abilities overnight. Various countries secretly have departments that recruit such individuals, mingling with cultivators to form specialized teams handling supernatural events. While sort of Chen Yu did not deny it, nodding in agreement. I really didn't expect. You are actually a superhuman. Even as they stood at the base of the building, Ma Xiaoling looked at Chen Yu, who was brushing off dust from his pants, feeling a buzz in her head. No wonder. I should have thought of that. Last time during the armed robbery, you disarmed the gun with your bare hands and smashed the iron door. That was not something an ordinary person could do. She paused, a spark of interest igniting in her eyes. What's your ability? With his identity revealed, her tone became much lighter, losing the initial politeness and distance. After all, there was no need for similar individuals to tread lightly in conversation. Chen Yu scratched the back of his neck just a bit stronger. You could say that. He'll take it. And this too. He raised his right hand. Several strands of blue electricity danced at his fingertips, weak but clear. Ma Xiaoling's eyes brightened, controlling lightning. That's quite rare. If you could summon thunderclouds, that would be true skill. But just relying on this plus your physique. When an ordinary demon or ghost encounters you, they probably won't leave even a bone fragment. Ordinary demons and ghosts. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. There are different ranks. Of course, she nodded. For instance, the most basic are wandering souls and ghosts drifting around, and only capable of scaring timid individuals into fainting. Next are vengeful spirits attaching themselves to the living. Ordinary people that come into contact with them might go mad or worse, die. As for vengeful ghosts, they are even more troublesome. Their malice solidifies, and wherever they pass there will be untimely deaths. Like the red-clothed vengeful ghost we just dealt with, it was already top tier. Such ghosts are powerful enough to distort space, creating their own eerie domains. Their dark energies surge, and their methods are myriad. Physical attacks are completely ineffective. Without real skill, even a mage wouldn't be able to touch the hem of their garment. Like me, she slightly lifted her chin, her tone exuding confidence. Ma Xiaoling, you are indeed impressive. Chen Yu said openly. He could injure it, but he couldn't keep it. By the end, that red-clothed vengeful ghost would most likely slip away into the wall crevices. Yet Ma Xiaoling with just one move pinned it down inside the pentagram. Of course, this didn't mean she was stronger than him. At this moment, they were close enough that if he threw a punch, she wouldn't be able to dodge. Cough. This was too harsh a truth, better left unsaid. After all, it was merely a matter of different paths. His brute strength was unassuming, lacking the boiling blood of a martial arts expert, while her skills were certainly not as overwhelming as his physical prowess. The two forces did not grow in the same soil at all. By the way, I took this job, and without your help, how could it have gone so smoothly today? I will definitely share the reward with you. Share the money with me. Ma Xiaoling frowned, her lips drooping slightly, the reluctant look on her face clear to Chen Yu. He knew too well how much she valued money. She shrugged, saying, it does hurt a bit. But what's yours is yours, not a penny less. Chen Yu curved his lips, responding, all right, I won't decline then. I didn't expect this unexpected income. If I encounter this kind of job again, don't forget to call me. Depends on the situation. If it turns out to be messy and troublesome, I will naturally seek you out. Chen Yu showcased a few skills tonight, and Ma Xiaoling observed it all, already having an understanding in her heart. He didn't nod in agreement, nor did she force him. This attitude itself was an implicit approval. As the matter settled, the two turned and walked towards the car. Just as she opened the car door, Ma Xiaoling suddenly halted, turning her head to say, since we've been through something together tonight, you can stop calling me student Ma, and just call me Xiaoling directly. Okay. After a hot shower, Chen Yu wrapped in a towel lay on the bed, but his mind buzzed like a high-speed engine, just powered on reviewing, dissecting, deducing. All remnants of the battle just fought. He deliberately displayed his strength in front of Ma Xiaoling, then casually threw out the phrase, if there's a ghost-catching job, remember to call me, which in essence was quietly nailing a stake into the main storyline of Chen Yu. This was also his first time confronting formidable ghostly beings hidden. Overall, the outcome was quite satisfactory. For instance, the natural overpowering sensation of a superhuman bloodline against malevolent entities, the newly awakened thunder energy, though still weak, could already create subtle sounds within the punch's wind, and there was that increasingly pure and wild brute force, sweeping, charging, leaving no room for retreat. Of course, the shortcomings were glaring. Close combat was too crude, with only 2 words to describe the techniques: smash and swing. Against ordinary opponents, he could rely on explosive power and speed to break all techniques, hardly needing any fancy moves. However, when facing an equally matched tough character relying solely on brute force, could easily allow a seasoned opponent to leverage his strength against him, flipping the rhythm with a clever move. And there was no need to mention Jiang Chun, an ancient zombie king who had lived for 1,000 years, whose fists were heavier than time, and whose experience was deeper than the sea. Chen Yu tapped his fingertip on his brow and softly said, I need to find time to buy a few boxing manuals and start practicing from the basics. Actually, it's not a difficult task. Power generation, center of gravity, inch strength, and release of force. These are all switches of the Buddhist instinct. Just flipping through a few proper martial arts books and practicing accordingly will do. For him now it would truly not be a hassle. As the template fusion deepened, he increasingly realized the superhuman was frightening not just for muscle and speed. That brain was the true core. Recently his thinking had grown sharper and his reactions quickened, as if he had pre-read the next moment. Yet this was merely the state of the superbrain during complete dormancy. One must know a superhuman can hear every breath and whisper across the globe. Amidst the torrent of massive information, he could still analyze and make quick decisions, completing trillions of calculations in a second. That was basic. Unfortunately, while people only saw him smashing through buildings, no one noticed that he had already calculated 300 kill paths the moment he lifted his gaze. Thinking of this, he focused and silently summoned the attribute panel. Host Chen Yu. Silver Superman Template Fusion Progress 3. 112. Punching power 22 tons. Speed 150 meters per second. Talent absorb sunlight for evolution, currently compressible, transformable, and storable at 5000 times the solar energy. X-ray vision. Gaze penetrates matter. Thunder power weak. Steel body not activated. Super strength not activated. Super speed not activated. Biological force field not activated. Super brain not activated. Not activated. 10 days from ordinary person to 22 tons of punching power, equivalent to hundreds of times that of an average person. This increase was so remarkable that even he found it overwhelming. Not to mention the snowball effect of becoming stronger and faster. By next July, when the doomsday arrives, his punching power might exceed 1,000,000 tons and his speed could very well surpass 100 times the speed of sound. However, can Luoho still, as in the original work, steadily control Yamamoto Ichifu to initiate the moon burial ceremony? Even if the moon burial succeeds, if Luoho truly seizes Yamamoto's immortal body, at that time with a single punch Chen Yu could reduce the entire planet to stardust. Luoho would probably be so enraged that he would sit up from the coffin and curse. On the streets of fragrant Hong Kong, the voices began to swell. As dawn broke, this city that had endured the night immediately awakened. Swarms of office workers pushed open their doors, merging into a tidal wave of people. The traffic on the road was dense, yet rarely congested. Pedestrians waited for the signal, and vehicles yielded, maintaining an orderly flow. Of course, this was also related to the relatively few cars in Hong Kong. Wang Zhenzhen finished her breakfast at home, as usual, picked up her bag, and walked downstairs. After a few minutes, she reached the bus stop at the street corner, planning to take the bus to school. While waiting for the bus, she suddenly paused. Chen Yu was walking toward her. He held a briefcase in his left hand and a cup of soy milk in his right, moving at a leisurely pace. Today he was still dressed in a well-tailored suit, his white shirt's collar neat, shoulders sharp, tall, and long-legged. Standing amidst the crowd, he resembled a drawn sword, sharp and serene. Wang Zhenzhen recognized him at a glance. Chen Yu. She waved at him with a smile. When he approached, she tilted her head and asked, "Oh, what are you doing here?" The woman's smile was already charming, especially since this smile was directed at her, carrying a hint of unguarded excitement. Anyone who saw it would feel a bit lighter in their heart. Chen Yu tossed the soy milk cup into a nearby trash can, walked up to her, and with a slight smile said, "I just moved to a new place right on that street." He raised his hand and pointed down the path. The direction was exactly opposite Wang Zhenzhen's house, separated by just a street. It was closer to the school, taking just over 10 minutes by bus, so he simply chose not to drive. Driving a $1,000,000 car to class. Too conspicuous and entirely unnecessary. Then we can go to and from work together in the future, Wang Zhenzhen casually replied, feeling quite natural having someone to chat with on the road. Here it comes. The bus is here. She suddenly pointed up. The two boarded the bus with the crowd. It was the morning rush hour, and the bus was already packed with people. They shuffled back, standing in a position towards the rear, one in front of the other. Just as they steadied themselves, Chen Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of a middle-aged man entering through the back door. The man's gaze fell on Wang Zhenzhen, and he immediately shoved to this side, shouldering against people as he pushed forward. Public transport perverts exist everywhere. It wasn't surprising. Wang Zhenzhen had a bright and clear face, making her easy to catch eyes on the street. If no one noticed her, that would indeed be unusual. Chen Yu subtly angled his body, protecting her firmly in front of him. The middle-aged man froze, his face suddenly losing color. Just as he attempted to glare sideways, he unexpectedly met the cold gaze of Chen Yu glancing down. He was just above 1.6 meters tall and had to tilt his chin to look up at Chen Yu. The latter's shirt sleeves clung tightly to his forearms, his gaze cold and heavy like a lake's surface coated with frost. Chen Yu didn't waste words, his voice low yet clear, "Stay away from her." The middle-aged man's Adam's apple bobbed, instinctively retreating half a step, his face turning purple, lips moving a few times, but ultimately did not dare to speak. Having been here for merely 10 days, he had taken down thugs with his bare hands, challenged over 100 people, and personally dealt with more than a dozen living beings. Even fierce ghosts had been torn apart by him. It's true that one's demeanor is shaped by one's heart. He didn't even realize it once he suppressed his emotions, and naturally heavy aura emanated from him. Not fierce, but unassailable. Wang Zhenzhen observed it all, lowering her head and softly saying, "Thank you." "It's nothing." She was so close that her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her nose almost touching his shirt collar. Chen Yu paused slightly and asked, "How did you deal with this kind of person before?" She already had her methods, speaking softly. "When getting on the bus, I always snatch the window seat. If there's no seat, I specifically choose to stand next to female passengers." Holding her bag, tightly facing the person directly, they wouldn't dare to stretch their hands recklessly. During the daytime, with everyone watching, even the most daring wouldn't dare to act openly. Therefore, over the years, she had hardly ever been truly taken advantage of. After all, she had been pretty since childhood and had been watched more than once since middle school. She had gotten used to it. At this moment, the traffic light ahead turned red and the driver slammed the brakes, causing the bus to jolt violently as all the passengers leaned back in unison. Yet Chen Yu remained unmoved, like a wall steadily blocking in front of her. He could have swayed with the momentum and leaned in. Yet just as the thought sparked, he suppressed it. At that very moment, a small car suddenly swerved into his lane. The bus driver slammed the brakes in shock. People in the cabin lurched backward, then were violently thrust forward by inertia, stumbling and flailing. Wang Zhenzhen lost her balance and crashed directly into Chen Yu's arms, instinctively gripping his shirt at the chest. Chen Yu held a briefcase in his left hand while his right arm encircled her waist, using his back to shield against the oncoming crowd. With a sudden start and stop, curses erupted in the bus. The driver shouted angrily, "What the hell? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" The bus began to sway forward again. Wang Zhenzhen's ears burned as she pressed her lips together and stood straight, quietly releasing her grip on his shirt. The minor accident on the bus quickly passed. After arriving at school, they both got busy. During lunch, Wang Zhenzhen took the initiative to pay for the meal. After school in the afternoon, Chen Yu did not walk with Wang Zhenzhen and headed straight to the largest library in Xianjiang. He planned to buy a few martial arts manuals and also pick some introductory books on music, since he was determined to bring back those classic songs from his previous life and make a few female stars popular. Mere memory wouldn't suffice. Although the integration of templates allowed for his past life memories to be retrieved without a hitch, even the details he had long forgotten, could he remember the lyrics? But what about the melodies? How could someone who had never touched sheet music, never played an instrument, and had never studied harmony and orchestration compose a melody? Composing required testing sound tones, tuning guitars, repeatedly nailing rhythms on the electronic keyboard, and calibrating pitches, none of which he had ever encountered. He had to start from scratch. However, compared to the thought of cultivating a popular female star, these difficulties were truly trivial. He quickly selected a stack of books from the catalog and found a secluded corner to sit down. Martial arts at its core is merely the physical movements of a person, the hard-earned experience of offense and defense from predecessors, and the methods of channeling one's full body strength into a single force. Humans possess only one body with 2 hands and 2 feet. The routes of attack naturally follow a certain pattern. As long as one can accurately predict the moment the opponent strikes, timely block and counter, it becomes the so-called fist technique of various schools. The differences between various styles of boxing lie solely in the muscle memory developed through long-term training, the paths of force application, and the rhythm of transitions between techniques. For example, in Baguazhang, one steps through the 5 elements in a circle, moving like a swimming dragon, twisting and turning as swiftly as the wind through the treetops, manifesting an imposing aura in the opening and closing. In Xingyiquan, the focus is on the unity of heart and mind, where strength originates from the feet, travels through the ankles, knees, waist, spine, and reaches the shoulders and fingertips, with punches bursting forth like cannon fire, fierce and unyielding. Of course, what can be bought in the library are merely superficial frameworks. The true essence of force application, internal energy transmission, and breath coordination is not written down at all. But for Chen Yu, this was enough. He did not need to bow down and seek a master in a martial arts school. At this moment, he quietly turned the pages, his gaze sweeping over the lines of lead type, while in his mind, like a tempest, a small figure was repeatedly deconstructing and practicing. Baguazhang, Xingyiquan, Hungar. In less than half an hour, he had browsed through more than a dozen manuals. He closed his eyes and sat in silence for more than 10 minutes, and when he opened them again, he had already flipped to a book titled Fundamentals of Music Theory. Close-range martial arts were merely a means of transition for him. When his strength eventually surged, allowing him to shatter the void with a single punch or crush the galaxy with a kick, physical combat would become a thing of the past. By then, who would care whether your punches were fast or your footwork agile? If space collapsed and planets exploded, there would be no opportunity for close combat. Conversely, music consumed much more time and effort. After finishing Fundamentals of Music Theory and Harmony Theory, he pulled out another book, Practical Songwriting. As night fell, a Bentley quietly drove into Honghua High School, stopping in front of the girls' dormitory. It was not yet 8 o'clock. Just as Chen Yu retrieved his phone to dial Xiao Qian's number, he looked up and smiled. She was walking out of the dormitory. Xiao Qian looked especially well-behaved today. Compared to her usual plain attire, she had changed into a slightly more mature outfit, a white off-the-shoulder t-shirt, with a delicate lace trim around the neckline, exuding purity and warmth. She wore a knee-length white skirt, shorter in the front and longer in the back, with a lightweight silk hem that accentuated her slender and fair calves. On her feet were a pair of white high heels, effortlessly elevating her height from 1.66 meters to just over 1.70 meters, creating an elegant silhouette. Even her face was lightly made up, her brows and eyes remained delicate, yet there was an added touch of brilliance that made her lively and captivating. As soon as she stepped out of the dormitory, several boys waiting for their girlfriends nearby couldn't help but gape, their gazes glued to her as if they forgot to blink. Who is this girl? How come I've never seen her before? Chen Yu pushed the door open and got out of the car, gently raising his hand towards her. Xiao Qian, over here. Chen Gu. She walked up to him. The first time she dressed this way, with her ears slightly flushed, her eyes filled with shyness, yet tinged with a hint of uncontainable anticipation, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Chen Yu did not hold back. You look really beautiful today, Xiao Qian. Her eyes instantly curved into a smile, joy radiating from her lips, and she relaxed completely, like a flower quietly blooming on a branch in early spring. Let's go, I'll take you out. Okay. She got into the passenger seat, her palms slightly warm, her heart beating faster than usual. Having been raised strictly by her parents, she lived a regulated life, known to the neighbors as the perfect child. However, that sudden robbery had quietly opened a new chapter in her life. After a brush with death, the girl's mindset had subtly shifted. She no longer wished to be confined to the monotonous routine of day after day, longing for a life filled with vibrancy and some ups and downs. Chen Yu casually remarked, "You're dressed a bit more mature today, not too schoolgirlish." Her face flushed slightly. She didn't refuse, turning around to pick a skirt that was tailored sharply and had a bit of flair. Her friends helped her with light eyebrow makeup and nude pink lip gloss, her hair loosely pinned behind her ears, giving her an unexpected softness and sharpness. Chen Gu's eyes indeed lit up, smiling as he complimented, "It really suits you." As night fell, the quiet streets from the day seemed to come alive, bustling with energy. After more than half an hour, Chen Yu drove Xiao Qian through the heart of Xiangjiang, stopping in front of the most prominent bar on Wanchase Bar Street. This place was not as orderly as Causeway Bay, nor did it possess the refined charm of Lan Kwai Fong. The road surface was rough, the neon lights chaotic, and groups of tattooed youths leaned casually against the walls, with Ferraris and Porsches idling by the roadside, their engines still warm. This was the territory of the Eastern Star, always wild but regulated. As soon as the Bentley came to a stop, Chen Yu opened the door, casually tossing the keys to the valet, approaching his fingertips, pinching a 500 Hong Kong dollar note, giving it a gentle flick. Xiao Qian followed him out, nervously twisting her skirt. Chen Yu glanced at her, his tone gentle. "Is this your first time in a nightclub? Are you a bit tense?" She bit her lip, nodding slightly. "Mom said bars are too chaotic and didn't allow me to step inside." "She's right." He nodded. "It's indeed easy for a girl to get into trouble alone. But tonight, if you're here, then so am I. I trust you, Chen Gu." Her eyes were bright and resolute. Chen Yu smiled, reaching out to smooth a strand of hair that had fallen on her forehead. "Let's go." Pushing open the heavy soundproof door, the deafening bass, warm air, swaying shadows, and dazzling lights all rushed in together. In the dance floor, bodies moved rhythmically, clinking glasses echoed from the booths, and the drinks sparkled under the colorful lights, like stepping into another dimension. Xiao Qian was momentarily stunned, but Chen Yu had already led her to the bar, 2 low-alcohol cocktails, slightly sweet, with little ice. Before the drinks were even served, a tall blonde approached with a drink in hand, smiling. "Hi miss, may I buy you a drink?" Before the words fell, Chen Yu had already turned his head. His gaze swept over, silent and expressionless. That one look was as cold as a blade scraping across glass. Today he wore a white shirt and black trousers, with his cuffs rolled up to his forearms, the collar undone by 3 buttons, his collarbones visible and his forearms well defined. His black hair was neatly styled, with mousse parted to the side, a few strands falling over his forehead, highlighting his sharp jawline. But when he darkened his expression, his gaze hardened, the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, even the breath slowed for a moment. The white man was momentarily frozen in place, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he abruptly halted his steps. "Sorry, I didn't see her with any companions." He raised his hands, palms facing outward, and took 2 steps back, adopting a very low posture. Chen Yu merely cast a faint glance, not responding. Xiao Qian quietly lifted her gaze, her heart skipping a beat. So this was the aura that older brother Chen exuded when he wore a stern expression. Having learned from previous experiences, even when others looked at her, they only dared to size her up from a distance, no one daring to approach her. The cocktail was served, looking refreshing, yet it had a lingering kick. Xiao Qian took a few sips, her cheeks flushed with a light pink hue, her eyes glimmering, her head slightly floating, as if she were stepping on clouds. Chen Yu supported the rim of his glass and smiled, asking, "Can you handle it?" "It's good." Her ears felt slightly warm, but her eyes shone brightly. She tilted her head and took another small sip, her lips curling upwards, unable to hide her excitement. Noticing she was merely tipsy and clear-headed, he allowed her to drink. With half a glass gone, she no longer huddled her shoulders, and Chen Yu took her hand, leading her to the center of the dance floor. He had expected her to be stiff and awkward, but to his surprise, after swaying to the rhythm a couple of times, her movements became natural, her waist swaying, the ends of her hair lifting in arcs, even more relaxed than many regulars. After all, dancing in a bar requires no fixed rules as long as one dares to move, to laugh, and to give oneself to the music. Whether it was the intensity of the music or the crowd's crush as she danced, her body unconsciously leaned towards him, her hair brushing against his arm, the scent of her shampoo, mixed with a faint citrus aroma lingering at the tip of her nose. Chen Yu's palm naturally rested at her waist, his hand warm, neither tightening nor releasing. Just past 10 o'clock, he glanced at his watch, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "Let's change places." He took her hand, pivoted, and walked deeper into the nightclub. At the end, there was an inconspicuous hidden door, half hidden in shadows. 3 or 4 men leaned or squatted at the door, occasionally someone entering or exiting. As Chen Yu approached, the tallest among them squinted his eyes at him, his voice low and heavy. "This brother looks unfamiliar." "It's not strange to be unfamiliar, it's my first time here." "Do you mean to say you can't even recognize new guests?" As Chen Yu spoke, he raised his hand and patted his right pants pocket. The fabric was stretched tight, revealing half of a thick-edged 2 stacks of brand new red bills, each stack containing 100 notes worth 1,000, each neatly arranged, 200,000 glimmering right there. The 4 men's expressions immediately relaxed, their lips curling upwards into smiles. "Sir, please come in." The hidden door slid open silently. After walking through a 10-meter-long concrete corridor, the ground suddenly sloped downwards. The nightclub was underground, originally a parking lot converted into a gambling den. The place was spaciously laid out with baccarat, sick bow, and blackjack. Each table surrounded by people, the sounds of chips clattering, shouts, and the mingling scents of smoke and sweat engulfing the air. At the front desk, he exchanged 200,000 for 20 chips worth 1,000 each. Chen Yu casually grabbed half of them and stuffed them into Xiao Qian's hand. "Older brother Chen, is this too heavy? What if I lose everything?" Her tongue felt slightly heavy, but her eyes sparkled, her fingers clutching the chips tightly. It wasn't fear of losing money, but fear of him frowning. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Just have fun, winning or losing doesn't matter." Before his words fell, he had already brought her to a sick bow table. 6 people were gathered around it, one of whom had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. "Bet big or small?" "Still betting big. I want to see how many small rolls it can get in a row." Several others laughed and tossed down their chips, saying, "I bet small." "I'll also bet small." Most of them placed small bets of 100 or 500, at most 1,000. Suddenly the sound of 2 crisp clinks rang out. $2,000 chips landed firmly in the 10-point slot. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Betting on numbers was far more difficult than betting on big or small. Although the odds were high, the chances of winning were as narrow as a hair's breadth. Chen Yu ignored the gazes, turned his face slightly, and smiled at Xiao Qian. "Xiao Qian, what about you? What do you want to bet on, eh?" She, feeling the effects of the alcohol, her cheeks slightly warm, was just about to speak. "Bet on 11 points. He suddenly interjected. "I'll bet on 10 and you bet on 11. "All right." She didn't hesitate, slamming a chip worth 1,000 on 11. The bets were locked in. The dealer called out loudly, "Bets are closed." The lid was lifted. 335. 11 points. Big. "Huh. I'm back to even." The man who had lost his cool slammed the table. Immediately someone beside him chimed in with a sour tone. "What's there to be happy about? You won over 10,000 while that little girl took away 60,000 in one go. That's enough for you to turn over 6 times. Older brother Chen Yu really won." Xiao Qian stared at the 6 chips pushed towards her, her eyes crescent-shaped, her heart fluttering with excitement. The 20,000 that Chen Yu lost, he didn't even glance at, he merely smiled, as light as a breeze passing by his ear. The dealer picked up the dice cup again, shaking at the sound clattering. After shaking for several seconds, it was set down steadily, and the voice returned to normal. "Bet big or small." Xiao Qian immediately turned her head, her eyes shining. "Older brother Chen, I'll follow your lead for this round. For this round, it's up to you. Continue betting big." "Okay." She decisively pushed all her recently won 60,000 onto the small area. As the 2 of them continued to bet big, the other 4 insisted on small, murmuring, "Last round was big, this round should be small." However, Chen Yu pushed all the remaining 8 chips, not leaving a single one behind, betting them all on 15 points. Hiss. The entire table gasped. "Dude, you're really bold. 15 points. The odds are 14 to 1, which is great, but the hit rate is only 4%. It's like throwing darts blindfolded at a wall." He shrugged. "If I lose, I'll just throw again next time." What a refreshing attitude. The whole venue fell silent. The dealer's fingertips felt a chill, and a fine sweat broke out on her forehead. She had only encountered this kind of betting method 2 or 3 times. If it didn't hit, that would be fine, but if it did, it would start at 1,000,000 and her commission for the month would be wiped clean. The lid slowly lifted. 654. 15 points. Big. Her face instantly drained of color. According to the rules in Hong Kong, both big and small bets pay evenly. Single points start from 4 points, and the odds decrease. In order: 4 points, 50 times, 5 points, 18, 6 points, 14, 7 points, 12, 8 points, 8, 9 to 12 points are uniformly 6 times. The lower the probability, the higher the odds. In other words, 15 points is 14 times. 80,000 instantly turned into 120,000. With a loud clatter, over 100 red chips worth 10,000 each piled up in front of Chen Yu. The eyes of the surrounding gamblers instantly brightened, their breaths becoming heavier. A win and a loss seemed coincidental, so even though he had just won 1,000,000, others regarded it as mere luck. Even Xiao Qian, quietly pocketing a few more thousand, went unnoticed. Bet big or small. The dealer opened as usual, but before she finished speaking, her gaze was involuntarily glued to Chen Yu's face, her fingertips slightly stiff. Others were similar. This time, everyone was focusing on him. Old gamblers knew well that luck sometimes felt like it was blessed. When it was going well, whatever you bet on would win, and many would turn their fortunes around in a single night. Of course, more often than not, it was a night where one lost everything, even their undergarments. Chen Yu extended his hand, smoothly pushing 10 chips of 10,000 each to the front desk. This time, I'll bet on 17 points. The sounds of gasping filled the air. 17 points had odds of 50 to 1. If he hit 1,000,000, would immediately turn into 5,000,000. The dealer's wrist trembled, nearly losing her grip on the lid. Even with only a 1, for chance, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. I'll also bet on 17 points. I'll bet 5,000. 1,000,000. Originally 6 people, now, with newcomers drawn in by the commotion, everyone was placing bets. In the blink of an eye, the chips piled over 300,000. If 17 points really came up, the casino would lose over 10,000,000. The dealer felt cold sweat on the back of her neck, her fingertips turning pale. Older brother Chen, what about me? Xiao Qian tilted her head to look at him, her fingers rubbing the 12,000 chips. She had just one, eager to try. Chen Yu smiled gently, saying, dice is about luck. Betting big or small gives you a 50-50 chance. Betting on numbers relies purely on fate. Before he finished speaking, his eyes flicked slightly, subtly glancing at the small area. Then I'll bet all on small. She instantly understood, firmly slapping her 12,000 chips onto the small section. Let's start. Hurry up. The crowd urged loudly, but the dealer remained frozen in place, her gaze drifting towards the second floor. There, the smiling tiger of Dongxing stood at the railing. Next to him was the crow who had come to play today. The smiling tiger maintained his smile, nodding slowly at her, implying, let's get started. Earlier it was heard that this table lost 1,000,000, prompting the backroom to immediately adjust the surveillance. There was Chen Yu betting recklessly, winning and losing without any strategy. They thought it was just luck, not paying much attention, but their focus had already quietly shifted. Receiving the signal, the dealer gritted her teeth and lifted the cup. 2 2s and a 3. She blurted out, 2 2s and a 3, 7 points. Small, not a win. Sigh, what a disappointment. Lost. Everyone slumped their shoulders, initially hoping for a free ride, only to find out that the dark horse was merely a lucky fluke. Chen Yu lost 100,000 too, further solidifying the judgment of purely relying on luck. It wasn't just the gamblers who breathed a sigh of relief, but also the smiling tiger. If that over 10,000,000 was truly lost, he wouldn't have to pay out of pocket, but watching his establishment bleed money still hurt. The crow scoffed, shaking its head. Thought a tough character had arrived. Turns out it's just a greenhorn betting solely on shaky hands. Yeah, I won again. Among the sighs in the room, only Xiao Qian's clear laughter rang out as she counted the new chips, her eyes bright and smiling. The dealer took a deep breath, picked up the dice cup again, and with a flick of her wrist it rattled loudly. After placing it down, she announced loudly, bet big, bet small, once you decide it's final. After saying that, her gaze fell once more on Chen Yu and Xiao Qian. Chen Yu's smile remained, his fingertips lightly pushed. 200,000 betting on 16 points. 21,000 chips were neatly lined up in the 16 points box. This was a refusal to admit defeat. Everyone fell silent, betting on points again, doubling down. After 2 more rounds, the 1,000,000 they won earlier might just get cleaned out. By common sense, after winning this much, they should have already walked away. Indeed, apart from the man who had lost in a panic, left with only 10,000 in capital, the others all turned in unison to Xiao Qian. 3 consecutive wins, who still believed luck would bend. Chen Yu said nothing, merely smiling at her, waiting for her to make the call. Xiao Qian blinked thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled brightly, grabbing 5 chips. I continue to bet small. 1,000 small. I bet small too. The gamblers rushed to bet small, and in an instant over 100,000 chips piled up in that box. The odds were only 1 to 1, and neither winning nor losing was particularly thrilling. 5 5 6 big. As the dealer shouted the points, the room erupted. Some gasped, some froze, while others pounded their thighs, regretting their decisions. Those who had bet small with Xiao Qian earlier turned pale, their fingers turning white from clenching. With a crash, over 301,000 chips were pushed in front of Chen Yu, glistening gold piled high, like a small mountain, attracting the eyes of everyone around, like hungry wolves fixated on a fat piece of meat. Previously, he had won over 1,000,000, and with this round's 300,000 after deducting the early 10,000 loss, he now had 470,000 stacked neatly in front of him. 4 rounds 100,000 turned into over 400,000. This is the most alluring aspect of gambling. One night of sudden wealth or instant ruin all hinged on a single roll. By the railing on the second floor, the smiling tiger's pupils constricted, staring at Chen Yu below, who had won millions, yet still didn't bat an eye or breathe, unevenly murmuring, "What a real player." The crow also dropped its nonchalant demeanor. It was clear, losing the first round was a deliberate ploy. Not only had he fooled them, but he had also led the entire room of gamblers by the nose for 2 rounds. Indeed, the few men who had lost 2 rounds nearby now had red faces, veins bulging on their forearms, beads of sweat rolling down into their collars. Bring old Yang down, say he has some hard moves to crush the table. Adjust all surveillance, keep a tight grip on him. Before the words finished, the smiling tiger had already turned to head downstairs. Experienced at kicking tables, they've seen plenty. But someone like Chen Yu, who could hear the number of times the dice hit the walls and discern the points, was easier to handle. Every establishment had its own tricks ready for dealing with such individuals. Of course, if he had an earpiece hidden in his sleeve or a signal device on his wrist, then don't blame the rules for turning into knives. Ha ha ha. It worked. It really worked. Amidst the lamentations at the table, only one middle-aged man gripped his chips and laughed wildly. He had followed Chen Yu's bet and made a net gain of 180,000. This round not only covered the 5,000 he had lost earlier, but also left him with over 13,000, enough for his daughter to enter the operating room next month. He silently counted his chips, took a deep breath, forcefully extinguished the ember of desire to gamble again, and turned to walk to the front desk. The dealer had changed. The new one was an elderly man in his 50s, missing a finger on his left hand with yellowing nails, but his gaze was as heavy as a dry well. The smiling tiger and the crow stood on either side of the gambling table. Ha ha ha. The smiling tiger laughed heartily, his face creased with sincerity, and bowed slightly to Chen Yu. "What is your surname, brother? Which line of work are you in?" "I'm in charge here." A group of faces, either heavily built or with stiff smiles, surrounded them, causing the girl to instinctively retreat half a step behind Chen Yu. Chen Yu's lips curled slightly, his voice soft and light. "I walk the sunny path. Name, not worth mentioning. I came here for a bit of fun. If you're lucky, just take the money and leave. If you're not, just get up and walk away." Is it possible that in Dongxing's establishment only losing is allowed, winning is not? Upon hearing this, the surrounding gamblers' throats moved together. The smiling tiger raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. "Don't worry, little brother. Dongxing has been open for 20 years, and our reputation relies on 2 words: integrity. Whatever you win, we'll pay out. Whatever you can take, we won't make it difficult for you." Chen Yu did not take the jab in his words, merely nodded slightly to the old dealer. "Please go ahead." The old man puffed out his chest, raised both arms, and held the heavy dice cup, shaking it back and forth for a while, before slowly setting it down, his voice as calm as an ancient well. "Bet big. Bet small." As soon as he finished speaking, he, the smiling tiger, the crow, and all the eyes around were fixed on Chen Yu's face. Chen Yu didn't hesitate, grabbing a handful of 200,000 chips and slamming them onto the 18 box. 3 6s, a triple. Damn. Betting a triple. If it hits, that's 30 million. Not just that person blurted it out. The entire table fell silent for a second, and then the sound of gasps filled the air. In the dice game, 3 1s and 3 6s had the highest odds, 1 to 150. "I bet 10,000. 5,000. 20,000. Watching the mountain of millions piled in front of Chen Yu, everyone reignited their hopes, scrambling to raise their bets. In less than half a minute, over 50,000 had been stacked on the 18 box. But most dared to dip into just 1,000 or 2. After all, for Chen Yu, 200,000 was a mere drop in the bucket. For them, losing 10 or 20,000 was enough to tighten the family's belts for 3 months. "Brother Chen." Xiao Qian looked up, her eyes filled with questions. Chen Yu turned his head, speaking gently. "You play as usual, betting small. The last round was small, this round, bet big." "All right, big." The girl's eyes lit up, and all 27,000 chips were pushed onto the big box, her fingertips trembling slightly. Seeing this situation, a few quick thinkers hesitated briefly, then followed her in betting big, not daring to risk betting on a triple. "Wow, it's been years since I've seen such play. Come on, hurry up and roll." The gambling table was already surrounded, tightly filled with gamblers who had come in response to the rumors. Everyone's eyes gleamed, their mouths grinning, urging faster than their own bets. This place usually saw bets of hundreds, at most 1 or 2,000. 10,000 was considered a big bet. Now casually starting at several 100,000, hitting a triple could mean tens of millions. If it really happened, the casino might even have to run away overnight with the accountant. Amidst the shouting, the old dealer was unhurried, his hand just touching the cup lid, yet his foot had already quietly pushed forward, nudging the hidden button under the table. Chen Yu's pupils constricted slightly among the 3 dice in the cup. 1 6 was face down, landing steadily on 2. He silently curved his lips. The lid was lifted, the voice calm as water. 6 6 2, 14 points big. Sigh. So close, not a triple. A chorus of sighs erupted from the crowd. The ones who had bet alongside him looked pained. After all, winning doubled was nice, but that small amount couldn't fill the thrill of the earlier loss. Yet the group with Xiao Qian laughed freely, chips clattering into their bags, feeling both secure and lighthearted. Transfer. Of course it's possible, but it won't clear until tomorrow morning. Once the money enters the banking system, it's difficult to retrieve it. After a few phone calls, the entire Dongxing organization was shaken. Chen Yu 110. 8 million, Wu Xiao Qian 800, totaling 11. 6 million. Each faction hurried to mobilize cash, and the Smiling Tiger's phone rang. Dongxing's boss Camel called immediately, unleashing a barrage of curses. Are you just sitting around doing nothing? Let someone walk away with over 10 million. This casino in Wanchai is the largest and most secure under Dongxing's control, yet it barely makes 2 to 3 million a month from commissions and usury. Most of the bettors come here for the excitement, spending a few hundred or a few thousand to pass the time. The bold ones might wager tens of thousands or a bit more, but those who dare to flip the table have long since lost interest. Those people go straight to Australia. By the time this meager profit is divided up from the decision-makers to the little brothers watching the scene, everyone has to eat, and in the end, only about 1 million is left in the gang's account. Yet Chen Yu sat down and quickly cleaned out the casino's year-round revenue. It's no wonder the Smiling Tiger and Dongxing's leader Camel were furious. Camel squatted in the corner, his voice low and gravelly like sandpaper on metal. No matter what method you use, this matter must be settled. 10 million. That's enough to buy a dozen lives. The Smiling Tiger didn't even lift his eyelids, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Don't worry, boss. He can take the money, but he'll collect his life. Before long, several black cars silently gathered from different directions. The people who got out each carried 1 or 2 bulging cloth bags, passing through the rusty back door of the nightclub and streaming into the casino. As the bags were opened, bright red bills were revealed, freshly printed cash. The female attendants immediately rushed over to sort them out, stacking hundreds, fives, and thousands, while dozens of bill counters buzzed to life, the paper fluttering like rain. The gamblers around stared wide-eyed. Over 10 million in cash piled before them. Even bank tellers might not see that much in a year. If this money belonged to them, just the thought made their hearts race. This display also kept the casino's face intact. Only a few seasoned players glanced at Chen Yu, who was leisurely sipping tea and waiting for his money, shaking their heads discreetly. They knew in their hearts the Smiling Tiger would never let him leave with a single cent. What a pity for that girl beside him. Young and bright-eyed, she was likely to remain in the night of Wanchai with this lad forever. 1,180,000, the bill counter whirred for an hour and 20 minutes. Finally, it was packed into 8 suitcases tightly sealed. The Smiling Tiger walked up to Chen Yu, a smile on his face, yet his eyes devoid of any warmth. Mr. Chen, it's all counted. 1,180,000, every single cent. Do you want to go through it yourself? Chen Yu waved his hand. No need. I trust it. He stood up, not even glancing at the black-clad men, took Xiao Qian's hand, and walked straight to the suitcase, pulling out 4 bundles of $1,000 bills, neatly stacking them on the table. He smiled at the 4 waitresses and cheap how, ladies, could you help me? Each of you carry 2 suitcases to the Bentley at the door. This is a token of appreciation. Before the words even left his mouth, the 4 bundles of money were tossed over. The girls hurriedly caught them, their faces lighting up. All right, thank you, boss. Just for walking to the door, 1,000. Who could resist such a good deal? As Chen Yu turned to leave, the Smiling Tiger grinned. Brother, take your time. Come again next time. Of course. Chen Yu raised his hand. Everyone please stay. No need to see me off. He walked ahead with Xiao Qian, the 4 waitresses trailing behind with the suitcases, strolling through the corridor and past the dark doors, swaggering out of the nightclub. At the entrance, Dongxing's little brothers were already waiting, and the black Bentley gleamed as if brand new. Chen Yu casually tossed $2,000 bills. Thanks for your hard work. The valet caught them with trembling hands, his voice quaking. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Such a generous person is hard to encounter in a year. With so many eyes around, he didn't put the money in the storage space. The 8 suitcases filled the trunk to the brim, and he had to force in 2 more boxes in the back seat to finish. Just as the car door was closing deep in the casino, the Smiling Tiger leaned toward Crow, his voice as soft as smoke. Are the people buried? Humph. Crow grunted, 7 guns all locked on. Once the car leaves the city, find a deserted road and take them out on the spot. Let me be clear. Once the money returns, 2 million is mine. How to explain to Camel you cover that? The Smiling Tiger nodded, brushing dust off his sleeve. Fine. Pursuing the car at midnight, who can say what unexpected incidents might happen? Lose a bag. That's too normal. They won that money fair and square. Oh, I didn't lose it. As long as the big part comes back, can Camel still nitpick? The 5 tigers of Dongxing nominally answer to Camel, but each one is a big shot in their own territory, not just some expendable lackeys. I really want to see how this kid dies. Crow spat. Damn, I sent him 2 warnings to back off, and he just turned a deaf ear. As soon as he finished speaking, the Smiling Tiger turned and slipped through the narrow side door, which led to the back alley exit of the nightclub. What's there to see about dead people? Though he spoke like this, Crow pondered for 2 seconds about the 2 million in his account, then turned and followed him out. Outside the nightclub, the Bentley's engine roared to life and glided onto the empty road, closely followed by 3 black cars moving like shadows. Brother Chen, we really took 10 million. The girl in the passenger seat sounded a bit dreamy. Even in her family, that amount could buy half a building. But tonight, in less than half an hour, the money was already in their pockets. When did money become so easy? It's not earning, it's winning. Chen Yu corrected her, then smiled. But relying on gambling can only barely make ends meet. If you want to truly stand firm and make a name for yourself, you must walk the right path. Besides, this money is hot. Look back. Since we left the nightclub, those 3 cars haven't let up. It was already past midnight, and the street was deserted, the taillights of the 3 cars particularly glaring in the distance. He had anticipated it. He didn't even blink. If not for the knowledge that Dongxing's casinos couldn't produce too much cash at the moment, he would have aimed to win a few more rounds. Such opportunities come only once. As soon as he mentioned it, Xiao Qian turned to glance at the rearview mirror and indeed saw the 3 black cars, her breath hitching. What do they want? The alcohol has worn off. Chen Yu smirked. What do you think? For these people, 10 million is enough to silence us, seize territory, or even go to war. It's clear they want to take us out. Who knows, they might even have their guns loaded. Are you scared? The girl shook her head. Not scared. She wasn't lying. The instinct in her heart came inexplicably, yet with certainty. As long as Chen Yu was there, even if the other side had guns, she felt secure. After all, she had seen it with her own eyes that day. He had charged in like a tank, single-handedly taking down 2 knife-wielding robbers in just 2 seconds. His movements, so swift, they left only shadows. It's good that you're not scared. Hold on tight. The moment the green light turned on, he slammed his right foot down. The Bentley roared like a runaway arrow shooting forward. Chase. Don't let him get away. The people in the car behind the smiling tiger jolted as they thought their whereabouts were exposed and immediately accelerated. Woo woo woo. 4 cars tore through the night, speeding wildly down the deserted street. The distance between them expanded to over 100 meters. Red light. Just charge through. Chen Yu intentionally controlled the speed, and after more than 20 minutes the convoy entered a narrow path at the foot of a remote hillside, with the Bentley suddenly reaching nearly 200 yards. The taillights instantly turned into 2 bright red dots, vanishing at the end of the curve. The smiling tiger fixed his gaze on the empty mountain road ahead, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Up the mountain. He panicked and ran into a dead end. This road is one way. There's only one life going up, no way back. Due to the lack of lights on the mountain road, they dared not drive as recklessly as Chen Yu. By the time they reached the top of the slope, several minutes had passed. The night wind carried a chill, and the forest was so dark it felt impenetrable. At the end of the road, the Bentley sat alone like a giant beast lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Oh no, the person has escaped. Quickly check the money. The smiling tiger and the crow's face changed drastically, knowing they had fallen into a trap. Chen Yu had set everything up in advance, and the money had surely been transferred. The accomplices must have been on the way. Before the car had even come to a stop, the smiling tiger kicked open the door and lunged inside, pulling open the back door of the Bentley, his hand reaching in to feel for the seat. He was stunned. 2 bulging bags lay untouched on the back seat. What's going on? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a flash of fire suddenly erupted from the depths of the distant forest. Bang! He has a gun. Get down. Don't panic. There's only one living person. Shoot him down. The moment the gunfire erupted, chaos ensued. The gang's shooters rolled to find cover as some kicked open the car doors and blindly fired into the forest. Bang, 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 bang. The flashes of fire strung together, bullets splintering tree trunks with chips flying and bark exploding like paper. Yet Chen Yu alone kept 7 guns at bay. Behind an old locust tree in the forest, he gripped a submachine gun, in each hand firing short bursts like a torrential downpour, bullets smashing against the car body, creating a dazzling array of sparks. A shooter curled behind the car door. A bloom of blood suddenly blossomed on his chest, his pupils constricting, and he fell straight to the ground. The bullets from the submachine gun pierced through the metal car door, hitting their mark with deadly precision. The second fell, followed closely by the third. Chen Yu's vision in the night was as clear as day, and his reactions were almost superhuman, with no delay between his hands and eyes. Though it was his first time holding a gun, the first shot missed, but the second firmly locked onto the target. From then on, even the violently recoiling submachine gun felt as tame as a pen in his hands, hitting wherever he aimed. The crow curled up in the back seat, and the smiling tiger, who dared not even breathe, watched helplessly as their comrades fell one after another. The speed was too fast, chilling their spines and making their jaws tremble. In less than 60 seconds, both magazines of the 2 submachine guns were emptied, leaving only silence in the wake. 3 cars stood crookedly, their broken headlights still shining, the pale beams piercing straight ahead. Crack! Chen Yu put away the submachine gun and drew a handgun, swiftly disengaging the safety. He stepped out from the shadows, his footsteps steady, each step feeling like a weight pressing against the heart, finally stopping in front of the smiling tiger. Don't kill me. The smiling tiger's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his voice trembling. Brother, big brother, it truly wasn't my idea. It was all ordered by the boss. The money. He'll give you everything. All the money, not a cent left. At this moment, all that remained in his eyes was the desire to survive. But having just wiped out an entire squad of gunmen, how could Chen Yu leave him alive? He simply replied, I have never held grudges. If there's a grievance, I settle it on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun fired. Just as the bullet was about to be discharged, a sharp gust of wind came from behind. It was the crow. Taking advantage of Chen Yu's confrontation with the smiling tiger, he quietly slid down from the car, grabbed a heavy machete, and aimed a fierce chop at the back of his neck. One of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, having licked blood with his blade for over a decade, he understood there was no way back today. He knew all too well how terrifying this person was. In the blink of an eye, all his gunmen had been taken down one by one. Fortunately, he had been hiding in the back seat, which had saved half his life. So as soon as he saw a flaw, he immediately lunged for the kill. Had he not been worried that the noise from searching for weapons on the ground would alert the other party, he could have quietly grabbed a gun first, increasing his chances of success. But just as a cruel smile began to form at the corner of the crow's mouth, that hint of amusement suddenly froze. Chen Yu didn't even turn his head back. He reached out with one hand, his fingers like a vice, perfectly locking down the knife's blade. His palm was as hard as steel, unmoving. The crow's arms bulged with veins as he pulled with all his might, yet the knife seemed welded to his hand, not budging an inch. Bang! Chen Yu spun around and raised his hand, shooting the crow in the head. At the same time, a notification rang out in his mind. Killed 2 designated targets, looted 6 points of origin fusion level, increased by 0.6. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, only 6 points. His visit to the Dongxing casino was not a coincidence. He had long had Fat Mouse investigate the details and confirmed it was the territory of the Smiling Tiger before deliberately scouting the area. His purpose was clear: to eliminate these old faces from the screens, extract the origin, and raise the fusion level. Collecting money was also part of the plan. Winning too much at the gambling table would surely provoke the gang. If the Smiling Tiger took action, his counterattack would be justified. Running into the crow was purely accidental. He hadn't expected that by taking down 2 solid rolls, the origin would be significantly less than what Liang Kuan had. Could it be? Only the protagonist is valuable. Unable to make sense of it, he simply stopped overthinking. He would naturally find out after trying a few more times, like the next target, Chen Haonan. With his thoughts scattered, Chen Yu looked towards the other side of the forest, his tone gentle. Xiao Qian, come out, everyone has been cleared out. The shadows among the trees swayed, and the girl walked out from the darkness. As she passed the ground full of corpses, her face turned slightly pale. She said she wasn't afraid, but at 18 years old, facing such a scene for the first time, she couldn't help but feel shaken. Chen Yu reached out and ruffled her hair gently. Xiao Qian relaxed her shoulders, her breathing finally steadied. Let's go, this place is for the police now. The night was deep, the school gate was locked, and they couldn't get into the dormitory. Xiao Qian said nothing, merely following him silently. In the corner of the living room, 8 bulging black bags were piled up, all stuffed with cash amounting to at least 10 million. From the direction of the bathroom, the sound of water rushed. The shower was drenching the walls. In the bathroom, steam filled the air. The girl stood in front of the mirror, her hair tips dripping wet, her cheeks slightly damp, and her eyes glimmering with a faint red. Her chest rose and fell a bit faster. Her heart felt like it was holding a bird with fluttering wings, unable to suppress it, yet unwilling to let it go. The past few days had been overwhelming, hot to the point of burning. Especially tonight. First storming the bar, then rushing into the casino, quickly raking in millions in chips, only to be surrounded and targeted by a group of armed, desperate men. Then she watched Chen Yu move. One person, a shadow, without shouting or yelling, cleared out all the enemies. Death brushed past them, not just once but time and again. Her heartbeat hadn't returned to normal, but certain thoughts had already broken through the ground, growing wildly into a forest that could no longer be suppressed. This night burned hot. The next morning, Chen Yu opened his eyes and sat up, his fingertips subconsciously pressing against his chest. His skin warm, the texture firm, yet inside was a heavy, solid certainty forged from metal. He smiled. The iron body had been achieved. In the bedroom, he stood by the window, bare-chested. With clean shoulder lines, a back wide as wings, and defined abs, each muscle was taut with latent strength, yet not fierce, rather resembling a living statue emerged from ancient Greek sculptures. At this moment, he could distinctly hear himself. Billions of cells were synchronously vibrating, tightly woven, like a net, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped his entire body. His flesh remained soft, but once this layer of domain opened, his whole body took on the quality of iron bones, cold, hard, dense, and unshakable. Bullets, blades. At this moment, all became illusions. As his muscles grew stronger with each training session, this layer of defense would only become thicker, tougher, and silently crush all threats. In the past encounters with guns, he either discreetly threw metal pieces to disrupt the firepower charged through like a refrigerator, or picked up a gun to shoot back. Each time was messy. Each time, he was a breath away from being called a Superman. Is this the steel body? He murmured, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. His mind stirred as the attributes panel leaped into view. Host Chen Yu. Silver Alloy Super Template Fusion Progress 3. 712. Punching Power 28 tons. Speed 160 meters per second. Talent Absorb Sunlight for Evolution currently can compress, convert, and store solar energy up to 60,000 times. X-ray Vision can penetrate substances. Thunder Power Weak Steel Body Indestructible Defense. Super Strength not activated. Super Speed not activated. With a fusion degree of nearly 4%, evolution has truly begun. After just one night, his strength increased by 6 tons, and even the sound of his knuckles tapping on the table was heavier than before. Chen Yu, brother Chen. A voice came from the door. She leaned against the door frame, her hair slightly curled, wearing Chen Yu's white t-shirt. The wide hem barely covered her hips. Her legs beneath were long and straight, shining brightly. Compared to yesterday, her brows had relaxed a bit, her lips were more vibrant, and the innocence in her eyes had faded, slightly replaced by an indescribable softness that belonged to a woman. Chen Yu looked over, his tone very gentle. Did you tire yourself out last night? Don't go to school today. After a pause, he added, ill casually, take a sick day. The money he won yesterday was still warm in his account, and this apartment, I bought it. He called Wang Zhenzhen to ask her to cover a class for a day, and then arranged to go out for a meal another day. He also called the academic affairs office to smoothly take the whole day off. He entrusted the buying of the house to the same agent as last time. It was finally settled. Top floor, 1,800 square feet, approximately 170 square meters, purchased for over 8 million. The location was ordinary, which allowed for a lower price. Yet for him, money slipped through his fingers like flowing water, leaving no trace. Then he took Xiao Qian straight to the instrument street. A set of imported top-quality speakers over 100,000, a handmade guitar, an electric guitar, and a top-spec desktop computer, another several tens of thousands spent. Clothes, shoes, bags. He picked the best of everything. Even Xiao Qian's share was tossed into the shopping cart. After lunch, the two of them snuggled at home, watching the workers adjust the equipment and install the wiring. When the last group of people closed the door and left, the sunset had already dipped to the window ledge. Xiao Qian finally couldn't help but tilt her head and look at him. Brother Chen, buying so much. Are you planning to play music? Otherwise, Chen Yu retorted casually, picking up the guitar and plucking a string. The pitch was slightly off, so he lowered his head to follow the tuning tutorial on his phone, his fingers steadily twisting the tuning pegs. Xiao Qian blinked. The person before her with clearly defined fingers while plucking was focused, completely unlike the figure that walked over corpses in the gunfire last night. She suddenly asked softly, do you want to be a star? Chen Yu stood straight, his brows and eyes handsome enough to make the common people step aside. With a calm, yet blazing aura in his every gesture, standing in front of the camera, he was undoubtedly a top-tier prospect. He smiled down, gently waving his hand, lightly. No, I just want to write the songs in my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he became interested himself. By the way, Xiao Qian, do you want to try being a star? If you not, I guarantee you'll sit on the throne of the queen within a year. He had in mind the entire repository of Chinese pop songs from the past 20 years post-1996. Making someone famous is really no harder than boiling a bowl of noodles. The girl simply shook her head. I don't want to be a star. Wu Qian's firm refusal to enter the industry made Chen Yu pause. Then he asked, what do you plan to do after graduation? When asked about her future, she rested her chin on her hand and thought for a while, her tone uncertain. Probably. I will start a company and become a female president just like my mommy. All right, she was determined to become a strong woman. Remembering her stubborn temperament of sticking to a decision, this ambition wasn't surprising, though she still spoke a bit awkwardly and needed practice. Strumming away, the guitar played a series of notes. Xiao Qian sat cross-legged on the floor, treating it as casual strumming. But just as she was distracted for a moment, the music suddenly shifted. The prelude burst forth, surprisingly launching into the song, Tianya, which became a sensation after the millennium, sung by Ren Xinqi in every street and alley, so grand it took one's breath away. Before she could recover, the melody slid into the dark and cold Huang Huan, followed by the sorrowful notes of Hero's Tears crashing in. Chen Yu's fingers danced one song after another, all melodies she had never heard before. The more she listened, the more stunned she became. Her heart seemed to be hit by something. So he truly had talent, not just blowing smoke. And as the sunset crossed over the ridge while the music had yet to cease, the gun incident at the mountain top was just discovered. The police sirens tore through the silence, and several police cars rushed over. Quan Tianyu half squatted beside the corpse, his fingertip brushing over the edge of the bullet holes, his voice very low. Gunshot wounds, all to the heart. The shooter had a steady hand. Gao Bao gasped in shock, so accurate. A professional killer. Quan Tianyu did not respond, only shook his head. Another officer quickly approached Inspector Lu Hai, whispering a report. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. They are all from Dongxing. The Smiling Tiger and the Mountain Tiger from the Five Tigers are among them. All died from gunshot wounds. The time concentrated between 1 and 2 o'clock last night. The scene was riddled with bullet holes, clearly having experienced intense gunfire. The opposing side's firepower was extremely strong, and none of the 7 armed core members of Dongxing managed to fight back. Lu Hai frowned deeply after hearing his voice heavy. Another gang fight. Recently, this group has been getting too arrogant. Unfortunately, the gangs in Xianjiang have been bold for a long time, no longer a novelty. Though annoyed, he was too lazy to dig deeper. After classifying the case as a gang clash, he waved his hand to call for withdrawal. Follow-up investigations. A special task force would take over. With 2 of the 5 tigers from Dongxing taken down, and the sudden death of the leader of Hongxing Liangquan, just days ago the entire underworld was subtly trembling. Who killed the smiling tiger, and the crow the camel, and the upper management of Dongxing knew very well. After all, the news of the smiling tiger taking away 10 million cash from the gambling house last night had spread throughout the city. After reviewing the surveillance, the camel, under pressure from his subordinates, could only order a pursuit to avenge the smiling tiger and the crow. As for whether to take revenge and how to do it, only he himself was clear. All of this Chen Yu was completely unaware. Even if he knew, he would only treat it as a passing breeze. After sending Xiao Qian back to school last night, he did not drive, but still took the bus to class the next morning. From a distance, Wang Zhenzhen's eyes lit up upon seeing him, waving her hand. Chen Yu, hurry. The bus is here. It's here. The 2 squeezed onto the bus, steadying themselves. Wang Zhenzhen turned her head, blinking. You took a day off yesterday. Where did you go? Chen Yu replied with a smile. My cousin came to play. I accompanied her to buy a few outfits. I also casually picked up a wooden guitar along with an electronic effects processor. Though the line between him and Xiao Qian had long been crossed, the girl understood that she was still young and her parents would never agree to her dating early. Last night, thinking it over, she took the initiative to propose for the outside world. Let's just refer to each other as siblings. This way, even if her parents who were far away abroad heard that she was close to Chen Yu, they would only think, he is the benefactor who saved her life, and the sworn brother she acknowledged. How could they suspect? Chen Yu naturally agreed to this proposal. He was never after a single tree, but the whole forest. If he early on shackled himself with the label of boyfriend, it would be troublesome for Wang Zhenzhen. She was indeed of a very traditional mindset. Compared to Chen Yu's cousin, Wang Zhenzhen was more concerned about the fact that he bought a guitar. Chen Yu, can you play it? A little, just bought it to play around. He nodded. Wang Zhenzhen's eyes brightened, her tone laced with a hint of envy. That's impressive. I tried to learn singing before, but I just couldn't keep the pitch right. As soon as she finished speaking, she pretended to be casual and added, hey, I didn't expect you to actually be able to do this. If there's a chance later, can you teach me? Sure. Then it's a deal. While chatting, the 2 arrived at the school gate. Just as they stepped into the office, Zhang Feng's loud voice rang out. Did you see? I told you they would definitely come together today. Chen Yu placed his briefcase on the desk, a bit dazed. What happened? Teacher Li in his 30s smiled and chimed in. You haven't even arrived yet, and Teacher Zhang has already bet with us that you would all walk in together today. I remember Teacher Wang and Teacher Chen live in completely different directions, but for the past few days they either come together or leave together. She blinked and half-jokingly asked, could it be that they are dating? Huh, no. Wang Zhenzhen's face flushed instantly as she hurriedly waved her hands. It's just that Chen Yu moved last Sunday, and he lives really close to my house, that's all. A nearby female teacher immediately teased, close. They've moved next door, and you still call that close? Teacher Yang from the English department looked completely unfazed. What's so strange about this? Teacher Chen is handsome, Teacher Wang is beautiful, and they were college classmates. It's only natural for them to come together, right? After saying this, she made a fist gesture towards Chen Yu, laughing heartily. Come on, Teacher Chen, we support you in pursuing Teacher Wang. We've all got your back. Wang Zhenzhen had been here for 2 years. Her gentle nature and sincere attitude meant she had never clashed with colleagues. So everyone genuinely felt that these 2 were a perfect match. Several teachers joked, while Chen Yu merely smiled, not responding. However, Wang Zhenzhen lowered her head and sat at her desk, pretending to flip through lesson plans, her fingers quietly pinching the edge of the paper, her ears burning all the way to her neck. But Zhang Feng felt uncomfortable. He had liked Wang Zhenzhen for quite some time. When he first heard that Chen Yu was her college classmate, he felt an uneasy tension. After just a week, he saw them entering and exiting the school side by side, every day. This morning, he deliberately tried to provoke a reaction, wanting to stir this increasingly palpable chemistry. The result? Just by looking at Wang Zhenzhen's evasive and shy demeanor, even a fool could understand. Chen Yu already held a place in her heart. His stirring likely only fueled the fire. Indeed, after that day, Wang Zhenzhen changed. At noon, she actively invited Chen Yu to lunch, and when she was serving food, a piece of meat accidentally fell into his bowl. With such behavior, who would believe they were just colleagues? Meanwhile, Chen Yu had been focused on organizing sheet music these past few days and hadn't even gone to the bar. A woman who had tasted sweetness before swayed her wine glass in an empty booth, looking somewhat disappointed. At night, Ma Xiaoling entered an old office building carrying a shiny treasure chest. This place was haunted. A lewd ghost was causing trouble. Half of the corridor's light bulbs were broken and trash piled up in the corners. Behind a glass door in an empty office, a yellow comic book was suspended in midair, flipping pages on its own. She slightly raised the corners of her lips and stepped in. The door slammed shut with a bang, and a cold wind swept across the floor. She didn't even lift her eyelids as she calmly opened the chest. Sunglasses on, she pulled out her demon-slaying staff, turned around, swept, and struck points. After 3 moves, the sticky black shadow behind her had shrunk to the size of a palm, trembling uncontrollably. A talisman was thrown out, golden light flashed, and the ghostly figure transformed into a pentagram, landing steadily in her palm. Ma Xiaoling blew on her fingertips. Work's done. Another job done. Clap, 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 clap. Applause echoed from the shadows. The office door was pushed open and a man with glasses and a shiny crew cut stepped out, his tone full of admiration. As expected of the Ma family heir capturing ghosts with such ease. Ma Xiaoling's gaze was sharp as she shot a look at him, her voice as cold as ice shards. Are you human or a ghost? Tomoto Masanori's lips curved slightly. Of course, I'm a living person. My surname is Kei, and am the personal assistant to Mr. Yamamoto Ryuichi, the richest man in Japan. This commission was personally arranged by me. My boss runs a hot spring hotel in Dongjing, and recently there have been a series of incidents causing panic. Are you interested in taking this job? Ma Xiaoling chuckled lightly, her lips curling up. Interest. No discussion. Let's talk money. Tomoto Masanori laughed heartily. As long as you can subdue that thing, the price is yours to set. This is my boss business card. You can finalize the details directly with him. Upon hearing there was money to be made, Ma Xiaoling accepted it without hesitation. All right, but you need to cover round-trip airfare. Sure. Wait, you'll need to bring someone along. Not just one person, but two. Whatever you say. On Friday at 3 in the afternoon, the slanting sun shone through the glass window, casting a thin, bright beam right over Chen Yu. At the moment the light fell, millions of cells within him seemed to find nourishment after a long drought, silently swallowing, squeezing, and reshaping, like being repeatedly forged by an invisible hand. In just a few days his muscles, bones, and blood had subtly undergone a tremendous transformation. Yet this change was locked beneath his own skin. To others he remained the same youthful teacher, clear-eyed and soft-spoken. Even those lurking in the shadows could not detect anything unusual about him. Though his physical abilities far exceeded that of an ordinary person, the sounds of his footsteps, the strength with which he turned pages, and even the extra half bowl of rice at the dining table were indistinguishable from those of an average person. If he did not take the initiative to reveal himself, no one would suspect a thing. He had long grown accustomed to this. At this moment he had just finished a class and assigned homework, leaning over his desk, the pen scratching sounds as he sketched something on the hard-covered notebook. Wang Zhenzhen entered with several textbooks, her eyes brightening. When she saw him, Chen Yu Xiaoling said she would come pick us up later, so let's wait for her at the school gate. Us? Chen Yu looked up, slightly taken aback. Wang Zhenzhen was also momentarily stunned. Right, just the two of us. She said she wants to treat us tonight and has something to discuss. Okay. He nodded in agreement. She moved closer, tilting her body slightly, her hair brushing the edge of the desk, her gaze landing on the open notebook in front of him, filled with dense musical staffs and dancing notes. Are you writing a song again? These past few days she had often seen him bent over writing, so it was no longer surprising. Chen Yu closed the notebook and lightly tapped his fingertip on the cover, just jotting down a couple of segments. She slightly bent down, her voice filled with familiar concern. Have you sent it out yet? I have a college classmate working in music coordination at a wireless company. Do you want me to help you pass it along? Hong Kong has always been a hotbed for entertainment, with stars galore influencing the entire Southeast Asia. A good song, if sung successfully, can turn things around immediately. She thought he was also seeking this path. Chen Yu smiled and pushed the notebook into the drawer, not in a hurry. Right now I only have the melody. I haven't touched the lyrics. They'll consider it once it's complete. In fact, dozens of songs had already been drafted. However, many of the original copyrights were held in Japan, and releasing them rashly could lead to trouble. Moreover, his own entertainment company was still in its infancy. These songs were meant for the female singer he would personally mentor in the future. Supporting 3 or 4 heavenly queens would be more than sufficient. More than half an hour later the school bell rang. The corridor erupted in chaos as elementary students chattered and poured out of classrooms, while teachers in the office packed their lesson plans and began to leave. Goodbye, Teacher Chen. Happy weekend, Teacher Wang. Just before stepping out, the other 3 female teachers in the office exchanged knowing glances upon seeing the two still seated at the desk. There was no way to conceal the smile they shared. Wang Zhenzhen's ears felt warm, while Chen Yu smiled back calmly, even nodding in greeting to them. He appreciated this assistance. Without it, even if Wang Zhenzhen had feelings for him, their relationship would not progress so naturally. After all, in matters of love, whoever speaks first loses the initiative. Romance is like a chess game. Every move must be steady. He only sought fleeting pleasure without getting emotionally invested. Enjoying a long-lasting freedom was the most comfortable. Ma Xiaoling arrived late. The two had waited for nearly 30 minutes at the school gate before a bright red convertible slowly came to a stop. She leaned out, raising her hand in apology. Sorry, I just picked up some goods from an old friend. It took a while. Wang Zhenzhen opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, turning to ask, goods? Aren't you working for a cleaning company? What kind of goods do you clean? Just some everyday essentials. As Ma Xiaoling spoke, she turned back and nodded towards Chen Yu in the back seat, acknowledging him. As soon as Chen Yu settled in, she turned the key, the engine hummed lightly, and then she changed the subject. Let's go eat first. There's a beef with mangosteen place I tried before. It's really authentic. In the restaurant, with steam rising, she picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and only spoke after setting them down. Zhenzhen, come with me to Japan. Dongjing. Ma Xiaoling nodded. The employer will cover the airfare and we can linger 2 days. Treat it as an expense-paid business trip. She added, I heard the snow hasn't stopped. The alleys and rooftops are all white. After a soak in the hot springs, stepping into the snow would be perfect. Wang Zhenzhen's eyes brightened, then she hesitated. But I'm not from your company. Won't I be a bother? You won't, Ma Xiaoling assured her. Ma Xiaoling smiled with certainty. I already made it clear to them. They're big bosses. This little budget isn't even pocket change to them. Wang Zhenzhen breathed out in relief, then frowned then. Why is Chen Yu invited too? She secretly hoped he would go. But in her recollection, Xiaoling and Chen Yu had only met once and barely spoken. How were they suddenly as familiar as old classmates? Ma Xiaoling toyed with her teacup and said lightly, we're alumni. When something good happens, of course we bring people along. Besides, Chen Yu is tall and strong. Having him around on the road gives peace of mind. Dongjing may glitter on the surface, but there are many factions behind the scenes. If it's just the two of us wandering, we should be cautious. True. Wang Zhenzhen nodded, then turned to Chen Yu with a brighter tone. Chen Yu, come with us? Well, I already have plans for the weekend, he said. He lowered his eyes and tapped the table absent-mindedly, not rushing to commit. The taut thread of the awkward arrangement quietly began to loosen. On the trip to Dongjing, the two women would cross paths with the man in the black coat, Kuang Tianyo, whose gaze was as deep and cold as a well. What followed? A stolen first kiss suspicion tests would unfold one after another, impossible to avoid. Chen Yu knew he had to go, but he could not be recklessly eager. He had to weigh the risks. If he ran into Shanban Yifu ahead of time, the situation might slip beyond control. He had thought he could postpone matters further. He did not expect the curtain to be lifted so quickly. At that moment, Ma Xiaoling lifted an eyebrow and flashed him a quick wink. He paused briefly, then his tone softened. But since they're classmates, if anything happens, I cannot just stand by. Fine, consider it taking 2 days off. Then it's settled. Ma Xiaoling folded a napkin into a square and set it on the bowl's rim. See you at the airport tomorrow morning. After dinner, she first escorted Wang Zhenzhen back to the Jejia Tower. Then, under the pretense of being on the way, she gave Chen Yu a lift. The car grew quiet except for the low hum of the air conditioner. Ma Xiaoling stared at the junction ahead and spoke evenly. On this trip to Dongjing, I may be too occupied with business to look after Zhenzhen. Please keep an extra eye on her. Chen Yu turned his face and asked, if you're worried she'll get into trouble, why bring her along? They're just spirits, she replied lightly. Her smile carried an unshakable confidence. I can handle them. I asked you to come only to add another lock to the door. Of course, she omitted the other meaning. Lately, Wang Zhenzhen mentioned Chen Yu more often than she did her new lipstick. That little unmistakable flutter of joy and bashfulness. Only a fool would not see it. All right, Chen Yu answered crisply. We're classmates. Oh, when someone needs a hand, don't be shy. By the way, Xiaoling, which parts of Xianjiang have been unsettled recently? Are there places you know where ghosts appear? Since you asked me to watch someone, I might ask a small favor in return. Hunt ghosts. Ma Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. What are you after? Most people would tremble at the very word ghost. In her line of work, unless a client came with money in hand, she avoided stirring trouble. The city was full of living people who died with grievances, a broken bone, a wrong that could not be spoken. The resentments stacked up like bricks. To clean them up one by one would take days without sleep. Besides, most wandering souls could not hold on beyond 7 days and would dissolve on their own. Chen Yu was different. He was not a Taoist master, yet he gravitated toward places dense with Yin. Now he was asking deliberately where the hauntings were. Chen Yu lifted his cup and blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface. The force behind my lightning has steadied a lot lately. I want a living target to test it on. Only a few days. Could it have strengthened so quickly? Ma Xiaoling paused, then said, there is a place. The reed marsh at Kingshuiwen has been acting strange. A few friends in the trade had mentioned that passing by at night feels like someone is following you. As an exorcist, Ma Xiaoling naturally kept company with others who scraped a living at the Yinyang boundary. Ghost catchers, talisman painters, warders, mediums, each eking out a life on the threshold. She looked at Chen Yu calmly. A few days ago, that stand of reeds in Kingshuiwen burned to the ground. More than a dozen died, and their bones were swept away. When a fire rips through like that, resentment cannot be contained. 9 times out of 10, it breeds vengeful spirits. If you want somewhere to test your handling of Yin disturbances, that's perfect. Kingshuiwen, the reed bed. Chen Yu nodded, his gaze peculiar, as if had heard something both unexpected and inevitable. Night deepened, and the sea wind swept past the estuary. The reed marsh lay as blackened mud. When the wind stirred, ash rose in fine whirls. The air carried an indistinct chill, not ordinary cold, but the kind of penetrating Yin that creeps into bone. Shortly after midnight, the ash heaps suddenly spiraled into silent little whirlwinds that rolled the black dust into thin columns, turning slowly. From the depths of the dark came broken voices drifting through the air. Give me back my life. No. Have mercy. Have mercy. The sounds were not human. They were strangled sobs and hoarse screams squeezed from the bottoms of wells, from cracks in walls and floorboards. It's not just one of them, it's more than 10. Ma Xiaoling stood at the reed edge, the night wind lifting stray hair across her brow. She wore a snug white sweater and a miniskirt, but hugged her arms instinctively, her brow drawn tight. This place is a natural accumulation of een, the dense reeds draw on the earth veins een. When the fire burned the vegetation away, the een poured into the ashes, and the fragmented souls that touched it went mad and became resentful on the spot. Leave it a few days, and once sated they will spread out to seize the living. She paused and looked at Chen Yu, relief easing her expression. Fortune rather obliged us pushing you here at this crucial moment. If Chen Yu had not inquired about the place and volunteered to test his new skill, she would never have come out here. Do you need me to lend a hand? Taken alone, these are not even fierce ghosts, let alone comparable to that woman in red. But these people were desperate outlaws in life, dying abruptly wrapped, and een multiplies their ferocity. If a dozen of them pounced together, an ordinary practitioner would likely be overwhelmed. No need, I'll handle it. All right. Ma Xiaoling stopped pressing. The image of him chasing the woman in red through the streets still flickered in her mind. Seeing his voice now, so resolute, she merely nodded. Just as Chen Yu lifted his foot to step into the ruins, she suddenly called after him, "Wait. Chen Yu, I haven't opened your yin-yang eye yet." He waved his hand without pausing. "No need. You'll have to confront these things yourself eventually. You cannot be there every time." The reed marsh already stretched vast, the size of a dozen football fields. Chen Yu walked several hundred meters before truly entering the drifting range of the vengeful souls. In an instant, every shadow turned its head to him. Their hollow sockets held no light, only a hatred that ate at bone. The constant wash of een had scrambled their minds, but they still remembered those who had killed them. Even a vague outline was enough for them to lock on and strike. The one at the front had a face as pale as paper, blood streaming from his ear holes and the corners of his mouth, his throat, as if torn, roaring, "Kill. Kill you. I will kill you." That was Liang Kuan. At his howl, the resentful shapes erupted from all sides, their furious cries becoming one black mist surged, and a dozen ghastly forms shot forward like black arrows aimed at Chen Yu's face. From afar, the scorched ground birthed more than 10 twisted plumes of dust that writhed like living black serpents, skimming the earth with howling een wind, making the ground tremble. Sizzle. Lightning flashed. Brilliant blue arcs erupted around Chen Yu, thick as chopsticks, crackling and leaping. Their heat warped the air and thundered. Compared with the scattered filaments of electricity that a week ago could only wrap half an arm, the thunder now cloaked his body densely, as if he wore a flowing cuirass of blue flame. Though he did not possess the yin-yang eye, his mental will far surpassed that of ordinary men. Even before the ghostly shadows took form, he could already sense their locations. It wasn't seeing, it was perception. Clusters of cold, heavy, and tearing phantoms slowly writhed in the darkness. At the moment the thunder exploded, he not only did not retreat, but instead sprang forward. His feet shattered the mud beneath him, and in a flash he had closed in on the nearest vengeful spirit. With a fist wrapped in thunder, he struck out, and before the punch arrived, the blue light erupted like a ring of waves. The vengeful spirit didn't even have time to scream before it disintegrated on the spot, turning into a wisp of green smoke, completely vaporized by the thunderous energy. In the next moment, his figure flickered again, moving so fast that it left afterimages behind as thunder and lightning danced around his punches and kicks. Boom, 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 boom. The force of his punches tore through the air, and the thunder split the ink-like darkness, illuminating the entire wasteland as bright as day. Those vengeful spirits he had personally ended before were now completely defenseless. Within just a few breaths, the last and most vicious of them, the vengeful shadow of Liang Kuan, also disintegrated inch by inch in the thunder. In just over 10 minutes, during which he spent most of the time walking, the actual fighting lasted less than a minute. In the distance, Ma Xiaoling looked at the figure enveloped in thunder and muttered softly, "How can this be? In just a few days he has become this strong." Chen Yu's strength had soared, and Ma Xiaoling, besides feeling a jolt in her heart, couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. His thunder surged in his hands, and with a simple wave, he could shatter evil spirits unlike her, who had to burn talismans, form seals, and chant incantations, not daring to make a single mistake. However, if one were to truly compare, their paths were fundamentally different. Chen Yu's thunder only understood splitting, exploding, and returning to nothingness, whereas as a celestial master, she could guide souls and help the deceased into reincarnation. The flight took off in the early morning and landed in Dongjing just past noon. The fragrance of spring had already graced Xiangjiang, while Dongjing still gasped under the March snow. The wind at the airport exit was biting, whipping snowflakes straight into their collars. Ma Xiaoling and Wang Zhenzhen instinctively huddled their shoulders. Thankfully, their down jackets were thick enough that they didn't shiver immediately. Chen Yu, on the other hand, wore a gray leisure suit and sunglasses, standing tall with the cold air seemingly avoiding him like a figure cut out from a fashion magazine. The two women pushed their suitcases ahead, while he casually carried an empty bag slung over one shoulder, his back exuding a steady presence resembling a close bodyguard. In truth, that bag was merely a prop. Everything he needed had long been stowed away in a storage space light enough to be a mere decoration. He mused to himself, with just a 2 or 3 day stay, the suitcase was packed fuller than during a move. Was it really necessary? At the same moment, Kuang Tianyu and Gao Bao also stepped out of the cabin. Fate favored coincidence. The two parties arrived at the airport entrance almost simultaneously. At this moment, they were still strangers. Kwang Tianyu did not know Ma Xiaoling, nor had Ma Xiaoling ever seen him. Gao Bao's eyes quickly caught the sight of Ma Xiaoling's shapely calves, then glanced at Wang Zhenzhen, who was as radiant as a freshly blossomed white plum. His throat tightened, and he lowered his voice, nudging Kwang Tianyu. Look, they're stunning. As for Chen Yu, who was following behind, not a sliver of his attention was diverted toward them. Before he finished speaking, Gao Bao had already decided that these two were local girls from Japan, dragging Kwang Tianyu forward to pursue them, his face brimming with eagerness. Such appearances were rare, no matter where one was. Ma Xiaoling was focused on her phone, calling for a ride, when Gao Bao, panting, caught up and suddenly remembered the language barrier, quickly turned to ask, "Hey Tianyu, how do you say hello in Japanese?" Kwang Tianyu's forehead twitched slightly, but he casually replied, "Oh, it's Ojenki di Suka." Gao Bao's eyes instantly lit up, moving in next to Ma Xiaoling, and pronounced clearly, "Oh, Ojenki di Suka." Ma Xiaoling turned her face, her gaze sliding over, and scoffed in Cantonese, "Let me teach you instead. Ojenki di Suka." Her pronunciation was fluent and without a hitch. Gao Bao was momentarily stunned. By the way, let me remind you, Japan is quite xenophobic. If you can't speak the language properly, don't go around chatting people up. After she finished speaking, she raised her nose slightly and huffed. Wang Zhenzhen burst into laughter. But just as she turned her head back, Kwang Tianyu's pupils constricted sharply. The face before him surprisingly overlapped with that of the female celestial master who had wielded a sword to slay the minister 60 years ago. Her brown nose, and even the slight curve of her lips, seemed to be imprinted from an old photograph. Feeling the intense gaze of the unfamiliar man, Ma Xiaoling's anger flared, and her tone grew colder. "Hey, have you looked enough?" Kwang Tianyu in a daze replied, "You look very much like an old acquaintance of mine." Gao Bao, upon hearing this, was taken aback and turned to scrutinize Kwang Tianyu. This usually taciturn fellow actually opened up today, using such an old-fashioned pickup line. A few meters away, Chen Yu deliberately slowed his pace, hands in his pockets, watching the whole scene with great interest. Wang Zhenzhen suddenly felt the space behind her empty, turned around, and saw him quietly standing in the snow. Puzzled, "Chen Yu, why are you standing so far away?" "Oh, it's nothing, I just suddenly remembered something and got lost in thought." He raised his hand to adjust his sunglasses and stepped forward, nodding and smiling at Gao Bao. "Officer, there we meet again." "It's you." Gao Bao stared at the familiar, yet hazy face, hesitating for a moment before finally recalling the one wearing sunglasses. "Oh, you two know each other." Wang Zhenzhen, Ma Xiaoling, and even Kwang Tianyu looked a bit surprised. Chen Yu smiled gently. "2 weeks ago, during that knife robbery case, this officer took my statement, so we're familiar." "Haha, that's right. I was the one who took Chen Yu's statement." Gao Bao immediately chimed in, his smile warm as he tried to strengthen their connection. Ma Xiaoling was disinterested in the conversation, and upon seeing the taxi approaching from a distance, she briskly called out, "Zhenzhen, Chen Yu, the car is here, let's go." Without a word, Chen Yu grabbed a suitcase in each hand, stepped confidently onto the steps, and stuffed them into the trunk. The two women sat in the back seat while he opened the passenger door, settling in after giving a slight nod to Gao Bao, and Kwang Tianyu a smile at the corner of his mouth as a greeting. As the taxi's taillights vanished around the corner, Gao Bao clicked his tongue. Tisk, this guy is quite something, surrounded by two gorgeous ladies. Can his physique handle it? Kwang Tianyu did not respond, his brows slightly furrowed, his voice low and heavy. That person is unusual. Chen Yu looked like an ordinary young man at first glance, but as a zombie his instincts pricked at his nerves. There was something hidden beneath that seemingly ordinary exterior, a stillness that was unsettling. Of course he's unusual. Otherwise how could he lead two beauties straight to Dongjing for leisure? Gao Bao's eyes sparkled with envy, his tone tinged with a hint of sour admiration. Seeing Gao Bao's eager and impatient demeanor, Kwang Tianyu shook his head and sighed, "Enough with the nonsense, let's hurry. The police station is expecting us soon, and we still need to catch a flight back to Hong Kong tonight." In the backseat, Wang Zhenzhen was poking Ma Xiaoling's arm, laughing uncontrollably. "The way you were holding a straight face just now was like a cold-faced Buddha statue in a temple." While the two of them were in a flurry of laughter, Chen Yu, sitting in the front row, appeared to be gazing out at the swiftly passing street scenery, but in truth his mind was fully immersed in his internal state. More precisely, it was focused on the attribute interface that only he could see. Ever since he got caught up in the zombie contract with Ma Xiaoling and the others, the merging progress had suddenly soared. It was twice as fast as when he interacted alone with Wang Zhenzhen, and nearly 3 times faster than merely meeting Ma Xiaoling, who, compared to when he first arrived being alone and isolated, it was an astronomical increase. When he first arrived, the merging rate climbed a mere 0.001 a day. Later, frequently interacting with Wang Zhenzhen and the others allowed it to increase by 0.1 over 3 days, an effective 30-fold boost. His initiative to get closer to them was never just for their appearances. Xiangjiang had never lacked beautiful women, but what was scarce was this kind of genuine catalyst. Now, with nearly 100-fold acceleration, it further confirmed his judgment. As long as he stepped into the plot line, even if he merely observed from the sidelines, the benefits would automatically accrue. What if he killed Kwang Tianyu right now? Would he explode with a full warehouse? The thought flickered through his mind, only to be casually extinguished. There was no need. Though Chen Yu hesitated about major events, he was fundamentally a person of strong will. Unlike the useless Liang Cohen, there was no reason to act against him. Chen Yu could not bring himself to do it. Moreover, at this moment, it might not even be possible to defeat him. Chen Yu at this stage could catch bullets barehanded, and his speed was such that he could tear through afterimages. As for confronting Yamamoto Kazuo, that old ghost who had absorbed energy for 60 years, Chen Yu never entertained that thought. He could not defeat him. The Silver Supreme template had only chewed off a sliver as small as a fingernail, and after basking in the sun for half a month, it had just warmed up the edges of its steel-like body. What he needed to do most now was to retreat into his shell and play the part of an ordinary ability user with a bit of skill. He was not one of those arrogant protagonists who talked about heavenly principles and the lives of the masses while strutting around. The airplane landed in Dongjing at 1 in the afternoon. Afterward, it took over an hour in a taxi winding through the narrow alleys before finally stopping at the entrance of the Jiuzhou Hotel. As the car door opened, Ma Xiaoling and Chen Yu simultaneously paused, raising their eyes to meet each other's gaze. The oppressive aura was thick and bitter, tightening their throats even in broad daylight. This place had seen its share of deaths. Due to the time zone difference and the long journey, the three of them completed their check-in and returned to their rooms to rest. It wasn't until evening that they met again in the restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Ma Xiaoling laid out the itinerary for the next day. In the morning, they would meet with Yamamoto Ryuichi to discuss important matters. Thus, Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen would have free time in the morning, and in the afternoon, they would go for a hot spring. In the evening, they would wrap things up, and the day after tomorrow, they would buy souvenirs in the morning before returning in the afternoon. To this end, Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen each took a day off. When the Japanese cuisine was served, Chen Yu picked up a piece of sashimi and casually asked, "By the way, Xiaoling Zhenzhen, since we're in Dongjing, aren't you planning to go out and explore tonight?" Wang Zhenzhen's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded. "Explore? I already made plans with Xiaoling to go to Ginza after we eat. I've heard it's the most vibrant area in Dongjing." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly paused, tilting her head to look at him. "Aren't you coming with us?" Chen Yu smiled gently. "Forget it, you two will definitely head straight to the jewelry stores and clothing boutiques. It would be awkward for me, a man, to just stand there. They'll find another place to wander and taste the authentic flavors of Dongjing at night." "Oh." Wang Zhenzhen looked a bit disappointed. However, Ma Xiaoling didn't let up glancing at Chen Yu. "Are you really just going for the food?" He remained expressionless. "What else? Running out in the middle of the night is just to see a few lights and taste some delicacies. Isn't that enjoyment?" "Is that so?" "Absolutely true." After dinner, Wang Zhenzhen pulled Ma Xiaoling into a taxi, heading for Ginza. Chen Yu waved down a taxi on his own, awkwardly stating the destination in broken Japanese, Kabukicho. "Hi." The driver grinned, his eyes crinkling with understanding. "Looking at night scenes. Tasting delicacies. Who are you trying to fool?" Having seen the neon nights of Magic City 2,000 years later, Chen Yu had no interest in the lights of Dongjing, and food did not pique his appetite at all. What he truly longed for was the red light district that every man wished to explore in Dongjing. In such places, if you come and don't take a look around, it always feels like something is missing. Oh, what if he encounters a couple of pure and striking girls like last time? After all, this was Japan. Oh, a night of indulgence would end at dawn, leaving no debts between anyone. The hotel was already in Shinjuku, so Chen Yu didn't expend much effort as he strolled into the first street of Kabukicho. The entire street was submerged in a sea of lights with advertisements so dense they were suffocating. On both sides were various establishments, entertainment venues, izakayas, game halls, small theaters, and even the air was thick with the scent of copper and indulgence. "Some Mason, sir, would you like to take a break? Our store just launched a maid dress-up experience today. If you're interested, please come in and have a seat." After only a few steps, two girls around 15 or 16 met in their short skirts, swaying with their movements, smiles warm and voices sweet to the point of cloying. "Oh, is this a thing?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and followed them into the store. But in less than 15 minutes, he walked back out alone, his expression indifferent. Those maids were indeed young, but their faces were plain, and their eyes were restless, unable to withstand a close look. They could chat, but not truly play. They could flirt, but not engage emotionally. It was dull. Just as Chen Yu was wandering around Kabukicho, the sea suddenly erupted in the dead of night. Chen Yu, who had been killed during the day and thrown into the Pacific, abruptly opened his eyes. Roar! A non-human roar tore through the night, fangs bared, waves crashing violently. He shot through the surface of the sea like an arrow, disappearing into the inky clouds in the blink of an eye. In the snowy cold night, he raced along the faint trace of the criminal's lingering scent, finally stopping in front of the independent hot spring villa of the Jiuzhou Hotel. Figures appeared. The two guards at the door reacted swiftly, raising their guns to shoot. Gunfire erupted and flames were blinding. However, at this moment, Chen Yu had already burned away the last remnants of restraint due to the death of the Japanese policewoman. He no longer held back. With a flicker of his figure, the bullets whizzed past him. Before the echoes had faded, he had already flashed to the two men, his hand striking, severing their throats cleanly and decisively. He followed the scent into the villa, moving through the misty corridor filled with hot spring steam. When he pushed open Han Baitau's door, he only saw a cold, lifeless body. By the bedside stood a ghostly woman in a white kimono. Roar! The corpse's aura surged, a low growl erupted, and a pressure of immense weight instantly bore down on the other party. The female ghost screamed, her soul trembling in panic, and turned to flee. Just as she swept past the window frame, Chen Yu reached out and grabbed her waist sash. An amulet fell, and at the same time, he caught sight of 2 deep purple zombie bite marks on her neck. Stop! He turned and chased after her, his footsteps relentless. The killer was dead, and the ghost bore marks. There must be unfinished business behind these traces. He needed to clarify things. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was fast, but the female ghost was faster. Her ethereal form passed through walls and vanished, making it difficult to catch up for a moment. Snap! As he chased into the hotel lobby, the female ghost suddenly dissipated. Almost at the same moment, the sound of a camera shutter clicked. Not far away, Ma Xiaoling held a magical camera, the lens aimed precisely at the spot where the shadow had just vanished. She looked up and bumped into Chen Yu, who was rushing out. It's you. It's you. Both were taken aback. Chen Yu had not intervened, yet fate had its own course. Those who were meant to meet would ultimately stand under the same light. Chen Yu paused, slightly opening his palm to reveal a crumpled talisman. I'm a police officer from Shangjiang. This ghost's death is suspicious. This item was taken from her. Ma Xiaoling resembled someone from 60 years ago too closely, and now alone at night pursuing a ghost. He had already grown 7 or 8 parts certain in his heart. What do you mean? She frowned slightly. Yet in her heart, she silently trembled. To forcibly pull a magical item from a ghost, this police officer was not simple. Tianyu's voice was low. There are bite marks from a zombie on her neck. When you catch her, I want to ask face to face. Who bit her? Ma Xiaoling's pupils constricted. A zombie. She never expected that traveling all the way to Dongjing would truly encounter this line of dark energy. We'll talk about it then. She neither agreed nor refused. The next morning, the three went their separate ways. Chen Yu wandered the streets of Dongjing with Wang Zhenzhen. Ma Xiaoling, led by Tadu Makoto, went to meet Yamamoto Ryuichi, who was none other than Yamamoto Kazuo himself. Gao Baogang set off to the Dongjing Police Department to review the files, while Chen Yu had already grasped the details of the Jiuzhou Hotel. This hot spring inn had only about 20 rooms, decorated like a mountain villa, yet it had been linked to over a dozen murder cases, robberies, rapes, dismemberments, each case seemingly fresh, with blood still staining the old files. The most glaring one was the very case he had been desperately pursuing, the ghost of Chuchuan, who had died over 20 years ago, her blood completely drained, and 2 clear zombie bite marks remained on either side of her neck. Over 20 years ago. Tianyu's gaze darkened, his knuckles unconsciously tightening in his palm. The vague conjecture in his mind was gradually taking shape. Yamamoto Kazuo had likely not died back, then he might have been bitten by Jiang Chun, becoming an undead corpse like him. And Chuchun? Most likely she died at his hands. Tianyu was following the line of Chuchuan, just flipping through the old case files, when Ma Xiaoling stepped into Yamamoto Kazuo's estate. Crossing the moss-covered stone courtyard, she entered the living room with Tadu Makoto. The entire room was filled with dark wooden structures, tatami mats, shoji doors, and the dry landscape in the alcove exuding the old-fashioned decor of Japan. In the center, an elderly man dressed in a dark kimono sat upright, his silver hair like snow, his beard hanging down to his chest. Tadu Makoto bowed and introduced, Miss Ma, this is my boss, Mr. Yamamoto Ryuichi. Yamamoto Kazuo, who looked ancient, raised his eyes to look at her, a faint glimmer of sharpness passing through his pupils, and then he spoke in a hoarse voice. I didn't expect Miss Ma to be so young. Ma Xiaoling took it as him doubting her experience, her lips curling slightly as she replied candidly, in our line of work, abilities are never measured by age. Yamamoto Kazuo nodded slowly. That is indeed true. Ha ha. Ouch. Missed again. Deep within the dense woods of Ueno Park in Tokyo, Wang Zhenzhen laughed, like a carefree sparrow playfully hurling snowballs at Chen Yu. Each snowball she threw flew wide of its mark, while Chen Yu, just as she startled and darted aside, sent his own whistling past her ear with uncanny precision. To onlookers it appeared perilous, to her it only quickened her pulse, filling her with exhilarating joy. Yet the snow lay knee-deep beneath the trees. Was the ground below frozen earth, gnarled roots, or a sunken, forgotten trench? No one could say for certain. Chasing a rolling snowball, she lunged forward, then suddenly plunged into empty air, her balance shattered, a cry escaping her lips. Oh, careful. 5 meters away, Chen Yu blurred into motion, already standing firm beside her, his left arm sweeping across her waist to draw her close against his chest. Wang Zhenzhen froze instantly. Her nose brushed the warm fabric of his shirt, and a deep, grounding warmth surged straight to her heart. Her cheeks flared crimson. Chen Yu paused for half a breath before releasing her, his voice gentle, steady now. I'm fine, she murmured, lowering her gaze, fingers unconsciously tightening on the hem of her coat, ears burning, fingertips still tingling with the memory of that fleeting warmth. At that moment, Chen Yu emerged from the forest paths far and clad in a black jacket. His eyes swept over the two standing close together, and flickered with mild surprise at you both. His voice rippled through the air like wind across still water, dispelling the lingering warmth. A flash of quiet regret crossed Wang Zhenzhen's eyes before she lifted a poised, practiced smile. Hello. Chen Yu found the coincidence delightful and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Chen Yu. Chen Yu returned a faint, serene smile. Chen Yu. I teach literature. Wang Zhenzhen. I'm a teacher too. As soon as the words left her lips, she recalled something and turned to Chen Yu with genuine curiosity. This morning Xiaoling mentioned you. Mr. Chen. Did you come to Weno to investigate those deaths at the Kyushu Hotel? Xiaoling had indeed spoken of last night's events, but carefully omitted the word ghost. Noting Chen Yu's composed bearing and knowing Xiaoling was a Taoist exorcist, Chen Yu instinctively assumed Wang Zhenzhen shared the same knowledge. Ah yes. He paused briefly, then nodded. After exchanging a few polite words, he took his leave, heading directly to his father's residence in early spring. He needed to hear firsthand what truly happened on that snowy night 23 years ago. That afternoon, Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen wandered through the shrine's bustling market, savoring takoyaki and grilled dumplings, before returning to their hotel as the sun dipped low on the western horizon. The moment they pushed open the glass doors of the lobby, they spotted Ma Xiaoling speaking quietly with the hotel's female manager. Nearby in the lounge area, 4 monks wearing wide-brimmed straw hats sat in a circle. At their center, an elderly monk held a ceremonial staff, eyes closed, chanting sutras in a low, resonant voice, the very air seeming to thicken and still. It turned out that before inviting Ma Xiaoling, the manager had already summoned these esoteric monks from Mount Koya. She was now explaining to Ma Xiaoling the monks held immense local prestige, so she dared not slight them, and declared that whoever first subdued the ghost would claim the full reward. As the two approached, the manager hurried over, bowing repeatedly. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Ma. Truly, I apologize. Ma Xiaoling arched a brow and smiled. Do as you wish. The money goes to whoever proves real skill. Wang Zhenzhen's eyes lit up. Xiaoling, you're done. Finished. But there's been a small complication. She gave Chen Yu a brief nod, then shifted her gaze toward the lounge. The 5 monks' robes suddenly billowed outward, as if caught in an unseen gale, while a heavy, oppressive hush settled over the air. Ha ha ha. In unison, the 4 monks spun sharply, sealing madras, then swiftly retreated. The elder monk from Mount Koya sprang upright, his staff leaping from his grip, spinning 3 times midair before driving deep into the floor with perfect stillness. His palms flashed. Within a heartbeat, he stood beside the staff, fingertips hovering just above its tip, as violet lightning crackled and spat between them, coiling like living serpents. The hotel manager's throat tightened, her pulse skipped half a beat. Visually, the display was undeniably awe-inspiring. Before she could speak, the monk reshaped his hand seals, then conjured a delicate indigo lotus blossom that floated weightlessly overhead before settling motionless in the southeast corner of the hall. His gaze hardened like tempered steel. With a forceful thrust of both palms, he launched a searing golden beam at the lotus, its detonation blinding, accompanied by a brief, piercing shriek, a woman's final desperate cry. The phenomenon vanished in an instant. The 5 monks lowered their hands, stilled their breath, and stepped forward in unison. The lead monk spoke gravely to the manager. The ghost trace is confirmed. We may set the altar tonight. Having delivered this, he glanced sidelong at Ma Xiaoling and her companions before silently leading his disciples past them. Ma Xiaoling watched their retreating backs in silence. Then a subtle curve lifted her lips as she slipped her arm through Wang Zhenzhen's. Come on, Zhenzhen. Let's soak in the hot spring. And me? Chen Yu pointed to himself. Ma Xiaoling shot him a sideways glance, eyebrows lifting. You. Obviously the men's bath, unless you plan to sneak in. Chen Yu nodded seriously. I did consider it. Oh. Wang Zhenzhen's ears burned scarlet. Even Ma Xiaoling blinked, her cheeks flushing faintly as she glared. Pervert. Don't even think about it. Before the words fully faded, she'd already tugged Wang Zhenzhen away, sprinting off. Golden afternoon light poured through the glass dome. Beneath it, a steaming onsen pool shimmered, open air yet sheltered. Wrapped in plain white towels, Wang Zhenzhen and Ma Xiaoling sank lazily into the mist-laced waters. Ma Xiaoling wrinkled her nose. Humph. Never would have guessed. Chen Yu with those earnest brows and clear eyes would be such a rogue. Daring to scheme about the hot spring, how utterly shameless. She'd meant it as light-hearted teasing, yet he'd actually entertained the notion, nearly leaving her speechless. Well, perhaps it's not entirely his fault. Wang Zhenzhen stirred the water with her fingers, her cheeks dusted with soft rose. Any man seeing us together might well think the same. Oh ho, Ma Xiaoling drawled, feigning mock scandal. Zhenzhen, you're defending him. She adopted a stern expression. Spill the truth. Have you taken a liking to him? No, I'm just stating facts. Wang Zhenzhen's voice dwindled to a whisper. A mischievous glint sparkled in Ma Xiaoling's eyes as she leaned in, grinning. None of that. No pretending. We've known each other since childhood. Your eyelashes flutter, and I know exactly what you're thinking. All right, just a little. Truly only a little. Flustered and exposed, Wang Zhenzhen buried her flaming face in her arms. Ma Xiaoling chuckled, ruffling her hair gently before asking, "So, where did you two go this morning?" Mentioning it reignited Wang Zhenzhen's enthusiasm. "First we visited Shinkai Slope, mountains of cherry blossoms, and then Winnow Park for snowball fights, and then..." Gesturing animatedly, she laughed, eyes sparkling, recounting how enchanting each place was, which tree made the perfect photo backdrop, which stall served the most fragrant dorayaki. Listening, Ma Xiaoling fell silent for a long moment. She recalled her clan's ironclad decree as a family demon slayer. Her sacred duty was to uphold righteousness and expel evil. Yet any romantic entanglement would shatter her cultivation, and a single tear would strip her of all power. Should her heart surrender to mortal love, her hard-won cultivation would recede like tide from a barren shore, vanishing in an instant. Thus she possessed strength beyond ordinary mortals, and forfeited everything a girl ought to cherish: the innocence of childish coquetry, the quiet intimacy of holding hands at dusk, the solemnity of a wedding vow, the lullaby hummed beside a cradle. Her life was destined to be still as an ancient well, depth without ripple, solitude without shore. Meanwhile, in the adjacent thermal pool, Chen Yu reclined against the glass wall, bare-chested, his musculature gleaming warmly in the slanting sunlight. He closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Finally reached 4%. In just 2 days, his integration rate had risen by 0.2%, nearly matching the gain from eliminating a Crow-class entity. Clearly, this world's foundational structure remained anchored in the vampire detective. Once he fully entered the main storyline's vortex, his rate of essence extraction would far surpass that of defeating other narrative core figures. He slowly lowered his gaze inward, sinking his consciousness deep into his own body. At 4% integration, Chen Yu noticed changes beyond accelerated evolution. The invisible field enveloping him had grown markedly denser, heavier. Concurrently, his reality editing force had loosened slightly. That was the private name he'd given his Silver Age Superman ability, the power to conceive something from pure thought and forcibly inscribe it into reality, rewriting the world as though penning new lines onto the manuscript of existence. After previously using subconscious self-hypnosis to manifest Thunder Force, he'd sensed something amiss. The ability didn't scale with physical strength. Instead, it demanded relentless extraction of mental willpower wrung from his psyche, like water from a soaked towel. Every thread of thunder energy he summoned tightened his skull, making his temples throb. Yet now, suddenly, he felt room to breathe, as if a taut bowstring had eased one notch, leaving space for another arrow to be knocked. Ma Xiaoling and the others were soaking in the hot spring, the steam enveloping them, making them feel drowsy. At the same moment, Chen Yu pushed open the door and entered the hotel lobby. He stopped a female server appearing to chat casually, but in truth, he was fishing for information about the strange occurrences in the building. The footsteps suddenly quickened. The monk Peacock, under the command of Gao Yi, led 4 mages passing through the corridor with hurried steps. The silver bells on their staffs jingled, startling the guests on either side of the hallway. Before anyone could ask a question, the 4 mages raised their hands in unison. Binding spells fell, freezing the bystanders in place, unable to even blink. This was to prevent them from accidentally walking into a magical formation, while also protecting them from being tainted by negative energy and possessed by a female ghost. "This is bad." In the hot spring, Ma Xiaoling suddenly opened her eyes, springing up in a flurry, her voice filled with anger. "This is utterly improper. Didn't we agree to start at night? Why are they making a move before sunset?" Wang Zhenzhen was taken aback. "What's wrong? Let's go. Someone is stealing our job." She grabbed Wang Zhenzhen, wrapping her bathrobe around her, and rushed out barefoot onto the slippery tiles. Instead of heading straight to the scene, she turned back, stopping at the entrance of Chen Yu's hot spring room. Just as she raised her hand to knock, the door was pulled open from the inside. Chen Yu was already dressed, looking natural with a hint of confusion. "Is there something you need?" Ma Xiaoling didn't think much and shoved Wang Zhenzhen into his hands, speaking rapidly. "Chen Yu, take care of Zhenzhen for me. I need to head to the scene." Before her words faded, she had already turned and dashed toward her room, leaving Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen standing at the intersection of light and shadow in the corridor. Wang Zhenzhen's bathrobe was oversized with the collar slightly open. Chen Yu's gaze inadvertently swept past, catching a glimpse of a patch of snow-white skin. She immediately lowered her head, her ears turning red in an instant. The air fell silent for 2 seconds, feeling a bit heated. Chen Yu stepped aside, slightly pointing to the lounge across the hall. "Want to sit for a while?" "Sure." She knelt in front of the low table, faint sounds of chaotic chatter and the ringing of bells drifted in from outside the window. She opened her mouth several times, then closed it again, finally asking softly, "Chen Yu, is Xiaoling going to catch a ghost?" She was kind-hearted, but not foolish. In recent days, she had listened to Ma Xiaoling's tone and observed how she dealt with those clients, even noticing that she always carried talismans and peachwood nails in her bag, cleaning company. They were sweeping away negative energy, not just dust from the floor. Chen Yu chuckled and nodded. "Yes, going to collect a female ghost. Are you afraid?" "A little." She instinctively shrank her shoulders, her fingers tightening on the edge of her bathrobe. At this moment, he needed to reassure her. His voice was extremely gentle, like warm water flowing over stone steps. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and the ghost can't get close to you. I believe you. Her reply was soft, but heartfelt. When she looked up at him, a thin layer of moisture glimmered in her eyes, delicate, like the first swell of spring water. At that very moment, the wooden door behind them suddenly burst open. A white shadow wrapped in a gust of cold air rushed in, its shrill laughter piercing, directly aimed at Wang Zhenzhen. By the old ways, Kuang Tianyu would have recited a line, "The world has righteous energy," yet turned to be flipped over instead. But today was different. Wang Zhenzhen's pupils contracted sharply, a cry caught in her throat. A black shadow had already blocked her path. At the same time, Chen Yu's right fist shot out. The fist moved with a ghostly blue arc, the air violently ripped apart with a dull roar. 80 tons of base strength combined with 200 tons of instant explosive power unleashed from the arm's swing. Forget a wall, the entire building's foundation could be shaken to pieces. If he truly picked up a 30-meter-long blue whale and threw it, the sea surface would explode into a circular wave wall. At this moment, all that power concentrated into a single point. Before the fist reached its pressure became tangible, like an iron curtain descending upon the female ghost. Lightning crackled and wrapped around his knuckles, the mere momentum enough to terrify one's very soul. Oh! The female ghost let out a tragic wail as her illusion of white clothing was torn apart by the wind of the punch, sending her crashing through the wall, bricks and stones falling in a shower, not daring to linger even for a moment. Outside, the clamor of voices erupted. Chen Yu stood still, letting out a soft sigh. Truly remarkable for a ghost that had lived for over 20 years and had countless lives on its hands, it had not been dispersed by a single punch. The female ghost was sent flying by that heavy punch, crashing through the wall, taking the opportunity to burrow into the body of the female server who was speaking with Kuang Tianyu. Almost simultaneously, Master Peacock and a group of mages rushed over. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The female ghost rushed out of the hotel door. Amidst the turmoil, Kuang Tianyu took off in pursuit, while Ma Xiaoling also dashed out from her room, still unable to tuck in her clothing. Wang Zhenzhen stood behind Chen Yu, her mouth slightly agape, her fingertips trembling, stammering, "Chen Yu. What was that just now?" Seeing her eyes widen and her breath held, Chen Yu instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips gently touching her cheek. Wang Zhenzhen's face turned bright red, her whole body froze in place, feeling her ears burning, her heart pounding like a drum against her ribs, even beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He touched my face. In that instant, all fear was shattered by this thought. Cough. Chen Yu suddenly cleared his throat, his expression as usual. "Are you asking about that female ghost just now, or the lightning in my palm?" "There really are ghosts," Wang Zhenzhen blurted out. Chen Yu smiled slightly. "Didn't you just see it with your own eyes? If I hadn't stopped her, she would now be possessing you. As for this lightning, it's my ability." "Ability?" Wang Zhenzhen repeated in a daze. Chen Yu nodded. "You've seen superpower movies, right? My ability is somewhat similar, a kind of innate awakening, just more substantial than those on screen. There are others like me in the world. Xiaoling is one of them, but she specializes in catching ghosts." Wang Zhenzhen's eyes lit up. "No wonder she wanted me to follow you. She must have known you would take action." After a pause, she pouted again. "But you guys are too inconsiderate. Not even a mention treating me like an outsider." "Well, this time I'll let you off the hook." She huffed, though she wasn't truly angry. Chen Yu smoothly shifted the topic. "Do you want to see how they catch ghosts?" "Can we go?" The still shaken Wang Zhenzhen's eyes quietly sparkled with eagerness. "Of course." He smiled. "I also want to see how Gao Ye's formations are set up. Let's go." Before his words fell, he was already pulling her toward the door, fearing they would miss the second half. But as they burst out of the revolving door of the hotel, the cold wind hit their faces, and Wang Zhenzhen suddenly shrank her neck, only to realize she was just wrapped in a loose bathrobe as thin as paper. Hiss! So cold. She wrapped her arms around herself, her shoulders slightly hunched. Chen Yu hesitated slightly, then took off his outer jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Her ears turned red, and she hung her head, not refusing it. The warmth wrapped around her, making her feel much more at ease. However, Chen Yu frowned. "Zhenzhen, they have already run far ahead. You won't be able to keep up like this." "I'm sorry." Before her words fell, Wang Zhenzhen let out a soft cry. Chen Yu securely wrapped his arm around her shoulder, while his other hand scooped her knee, lifting her entirely into his arms. In the next moment, their figures vanished suddenly. "Wow!" She tightly clutched his neck, her vision blurring into flowing remnants of streetlights, tree shadows, and billboards. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind, and a clean, solid male scent pierced her nostrils. She suddenly realized she was pressed very close against his chest, the warmth penetrating through her thin shirt, steady as a boulder that could withstand wind and rain. Considering the person in his arms, Chen Yu did not push to the limit of speed. By the time he stepped into the mountain forest several miles away, the sky had completely darkened. In the distance, dozens of fire racks had already been lit, flames soaring into the sky, casting a red hue across half the night. In the center of the ritual platform, Master Peacock stood with a starry stance. His spell seals solidified his gaze like lightning shooting toward Kwang Tianyu and the woman beside him, Demon. The formation is complete. Oh, where do you still think you can escape? The fire racks suddenly blazed fiercely. Waves of heat surged and countless streams of scorching air were drawn towards the center, weaving a dense red barrier that enveloped the two tightly. The temperature inside the barrier skyrocketed. The possessed female server convulsed all over, her nails digging into her palms, a piercing wail escaping her throat. Kwang Tianyu's face turned ashen as he said in a deep voice, "Master, if you keep burning, she won't be able to hold on." Master Conke closed his eyes and recited the incantation, his voice booming like a great bell. To eliminate demons and protect the Tao is the duty of a monk with high magical power. There is no retreat. The urgency of the chant intensified, and the flames roared hotter. Within the barrier, the female ghost writhed and screamed amidst the flames while Kwang Tianyu stood still, his clothes unburned and sweatless on his brow. Master Conke observed this, a slight smirk emerging at the corners of his mouth. "The 3 realms and 6 paths have been sealed by me. You shall not take a single step out. You demon, why do you not reveal yourself?" Kwang Tianyu growled, his eyes suddenly sharp as he grabbed the waitress' wrist and charged towards the barrier. Crackle! The crimson magical light exploded around him, yet it could not halt his advance. But just behind him, the possessed body barely touched the edge of the barrier, and a piercing scream tore through the air, the excruciating pain causing her to instinctively release her grip. Master Kong's pupils constricted, his finger pointing directly at Kwang Tianyu, his voice tense. "You are not within the 3 realms and 6 paths. Who exactly are you?" Kwang Tianyu did not answer, only glanced back at the curled-up, wailing female ghost. If he wanted to save her, he had to destroy the altar. He paused for a moment, then swiftly turned towards Master Conke. Fixation spell. Master Kong's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand to form seals. Behind him, several mages responded in unison, their fingers flying, the spell forming a chain-like assault towards Kwang Tianyu. "This spell is useless against me." "Not necessarily," he coldly retorted as the magical powers of 10 converged in Master Kong's palm, all fingers pointing towards the direction of Kwang Tianyu's charge. In an instant, a thick purple lightning bolt struck down, crashing into Kwang Tianyu's chest. His movement halted abruptly, and he stood frozen in place, even his eyelashes caught in the wind. At the edge of the forest, Chen Yu wrapped one arm around Wang Zhenzhen's waist, squinting as he watched with a calm gaze. He pondered, if the monk's fixation spell landed on a superhuman, would it hold him for a second, or would it shatter on the spot? Or if he were truly bound, how would he tear apart that layer of force? Roar! Kwang Tianyu let out a hoarse roar from his throat, revealing his fangs as the corpse energy surged, ready to forcibly break the spell and reveal his true form. Humph! A cold laugh interrupted the battle. "Monk, you said you would open the altar at night, yet you strike just as darkness begins. Your sense of trust is rather swift to digest." Before the words fell, Ma Xiaoling had changed her outfit and arrived holding a talisman, the copper bell at her waist jingling lightly as her boots crushed fallen leaves. Upon her appearance, Kwang Tianyu repressed the corpse energy and quelled his rising thoughts. Ma Xiaoling said nothing more as the flying rope from her sleeve twisted like a living snake and shot straight into the center of the altar. At the moment the altar shattered, Master Conke emitted a muffled groan and was sent flying back, the backlash causing the fire rack to explode into flames. Boom, 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 boom. The flames soared, thick smoke billowed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Kwang Tianyu bent down to carry the barely alive waitress on his back and turned to flee. He intended to take her to meet her biological father, to persuade her to let go of her obsession and to extract the identity of the one who killed her from her mouth. But just then Chen Yu, who had been leaning against a tree and observing, finally moved. In the previous days he had stood by, feeling the gains were sparse. Today, he decided to personally step into the fray to see if he could stir the chessboard and provoke new changes. He instructed Wang Zhenzhen to stay put at the edge of the forest, then slowly stepped forward to block Kwang Tianyu's path, speaking calmly, "Mr. Kwang, why not put her down? Let Xiaoling handle her, it would be more appropriate. After all, to subdue ghosts and drive away evil, she and Master Conke are the professionals." Kwang Tianyu furrowed his brows, but did not rush, softly explaining, "She was killed by the one she loved over 20 years ago. I want to help her. In your perception, I'm merely a mortal body, yet the oppressive aura beneath that calmness makes even the zombie's instincts tense. Thus I spoke, otherwise I would have long carried her off 100 steps away." "I believe you," Chen Yu nodded. Kwang Tianyu's breathing relaxed slightly. But the next moment Chen Yu continued, "However, I have also inquired with the old staff at the hotel. This female ghost has taken more than 3 to 5 lives. She is pitiful, but what about those she dragged into hell? To take a step back, if you truly take her away, what then? Will you perform a rite? Will you apologize to the dead on her behalf? Or will you personally send her into reincarnation?" With 3 questions in a row, Kwang Tianyu halted, rendered speechless. He could not accomplish any of these. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the female ghost on his back suddenly opened, her eyes broke free with a violent twist, leaping into the air with a piercing laugh. Want to catch me? Dream on. Leave her. Utilizing the waitress body, the ghost flickered, darting over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu's feet crushed the ground, darting out like an arrow, his palm charged with blue lightning fingers clawed, aiming directly at her shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several pale silk ribbons shot out from the waitress' sleeve, aiming to strangle Chen Yu's wrist. Yet that white silk, capable of snapping a normal person's neck, crumbled inch by inch upon contact with his arm's thunder. Chen Yu's aura suddenly intensified as he grasped her wrist tightly, his voice, like cast iron, come out. The lightning erupted violently, silver snakes swirling, streaming down Chen Yu's palm, striking directly at the waitress' entire body. She trembled violently, her teeth chattering, unable to produce a sound from her throat. The possessed female ghost let out a heart-wrenching scream, her shrill wail piercing the eardrums. Stop! Huang Tianyu's brow furrowed tightly, unable to hold back. Seeing the ghost's anguished, twisted figure, his heart tightened, and he dashed like a gust of wind to Chen Yu's side. Chen Yu's gaze darkened slightly, intentionally weighing the other's strength, loosening his wrist, causing the waitress to collapse to the ground. Simultaneously, his right fist shot forward, swift as a shadow. Boom! At the moment of impact between fist and palm, the air collapsed and trembled violently. A visible, transparent ripple exploded, the ground erupted, and fallen leaves flew like snow. That punch weighed over 200 tons. If a regular bus were to take that hit, it might be flipped over 10 meters away. Huang Tianyu's expression changed drastically, his whole being sent flying like a kite, with a broken string flipping several times in the air, before landing, staggering back several steps, barely managing to steady himself after sliding over 10 steps. His right hand continued to tingle and tremble as he looked up at Chen Yu, his voice lowered to a whisper. Who exactly are you? Where does such terrifying strength come from? He had not yet transformed into a corpse, relying solely on 30% of his physical strength to take the hit. He was already in such a predicament. Deep down he understood, even if he revealed his true zombie form, he would not stand a chance against this person's strength. Let alone that he also possessed a speed comparable to his own, along with the thunderous power specifically effective against the malevolent. The young man was unbelievably strong. Chen Yu maintained a calm expression, just an ordinary concerned citizen. Yet he secretly marveled, as expected, of a zombie body capable of withstanding bullets. Having endured that punch, his hand merely felt slightly numb with no damage to the flesh. In truth, 90% of that punch's force had been quietly dispelled by a layer of invisible corpse energy. Otherwise, that hand would have shattered into pieces. At this moment, Huang Tianyu was still in human form, and having refused to drink fresh blood for many years, his combat power was even inferior to that of third-generation zombies like Tang Benjinwu. Not to mention Yamamoto Kazuo, an infamous killer who had fed on yang energy for 60 years. It seemed he would have to hide for a while longer. But today he could not afford to hold back. With a step, Chen Yu's foot cracked the ground, a fierce wind rose, and he charged like an arrow into Huang Tianyu's sight. With both fists swinging, the explosive sounds boomed like cannon fire crashing down. The violent wind rushed at Huang Tianyu, the pressure prompting a beast-like growl to roll from his throat, and two sharp fangs suddenly pierced through his lower lip. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of strikes were exchanged in an instant. Where fists and feet collided, shockwaves surged, dust soared, and broken leaves fluttered like snow. Even when forced to reveal his zombie form, Huang Tianyu was still pushed back by every heavy punch from Chen Yu. Yet as the fight progressed, Chen Yu noticed something. His opponent's muscles were warming up, blood was surging, and his strength was steadily increasing. The potential of a second-generation zombie was awakening under the pressure of life and death, just as it did when facing Fa Hai in the future. Gradually, Huang Tianyu began to withstand Chen Yu's punches, no longer retreating endlessly. From a distance, Wang Zhenzhen felt that all she could see were blurred shadows. Ma Xiaoling, who had just retrieved her talisman, exchanged a glance with Master Kong, both reading shock in each other's eyes. This was no ordinary clash of mortals. It was clearly a battle between two primal beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The fight grew more intense, and Chen Yu intentionally led the clash into the forest. In an instant, branches snapped, trees fell, the ground cracked, and mud surged, as if a giant beast had plowed through the wilderness. Huang Tianyu grew increasingly astonished. The aura emanating from this person was unmistakably that of a living being. But how could a living person's bones be harder than steel? Boom! A full-force punch erupted. The ground beneath cracked like a spider web, roots and stems of grass were uprooted, and dust soared into the sky. No more fighting. Chen Yu leaped back, several zhang brushing off the dust from his sleeve, thus ending the confrontation. His goal had been achieved, and there was no need to introduce further variables. Huang Tianyu also paused to catch his breath. In the night, the two fangs quietly retracted as he looked at Chen Yu, his expression serious, yet his eyes burned with a long-lost fervor. It had been years since he had fought so passionately. But then he sighed again, knowing that Chen Yu must have seen through his earlier demeanor. Returning home, he would inevitably have to change his identity and relocate. As a zombie, he could not be seen in the light. Now that Chen Yu had uncovered the truth, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't inform Ma Xiaoling. And once that heir of the Ma family set his sights on him, At this moment, Chu Chun had been severely injured by Chen Yu's thunderous might, rendered powerless, unable to even move. On the other side, Ma Xiaoling had just subdued the peacock and seized an unexpected opportunity. The demon-subduing rod swept down, and the female ghost let out a mournful wail as she was violently expelled from the female attendant's body. A heavenly thunder talisman was thrown into the air, and with a gesture from Ma Xiaoling, her voice rang like gold and stone. "Those who gather for battle stand before me and exorcise evil." Golden scales surged, and the phantom of a divine dragon roared through with the force of wind and thunder. The female ghost Chu Chun suddenly shrieked, her entire body glowing eerily as if shattered glass. "Who killed you?" At a critical moment, Ma Xiaoling recalled the words Kwang Tianyu had entrusted to her. "Yamamoto Kazuo. Yamamoto Kazuo. Who is this person?" She reached out to catch the falling 5-point star artifact steadily, her brow slightly furrowed. Just as she finished speaking, Wang Zhenzhen rushed over from the side, her heels echoing on the ground, her voice tense, shouting. Quick, something happened with Chen Yu. Just now Chen Yu and Kwang Tianyu had been engaged in a fierce battle. Fists stirring up dust, shadows of trees tearing apart, and in an instant they vanished deep into the forest. By the time Wang Zhenzhen, panting heavily, arrived, the battlefield was already silent. Ma Xiaoling knew this was not the time to ask why she had appeared, so she simply nodded and turned to dive into the dense forest. Following the broken branches, scorch marks and shallow grooves dragged across the ground, the two saw them 100 meters away. Chen Yu and Kwang Tianyu, standing firm 5 or 6 steps apart, their clothes untattered, yet their breaths heavy, as if strung tight. Wang Zhenzhen rushed to Chen Yu, her hand raised halfway in hesitation. "Chen Yu, are you okay?" Chen Yu shook his head, his tone gentle. "I'm fine, Zhenzhen. I was just stretching my muscles with Officer Kwang." He raised the corner of his mouth and added loudly, "Right, Officer Kwang." He didn't mention a word about being a zombie. Kwang Tianyu had already lifted his foot to leave, but upon hearing this, he halted and slowly turned his gaze towards Ma Xiaoling. She understood that look and confidently replied, "Chu Chun has been sealed by me." Before her soul was scattered, she personally said that it was Yamamoto Kazuo who killed her. Yamamoto Kazuo. Kwang Tianyu's pupils constricted indeed. That night the fangs of the minister had also pierced his throat. Ma Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. "Speaking of which, I really didn't expect Officer Kwang to be so skilled. Could it be that you are also an extraordinary ability user?" She was too far away to see more than a fleeting glimpse of his fangs, but the corpse energy was suppressed to the point of not leaking at all, leading her to assume he was a fellow ability user. Extraordinary ability user. Kwang Tianyu paused slightly, but did not deny it. As the words left his mouth, he glanced at Chen Yu and thought to himself, so he really is a superpower user. But this ability seemed a bit too strong. Next would be the aftermath concerning Chu Chun. Kwang Tianyu began recounting the past, how she had waited in pain for years only to be sent to the underworld by the one she loved. Wang Zhenzhen's eyes turned red, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. Ma Xiaoling remained silent for a moment before speaking. "This resentment has built up too deeply, especially in the territory of the Sun Country. If we forcibly take her back to Hong Kong for purification, it would be equivalent to letting her die far from home." She paused, not continuing. The big monk had just been interrupted by her winning another round of their contest, and now seeking help. It seemed he wouldn't even be able to knock on the door. By the time they returned to the original place, the monk had already rolled up his mat and left with his copper bell. They would have to come back tomorrow. Due to Chen Yu's intervention, the exorcism had proceeded nearly 2 hours faster than expected. By 9 o'clock, everyone had returned to the Zhuzhou Hotel. Upon hearing that the female ghost had been subdued, the manager bowed 3 times and promptly served tea and snacks. Wang Zhenzhen clung to Ma Xiaoling, insisting on hearing the old stories of exorcism that scared her to cover herself with a quilt at night, yet made her blood boil with excitement. Meanwhile, Kwang Tianyu headed straight into the dining room. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze landing on the young man across from him, who was busy devouring a whole roasted chicken, the firelight reflecting off his jawline, his every swallow exuding a sense of briskness. Even as a man himself, he couldn't help but internally click his tongue, so damn handsome. After a few seconds of silence, Kwang Tianyu lowered his gaze, his voice very calm. "Thanks. Why are you thanking me? For not exposing you as a zombie?" Kwang Tianyu nodded and finally asked why. Chen Yu shrugged. "It's nothing. I just feel like you're not a bad person." "Intuition." "Exactly." He took a bite of the chicken leg, mumbling, "Man's intuition." Kwang Tianyu was momentarily speechless. Yet within his chest a part of him warmed slightly. Someone was willing to trust him solely based on intuition. He took a breath and asked again, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid?" Chen Yu countered, his eyes clear. "You can't beat me. Even if you lose control and go berserk, I can still hold you down. What is there to be afraid of?" During their earlier confrontation, their strengths had seemed evenly matched. In reality, Chen Yu had not exerted his full strength. While Kwang Tianyu had an advantage in speed in close quarters, Chen Yu's explosive power was denser and fiercer. Both their bodies were like steel, and even if Chen Yu summoned thunder to strike down, while he might not be able to kill Kwang Tianyu's zombie form, it would be enough to paralyze his limbs and bring his speed to a halt. Currently, there was no true method to slay him, but it was more than sufficient to suppress a Kuang Tianyu who had yet to awaken his second-generation bloodline. Of course, this referred to his current self, not the Kuang Tianyu who would one day be forced to the brink by Fa Hai unleashing his true bloodline strength. Not to mention the hard battles to come against Luo Ho and Yamamoto Kazuo, who bore inhuman appearances. Yet Chen Yu's combat power was surging at an astonishing rate. Once he truly reached that point, he was confident he could firmly suppress Kuang Tianyu and completely subdue Yamamoto Kazuo. Kuang Tianyu was momentarily speechless. Find the fact that he wasn't afraid of him wasn't due to disrespect for the zombie's might, but rather came from strong confidence and solid strength. As soon as Kuang Tianyu left, Chen Yu also set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking out into the deep night through the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the windowsill. He was reflecting on the battle from the previous night. What were the boundaries of his true combat power? What exactly was Kuang Tianyu's strength? From there, he could deduce the depth of the 3 third-generation zombies under Yamamoto Kazuo. And there was also the phantom of the divine dragon summoned by Ma Xiaoling, and the immobilization spell cast by the peacock used by the monk Takano. In this world where demons and gods coexisted, curses could corrode bones and viruses could wipe out the Panga clan. Compared to these truly deadly forces, the peacock's immobilization technique was merely child's play. What truly frightened superhumans were precisely these kinds of things. In terms of physical defense, he was already a copper wall and iron bastion. A silver-level superhuman could even withstand stellar explosions. As for nuclear bombs, they were merely a tickle. His mental resistance was not weak either, but once he faced soul erosion, curse backlash, or the ethereal attacks of Daoist secret arts, he became vulnerable. Currently, he was rapidly improving every day, and with the innate suppression of shadowy beings by the power of thunder, he was only lacking a foolproof defense. I need to have a protective barrier. Regardless of spells, souls, curses, or any other inexplicable powers, nothing should be able to penetrate it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the phrase invulnerable to all methods quietly surfaced in his mind. As long as those insidious and strange methods couldn't harm him in the slightest, Chen Yu would dare to charge forward one punch at a time, sweeping away all adversaries. Coincidentally, he still had the luxury to start forging a second exclusive ability. Just hearing the name, one could tell how tyrannical and difficult it was to achieve. But so what? Time was the one thing he had in abundance. He could take it slow, building it up inch by inch. The following morning, Chen Yu sensed something unusual. Certain cells within his body trembled slightly, their frequency silently changing. Deep within the cell nuclei, faint ripples of ethereal shadows slowly spread, merging soundlessly into the surrounding energy field. The fluctuations were too subtle, the overall sense of defense barely altered, yet there was evidently something more, like a needle hidden within a thin fog, unseen, yet piercingly accurate. He clenched his fists, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Now, this is what true silver-level excellence looks like. Overnight, relying solely on his subconscious to repeatedly simulate a new ability had already begun to sprout. Though weak as a newly hatched firefly, once the spark ignited, a wildfire was only a matter of time. Chen Yu, did you have trouble sleeping last night? In the dining hall, Wang Zhenzhen noticed him yawning, repeatedly dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but lean in to ask. Chen Yu shook his head. It's nothing, just slept a bit late. Developing 2 abilities simultaneously was still quite a burden for him at this stage. Mentally fatigued, his reactions somewhat dulled, his condition was clearly not as good as before. Ma Xiaoling shot him a sidelong glance, clicking her tongue. Wow, this wilted look is truly rare. If one didn't know better, they'd think you were out in the red light district last night. Ahem. Xiaoling, were classmates, but I must note this down. He'll report you for defamation to the legal department. Chen Yu nearly choked on his tea. If he had actually gone, it would have been one thing, but he had spent the night in the hotel behaving himself, and now was unjustly branded with such a huge accusation. Was his reputation still worth anything? Wang Zhenzhen's ears turned even redder, anxiously tugging at Ma Xiaoling's sleeve. Xiaoling, what nonsense are you saying? Just then Kuang Tianyu approached, nodding in greeting to the group before setting off to trace the whereabouts of Yamamoto Kazuo. After last night's battle, the layers of estrangement between them had been torn apart. They were no longer strangers who had merely crossed paths. Afterwards, Chen Yu accompanied the 2 women to the Koya temple. He stood under the eaves smiling as he watched Ma Xiaoling lose half her earnings to a peacock on the spot. 3 million yen, roughly equivalent to 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, didn't sound like much, yet in reality, it was earned in just 2 days, equating to a daily wage of 150,000. Since she had been grazed by the peacock, the other party, according to the rules, was supposed to compensate her with an additional 500,000 yen for his assistance last night, but she had waved him off. A few tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. He truly looked down on that now. The 3 of them then casually bought some local specialties before boarding the plane back to Hong Kong at noon. Due to the time difference, they landed in Hong Kong at 4 in the afternoon. While retrieving the car in the airport parking lot, Ma Xiaoling suddenly smiled, her eyes sparkling as she focused on her friend. Zhenzhen, are you going to ride in my car, or Chen? Yes. I will ride in Chen. Yes. Wang Zhenzhen's ears grew slightly warm, yet she did not shy away, gazing directly at Chen Yu beside her, her eyes shimmering like spring water, a perfect picture of a girl falling in love for the first time. Chen Yu curved his lips into a smile, walking around to the front of the car to open the passenger door for her, his demeanor relaxed, yet tinged with playful mockery. Please, Ms. Zhenzhen. TCH, a guy who forgets his righteousness for the sake of beauty. Ma Xiaoling spat out teasingly, yet the corner of her lips had already lifted, stepping on the gas, her car darting out of the parking lot first. From the bottom of her heart, she hoped Zhenzhen and Chen Yu would be well together. After all, this girl was of an age where someone should care for her. But as the buildings outside the car window rushed past and the wind poured in through the half-open window, she suddenly felt a hollow space in her heart, indescribable and unclear. The two cars drove into the city, one behind the other. After passing two red lights, Chen Yu's Bentley completely lost sight of Ma Xiaoling's car. Not familiar with the old district roads, he decided to turn into the old streets of Hong Kong from the 60s and 70s, intending to take a shortcut to Sunshine Primary School. However, as soon as he drove in, he found the way ahead completely blocked. The Bentley could only come to a slow stop. The old district consisted of those old buildings packed into the hollows of the hills of Hong Kong, with peeling walls and tangled wires like spider webs. The narrow alleys were cramped, and the residents were mostly ordinary people, many of whom had sneaked in. Life was tight, and order was lax. At that moment, blocking the road were a group of high school students in uniforms, all holding their breath and hunching their shoulders, staring ahead. Several gangsters surrounded a female student and her male teacher. The leader was tall and long-legged, his features cold and hard, resembling a crow perched on the hood of a luxury car. He smoked a cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the bespectacled teacher when his voice lazy, yet edged with a knife's sharpness. Teacher, when my brother says you always put him down at school. Understand this clearly. You can be arrogant at school, but outside, I'm the one who's in charge. The 30-something teacher, when swallowed hard sweat pooling in his palms, yet still turned to the girl in a low voice. Zhu Wanfang, you should leave first. Before he finished speaking, a younger thug wearing sunglasses suddenly stepped forward, shoving him hard in the chest, causing teacher Wen to stumble back several meters. The thug glared fiercely, shouting, our boss is talking to you. Are you deaf? In an instant, teacher Wen turned pale, and all the students fell silent, even their breathing became faint. Only then did the crow leisurely jump down from the hood, striding up to teacher Wen, his index finger almost poking his nose as he spoke slowly, don't meddle in our affairs. Teach your classes, take your salary. If you don't want to know your place. He paused, a chilling smile spreading across his face. You should weigh your options. Having said that, he glanced sideways at the trembling Zhu Wanfang, his voice suddenly turning grave. Girl, come with us. Some debts need to be settled. The surroundings fell silent except for the sound of the wind. No one dared to move. No one dared to intervene. Zhu Wanfang lowered her eyes, her feet seemingly nailed to the concrete ground. Just as she hesitated to lift her foot, teacher Wen suddenly shouted, don't go. You bastard. The crow grabbed him by the collar, knuckles whitening his gaze like a knife coated in ice, leaning closer. If you don't let her walk with me today, then I won't come looking for her again. Consequences. You bear them. Think carefully. Teacher Wen saw a glimmer of true murderous intent in his eyes. A chill ran down his spine as if he were about to be dragged into a dark alley and beaten to death. Seeing him go silent, the crow smirked and released his grip, his gaze sweeping over the students like a wolf. All the students who met his eyes lowered their heads, their shoulders tense and rigid. These students facing the thugs didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the back seat, Wang Zhenzhen tightened her grip on her bag, instinctively turning to look at Chen Yu. She had never been in the underworld, but who couldn't see? If that girl really got into that car, she might not even leave a trace of her bones behind. Not to mention Zhu Wanfang's face, slender with bright and intelligent eyes, her chin perfectly pointed, already striking at her young age. In fact, Wang Zhenzhen didn't need to say anything. Chen Yu had already felt his heart sink the moment he caught a glimpse of her profile. She looked so much like Yuan Jiaying. And the deeper reason was that he caught a whiff of a familiar aura the source was stirring. I'll handle it. He pushed open the car door, his steps unhurried. Just as Zhu Wanfang was being half-dragged toward the car by the crow, Chen Yu had reached within 3 steps, his voice low, yet striking like ice hitting the ground. Wait a moment. Zhu Wanfang, teacher Wen, and the blocking thugs. This scene abruptly crashed into Chen Yu's mind like an old movie, School Crisis. The young Zhu Wanfang had always attracted attention, secretly targeted by her peers. Later, during a jealousy-fueled dispute at school, her nominal boyfriend Scarface struck, beating the instigating student to a bloody pulp. What he never expected was that in a fit of rage that student would draw a knife and lash out at him, only to be surrounded and violently beaten by 3 others in the chaos leading to their accidental death. The matter rapidly escalated and 2 thugs were arrested by the police. To bail them out, Scarface's boss, Xiaosa, sent someone to directly threaten the girl, ordering her not to testify in court. Under the cold gazes of her classmates and the pressure from the thugs, she nearly resigned herself to her fate. It wasn't until an old policeman from the old district quietly approached her, thumping his chest and saying, if you stand up, we'll protect you. Only then did she grit her teeth and raise her hand to identify the 2. Yet what followed felt like a massive boulder crushing her, making it hard to breathe. Xiaosao wasn't the least bit afraid of a few beat cops confronting teacher when face with a cold laugh, "Stay out of this, or you'll be in for it." He then turned to pressure the girl for 100,000 legal fees. For a second-year high school girl living on social assistance, 100,000 was a sum she wouldn't dare to dream of in her lifetime. At first, she and her best friend served plates and distributed flyers, trying to gather bits and pieces. But after less than a month, her friend was deceived by her boyfriend and lost all her savings, then crashed into a ditch on a stormy night, losing her life on the spot. The creditors came knocking every day, phones rang at midnight, and there were notes slipped under the door. She finally walked down that road, becoming what others referred to as a virgin. When her father found out, he rushed to the nightclub in a frenzy to stop her, only to be stabbed to death on the street by a suave underling, right under the eyes of a patrol officer. At the conclusion of the case, due to a broken chain of evidence, the suave one did not even face detention. As he left the police station, he even nodded with a smirk towards the girl. She stood at the bottom of the steps, her nails digging into her palms, unable to even cry out loud. On that final day, he openly stormed onto the school rooftop, cornering her behind the iron gate. But today, the usually bespectacled teacher, one who was afraid of even tearing paper while grading, picked up a fruit knife and stabbed it through his throat. Yet today, Chen Yu had arrived. Everything was about to change. "Damn, why do I keep running into those who can't see properly?" The suave one cursed as he turned around just in time to see Chen Yu part the crowd of onlooking students, his tone dark. "Which path are you from? Dare to touch my business?" His underlings immediately spread out in a half circle behind him, hands in pockets, feet angled, their gazes like nails piercing into Chen Yu. But Chen Yu simply smiled lightly. "Sorry, I'm a teacher. I don't walk the same path as dogs." The suave one's face instantly turned ashen, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Damn, you dare to insult my boss?" The scar-faced one shoved teacher one aside and stepped forward to assert his dominance. Just as his hand was raised, Chen Yu's left hand suddenly shot out, his fingers like iron grips clamping around the thug's neck, lifting the 1m70, 120kg man off the ground, his tone flat. "I'm someone who always speaks reason. There's only one type of person I don't reason with. That is those who don't want to reason." Hiss. The crowd gasped in shock. Even the suave one's pupils suddenly constricted, his back tensing. It wasn't until the scar-faced man's face turned purple, his tongue lolling out, that Chen Yu finally released him. The man hit the ground like a sack 3 meters away, his forehead striking the ground, blood mixed with flesh fragments covering his face. "Brother, you say to reason. Fine. 100,000. Chen Yu turned to the girl. "Do you owe him money?" "I don't know." She suddenly darted out from behind Chen Yu, her fingers trembling. "I really don't know. They didn't hire a lawyer, nor did they sign anything. You little brat, are you looking for death?" The suave one's gaze turned sharp, and she immediately fell silent, her shoulder shaking, her lips turning pale. Chen Yu slowly moved his wrist, his knuckles cracking, threatening her. "In front of me. It seems I was too courteous just now." His expression darkened the air, feeling as if it had thickened. The suave one gulped, yet stubbornly shouted, "Debts must be repaid. It's only fair." "Or do you mean, are you going to pay for her? Where's the IOU?" Chen Yu's gaze was like a knife. "Where's the evidence? I forgot to bring it today. Did you forget, or did it simply not exist?" Chen Yu stepped forward, his shadow already covering half of the suave one's face. "You say she owes 100,000, so she owes 100,000. Then I say you owe me 1 million. Will you pay up tomorrow?" He got closer, his suit sleeves swaying with each step, the pressure intensifying. The suave one suddenly crushed the cigarette, but spitting, "Damn. Get rid of him. Waste him. Go." 6 people lunged forward at once, fists slicing through the air filled with sweat and hostility, striking towards Chen Yu's face, neck, and lower back. They had seen tough guys before, but no matter how strong they were, what good was it? 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands as long as they surrounded him and pinned him down, head still kneel. But, boom. Chen Yu's punch landed on the suave one's chest. He had just jumped halfway, his ribs shattered on the spot, flying backwards like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the car behind him with a loud bang. The car window shattered, the hood dented, the body twisted with a screech. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in the shattered glass, unable to move. Bang! Bang! Before the scar-faced one could raise his knife, Chen Yu countered with a straight punch, dislocating his scapula, the man flying sideways 3 meters, a turn, and a side kick. Another thug's right arm broke, with a snap, howling as he knocked over a trash can. Then came the 4th, 5th. In just a few breaths, the group of thugs who had just blocked dozens of students at the alley, scaring passersby into not daring to breathe, were all lying on the ground convulsing. Those who weren't unconscious clutched their broken bones in agony, rolling on the ground. The surrounding students were all frozen, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Chen Yu scanned the crowd, his expression as indifferent as if he were looking at a few stones. He grabbed Zhu Wanfang's wrist, leading her to the front of the car, gazing down at the bleeding suave one, his voice flat, with not a single ripple. "I'll take care of today's incident. If you're dissatisfied, come find me at Sunshine Elementary. My name is Chen Yu, a 2nd grade math teacher. If you dare to touch even a single finger of hers or send your underlings to the school to cause trouble, they'll personally dismantle you limb by limb." The suave one met that pair of eyes. His heart skipped a beat, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Chen Yu released Zhu Wanfang, suddenly turning around, shouting into the crowd of students, "And you few, what are you, neither human nor ghost? Students should be in the classroom studying. Next time I pass by and see anyone loitering on the street, I'll break your legs." A few boys and girls trembled in unison, their legs turning weak. The ground was covered with living lessons, and no one doubted that these words were meant to intimidate. After scolding the students, he approached teacher when the coldness on his face, retreating, his tone softening. "Hello, teacher," went on Chen Yu from Sunshine Elementary next door. "Ah, hello, teacher Chen." Teacher Wen was momentarily stunned, quickly extending her hand. "We're all teachers, no need to be polite. If you encounter any trouble with thugs again, feel free to contact me. Here's my number." Having clarified the situation, Chen Yu took a step to leave. The iron body had awakened. The mundane rules and concerns had long been left behind. A group of thugs. If they displeased him, he would just strike. Due to your disruption of predetermined fates and the plundering of 4 points of primordial power. As the Bentley door was about to open, the notification sound echoed in his mind. Combined with the 2 points from the incident in Dongjing last night, along with yesterday's amplification, the fusion rate jumped to 4.7, only 0.3 away from breaking 5. Not bad. Last night, the intervention of Tianyu helped Ma Xiaoling subdue the early spring ghost, yielding only 2 points. Probably because the intervention was too shallow, the force wasn't enough, hence the meager gains. While Chen Yu was pondering, Wang Zhenzhen suddenly pointed outside the car, her voice low. "Chen Yu, did you go too hard? What if they call the police? They won't report it." He opened the car door for people like them. If the police are called, their paths in the underworld will be severed. Even if they really report it, just pay a bit for medical expenses, hire a lawyer, and they could be out the same day. That's good. Wang Zhenzhen let out a long breath. She hoped for him to take action, but feared he would attract trouble. The Bentley slowly drove away, and the students hurriedly made way. A boy in a branded shirt shouted in disbelief, "It's the new flagship Bentley. This car costs at least $950,000 in the 90s. Back then in Xinjiang, a $1 million vehicle was already considered a top luxury car. $950,000. Even the teachers at Sunshine Elementary are that wealthy." A wave of gasps surrounded them. Now this truly was impressive. Wealthy, capable, righteous, and handsome. Compared to the group of thugs on the ground, they weren't even worthy of touching the dust. The Bentley sped away. Zhu Wanfang bit her lip, her fingertips digging into her palm. She understood clearly, had it not been for today's sudden appearance of this teacher, she might have been dragged into a dark alley, sold into a brothel, leaving not even a shred of bone behind. "Why are you taking so long? I've been waiting for half the day." Wang Zhenzhen stood at the foot of her building, hands on her hips, and when she saw Wang Zhenzhen come in, she immediately yelled upon spotting Chen Yu with a suitcase behind her. Wang Zhenzhen rushed forward as soon as she saw Chen Yu enter, her voice bright. "Chen Yu is here. Come in quickly. Let me take those bags." "Zhenzhen, why are you in a daze? Hurry and invite Chen Yu to sit down. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? These apples were just peeled, they're really crunchy and sweet, you should try a piece." Chen Yu was a little flustered by the fuss. "Auntie, you really needn't go to so much trouble." "I'm not troubled. I'm delighted," Yang Zhenzhen replied. "By the way, you Zhenzhen and Xiaoling were classmates. Keep in touch and don't be distant." Of course. Yang Zhenzhen smiled and asked, "It's almost 6 now. Why don't you stay for dinner? I've made blackbone chicken with goji berries." Chen Yu hurriedly waved his hand. "No thank you. I just came back from out of town and haven't even sorted my luggage. They'll come properly another day to try your cooking." "All right then. But you must not put it off next time," she said with a hint of regret. "Well then, Auntie Zhenzhen Xiaoling, I'm going to head off now." Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and moved toward the door, decisive and brisk. As soon as the door shut, Ma Xiaoling burst into laughter and shot a sidelong glance at Wang Zhenzhen. Her eyes quirked, as if to say, "Did you see that? Your mother's manner just frightened him away, right?" Wang Zhenzhen grabbed her arm, her ears burning. "Xiaoling, what on earth did you tell my mom?" Ma Xiaoling stifled her laughter and drawled, "Nothing much. I just said you and Chen Yu are pretty close back in Dongjing. Like the other night when you two were arm in arm running through the streets." "Oh heavens. That was because we were worried you might get into trouble. We were frantically chasing after you. It's not what you're imagining." Wang Zhenzhen's face flushed scarlet, and her words tumbled out in a panic. Yang Zhenzhen brought over a cup of warm water, and hearing part of the exchange chimed in casually, What you're imagining? Zhenzhen, you're 26 now. Oh, I think Chen Yu is perfectly fine. Same school, a teacher and old classmate. Tall, steady in speech and deeds. If he were willing to be my son-in-law, I'd light incense enough for the whole world." "Mom, what are you saying?" Wang Zhenzhen panicked, her fingertips burning. A sudden mental image of Chen Yu bending to tie her scarf sent her heart racing and her tongue stumbling. Just then the doorbell chimed. "Who is it? He'll go open it." Wang Zhenzhen felt as if released from some torment and bolted for the entryway. Yang Zhenzhen called after her. "It should be someone coming to view the apartment. Someone phoned earlier to ask if I was home." Wang Zhenzhen opened the door to find a young woman in her early 20s standing outside, her features delicate and her bearing cool. But the instant the door cracked open and their eyes met, the young woman froze, her pupils constricting as if she had stumbled upon something impossible. Wang Zhenzhen tilted her head and waved a hand gently before the woman's face. "Hello, are you here to see room 807? Ah, yes, yes." Xiaoling Weilai then suddenly snapped back to herself, her throat tight and her voice barely above a whisper. "My name is Weilai. I'd like to rent 807. Ouyang Jejia came over and said, Zhenzhen has just come back. I rest a bit, and he'll show Miss Weilai the apartment." Indulging inside a hushed villa estate, Tangbin Zhenwu bowed his head and sat kneeling upon a meditation cushion before Shanbin Yifu, who sat cross-legged. Chu Chun has already surrendered to Ma Xiaoling. The Ma family's exorcism techniques must not be underestimated. There is another matter. On my journey back today, I met someone who was inquiring after Shanbin Yifu. Shanbin Yifu's aged eyelids flicked up, and his voice low and metallic asked, "Kuang Guohua?" Tangbin Zhenwu lowered his head further. "He now goes by Kuang Tianyu." His appearance, stature, and manner matched your old description exactly. Strangest of all, his face appears as if 30-something, with no trace of age. Shanbin Yifu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a cold light glinted within them. After leaving the Jejia Dasha, Chen Yu did not go home. The car turned into the new district commercial street and stopped in front of a tastefully decorated restaurant. It was exactly 6, neon just beginning to bloom and the streets growing lively. "Good evening, sir. Table for how many?" "One." "Very well, this way, please." The waiter seated him at a window booth. Beyond, the floor-to-ceiling glass lights and hurried silhouettes flowed by. After ordering, he glanced at his phone. No missed calls, no new messages. A slight smile lifted one corner of his mouth, soundless. Since sending Xiao Qian back to Qingshan town last week, she had not reached out to him of her own accord. She had only sent a single text to say that her mother had returned and would be fetching her to and from school. Chen Yu watched the streaks of car light on the street and sighed softly. It's so dull, he thought. He had never tolerated emptiness well. When he first crossed over, he spent nights in clubs for the sense of life. But he hated being tied down and unable to take a single unencumbered step. That was part of the reason he had not stayed at Wang Zhenzhen's for dinner. Ouyang Jejia's mother-in-law glare was too burning. He could not even sit comfortably. He felt a tight knot in his chest. While Chen Yu ate alone, a woman on the sidewalk outside who had meant to hurry past suddenly stopped, stunned. Her profile was as sharply defined as if carved from stone, her skin translucent. The light caught it with a soft sheen. Even passing men could not help but turn for a second look. But what had truly made him remember her was that night. Chen Yu looked up, slightly surprised at the woman seated opposite him. She was strikingly beautiful. Her short hair was neat, which only heightened the purity of her face. Tall, with a perfectly cinched waist, she wore a charcoal-fitted tee, a red skirt above the knee, black stockings, and red high heels. Nothing ostentatious, yet every detail suited her, every movement carried charm. Most importantly, Chen Yu recognized her. Liang Yongqi wore only light makeup that evening, yet he recognized her at once. She was the woman he had once taken into a hotel. Liang Yongqi stared at the man across from her, gathered herself, and forced her surging emotions down. She smiled and extended her hand. "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Liang Yongqi. And you?" Chen Yu's mouth tilted. He reached out and took her hand. "Chen Yu. That night." She began, but he cut in with frankness. "That night was my first time too. You didn't lose out." "That's not what I meant." Her face flamed. She was equal parts angry and embarrassed. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Then what are you doing here? Asking me out again?" If that were the case, he would not object. "You lecher. How can you say such things?" Her nostrils quivered, and she stared at him as if fire might leap from her eyes. Had a look been lethal, Chen Yu suspected he would already have been in pieces. He smiled and changed the subject. "Have you eaten?" "No." "Shall we eat together?" "All right," she answered crisply. "Are you still at university?" "Yes, 3rd year." "Do girls often go to bars?" "First time." "What a coincidence. My first time inside one as well." "Really? Really? By the way, your look is very striking. Do you take gigs?" "How did you know?" "I sometimes do magazine and advertising modeling." "Don't just ask me questions. What about you?" "An elementary school teacher. Very ordinary." "After dinner, would you like to come to my place for a bit?" No thank you." "Oh well then. I had wanted to ask you to listen to some new songs I wrote." "You write songs?" "Don't believe me." They chatted as if old friends while they ate. After paying the bill, Liang Yongqi hardly registered what had happened before she found herself sitting in Chen Yu's car. Outside the window, the city sped by. She stared at her clasped fingers and felt a faint flush rise to her cheeks as her heart quickened heavy and loud. How had she ended up getting in the car? She asked herself that question again and again, trying to steady herself, but her thoughts remained muddled. Even after following him up the corridor and into his apartment, nothing became clearer. When Chen Yu turned and headed toward the bedroom, she finally lost her composure and blurted out, "I am really not here for that." "Huh?" He looked back, puzzled, then came out of the room carrying a guitar. Liang Yongqi's eyes instantly lit up. A Martinini spruce and rose red. Chen Yu stepped closer, surprised. "You know instruments?" She glanced at him. "One of the top 10 guitars. A limited Martinini from last year. Market value nearing 100,000. I didn't know that. I only heard it was expensive and sounded great, so I bought it. You have money. She was momentarily at a loss for words. She had earned a fair sum from gigs this year, but the idea of spending 100,000 on a guitar still felt extravagant. When she saw him move to the balcony, she went instinctively with him. One would play, and the other would listen. Night slipped away without them noticing. That night burned with an infernal heat. Night. Mom. Mom, wake up. Mom, you can't go, Mom. In the fitness park beside Jejia Dasha, Luo Kaiping clutched his mother's cold body and cried hoarsely. Earlier, her mother suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and struggled to breathe, saying she wanted to go downstairs for some fresh air. Luo Kaiping hurriedly supported her as they walked downstairs. Just as they sat down on a bench in the corridor, her mother began to sweat profusely, her body swaying weakly, unable to speak coherently. Luo Kaiping turned and ran upstairs, wringing a wet towel to wipe her. By the time he rushed back down, she had already lost her breath. The night was deep, and the entire building was so quiet that the sound of the wind whistling through the window seams could be heard. It was desolate, with no one around to knock on the door for help. At this moment, Yamamoto Mirai, who had just moved into Jia building that afternoon, slowly approached. She looked down at Luo Kaiping, who was slumped on the ground holding his mother's corpse, and calmly said, "She's dead. Crying won't bring her back." "My mom is not dead. She's really not dead. Do you have a phone? Please call 120 quickly." Luo Kaiping's voice trembled, his eyes frantic, as if grasping at the last straw. However, Yamamoto Mirai just stood silently, not moving or responding. After a while she spoke. "Life and death are ordinary matters, but happens to everyone. She is already dead." "No. No." He shook his head violently, his voice tearing apart. "In this world, my mother is the only one who has treated me sincerely. If she leaves, I will truly become a wandering spirit. You wouldn't understand. I understand. And I know, living is harder than dying." Luo Kaiping's devastated appearance momentarily stunned Yamamoto Mirai. Memories of the night her mother passed away surfaced in her mind, and her throat tightened. After a moment she asked, "Do you really want her to open her eyes?" "Yes," he blurted out without hesitation. He hadn't even thought about how a dead person could live, nor did he consider why this woman in front of him dared to say such a thing. Yamamoto Mirai asked again, "Are you aware of the consequences? Even if she opens her eyes, she will only be a shell." Luo Kaiping choked on his words. "A shell is fine. Anything is better than not hearing her call me a ping. Maybe she can still see me on the day I marry and hold my son. That is something she has longed for her entire life. As long as she is alive, I will do anything, even if it means crawling on my knees." Yamamoto Mirai fell silent for a few seconds, suddenly pulling out a small silver-handled knife and lightly cut her fingertip. A bead of blood welled up, dark red and glimmering strangely. She smeared the drop of blood on the cracked lips of Luo's mother. The blood quickly soaked and leaving no trace. Luo Kaiping looked up in shock, seeing her fingertips cut, which had not even formed a scab, had already healed completely. Boom! A pale lightning split the night sky. Luo's mother's eyelids trembled and slowly opened. But those eyes were murky and dull, with no light, no warmth, only a deep, dead silence. The next morning there was a soft sound at the door as Chen Yu and Liang Yongqi walked out side by side. One was rushing to an early shift, the other to a morning class. Liang Yongqi looked bright, her hair neatly arranged, her shirt buttoned all the way to the top, looking as if she had been ironed by the morning light. Chen Yu, however, had dark circles under his eyes, yawning repeatedly, his sleeves wrinkled, walking with a hint of fatigue. Liang Yongqi shot him a sidelong glance. "Don't look like that, or outsiders will think you broke your back last night." It was already the second time. She no longer felt embarrassed and dared to tease him a few times. But deep down she still wondered, how did she end up leaning over again? This man seemed to have a hook on him, drawing her in involuntarily. But getting close, what did it mean? Morning run partner. As soon as the thought emerged, her ears suddenly burned. Oh no, she was really hooked. Chen Yu felt exhausted, forcing himself to stifle a yawn, casually brushing it off. "I probably slept late last night. I'm just tired." The two entered the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 20th floor, and the door slid open. A man and a woman walked in. The man was in his 30s, tall, wearing thin-framed glasses, not particularly handsome, but his demeanor was steady and composed. The woman was around 23 or 24, wearing a beige, knitted top, her hair slightly curled at the ends. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved sweetly, like the gentlest of wives from bygone days. Chen Yu instinctively glanced at the man, but sensed nothing unusual about him, just an utterly ordinary person. He felt a slight doubt. How could someone who stirred his intuition be so unremarkable? Even when he first met Kwang Tianyo, he hadn't felt a chill down his spine. He turned to Liang Yongqi and asked, "Are you sure you don't need me to escort you?" "No need." She waved her hand. "Aren't you going to class? Our directions are opposite. If you take me, you'll definitely be late." At that moment, the middle-aged man looked slightly surprised. "Class? Young man, are you a teacher?" "Yes." Chen Yu nodded. The man's eyes brightened, and he immediately extended his hand. "What a coincidence. I'm also a teacher. My surname is Ren, working at the Zhongnan High School in Daba District." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Ren. My name is Chen Yu. I teach at Sunshine Primary School near Kowloon. Meeting a fellow educator in the same building, they both felt uplifted. Their conversation flowed naturally and smoothly until the elevator doors opened with a ding and they smiled and nodded goodbye. Chen Yu had just walked shoulder to shoulder with Wang Zhenzhen toward the classroom when Kwang Tianyu pushed open a rusty iron door and entered the underground gaming hall. Qiu Shu was sitting on an old stool in the corner, his voice rough, like sandpaper. "You're here." He handed over a folded note. "New place, fully equipped. You can move in directly." Kwang Tianyu's gaze fell on his stiff legs, and he said nothing, just stood silently. Qiu Shu seemed to have seen through his thoughts, his tone calm, like an old friend catching up as he laid out the conversation piece by piece. Once the old stories were finished, Kwang Tianyu said, "This time in Dongjing, I encountered the current exorcist from the Ma family, Ma Xiaoling." "Oh, Xiaoling." Qiu Shu raised an eyebrow slightly. "She didn't recognize you." Kwang Tianyu shook his head. "No slip-ups. But what I want to say isn't about her, it's a friend of hers. A person with extraordinary abilities. His strength is too strong. I couldn't suppress him in a face-to-face encounter. Even when I revealed my zombie form, he held me down tightly." "What? You couldn't even suppress your zombie form?" Qiu Shu's expression changed. "Is there really such a tough guy?" Kwang Tianyu nodded. "Indeed impressive. It turns out that ordinary people can reach this level without relying on talismans and spells." In the office, the morning light slanted through the window, warming the dust motes that floated in the air. Chen Yu had just finished 2 morning classes and was slumped in his chair, lazily twirling a pen between his fingers while yawning deeply. The physical education teacher Zhang Feng poked his head in and grinned. "Teacher Chen, you're looking a bit worn out today. Did you party too hard at a nightclub last night?" Chen Yu didn't respond to the teasing in his words, just nodded. "I did stay up late, but I didn't go to a nightclub." "Are you really okay?" Wang Zhenzhen lifted her head from a pile of teaching materials, genuine concern in her eyes. She remembered the undercurrents of the previous night. Ever since then, he seemed to be shrouded in a thin mist, lacking energy. Could it be that he was hurt in a way that couldn't be seen? Chen Yu smiled at her. "I'm really fine. I probably just have a bad case of spring lethargy. There's an old saying, spring fatigue, autumn drowsiness. It's perfectly normal to feel lazy at this time of year." "Is that so?" Wang Zhenzhen stared at him, half believing. After brushing her off, Chen Yu pulled out his notebook and bent down to rewrite the lyrics to a few old songs. Days passed by quietly and uneventfully. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, he and Wang Zhenzhen walked slowly side by side, their shadows stretched long by the setting sun, neither in a hurry, until they gently waved goodbye at the street corner and turned to leave. Wang Zhenzhen pushed open the door to her home, where 2 guests were already seated. "Oh, Mr. Kwang." She was taken aback, her gaze flitting past Kwang Tianyu to the handsome boy beside him. Ouyang Jiajia was brewing tea, smiling as she greeted. "Zhenzhen's back. Are you familiar with Mr. Kwang?" Wang Zhenzhen nodded and stepped a few paces closer. "Yes, Mr. Kwang is a police officer. We met in Dongjing. Kwang Fuxing Tianyu's cousin." He tilted his little face up, his eyes sparkling. "Cousin?" Kwang Tianyu glanced at him. After all, what was written in the household registration book was father and son. Wang Zhenzhen chuckled lightly, her cheeks slightly flushed. "No wonder you look familiar. I thought you were Mr. Kwang's son. My parents passed away early, and all my upbringing was done by Tianyu." He blinked, unwavering. "When they registered me, it was just for convenience, so they put father and son. He's really great." The moment these words came out, both Wang Zhenzhen and Ouyang Jiajia's expressions softened. Who would have thought that this police officer was such a reliable and warm-hearted person in private? Only Kwang Tianyu silently rolled his eyes in his heart. This little slippery one is at it again, talking nonsense. "Since you know each other, Zhenzhen, you can show them the rooms. They'll go cook." "All right, mommy." Since they were familiar faces, Wang Zhenzhen was particularly attentive. After viewing the room, they signed the contract on the spot, paid 3 months' rent as deposit, and handed the keys to Kwang Tianyu. As soon as she left, Kwang Fuxing immediately leaned closer, lowering his voice, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Big brother Tianyu's sister Wang Zhenzhen is really pretty, speaking softly and gently, so virtuous and down-to-earth. She would make a great wife." "You little old man, what nonsense are you talking?" Kwang Tianyu rubbed his forehead. "Of course I'm telling you to pursue her," Kwang Fuxing said with righteous indignation. "Such a good girl is hard to find, even with a lantern. Sister A Xiu has been gone for so long, you should look ahead now." Kwang Fuxing had just leaned in, and before he could finish, Kwang Tianyu frowned and waved his hand. "I really don't have time to think about this right now. Besides, Miss Wang already has someone she likes." "What? She likes someone else?" Kwang Fuxing was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. Fearing he would make wild connections again, Kwang Tianyu warned in a low voice. "It's not just that. That person is quite powerful, even I can't win against him." "Are you bragging? It can't be some exorcist master, right?" Kwang Fuxing asked, half convinced. "Not a master, but definitely ridiculously strong." "What a coincidence. Aren't you about to attend Miss Wang's school? He teaches there, and you'll surely run into him when you enroll." On the night Kwang Tianyu moved into Jijiao Mansion in a dark alley, Aunt Ping had her hand around the neck of a girl in a red dress. The next morning, Chen Yu stumbled out of the bar with an empty bottle, having not encountered a single appealing person last night. To be precise, he hadn't seen any woman who caught his eye. Yawning, he walked into the elevator. Upon reaching the 20th floor, as the door opened, he encountered Teacher Ren. "Good morning, Teacher Ren." "Good morning, Teacher Chen." The other person nodded in return. The two casually chatted about teaching with Teacher Ren, not stopping his chatter. Students are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. High schoolers are all like hedgehogs, easily provoked. In the end, he sighed, saying he envied Chen Yu that elementary school students are well-behaved and require less effort. Chen Yu just smiled, occasionally responding with an MMH, as they reached the ground floor, turning to walk in different directions. "Chen Yu, over here." By the bus stop, Wang Zhenzhen waved at him, standing next to a little boy with a backpack. "Kwang Fuxing." Chen Yu approached, smiling warmly. "Morning, Zhenzhen." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Zhenzhen immediately introduced Kwang Fuxing. "By the way, Chen Yu, this is our class new student, Kwang Fuxing." He was clearly over 60, yet he insisted on speaking in a high-pitched voice to sound younger. "Hello, Teacher Chen." Chen Yu smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Hello, little friend." Guess what? His cousin is Mr. Kwang Tianyo, who just moved into Ji Jiao Mansion yesterday. "Oh, Mr. Kwang's cousin. What a coincidence." Chen Yu's face showed a hint of surprise. "Isn't it so coincidental?" "Coincidence? It's more than that." Chen Yu smiled at Kwang Fuxing, his gaze sweeping over Wang Zhenzhen's bright face, but a slight heaviness settled in his heart. If I hadn't come, the one standing in her heart right now should have been Kwang Tianyu. This person, is he the one that Sister Zhenzhen likes, as mentioned by Big Brother Kwang? So strikingly handsome, truly formidable. Wang Zhenzhen was still chatting with Chen Yu, but Kwang Fuxing silently scrutinized him, frowning more with each passing moment. He was almost certain Kwang Tianyu cannot win. Chen Yu was tall and long-legged, with a straight back, handsome features, but not ostentatious, exuding a calm demeanor like sun-dried pine wood, steadfast, clean, and reassuring. He was not some hollow pretty face under a flashy exterior. Not to mention, he was a superpower user. Even Kwang Tianyu was willing to concede. How could there be such a person in the world? Handsome, strong, reliable, with a hint of youthful vigor. A perfect template that would evoke envy. We're all men. Why is it that you excel in everything while I remain trapped in an 80-year-old body for decades, unable to even hold a girl's hand? What is this little zombie staring at me for? Chen Yu suddenly sensed a heavy aura of resentment drifting from the side, turned to glance at Kwang Fuxing, feeling puzzled. On a clear morning, Kwang Tianyu had just arrived at the police station when he took a high-security team to the alley beside Ji Jiao Mansion. The entrance was already cordoned off, with several patrol officers examining the scene. The victim was killed last night around 2 in the morning by strangulation. Kwang Tianyu crouched in front of the body of the girl and read, his gaze falling on the dark blue bruises encircling her neck. His fingertips didn't touch, yet he already caught a faint cold scent of decay. Something's not right. Kwang Fuxing was taken aback. What's wrong? Kwang Tianyu didn't answer, slowly standing up. At that moment, Ma Xiaoling, wearing a small shoulder bag, pushed open the roller door of the underground gaming hall. There were quite a few people during the day, and the sound of buttons clicking filled the air. She walked confidently to the currency exchange window and knocked on the glass. Uncle Chiu was on the phone. He looked up, saw her, and pointed backward, indicating to talk inside. Once inside, He Chiu got straight to the point. "The boss from Macau wants you to come over and clear the scene. I've prepared everything for you. Spray black dog blood, nothing missing. No preservatives, a total of 6 bottles. Saying this, he opened the cabinet and took out several bottles of specially made exorcism spray with talismans on them, along with a few small items. Ma Xiaoling casually picked up a bottle and shook it, casually asking, "Why so many this time? They aren't preserved." "Oh, what if I don't use them all and they spoil?" "Spoil?" He Chiu was taken aback. "How could that be? Not used up. Unless you have nothing to do. If you have nothing to do, it means you're taking up space for no reason. That can't be blamed on me." "All right then." Ma Xiaoling smirked, sitting down on a chair, casually asking, "By the way, Uncle Chiu, what's the price you're giving me for this deal?" Mentioning this, He Chiu laughed. "Don't worry, the price is not low. That person is a big boss from the Australian island. With Bossy's resources, could you possibly lose out? You better get it done quickly. The day after tomorrow is the 3 broken days. You'll be so busy you won't be able to touch the ground." Ma Xiaoling's eyes lit up. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." On the 3 broken days, the Yin energy surges, and the 100 ghosts stir. Naturally, some will come seeking help. Only with orders can there be income. Don't be too happy too soon. Seeing her unconcerned, He Chiu adjusted his expression. The 3 broken days, which occurs once every 60 years, is the time when the resentment in the world is most concentrated and the Yin energy is the strongest. Those vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts will be particularly troublesome. Then one moment of carelessness, and you could suffer a great loss, so you need to be more vigilant. Ma Xiaoling waved her hand. "I'm not afraid, but if it really gets overwhelming, I'll just call for help." "Help? Don't look for me. I've retired." He Chiu immediately got anxious, thinking she was talking about him. "Not looking for you." He was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. "Do you have someone? Could it be a highly skilled superpower user?" "Oh, Uncle Chiu, how did you know?" Ma Xiaoling was slightly taken aback. Yingqiu lightly coughed twice, heard it. With such commotion in Xiangjiang, could it escape your Uncle Qiu's ears? Before he finished speaking, fearing he might reveal Kuang Tianya's secrets, he quickly changed the subject. All right, enough of the small talk. What else do you need this time? Ma Xiaoling pondered for a moment. 2 red lightning strikes, 5 yellow ones, and a dozen peach wood swords. The star-shaped lightning strikes looked ordinary, but were actually time-consuming and labor-intensive to produce. However, their power was indeed substantial. Once thrown, they were accurate and fierce, and she was quite adept at using them. Yingqiu quickly tapped on his abacus a few times and nodded. Done, come pick it up in a couple of days. Thank you for your patronage, 36,400. Ma Xiaoling's eyelids twitched. So expensive. Has it gone up again? Yingqiu rolled his eyes. This is already the floor price for you. Floor price? The floor is caving in. She murmured as she stood up, took out a small toy airplane from her bag, and gently placed it on the offering table. Xiaobo, look what I brought. The small box on the offering table quietly opened a corner, and a gust of cold wind swept through suddenly, sucking the small airplane inside. Immediately after, a tender voice rang out. Thank you, Sister Xiaoling. Credit card or cash? Yingqiu interjected in time. Card. As Ma Xiaoling started to speak, her expression suddenly froze. From that shopping spree, indulging, her card was already maxed out. Uncle Qiu, can I owe you this time? She smiled sheepishly, her teeth slightly itching. If those 3 million yen from early spring hadn't been swallowed by the peacock, would it be this embarrassing? Yingqiu silently shook his head. I knew it. At 3 p.m., there was only half an hour left until the end of work. Chen Yu slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. It was truly unmanageable. Teaching second graders felt like using a rocket to stir-fry, a complete waste of talent. It appeared leisurely, but in reality, it was utterly boring. He was contemplating resigning. Opening an entertainment company promoting a few popular starlets, wouldn't life be delightful? Yet just the thought of Wang Zhenzhen being in the adjacent office made him hesitate. If he stopped being a teacher, their daily interactions would cease. Surely he couldn't just start rolling in bed every night after finally winning her over. It wasn't impossible, but that would completely ruin his own nightlife. Or should he follow Ma Xiaoling and travel the world? Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil sounded quite thrilling. But the Ma family's rules were strict. They forbade any romantic involvement for the time being. Lost in thought, Wang Zhenzhen entered, phone pressed to her ear, speaking with Ma Xiaoling. Are you really too busy? I was thinking of inviting you over for dinner tonight. Well, something came up. Then never mind. Chen Yu? He's here. All right, I'll hand him over to you. She walked to Chen Yu and handed him the phone. Xiaoling is looking for you. She said your calls have been unreachable. Looking for me? Chen Yu took it lazily and said, Mimi. Ma Xiaoling's voice immediately came through. What do you mean, Mimi? I have a big deal tonight. You should come with me. The split is 60-40. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Why not 50-50? This deal is mine, and the magical tools aren't free. The losses are real money. 60-30, but it's still because we're acquaintances. Besides, don't you have to pay your car loan? Car loan? Chen Yu was taken aback. When did he take on that burden? Ma Xiaoling shot him a sideways glance, her lips curling slightly. Right about your Bentley, I asked someone. It's over 920,000. Your family background is ordinary. You wouldn't have bought it without a loan. Would you have won the lottery? I never expected you to be a car fanatic. With hundreds of thousands in loans, you must be gritting your teeth just to pay the interest each month. Chen Yu stared at her, remaining silent for a while. What car fanatic? If he really loved cars, he would have ordered a Lamborghini or a McLaren long ago. Who would stake half a lifetime savings on a Bentley that felt like a mobile office? Final go. He shrugged. Just consider it as earning some pocket money to help with the monthly payments. After hanging up, Wang Zhenzhen stood at the living room door looking at him with a frown. Chen Yu, what monthly payments? Are you short on cash? Not at all, he shook his head. But you just said help with monthly payments. Her voice softened, almost as if afraid of breaking something. If you really need money, don't force it. I've saved some over the years. I can help you out anytime. He smiled, speaking casually. Don't worry, it's really nothing. Just joking around with Xiaoling, having fun. Wang Zhenzhen sighed in relief before asking again, what did she want with you? A job on Outao, a big client, but she can't manage it alone, so she asked me to come help tonight. A big client. She paused, her eyes darkening then. Be careful. After the incident in Dongjing, she understood that the business Ma Xiaoling mentioned was never about contracts or signing checks. She couldn't help, so she gently passed on her concern. That night, Chen Yu and Ma Xiaoling hurriedly finished dinner and drove straight to the dock. From Xiangjiang to Outao, the water route took just over an hour. The sea was dark and thick. The wind whipped up from the inky waves, tugging at their clothes and making them flutter. Ma Xiaoling stood beside him, her hair blowing wildly, but her voice remained steady. Mister. He, an old hand in Ayadeo's real estate circle. The new villa is built behind the gambling city specifically to entertain important guests. But that piece of land was originally a middle school. Decades ago, a landslide occurred, collapsing the entire teaching building into the ravine, resulting in hundreds of casualties. After being abandoned for many years, no one dared to touch it again. This time, once construction commenced, there were disturbances. The feng shui master had to set up 7 talismans just to barely suppress it. As soon as the house was completed at midnight, it began to smash windows, wail, and blood seeped through the floors. I went there during the day to scout. It just so happens that it's sitting atop a ley line node. During construction, the dragon's spine was severed and the Yin energy surged. All those who didn't escape back then have resurfaced. Chen Yu tilted his head to look at her. The moonlight swept across her profile, cold yet radiant. I can't help but ask, even you, a descendant of the Ma family, needs several days to handle this. She nodded. It's not that it can't be done, but it takes too much effort. At least 3 or 4 nights cleansing each spirit and sealing them one by one. But the day after tomorrow is the 3-break day. That day the Yin energy will surge like a tide, and the resentment will condense into fog. Ordinary ghosts can take advantage of this to wreak havoc. If we delay, it won't just be disturbances, they'll be looking for lives. That's why I pulled you in. Your thunder energy specializes in overcoming such filthy entities. With you here, we might just be able to cleanse it tonight. He casually glanced at her legs and suddenly spoke. Xiaoling, why are you still wearing such short pants? Summer has passed, don't you feel cold? What does this have to do with exorcising ghosts? She paused, instinctively countered. It has nothing to do with it, he shrugged, just curious. I'm discussing serious matters. She glared, her lips slightly pouting, and for a moment he felt his heart skip a beat. She was truly beautiful. But as soon as the thought arose, he became alert. She was deflecting the topic. Answer me first, he insisted. It's not cold. Can I not wear what I want? She placed her hands on her hips, raised her chin defiantly. Humph. I've personally captured a celestial master. My magic protects me from the cold and heat. Chen Yu realized, his gaze returning to her calf, clicking his tongue. No wonder. So you have a leg obsession. But this pair of legs is indeed worth admiring enough for me to stare at for a year. Stare at your head. Pervert. Her ears suddenly flushed, and she swung her right fist towards his shoulder. Her fist struck, but it felt like hitting an anvil, producing a dull thud. Hiss. She grimaced, shaking her hand. Is your body cast from iron? He didn't dodge, only slowly replied. Hey, you call me a car fanatic during the day. This is just reciprocity. Heh. She sneered, turning to give him her back. You're indeed a pervert. She threw a punch, but Chen Yu stood unyielding. Instead, it was her knuckles that hurt like hitting an anvil. Ma Xiaoling pouted with a cold laugh, shaking her hand. Humph. Such beautiful legs, and she had only played for a year. Did she think of herself as a decoration? At midnight, the villa deep within the mountain hollow was eerily quiet, the iron gate tightly closed and the streetlights dim. A black business vehicle quietly stopped at the stone steps. Inside, the car manager Wang, responsible for coordination, sat upright, his voice lowered. You two will have to handle everything here. They'll be waiting outside. All right, leave it to us. Ma Xiaoling raised her hand to push the door, her tone crisp and decisive. Just before getting out of the car, Chen Yu suddenly paused and turned to ask, Manager Wang, this place has heavy Yin energy and vengeful spirits. When we take action, it might not be very careful. If the walls crumble, beams split, or floors lift, would these count as reasonable damages? We won't have to pay for repairs, right? Before he finished speaking, Ma Xiaoling shot him a sidelong glance, her eyebrows slightly raised. Manager Wang was taken aback for a moment. Although he couldn't understand why catching ghosts required demolishing buildings, he quickly replied, Don't worry, if anything gets damaged, we won't make you pay. As long as you clear those things out, a few missing bricks aren't worth mentioning. Chen Yu nodded, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. That works. Watching the two of you pass through the iron gate, the driver glanced at Manager Wang in the rearview mirror. Boss, do you think they can do it? A couple of days ago, the masters from Chengxi Temple just fell here. Even Master Huiming is gone. Manager Wang remained silent for 2 seconds before slowly saying, I've heard that Ling Hall has been gaining a lot of attention in Xiangjiang's spiritual realm. They should have some skills. Let's go a drive to Donpa for a better view. The mountain villa is built against the mountain, with the central resort serving as the axis, surrounded by pavilions, winding bridges, artificial lakes, and dense forests resembling a deserted private garden. On an ordinary night, the wall lamps on both sides of the bluestone path glow dimly, and stepping on it brings a cool tranquility. That was when nothing had gone wrong. At this moment, Chen Yu and Ma Xiaoling had just stepped through the courtyard gate, when a heavy chill enveloped them. Even the light seemed dulled, and their shadows were elongated and thin. The ley line node is under the underground garage. All the resentment is drawn there. I will set up a formation on the front lawn to lure them all out and trap them. You guard the central palace, strike at any ghost you see, and don't let any slip away. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't we going to exorcise them this time? Ma Xiaoling shook her head. They've been soaked in Yin energy for too long. Their souls are rotting, and it's too late for exorcism. The formation won't hold for long, so you need to act quickly. If we can't handle it tonight, it will be even harder to wrap things up in the latter half of the night. Leave it to me. Chen Yu nodded, his tone assured. In the past 2 days, my hand has been much steadier than before. Has it improved again? Ma Xiaoling stared at him, her expression half skeptical. Did you grow your powers in a pickled vegetable jar? Before long, the front lawn had been set up, a red string soaked in the blood of a rooster's heart wound around an 8-palm-wide triangular flag with the flag tips all pointing towards the villa's main entrance. She placed an old toy at intervals of 3 steps along the edge of the formation, each with a vermilion talisman attached, extending all the way to the center of the formation. The wind suddenly picked up. The copper bells on the red string rang crisply. Ma Xiaoling's back stiffened, and she whispered, "They're coming, hold your ground." Before her voice fell, she had leaped into the center of the formation, drawing out 3 long incense sticks. Igniting, without fire, the blue smoke rose straight, like a line, drifting towards the villa's front door, and in the moment it crossed the boundary of the formation, it vanished suddenly. In less than 60 seconds, a violent wind swept up, mixed with the chaotic sounds of people, like a group of students rushing out of school. "Wow, this doll is so fun. It's mine. Whoever touches it dies." "No way." Its eyes blink. "Trade? They'll trade my head for it." Where are my hands? Where are my hands?" Dozens of phantoms gathered in the blink of an eye, students in uniforms, teachers with glasses, severed limbs, blood smeared across their faces, their intestines dragging on the ground, still fighting over that stuffed toy. On the hillside, manager Wang's hand holding the binoculars suddenly shook violently, the lens wobbling. The driver gaped, his face pale, and his knees buckled, nearly sliding from the passenger seat. Whoosh! Ma Xiaoling soared into the air, sweeping over the ghostly crowd, and landed steadily at the gap in the formation. The long incense stick thudded into the ground, and she quickly pulled the red string, twisting, tightening, sealing. Just as Ma Xiaoling finished collecting the last talisman, the wandering, malevolent spirits all turned their heads, fixing their gaze upon her. The moment before they were grinning and floating about, but in the next second their faces twisted, suddenly revealing sharp fangs, and dark, ghostly flames surged within their eye sockets. "Living person, come play with us." But just as they pounced at the edge of the formation, the red string flags plunged into the ground, suddenly lit up. A radiant aura of intertwined red and gold erupted, and when the energy collided with it, it recoiled, as if boiling water splashed on snow, hissing as it bounced back several feet. Yet dozens of vengeful spirits charged together, the wind swirling into a vortex, causing the entire formation to hum and tremble, the wooden stakes swaying and the yellow paper fluttering down. Ma Xiaoling tightened her fingers and called out urgently, "Chen Yu, the incense isn't extinguished yet, hurry up. I've got this." Before her words fell, Chen Yu had already pushed off the ground. Chunks of dirt exploded beneath his feet, his figure shot straight up into the air, hovering for a moment at a height of more than 10 meters. Suddenly the night sky ripped apart, lightning surged around him, thick as a finger, crackling and darting about, coiling and leaping like a living thing, the air sizzling with heat. Boom! He crashed down at the tip of the formation, and the lightning exploded, weaving into a giant net that swept across the surroundings. Wherever it reached, the ghostly figures crumbled away like paper. In these days, the thunder he wielded had grown increasingly solid, no longer just crackling sparks, but truly possessing the weight and ferocity to split mountains and break peaks. Boom! With blue lightning dancing wildly, he clenched his fists tightly, lightning snakes hissing and thrashing between his fingers. The approaching vengeful spirits collapsed upon contact, disintegrating at the touch, not even able to emit a scream. He simply pursued and killed, and wherever his figure passed, the electric light exploded like a whip, thunder rolling over the ridge, shaking dry leaves from branches and causing pebbles to bounce. On the opposite slope, the walkie-talkie in the manager's hand fell to the ground with a thud. The driver gaped, his atoms apple bobbing up and down, but unable to make a sound. Even Ma Xiaoling was stunned in place, her cherry lips slightly parted, gazing up at the figure wrapped in lightning, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. How is this possible? His lightning technique has progressed again. But in that moment, a hint of bitterness rose within her heart. Her Ma family's direct lineage had not slacked off for 10 years, just barely able to suppress such evil spirits. Yet this person before her, just half a month ago, could only produce a few weak sparks from his fingertips, yet now was able to wield lightning as a blade and use momentum as a prison, grinding ghosts to dust. This progress was too rapid to be considered cultivation. It was as if heaven itself was personally forcing thunder into his veins. If this continues, will he truly become the earthly master of thunder, administering heavenly punishment in a year's time? Under Chen Yu's lightning technique, the dozens of vengeful souls within the formation were completely dispersed, leaving not even a trace of smoke behind. Meanwhile, the incense stick that Ma Xiaoling had planted in the ground had only burned a third. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She quickly gathered up the red string, copper bells, and compass, even snuffing out the half-burned incense and wrapping it in a cloth pouch. Fearing Chen Yu would misunderstand her as stingy, she casually added, "These are all old items, very valuable. I'll keep them for next time." Turning to face Chen Yu, her eyes gleamed astonishingly. "Are you even human? It's only been a few days. How did you become so ridiculously strong? What kind of cultivation are you practicing?" Chen Yu scratched his head. "Cultivation? I haven't practiced. I've just been working, clocking and eating, sleeping, and it just grew on its own." I won't talk to you anymore. Ma Xiaoling gritted her teeth, so angry she wanted to pull his ears. Just eating, drinking, and taking care of bodily needs makes one stronger. Did the heavens weld shut the gates of cultivation, leaving him a VIP skylight? Rolling her eyes, she said seriously, just now the incense lured the ghosts. Most of them came, but one slipped through. She pointed to the dark little lake 100 meters away, her brow furrowed tightly. It's hiding there. It can withstand the ghostly incense and is probably even more troublesome than that red-dressed female ghost last time. It's 12:45 now. Every night at this time the boundary between yin and yang shifts in feng shui, terms called the ley line breathes. Yin energy will flood back. The seal is most stable. It will definitely come to stir trouble. You have to stop it. Can you do it? Chen Yu nodded, rest assured. Good, let's split up. As soon as Ma Xiaoling's voice fell, she already grasped the talisman in her hand, turned, and rushed into the shadow of the building, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu glanced at the lake, his figure suddenly blurred, and when he reappeared, he was already by the reeds 100 meters away. Anything that could make Ma Xiaoling say impressive is definitely not good. But he was no longer the same as before. In this half-month, not only had his lightning technique skyrocketed, his one-arm grip strength reached 110 tons, and with full force swings, he could produce shockwaves exceeding 320 tons without using speed enhancements. Not to mention the newly comprehended no law is invincible, a barrier of force field merging reality and illusion, whose upper limit could not yet be measured. Whether it's ghostly energy or illusions, he was not afraid. Unfortunately, the silver great super template he inherited was not an external form of power, but akin to an innate bloodline, requiring daily exposure to sunlight and accumulation over the years to gradually strengthen. If he were to truly absorb the complete power of the silver great super, even just a tiny remnant, he would be able to crush the entire solar system with a single hand. Gurgle, gurgle. As if sensing Ma Xiaoling's approach toward the geomantic seal, the unassuming little lake suddenly stirred, its surface boiling and churning, while a viscous murky sludge oozed slowly toward the shore. Then from the depths rose a colossal figure over 2 meters tall, its entire body encased in thick black mud. It stepped onto the meadow, dragging a slick, glistening trail behind it. The mire reeked of rancid fish and decaying flesh, a stench so acrid that Chen Yu's stomach recoiled. He instantly sealed his breath. This thing was too foul for close combat, and worse, its dense mud carapace could deflect most of the thunder's force. Yet Chen Yu had anticipated precisely that. Boom. With one hand, he seized a streetlight pole beside the road. Veins bulged along his arms as metal groaned in protest. Then with brutal strength he wrenched free a solid iron pillar, 40 centimeters in diameter and 4 meters long, and twisted it violently out of shape. Fumo staff technique, initiate. Before the low command had fully left his lips, he blurred forward like a phantom. The iron rod slashed downward, shrieking as it tore through air, its sonic blast rattling eardrums with deafening force. 10 meters vanished in an eye blink. The specter hadn't even raised a hand before the rod struck its midsection, heating. Tum! A subsonic impact unleashed kiloton-level force. The mud shell exploded outward in a fan-shaped spray, scattering over a dozen meters. The creature flew sideways like a cannonball, crashing into the outer wall of a distant building. Half a load-bearing wall collapsed instantly, bricks tumbling down in dusty cascades, clouds of debris rising several zhang high. Roar! From the rubble erupted a ghastly, guttural shriek. The corpse staggered upright. Its mud armor shattered, its exposed torso grotesquely contorted, spine visibly dislocated. Worst of all, the ancient Yin mud that had clung to it for years had been blasted away. Its defenses plummeted. Yet freed from that binding restraint, its eyes blazed with surging malevolence, locking onto Chen Yu with predatory focus. Then it lunged swift as ink-black lightning, twice as fast as any mortal. Such explosive power combined with a body impervious to blades and bullets would render even a fully armed special police squad little more than live targets. And yet, it had collided with Chen Yu. To Chen Yu, that speed moved no faster than a sloth's languid stroll, and because this foe possessed tangible form, it was far easier to anticipate and strike than a flickering, intangible crimson-hood specter. Boom! Chen Yu sidestepped and swung the rod. A clean, decisive motion, as if batting a high-velocity pitch. Mid-lunge, the corpse was slammed sideways, hurtling straight into the trunk of an ancient tree, its girth demanding 2 men to embrace. A thunderous crash split the sky. The trunk, thick as a bowl, shattered on impact. The canopy crashed earthward, trembling the surrounding soil and sending leaves shivering from their branches. Before it could rise, Chen Yu had already teleported to its side. Blue light erupted across the streetlight's surface. Crackling serpents of electricity coiling wildly, hissing fiercely, casting eerie illumination upon his cold, resolute profile. Boom! The rod descended like divine judgment, crushing the corpse's neck with a sickening snap. Its head twisted at a grotesque angle. The rod's tip sank deep into flesh, while arcs of lightning seared its skin black and drew forth agonized, shrieking wails. Without pause, the second blow followed. The rod cleaved the air, compressing it into visible, translucent ripples accompanied by a piercing, concussive roar as it slammed with full force onto the creature's spine. The ground beneath splintered instantly, spreading outward like a spiderweb. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of relentless strikes rained down, until that body once impervious to bullets and blades was reduced to a shapeless mass of pulped flesh and gore, the vengeful soul clinging to it dissolved thread by thread beneath the purifying wrath of thunder. A crater 4 meters wide had been hammered into the earth, its rim charred black rotting sludge flung over 10 meters in all directions, horrifying to behold. What remained of the streetlight was twisted beyond recognition, barely retaining the ghost of its former metallic form. Only when the last trace of yin energy had utterly dissipated did Chen Yu lower his stance. This is no ordinary specter. It is a demon that has matured into true malevolence. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deep, muffled tremor surged from beneath the villa's foundations. The oppressive chill that had shrouded the land began receding visibly like a tide withdrawing. Even the manager and driver standing on the opposite hillside instinctively rubbed their arms. The wind had lost its bite, the air its clammy weight. Ma Xiaoling returned from her sealing ritual, and at first glance spotted the horrifying crater, and the lingering residue of corpse energy and yin sludge still coiling from its depths. Her eyelid twitched involuntarily. It's been thoroughly cleansed. Would you like to inspect the site yourself? No need. We trust both of you implicitly. Outside the villa's main gate, the manager and driver had already been waiting. The moment they saw Ma Xiaoling and Chen Yu emerge, they waved their hands frantically in refusal. Before even finishing their sentence, their heads were already shaking furiously. The manager looked at them, his gaze cautious, his tone softened to near deference. You've both worked incredibly hard today. Would you prefer payment by check or cash? Either is fine, but cash is more convenient. Ma Xiaoling replied offhandedly, already calculating how much simpler splitting the sum would be without change. The manager immediately agreed. Of course. I'll call right now to have it prepared. You can collect it at my office. A subtle shift stirred in Ma Xiaoling's mind. How had his demeanor changed so drastically? Upon their arrival, he'd been courteous, but beneath the veneer lingered unmistakable condescension, and aloof distance impossible to mask. Even as a mere errand runner for the wealthy, he carried himself with quiet authority. Now, however, it was different. His respect was genuine, not performed, but radiating from deep within, heavy and undeniable. She had no way of knowing that this reverence was directed solely at Chen Yu. Both driver and manager had been frozen in place by what they'd witnessed, Chen Yu summoning lightning with a gesture, uprooting the streetlight and shattering the specter with raw, unadorned violence. Clean, ferocious, utterly devoid of artifice. In all their 50 years, neither had ever seen the supernatural wielded with such effortless mechanical precision, as casually as unscrewing a bottle cap. Within 10 minutes, the villa's tranquil moonlight and lingering shadows had yet to fade. Yet they now stood at the heart of Macau's bustling metropolis. Neon bled across the sky, traffic roared like boiling water, and the air hung thick with the cloying, metallic sweet scent of money and desire. This was one of the world's 4 great gambling capitals and Asia's highest income region. Countless people boarded ferries with their life savings clenched tight, eyes gleaming, as if pushing open the golden doors of the Grand Lisboa, would trade their very souls for a bank draft. Here, 50,000 this time. We'll split it evenly. In the lounge of the Cinetop Hotel, Ma Xiaoling slid 2 thick stacks of crisp crimson $1,000 bills across the table toward Chen Yu. The notes still bore the stiff, unbroken creases of fresh bank seals. Chen Yu didn't reach for them, only lifted his gaze. Didn't you say it was 6-4? Why the sudden change? You contributed twice what I did, so naturally you earn more. But I secured the contract, supplied the talismans, cinnabar, peachwood sword, all drawn from my own reserves. So half is non-negotiable, the floor not the ceiling. Take it, or I'll take it back. I'll take it. Why wouldn't I, eh? He smiled faintly, gathering the stack toward himself. Passers-by glanced briefly at the mound of cash on the table, then looked away without blinking. This was Macau. Everyday men and women strode into casinos carrying briefcases stuffed with hundreds of thousands, or millions, of dollars. Some entered in tailored suits. They emerged unable to afford even a bus fare. Sudden fortune and utter ruin were merely 2 sides of the same chip, flipped in an instant. Ma Xiaoling was tucking money into her bag when Chen Yu spoke again. So you're leaving just like that? She paused, startled. Should I stay for New Year's Eve dinner? Why not explore the city while you're here? He gestured across the street. The Grand Lisboa shimmered with molten gold, its entire facade blazing like a lotus forged in fire, searing against the night. You want me to gamble? Ma Xiaoling's eyes widened. Chen Yu blinked, genuinely surprised. Is visiting strange? Have you never considered stepping inside to win a little? The words slipped out, and then he hesitated. She routinely earned tens of thousands per job, occasionally hundreds of thousands, yet showed zero interest in the gaming tables. With her abilities, she could run a casino herself, yet even casual betting would yield millions faster than picking coins off the pavement. Ma Xiaoling shot him a sharp, incredulous look. Do you think I'm foolish? The old saying, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, is written in blood. I earn every dollar through sweat and grit. Why hand it over to someone else? Besides, using sorcery to cheat at gambling. Backlash would be the least of it. 3 years cultivation lost would be merciful. Buddhism names greed, anger, delusion, arrogance, and doubt the 5 poisons. And gambling is greed's root, the living emblem of the hungry ghost realm. I won't touch it, ever. Oh, I see. Chen Yu nodded slowly. After a pause he added quietly, precisely because you guard yourself so vigilantly. I believe you should walk through those doors after all. What do you mean? Ma Xiaoling frowned. His voice was calm. You treat it like poison, not even daring to twist the cap, yet deep down you have already admitted defeat. As the old saying goes, if you don't pick it up, how can you talk about letting go? If you have never truly seen the mountain, how can you dare to say the mountain is not a mountain? Aren't you curious about where my Bentley came from? If you want to know, just follow me. After saying this, he grabbed the 250,000 from the table and walked towards the entrance of the Lisboa Hotel. Ma Xiaoling was stunned as she watched his figure merge into the golden light. Her steps didn't move, but her heart shook slightly. If you don't pick it up, how can you talk about letting go? If you have never seen the mountain, how can you achieve seeing the mountain as not the mountain? These words collided back and forth in her mind, just as she inexplicably followed Chen Yu into this golden maze. In the deep night at the Jia building, the lifeless Ping Ma had her withered hand gripping the neck of the opposite Pippi until the latter's pupils dilated. The next morning, police lights flashed in Pippi's room. Huang Tianyu squatted beside the corpse, his fingertips hovering above the dark fingerprints on the victim's neck, his gaze gradually deepening. The deceased was named Zhang Meizhu, 24 years old, English name Pipi, originally from the mainland, and usually worked as a public relations officer in a nightclub. The time of death was approximately at 1 a.m. She suffocated to death from being strangled, and there was a significant bruise around her neck, exactly the same as the marks found on Zhang Meiqian's neck 2 days prior. Detective Lu Hai stared at Huang Tianyu. Are you saying this is a serial murder? Huang Tianyu nodded. Exactly. Then this case will be under your supervision. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Before he finished speaking, Lu Hai, who had stayed up all night playing mahjong, had already turned and left. Just as he walked out, Gao Bao scoffed. Year after year the flowers are the same, and it's always the hands-off work. Huang Tianyu was unfazed. This isn't the first time you've seen him like this. After saying this, he bent down to examine the scene, his eyes sweeping past the wardrobe as he casually opened the door and rummaged through the clothes. Inside the collar of several shirts, the words Ping Ji Taylor were clearly embroidered. He pondered for a moment, picked up a folder, and walked out of the room, only to bump into a young man in his 30s standing at the door, looking uneasy and glancing frequently in this direction. Huang Tianyu's heart stirred slightly, and he stepped forward. Hello, my surname is Huang. I just moved upstairs. Miss Wang mentioned you. You must be Ping Gu, right? Sorry for greeting you at such a time. A Ping swallowed, forcing a smile. Just call me a Ping. Mr. Huang, are you a police officer? Yes. Huang Tianyu nodded and continued to ask, I heard you called the police. Were you close with Pippi from across the hall? A Ping paused slightly. Not really. She occasionally came to my shop to make clothes, so I recognized her face. Actually, she was quite familiar with everyone in the whole building. Huang Tianyu quietly looked into his eyes. Then did you notice anything unusual last night? A Ping's gaze flickered, his voice slightly tense. No. Really nothing. I woke up early this morning, originally planning to take out the trash. I noticed her door was ajar, so I peeked in. Then, with the routine questioning over, Huang Tianyu couldn't extract anything new from a Ping. Yet the evasive gaze from the other party felt like a thin thorn piercing his heart. At that moment, the elevator chimed as it opened. Ouyang Zhejia and Wang Zhenzhen hurried over after receiving the news. What happened? Ouyang Zhejia headed straight for Pippi's door, reaching out to push it, but was stopped by an officer. The scene is sealed off. No unauthorized personnel allowed inside. In the owner of this building, am I not allowed to know what's happening in my own home? Wang Zhenzhen spotted Huang Tianyu and Luo Kaiping not far away and hurriedly approached. Mr. Huang Pinggu, what happened? Huang Tianyu spoke calmly. Pippi is dead. What? Dead? Ouyang Zhejia paused, her face instantly paling. Before she could finish her words, 2 forensic scientists came out of the room carrying a stretcher. The body was covered with a white cloth, leaving only a pair of wide-open eyes exposed, hollow and stiff, making one's heart sink. Ouyang Zhejia and Wang Zhenzhen both took a step back. Afterwards, Huang Tianyu visited several neighboring apartments, but still found nothing. However, Pippi's death had already stirred up a hidden tide in the Jia building. Looking back 2 days, the neighboring Zhang Meiqian also died in the same manner. In just a few days, the 2 young female corpses, like 2 chunks of ice, crashed into the water's surface, sending ripples spreading outward. To complicate matters, Jean Jia had been frantically searching for her son throughout the building these past few days, asking everyone she encountered, her gaze erratic and her voice hoarse. The entire building's atmosphere grew tense. Ouyang Zhejia instructed Wang Zhenzhen to go to work first while she strolled to the lobby entrance, where she indeed heard several tenants whispering together in a corner. Bang, bang, bang. She slammed her hand against the duty desk, staring coldly at the old security guard Uncle Gu seated behind it. Uncle Gu, I only ask one thing. Did you see anything unusual last night? Uncle Gu sighed and raised his hands, Mrs. Wang. Just now the police came to ask, and I said I really didn't see anything unusual. This building has dozens of people coming and going every day, and who can guarantee that not a single one went unnoticed? You can't expect me to keep an eye on shadows, can you? Wang Zhenzhen's gaze was sharp as it swept over the whispering residents, then returned to Uncle Gus. Face, her words deliberate. The Jia building has been open for 20 years and has never had a single murder. If you did your job, I wouldn't say much, but if it turns out that due to your negligence, distraction, or careless work these disasters happened, then don't blame me for turning against you. Just as she finished speaking, she caught a glimpse of Jia pacing back and forth at the stairway, her heart suddenly leaping. She turned and called out, Jia. With consecutive incidents happening here, first the little Qin, next door, then Pippi. Do you think it could be a feng shui issue? Should we gather some money to invite a master to perform a ritual and calm the house? People in Xiangjiang believe in this. As soon as she spoke, a chorus of agreement arose immediately. The one who always acted with her son and insisted he was the reincarnation of Xuanwu boy Jia heard this, and her eyes brightened immediately. Another windfall was about to come. Oh, you can't come back. Good, let me ask for you. It's fine, you only have one class today, or I can cover for you. At the bus stop, Wang Zhenzhen hung up the phone, her brows slightly furrowed. It was Chen Yu who called, saying he and Ma Xiaoling were tied up with business and definitely wouldn't make it back tonight, asking her to request a leave on his behalf. Huang Fuxing tilted his head and asked Sister Zhenzhen what happened. She smiled gently and replied calmly, It's nothing. Chen Yu just called to say he has something to attend to and asked me to help him take a day off. Oh, he scratched his head. Does Teacher Chen often ask for leave? Not really this time. It's about Xiaoling's matter, pulling him over to lend a hand. After Wang Zhenzhen left, Huang Tianyu went through some old files, turned and headed straight for the Jia building, knocking on Luo Kaiping's door. After asking a few questions, Ping Ma's face turned pale and her breathing became tight as she shouted at him to get out. She instinctively resisted the aura of a corpse. Yet it was precisely this uproar that confirmed one thing for Huang Tianyu: Ping Ma was already a corpse. In the underground gaming hall, He Ingqiu lightly tapped the table. So you mean to say the two murders before and after were most likely committed by that Ping Ma? Huang Tianyu nodded. She's the prime suspect. Moreover, her son Luo Kaiping, when I questioned him this morning, kept glancing elsewhere. He probably knows who killed Pippi. Qiu Shu raised his eyes to examine him. Then why are you telling me this? Go arrest someone. Huang Tianyu smiled wryly and shook his head. The difficulty lies here. I haven't even figured out whether she is considered alive or dead now, let alone having any solid evidence. Am I supposed to just haul a corpse back to the police station to report? Then, I can't help with that. Before he could finish, He Ingqiu had already cut him off, but he paused, a smirk appearing on his lips. There is indeed someone who can lend a hand. Who? Ma Xiaoling. It's her, but she's on Ao Dao right now. Go find her tomorrow. Ao Dao, Casino City. Chen Yu hung up and paced back to the table. Ma Xiaoling clutched her cards. Red veins rimmed her eyes. Her exposed cards read A5, K, the whole card still face down. The dealer dealt one more card. She glanced down. K. She slammed the table, voice trembling. 150,000. All in. I pass. He'll call. Show your hand. Guest 4 3 KS, a leopard. Guest 6 4 5 6 7 8, a straight. Guest 6 wins. Ma Xiaoling stared at the 5 cards splayed before the other player and curled her lip. What? Lost again? A straight of all things. Broke again. Chen Yu stepped closer. She looked up at once, her eyes frighteningly bright, and grabbed his arm. Chen Yu, you're just in time. Quick, give me some chips. I need to recoup. Here, take it. 500,000. He shoved the bulk of his chips into her hand, leaving only 2 10,000 notes at the table's corner. He planned to wait until she had nearly lost everything, then wander the dice area and pocket a few 100,000 casually. What now? Slot machines. I saw the next machine just paid out over $1 million. I'll try my luck too. Go ahead. Call me if you run out. Chen Yu stopped arguing and let her dive headlong into the gambling pit. Over the night, she tried everything. Dice, blackjack, Allen. From a novice who could not even remember the rules, she hardened into an old gambler who smoked with a cocked swagger and tossed cards with reckless flair. She won a few hands, but lost far more. 10 million slipped away with a hollow clatter. If Chen Yu had not quietly topped up her pockets with hundreds of thousands each time, the security guards would have hauled her out long ago. The debts only mounted, yet she grew more reckless. The assurance that Chen Yu had given her stung her like a talisman. Money borrowed at the table was his if she won, and his responsibility if she lost did not exist. And Chen Yu, he had hardly played all evening, merely standing aside to watch. Only when cash flow pinched did he stroll to the dice tables and toss a few idle throws. Indeed, it was taking. To eyes that could see through dice cups, card backs, and roulette tracks, moving money inside a casino was no different from stooping to pick up bills from the floor. Dusk found them in the VIP reception of Pu Jing Hotel. A female attendant, immaculate and smiling, addressed Chen Yu in a bright voice. Sir, 49 million Hong Kong dollars has been transferred. Please confirm. Chen Yu sat on the sofa and nodded slightly. Thank you. It is my pleasure. If you need anything, do call. I will take my leave now. She bowed politely and led the waiter quietly out of the room. Once the door closed, Chen Yu turned and looked across at Ma Xiaoling. Her eyes were rimmed with red, and she stared blankly. He curved his mouth, still dazed. Ma Xiaoling exhaled slowly and shook her head with a bitter smile. So greed truly sits at the head of the 5 poisons. From last night to now, she had spent a full day and night watching life unspool in the casino. At the tables, some were steady as bedrock, others had veins bulging on their temples, some raised glasses in triumphant laughter, while others lost even their undergarments and crouched in corners wailing as if their hearts had been torn out. To step into a casino was to stake one's life, one's family decades ahead on a single throw. Lost. Raise the bet. Broke. Borrow. Whisper to yourself one more to break even. And in the end, both principal and interest vanish into a bottomless pit. Of course some did win. But if you stayed at the table the moment you raised your cup in celebration, you could be upended, your chair swept away, and yourself ejected into the street. True winners never sit at the tables. They bankroll them, skim the rake, and count the money from a distance. By the day's end, Ma Xiaoling felt she had seen a panorama of humanity. What is clutched in the hand is treated as nothing. Once it slips through the fingers, one realizes it was the heaviest piece of flesh in one's life. Everyone knows the 4 characters know when to stop, yet the human heart is a deep well. No matter how much you pour in, the bottom remains hollow. Gain once, and you want more. Win once, and you crave total domination. The world is full of hooks. A single lapse, and you are pulled downward. So far down you can barely remember who you were. She suddenly remembered and tightened her voice. You said it yourself. Money borrowed at the table doesn't need to be repaid. No backing out. Chen Yu waved a hand, unconcerned. Relax. Between friends, it's only a few tens of millions. No need to worry. Only a few tens of millions. Those words, paired with his nonchalant expression, made Ma Xiaoling's fingertips itch. She wanted to rush over and twist his ear. Why him? He threw 10 dice and won 5 in the VIP room. He called Alan and won far more than he lost in a few hours. He scooped up millions while she lost 17 hands in a row. Her luck was rotten enough to cure pickles. Chen Yu's face grew a shade serious. Any insight this time? Ma Xiaoling nodded earnestly. Yes. Deeply. I woke this morning feeling my spellcraft more alive than before, as if a knot had been untied within me. He'll seclude and cultivate for 2 days when we return. Standing on the edge of desire that night, she had indeed glimpsed beneath the world's veneer a bone structure of reality. The mountain remained a mountain, yet no longer entirely the same. She was grateful to Chen Yu from her heart. After all, it was 14 million. All right, that's a wrap. Dinner, then returned to Xiangjiang. He rose and smoothed his trousers. The original intent of the trip had been merely to win a quick sum and return to Hong Kong to open an entertainment company. Unexpectedly, the stroke of luck had become a catalyst for her breakthrough. There was another motive, stirring the pot. Ma Xiaoling had mentioned the previous night that the next day the yin would be strongest and resentments fiercest. He immediately thought of the 3 break days. With the 3 break days imminent, the line around Jia building had already been stretched taut. By forcing Ma Xiaoling to stay on Ao Dao, he would sever at least one thread of the plot. More delicately, he perceived a change. Her gaze toward him now held 3 parts entrustment and 1 part less courtesy than before. After dinner, they boarded the ferry back. Arrival was in the dead of night. Chen Yu had just opened his door to wash, when in Jia building, Peng Ma, nursing a grudge over Kuang Tianya's daytime inquiry into a ping, tried to attack Kuang Fuxing. She was kicked away by the returning Kuang Tianyo, coughing blood as she slunk back to her lair in disgrace. At the same time, Shanben Yifu quietly arrived at the port. In a bar booth, Shanben Weilai had just leaned close to the neck of a drunken man when Tangbin Jinwu pushed the door open. He felled the man with a single punch, his gaze locking on Shanben Weilai, voice iron deep. Stop. Come with me. Keep this up, and your identity will be exposed. Shanben Weilai shot him a cold glance. Afraid? You are the one afraid of dying. Am not. She turned, pushed through the door, and floored the accelerator. The car tore into the night like an arrow loosed from a bow. The midnight bridge was deserted, headlights cleaving the ink dark. Approaching the center of the bridge, she saw a car idling ahead. Inside sat the elderly Shanben Yifu and one of his 3 corpse generals, the female Jianshi Bija. When Shanben Weilai's car was still some 20 meters away, Shanben Yifu in the driver's seat twirled his finger. The jade thumb ring flashed a faint green in the moonlight. Bang! 100 meters ahead, the car suddenly detonated, the whole vehicle flipping and vaulting as if struck by a giant hammer. Flames licked the body. In an instant, the frame warped, glass shattered, and smoke and fire roared up into the sky. Boom! Flames ruptured and black smoke billowed, and Shanben Weilai stepped through the fire. She had transformed into a Jiangshi form, a dark aura clinging to her that hummed in the air, though it was nearly invisible to the eye. Her hair was not singed, her clothes unburned, not a speck of ash marred her. At that moment, the female Jiangshi in the passenger seat tilted her head and fixed her gaze on the bridge parapet. With a roar, 5 concrete barrier blocks rose from the deck as if answering a command, each 1.5 meters long and weighing over 1,000 jin, tearing through the air with shrill screams to strike her Hedon. Shanben Weilai's eyes blazed. She slammed out a right fist. The punch sliced like a blade straight into the center of the first concrete block. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 blocks shattered together, stones splintering like shrapnel. Scorching waves of heat upheaved the bridge asphalt. Streetlights within 10 meters crumpled, the surface cracked in a spiderweb of fissures. This was the true face of third-generation Jiangshi. Those who had drunk human blood, and those who had not were not the same breed at all. The future, come home with me. And Yamamoto Kazuo stepped out of the car. The moment his foot touched the ground, the deep wrinkles on his face melted away, and in an instant he transformed into a tall, vigorous man in his early 30s. His brow sharp, his bearing commanding, his eyes brimming with heroic vigor. Yamamoto Mirai's pupils contracted sharply, her teeth clenched. You're not my father. My father isn't a monster. And before the words had fully left her lips, she launched herself forward like a coiled spring. But at that very instant, a piercing whistle split the air. Domin Shingo descended from above, his black robe flaring like bat wings mid-flight, landing firmly before her with arms slightly spread, blocking her path with flawless precision. He gazed at her in silence, then slowly shook his head, his expression calm, yet unyielding. And Yamamoto Kazuo spoke evenly, "Okay, step aside." Domin Shingo stiffened his atoms, apple bobbing once as he lowered his hands and retreated obediently to the side. In that quiet submission only inflamed Mirai's chest. She let out a guttural snarl, and the ancient brick beneath her feet exploded outward as she shot forward, once more a bolt loosed from a drawn bow. Her right fist blazed with eerie cobalt flame, the air crackled violently in its wake, as if even an entire building wall struck by that blow would crumble into rubble. Enbilong raised his hand to intercept, but Yamamoto Kazuo gently pressed a finger to his shoulder, halting him instantly. He simply stood there, his gaze warm, yet profoundly still, meeting that cataclysmic strike heated. And her fist sank into his chest. But it was as though striking bottomless void. No skin broke, no bone groaned, not even the faintest tremor stirred his frame. More terrifying still, her hand became locked fast, unable to withdraw. And Mirai's composure flickered. Yet Yamamoto Kazuo remained utterly serene. You are my daughter, and the only person in this world I cannot let go of. Whatever you do, I will never blame you. And close your eyes, rest a while. Let us go home. And as the final word fell, an irresistible force surged forth, sudden, absolute. Mirai passed straight through his body. Darkness swallowed her vision. She collapsed softly onto the ground, breathing deep and even, already adrift in slumber. And carry her to the car. Return to the Yamamoto residence. Yes, sir. And the engine growled low. The sedan vanished into the distance, leaving behind only charred wreckage, scattered concrete shards, and the smoldering hulk of a ruined chassis upon the bridge. No one witnessed that battle. No one heard that silent confrontation between father and daughter. And the next morning, Chen Yu strode out of his apartment, briefcase in hand, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, wristwatch gleaming, already a man of modest means. The elevator's mirrored surface reflected his refined, handsome face. As the doors opened, Teacher Ren stood waiting outside. In, "Good morning, Teacher Ren." In, "Good morning, Teacher Chun." And they exchanged a familiar, easy smile, the kind shared between longtime colleagues, then chatted idly about the weather and the new coffee beans installed in the staff lounge. At the bus stop, Wang Zhenzhen leaned against a billboard, dark circles shadowing her eyes, her fingers unconsciously twisting the strap of her bag. Huang Fuxing stood slightly behind, and to her left, his brows knotted tight, his lips pressed into a bloodless line. And Chen Yu approached, voice softened. "Zhenzhen, did you sleep poorly again last night?" And she looked up, her lips lifting instinctively at the sight of him. Glancing quickly left and right at passers-by, she rose onto her toes, drawing near until her hair brushed his ear. "Chen Yu, ghosts haunted our building last night. Not a soul in the whole tower slept a wink." "Ghosts?" His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, calm, unreadable. She nodded, lowering her voice further. "First Zhang, Meiqian died 2 days ago. Then Pippi downstairs had her throat slit. Last night, Dozen saw Xiaoqian herself wearing a scarlet dress drifting down the hallway, her shadow stretching long and thin across the floor. She stood too close. Even though he habitually suppressed his heightened senses, he caught the faint, delicate fragrance at her neck, like mountain gardenias after rain crisped clean, with a subtle honeyed warmth beneath. Chen Yu feigned astonishment. 2 dead, and ghosts appearing too. The killer's still a phantom, no trace found yet. Her fingertips were icy cold. He smiled lightly, tone relaxed. "Don't be afraid. Tonight after work I'll walk with you. A mere wandering spirit. 1 palm strike, and not even ash remains." "No." She grabbed his sleeve, urgently. "Xiaoqian used to laugh all the time. Now she's just trying to frighten people. She hasn't harmed anyone. We'll invite a master to perform a ritual, send her peacefully onward." She'd seen Chen Yu shatter a vicious specter with a single punch, the fist wreathed in jagged, snapping lightning, reducing even a murderous, soul-stained fiend to disintegrating mist. How could any ordinary wandering spirit possibly withstand him? "A ritual, performed by Jin Jingzhong." And Chen Yu gave the faintest, almost imperceptible nod. Nade temporarily stabilized matters with Ma Xiaoling, but regarding the Jejia building case, he'd deliberately taken no action. And so events unfolded exactly as they were meant to, unchanged, inevitable. Yet tonight's interference might yet pry loose hidden truths. How many no one could predict. Just as Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen entered the school gate, Kuang Tianyu, guided by Uncle Chio's address, stood before the entrance of Lingling Tang. He lifted his hand and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, and no answer. And the hallway lay utterly silent. Only his own breath echoed back. Not even the faintest scuff of slippers disturbed the stillness. She hasn't returned yet. A faint crease appeared between his brows. Nade hoped to enlist Ma Xiaoling's help investigating Pingma's death and summon Pippi's spirit for questioning, to resolve the Jejia building case swiftly. After a moment's pause, he withdrew his phone and dialed the number printed on the business card. And hello? The number you have dialed is currently switched off. If urgent, please leave your message after the beep. And the phone itself was dark, dead. Kuang Tianyu sighed, silently waited for the short, sharp beep, then spoke, voice low and steady. This is Kuang Tianyu, referred by Uncle Chio. I'm investigating 2 recent homicides. One of the victims lived in the Jejia building. During the investigation, we discovered a resident there whose heartbeat ceased long ago. Yet he continues eating, speaking, riding elevators, indistinguishable from the living. Please return my call as soon as possible. And at that same moment, in Ma Xiaoling's apartment. She'd arrived home the previous evening. Now she sat cross-legged at the center of the sofa, the air around her swirling with silent, potent energy, her long hair lifting and tensing as though each strand were a taut violin string. This problem isn't difficult. First solve the subtraction inside the parentheses, then multiply 15 minus 9 equals 6. 6 times 5 yields the final result. Once the answer emerges, the total is fixed. Chen Yu glanced at his wristwatch. 2 minutes remained before class ended. All right. Copy the formula on the board, then you may leave. And he closed his lesson plan, picked up his thermos, and walked calmly out the classroom door. Years spent teaching had etched that quiet composure deep into his bones. Slanting afternoon light bathed his shoulders, warm, golden, drowsy. He let out a long, unhurried yawn, every joint humming with lazy contentment. I wonder which ability will awaken this time. Compared to just days ago, his power had surged again. His movement speed had just pierced the sound barrier, stabilizing at 400 meters per second. His steel-hardened body grew denser still, his thunderous energy more refined, and the newly awakened invulnerability to all laws had thickened subtly but unmistakably. Even his eyelids tingled faintly. Heat vision was imminent. Yet what truly occupied his thoughts wasn't heat vision, not even flight. A Superman who couldn't fly. That was little more than a strong, swift brute. Friday. Tomorrow the holiday begins. With work piling high, Kuang Fuxing departed first. By the time Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen emerged from the school gates, the clock neared 5. Then the sun sank slowly between the buildings, bathing the sidewalk in amber light, honey-thick and luminous. Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen strolled side by side along the dappled, tree-lined path, conversing easily. On the weathered exterior walls of aging tenements beside the road, vintage 1990s celebrity posters fluttered softly in the breeze. Icons of their era, handsome men and radiant women captured in rich, saturated film grain. This time Master Jin Jingzhong is performing the altar rites upstairs. He's said to be the reincarnation of the black tortoise child, exceptionally gifted. Everyone in the neighborhood trusts him, Wang Zhenzhen said cheerfully. Whether it was from having accompanied Chen Yu to Tokyo or something deeper, she felt no fear now, no trembling at gods or ghosts, so long as he stood beside her. Chen Yu smiled. Gifted? In what way? Wang Zhenzhen counted on her fingers, reminiscing. For instance, back in my first year of middle school, I was at the bottom of my class. My mother was incredibly anxious and took me to Sister Jean to seek a talisman for guidance. He patted me on the shoulder and said, if there's something you don't understand, ask the teacher. You must study diligently and attend tutoring classes. Your grades will naturally improve. Chen Yu held back a smile, and then, I truly followed his advice. I enrolled in a tutoring class for 3 months, studying 6 days a week, without fail, learning until the early hours of the morning. At this point, her eyes lit up. As a result, I shot straight into the top 50 in the final exam. That talisman is still stuck in the compartment of my wallet. If he hadn't awakened me, I wouldn't have had a clue about where the university entrance was. What do you think? Isn't he impressive? Seeing Wang Zhenzhen's firm expression, Chen Yu opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying that's called psychological suggestion, and simply smiled and nodded, replying, yes, quite impressive. Indeed, truly remarkable. I must see it with my own eyes tonight. Did you bring money? It's 3 Jin 1 Liang, a total of 20 yuan. I brought it. Let me check. In front of the fruit stall on the street, an elderly woman was frantically rummaging through her pockets and pants, her brow furrowed in worry. The stall owner had already grown impatient, shaking his head. Old lady, if you have no money, don't come and pick around. Every time you say you have it, but always fall short. I really have it. Perhaps it got wedged somewhere. Just give me a moment to check. At that moment, Luo Kaiping, carrying a few items, walked by, paused, and turned back. What are you buying if you have no money? Who can stand this constant delay? The stall owner, getting angry, reached to take back the oranges in the plastic bag. I have it. I really have it. The old lady suddenly pulled a handful of coins from her pocket, clinking as they fell onto the counter, counting to only 11 or 12 yuan. Her face flushed. She rubbed her hands together. I'm sorry, master. It seems I'm still a bit short. The stall owner snorted, about to speak, but Luo Kaiping stepped forward with a smile. How much are we short? I will cover it. You are going to pay for her. The stall owner was taken aback. Luo Kaiping nodded, speaking calmly. Yes. All right, 20. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. The old lattice eyes were filled with tears. You're welcome. He paused, then turned to the stall owner. Could you weigh me out 20 yuan worth, a total of 40? The old lady took the heavy bag, walking away while repeatedly thanking him. Sir, you are kind-hearted. Good deeds are rewarded. Next time I see you, I will definitely pay you back. No need to repay, take care. The stall owner looked at Luo Kaiping's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. Brother, this old lady often comes here to borrow, and cheat. You might have been tricked again. Luo Kaiping only smiled. It's nothing, just 10 or so yuan. Thank you again, goodbye. After he walked away, at the corner of the alley, Chen Yu and Wang Zhenzhen slowly emerged, their gazes following his fading silhouette. Is this Pingu? Usually like this? Wang Zhenzhen nodded. Yes, he's been like this since childhood. Whenever someone is in trouble, he never turns them away. If someone is short on money for making clothes, he only charges for the fabric. If they truly can't manage, he keeps a tab, and they can pay whenever they have the money. What just happened is nearly a frequent occurrence. He says, who hasn't faced some difficulties? A little help doesn't cost much. Chen Yu gently nodded, but her heart sank quietly. Such a warm-hearted person was dragged into the abyss by his own mother. There was no need to mention the fate that was originally destined. Luo Kaiping jumped off a building with his mother's corpse, filled with resentment, absorbing the spirits of the dead, and on the 7th night became a malevolent spirit. Although later Ma Xiaoling and the others intervened to resolve the situation, he still wished to exchange eternal reincarnation for his mother to be reborn. Now, even if Chen Yu intervened to stop that tragic change, Luo Kaiping would find it difficult to stand in Jejia building again. As the two approached the entrance of the building, they saw a pile of paper figures, paper cars, and paper houses beside the steps, along with incense and offerings with thin smoke curling upwards. Jin Jingzhong and his mother were squatting on the ground, organizing ritual instruments, surrounded by curious residents, including Ouyang Jejia. Jinjin, you're back. Chen Yu, you're here too. Ouyang Jejia's smile bloomed instantly upon seeing Chen Yu, and she quickly walked over. Chen Yu slightly bowed. I heard from Zhenzhen that something happened in the building recently, and it wasn't peaceful at night, so I thought I'd come to lend a hand and see if I could help. Ouyang Jejia felt warmth in his heart, gaining even more appreciation for this potential son-in-law. After all, knowing that the place was haunted, yet still willing to come over, this thoughtfulness is rare. Don't worry. It's just rumors. Once the Xuanwu boy completes the rituals tonight, everything will return to peace. Come, let me introduce you to a few people. This is Sister Jean. Before he finished speaking, he had already led Chen Yu to the stall, beaming. This is the Xuanwu boy. Seeking love, fortune-telling, divination, very effective. In our area, who doesn't give a thumbs up? Oh dear landlord, you flatter me. Sister Jean quickly waved her hand, glancing at Chen Yu. Who is this? Ouyang Jejia had been waiting for this moment, his smile deepening. This is Chen Yu, Zhenzhen's classmate. Both are teaching in middle school. Oh, Sister Jean realized, blinking, Zhenzhen's boyfriend, right? Wang Zhenzhen's ears instantly turned red, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No. Sister Jean, we're just colleagues. We're not that close yet. Got it. Sister Jean responded cheerfully, and several nearby tenants joined in the teasing. Zhenzhen's boyfriend is really great, handsome, and when he stands with Zhenzhen, they match perfectly. This made Ouyang Jejia beam with joy, while Wang Zhenzhen blushed and lowered her head, pursing her lips in silence. Downstairs voices were clamoring, but behind a certain window upstairs a pair of grayish-white murky eyes stared unblinkingly at Chen Yu. Cold, vacant, devoid of life, like two stones frozen in ice. Inside the room, a hoarse voice like sandpaper rasped, aping. You will go and propose to Zhenzhen later. Mother won't last long, just wants to close her eyes while seeing you get married. Mother. Luo Kaiping stood outside the door, his throat moving, lips dry. He knew very well that Zhenzhen would never agree. Aping, listen to your mother. He lowered his eyes, forcing a bitter smile, his voice so light it was almost carried away by the wind. All right, I understand. After dinner, I will go find Zhenzhen. Late at night, Ma Xiaoling opened her eyes after finishing her work, feeling her muscles relax and her stomach rumble. She reached for her phone, just tapped on the missed call, and Quan Tianya's voice message popped up. Hearing, there was a murder at Jejia building, and a living dead was left at the scene. Her fingers paused and her face suddenly fell. Hello, this is Ma Xiaoling. Miss Ma, you've finally returned the call. Stop rambling, first tell me about the living dead. What's their condition? Where was it found? Have they had contact with the living? As she asked, she had already pulled open the drawer, rifling through yellow talismans, copper bells, and soul-restraining mirrors, grabbing her bag and rushing toward the door. At 10 o'clock at night, the entrance of the building was adorned with plain yellow flags, and paper ash swirled in the wind. Ouyang Zhejia, Wang Zhenzhen, and Chen Yu along with a dozen residents stood quietly. Quan Fuxing squatted on the stone steps beside the iron gate, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes bright as he peered inside. Jin Jingzhong, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, held a peachwood sword standing in the center of the ritual platform, sleeves slightly raised, ready to begin. At that moment, footsteps came from the stairs and Luo Kaiping descended slowly, nodding slightly to the few people. Landlady Zhenzhen, Mr. Chen, good evening. Ouyang Zhejia nodded. Ping, aren't you bringing your mother down to watch the ritual? He gently shook his head, speaking softly. No need, my mother has been weak these days. The night air is cool, and I'm afraid she won't bear it. After finishing, his gaze turned to Wang Zhenzhen, his voice softening further. Zhenzhen, my mother has something she insists on handing to you personally. If it's convenient, could you come up with me? Giving me something. Wang Zhenzhen froze in place. Luo Kaiping's lips curved faintly, a smile that never reached his eyes. Yes, she sewed it herself stitch by stitch. This, Mother Luo, is far too formal. Why suddenly give me a gift? Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her blouse. Not at all troublesome, just a small token. He paused, then added quietly, she's been coughing fiercely today. This little offering is all she has to hold on to. Very well, she yielded at last, her heart too tender to resist. Before the words had fully left her lips, Chen Yu spoke up. Hold on a moment. Wang Zhenzhen had barely lifted her foot when his voice settled over the courtyard, measured, unhurried, yet causing Luo Kaiping's shoulders to tense instantly. If it's truly just an ordinary item, whether delivered now or later makes no difference. A calm smile remained on his face, but his tone was as unyielding as granite. The Xuanwu child is about to open the altar. The ritual takes precedence. Should we break away mid-ceremony, we risk startling passing in officials. An ill omen indeed. He turned slightly toward Ouyang Zhejia. Don't you agree, Andy? Ouyang Zhejia immediately chimed in. Chen Yu is absolutely right. Today's ritual is for the peace and safety of every resident in this building. Master Jin said plainly. Everyone will soon light incense and receive blessed rice. Zhenzhen, wait until the ceremony concludes before going upstairs to collect it. It won't be late. Fine, I'll wait. Luo Kaiping's Adam's apple bobbed. He forced a brittle smile. Then I'll go upstairs first, see if I can persuade my mother to come down and offer incense. Go ahead. He turned and walked away, his silhouette stretched long and trembling by the lantern light. Only Chen Yu watched him. No one else glanced twice. At the first gong's resounding chime, Jin Jingzhong strode the cosmic steps, his peachwood sword angled skyward. Xuanwu child, enter my body. Lord Taishang Lao Jun commands. Altar open. Light the incense. Burn the paper money. Jin Jia stepped forward at once. The flame licked hungrily at 3 tall jaw sticks. Then she lifted a thick stack of spirit money and carried it to the empty oil drum in the courtyard, igniting it before casting the bundle inside. The instant the fire leapt upward, warmth seemed to vanish from the air. Cold seeped in, silent and inexorable. Invisible energy, undetectable to mortal eyes, gathered from every direction, swirling soundlessly around the flames. Yet Jin Jingzhong remained utterly unaware. His chant continued steady and wrote, the living walk the human path, the dead tread the ghostly road. Woo-woo. A gust rose at the street's entrance, whipping dried leaves into spirals toward the courtyard gate. Though a fraud, he performed the rites flawlessly. The incense was genuine, the paper thick and crisp, paper mansions and cars piled high upon the altar. Even the paper figures bore vermilion talismans pinned to their chests. To wandering, anchorless spirits, this place smelled richer than any temple. Above the building, energy and ghostly chi churned and coiled, twisting into an invisible pitch-black vortex. Like the gates of the underworld themselves had cracked open just a sliver. The wind howled, flinging grit and sand. People could barely keep their eyes open. Spirit money scattered wildly across the ground. Flames flickered erratically, and cold pierced straight to the marrow. Streetlights pulsed erratically, dimming then plunging the entire avenue into ink-black stillness. The air stiffened, grew brittle with cold. Wow, so much money. And cars. Look, there's a car. Come play with us. Where's my head? Who's got my head? Hee. A game. Let's all play. Whoever's caught becomes the ghost. Voices drifted on the wind, near yet impossibly distant. In the dim street, winds spun spirit money in dizzying circles, and row upon row of paper figures suddenly tilted back, their necks swayed, their waists, then stepped forward, lurching unsteadily into motion. Only then did the residents of Zhejia building snap awake. Real ghosts, not one, but many shadows converging from all sides. Ghosts! Quick! Xuanwu child, subdue them at once. Instinctively, everyone surged toward Jin Jingzhong, desperate for him to intervene. But when they looked up, they found Jin Jingzhong and Jin Jia huddled beneath the altar, faces drained of color, trembling like withered leaves in autumn wind, more terrified than anyone else. Just then a human skull rolled to the front of the crowd, its jaw grinning wide. So many people. Care to play with us? This ghost had taken solid form. Every eye saw it clearly. Ouyang Zhejia collapsed instantly, vision blacking out, only saved from falling by Chen Yu's swift, steadying grip. Ghosts! The others bolted, sprinting blindly. After only a few strides they found themselves surrounded. Translucent phantoms stood shoulder to shoulder on all sides, faces grotesquely distorted, mouths split, erdo-ear eye sockets sunken, and weeping black eye core. Someone broke into wailing sobs. Mom, what's wrong with you? Wang Zhenzhen seized her mother's wrist with both hands. I'm fine. Ouyang Zhejia leaned heavily on Chen Yu, legs quaking uncontrollably, her gaze locked in horror on the drifting specters, the first real ghost she'd ever seen in her life. Wang Zhenzhen's own knees trembled, but she forced her voice steady. Mom, don't be afraid. Chen Yu's here. Everything will be all right. The entire street had become a ghost market. Hundreds of spirits wandered freely. Vengeful souls choked the thoroughfares. Winds shrieked against eardrums, and moans, maniacal laughter, and dragging footsteps merged into one cacophony, as though the gates of the Yellow Springs had burst open, unbarred and unguarded. Chen Yu supported Ouyang Zhejia, his gaze settling on Jin Jingzhong, crouched beneath the altar, eyes squeezed shut, curled tight as a fetus. His voice was unruffled. Xuanwu, child, hiding beneath the table, are you cultivating some new esoteric technique? Outside, resentment surges like a typhoon. Fierce ghosts gather in droves. Seems you summoned them all with your altar-opening ritual. Won't you step forth and clear them away? Ouyang Zhejia gasped, seizing the words. Yes. Xuanwu, child, you must perform the exorcism, right now. I dare not go out. Jin Jingzhong lay crumpled on the ground, tears and snot streaking his face. I'm sorry. I'm a fraud. I truly cannot exorcise ghosts. I possess no authentic cultivation arts whatsoever. What a... Ouyang Zhejia and Wang Zhenzhen stared stunned. Over the years they'd even offered 3 rounds of ash from his sacred incense, believing him without question. Chen Yu sighed softly. So you cannot even suppress a phantom's shadow. Very well, this matter falls to me. He turned to Wang Zhenzhen, support Annie firmly. Wang Zhenzhen rushed forward to take over. Chen Yu lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the seething mass of ghosts gathering at the street's mouth. His voice, though quiet, cut cleanly through the wind. Ladies and gentlemen, have you frightened enough? You have 3 minutes to return whence you came. Otherwise do not blame me for showing no mercy. Listen, he threatens to discipline us. Charge, tear him apart. Oh, how terribly frightened I am. Brothers, arm yourselves. First rip off his arms. I've turned invisible. Watch me yank his left hand. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a dozen ghostly forms lunged forward, wreathed in stinking wind. Black mist swallowed Chen Yu whole. Foolish, he growled low, and blinding blue light erupted around him, lightning crackling violently. The concrete beneath his feet shattered instantly, fissures racing outward like spiderwebs. A blur shot into the heart of the spectral formation. Boom. His fist hadn't even landed, yet the air detonated ahead of it, serpentine arcs of electricity lancing forth. The supposedly invisible gust of energy exploded outright, leaving only a piercing shriek that tore the night asunder. Spinning, he delivered a sidekick, driving his heel hard into a speeding paper car. Infused with ghostly energy, the paper vehicle had hardened to steel, yet it shattered on impact. At the moment of detonation, paper shreds scattered like snow, while a black figure screamed, then dissolved into wisps of azure smoke. Meanwhile, the remaining fierce ghosts had already encircled him, completely sealing him in. Dozens of ghostly faces materialized simultaneously, claws bared, striking from all directions for his throat, chest, and nape, each determined to rip him limb from limb, grind him to pulp. Chen Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He ignored the onrushing horrors entirely, clenching his right fist tight. Countless indigo lightning arcs snapped and coiled furiously in his palm, compressing inward with terrifying intensity. Then in one explosive motion, he slammed his fist downward onto the ground. Kerkum! The asphalt road detonated, shattering entirely, cracks exploding outward like a vast web, shards and superheated shockwaves blasting skyward, while net-like bolts of thunder lanced in every direction, filling the air with screeching resonance. Arg! Don't kill me. I'm gone again. A dozen vengeful spirits were swept up by the lightning net. Before their screams could even trail off, they evaporated into thin wisps of smoke. Only Chen Yu remained, standing alone amid the ruins, coat flapping fiercely, an aura of bone-deep cold radiating from him, so intensely it stole the breath from every onlooker. With this strike, not only did Ouyang Zhejia and the other living beings feel their legs turn to jelly, but even the malevolent spirits that had roamed for years were momentarily stunned, their souls trembling slightly. However, Chen Yu showed no signs of hesitation. With a flash of his figure, he closed in on a headless ghost, the sharp sound of breaking air accompanying him as he lifted his right leg high and struck down like a guillotine. Boom! The lightning flashed, and the malevolent spirit that was grinning while choking the tenant exploded on the spot. The ground collapsed in response, cracks spiderwebbing half a meter wide, and flying concrete chunks shot toward the surrounding walls like bullets. Brothers, this one is tough, let's all go at him together. Damn, big brother, are you still quoting old movies? Where did you come from? Ming Dynasty. Wow, a true living fossil. Many of the enraged, malevolent spirits not only did not retreat, but instead surged forward with fierce hostility, howling in unison as the chilling wind swept through their ghostly forms, swirling. In an instant, all were cleared by Chen Yu alone. The flickering lightning specifically targeted the malevolent spirits. A mere graze left them gravely injured, and a touch meant instant obliteration, unreasonably domineering. Chen Yu. Suddenly the voice of Wang Zhenzhen came from behind. Instinctively he turned around and saw a female ghost dressed in a white funeral outfit, long hair, covering her face, quietly standing a few meters away. Her face was smooth and featureless, devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth, only a blank void of silence. Just as he turned his head, a chilling force silently attached itself to him. The ability of this returning ghost was to call out names, to claim lives. The moment a person responded, their body would become as rigid as iron, allowing it to attach and drain their essence. Yet as soon as that chilling force touched the back of Chen Yu's neck, it was as if it crashed into an invisible copper wall, disintegrating inch by inch, not even disturbing a single hair on his head. Boom. The headless ghost was instantly obliterated by a fist wrapped in lightning. Chen Yu slowly retracted his fist, his expression unperturbed. Hiss. Too ruthless. No wonder Kwang Gu said he wouldn't dare to touch him. In the shadow of the street corner, Kwang Fuxing stared at the figure that walked through the lightning, unstoppable, gasping in awe. In just 2 or 3 minutes, over 100 malevolent spirits had perished at his hands. The remaining spirits, already terrified, either dashed against walls or burrowed underground, not daring to linger even slightly. Of course, there were also those unafraid of death, or rather those whose souls were already fractured, their resentment eroding their hearts, having fallen into the realm of lost souls, completely unaware of fear. Thus, some malevolent spirits crawled along the wall, howling as they charged. One flying head ghost shrieked in the air, trying to disturb the minds of those present, only to have its head vaporized by a bolt of lightning. Just as Chen Yu was sweeping through the horde of ghosts, a small boy appeared silently in front of Wang Zhenzhen, clutching a ball, looking up with a soft voice. Sister, brother, let's play ball together. It's so much fun. The child had delicate features and a pure smile, yet Ouying Jejia, along with Jin Jingzhong and Sister Jean, who were huddled under the table, were so frightened they broke into a cold sweat, their teeth chattering. Only Wang Zhenzhen forced herself to remain calm, her face pale and dry as she shook her head. No, I don't want to play. I don't want to play either. Jin Jingzhong shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. Before the words fell, the child's mouth suddenly twisted upward, stretching wider and deeper. Blood flowed from the hollow eye sockets, and his small face instantly contorted into a fierce grimace. No. You must play. I'll twist off your heads and kick them like a ball. At this moment, everyone could see clearly what the child was holding was not a ball at all. It was clearly a grayish-white ghost head with 2 hollow eye sockets staring directly at them, sending chills racing up their spines. Be careful. Don't let that head-taking ghost touch you. Just as the small ghost's fingers swelled and sharp claws approached, Chen Yu was about to leap out when a golden talisman shot from the street corner like an arrow. Bang! It stuck to the child's forehead. A piercing wail tore through the air. Following closely, the demon-slaying staff swept through the air. Before the wind reached the ghostly figure, had already dispersed. Ma Xiaoling hurried forward, her gaze scanning Wang Zhenzhen and the others, her voice urgent. Zhenzhen. Auntie, are you all okay? Xiaoling, you're here. Wang Zhenzhen's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. I came together with Officer Kwang. Before she could finish, she had already raised her eyes to the end of the street. Chen Yu was smashing a paper effigy with a punch, the lightning exploding, and the malevolent spirit attached to the paper didn't even have time to wail before it turned to ash in the blinding light. At this moment, Chen Yu had already cleared most of the summoned vengeful spirits. The street was left with only the mournful sound of the wind, no trace of ghosts to be found. Ma Xiaoling stared at the altar in front of her and the fluttering yellow flag, her tone slightly astonished. You really opened an altar here. No wonder the 100 ghosts gathered. If it weren't for Chen Yu holding the fort, the consequences would be unthinkable. Wang Zhenzhen forced a bitter smile and shook her head. We had no idea it would turn out like this. Recently, Jejia building has had a series of incidents, and everyone pulled money together to invite Jin Jingzhong to perform a ritual just to suppress the evil energy and stabilize the house luck. Who would have thought he wouldn't? As a result, it actually made things worse. Ma Xiaoling frowned. Today is the 3 broken days that occurs once every 60 years. The yin and resentment energy have reached their peak. To rashly open an altar is bound to cause trouble. Before she finished speaking, she glanced at Jin Jingzhong and turned to rush toward Chen Yu. On the other side, Kwang Fuxing, upon seeing Kwang Tianyu return, immediately joyfully welcomed him. Big brother, Kwang, you're finally back. Are you hurt, Fuxing? I'm fine. But that teacher Chen is incredible. Single-handedly, he almost cleaned up all those vengeful spirits. Soon Ma Xiaoling joined the fray. The remaining vengeful spirits either scattered in fear or disintegrated on the spot. As the last wisp of ghostly energy dissipated, the chilling wind abruptly ceased, and the entire street returned to silence. Ma Xiaoling put away the 3 5-point star copper talismans in her palm and turned to look at Chen Yu, her expression slightly grave. The solitary ghosts and wild spirits summoned tonight are mostly just ordinary vengeful souls. It's just because today the world is muddied with Yin energy that they became restless and aggressive. Once tonight passes, they will naturally calm down. You didn't need to disperse them all, or driving them away would suffice. Excessive slaughter is not beneficial to you. It harms your virtue. Just as she said, in this world the heavens, the human realm, and the underworld coexist, and ghosts are also beings. She had always focused on subduing rather than destroying their form and spirit. Only the wicked ghosts that had taken lives needed to be utterly dispersed. As for ordinary wandering souls and wild ghosts, there were underworld emissaries to patrol and guide them. It was not her place to meddle. However, Chen Yu gently shook his head. In that kind of situation, if I don't disperse them, how can I subdue them? I'm not a proper celestial master. I can't just stand by and watch them attack the living. He raised his hand to indicate Ma Xiaoling to look further away. In the corner of Jejia building, more than 20 tenants huddled together, their hands tightly covering their ears and eyes, their lips moving as they repeatedly muttered, "You can't see me. You can't see me." They had hurried back inside when the haunting began, only to find the door sealed by ghostly energy, leaving them shivering in place, frightened to the point of silence. Virtue. Let it be. Anyway, this life is at its end. There's no future to speak of. I'm just seeking a moment of relief, living in the present. What future? What next life? I'll take it one step at a time. Overthinking just makes it hard to breathe. I'm not as carefree as you are. Ma Xiaoling sighed softly, a hint of genuine envy flashing in her eyes. She then walked over to Wang Zhenzhen, gently comforting her. "Auntie, please tell everyone that those solitary ghosts and wild spirits have been properly dealt with. Get safe now." Wang Zhenzhen forced a smile. "Thanks to you all, especially Chen Yu." At this point, her gaze inadvertently fell on Chen Yu, her expression momentarily indecipherable. Gratitude, astonishment, hesitation, all swirling together. After all, just a moment ago, he was still that bright, smiling, composed young man whom one couldn't help but want to entrust their daughter to. In the next moment, as ghosts roamed the night, he wielded lightning like a battle god, descending to the fray, blasting one grotesque specter after another into ashes. The contrast was so stark that she still felt as if she were walking on clouds, her feet unsteady. What surprised her even more was that her quiet and gentle friend Wang Zhenzhen also possessed the ability to catch ghosts. As Ouyang Jiajia went to comfort the tenants, Chen Yu turned to Kwang Tianyu and asked, "Officer Kwang, I heard from Zhenzhen that there was a murder case at Jiajia building a couple of days ago. Was the murderer caught?" Kwang Tianyu nodded. "I asked Miss Ma for assistance for that very reason. The murderer has been identified as Aunt Ping, who lives on the 4th floor." "What a... Aunt Ping? How is that possible?" Wang Zhenzhen exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. "Though it's hard to accept, the evidence is irrefutable. It was her." Kwang Tianyu's expression grew serious. "However, her condition is abnormal. She has already ceased to breathe, but can still move and speak like a living corpse. To ensure absolute certainty, I specifically requested Miss Ma to assist. Once we subdue Aunt Ping and summon Pippi's spirit for confrontation, she will have no room to deny it. Auntie, are you really going to follow us?" In the elevator, Ma Xiaoling tried to dissuade Ouyang Jiajia. After all, the upcoming scene might not be suitable for ordinary people to witness. Ouyang Jiajia, however, had a solemn expression and spoke each word clearly. "I need to ask her in person. What has my Jiajia building done to wrong her so severely that she would resort to murder here?" Upon hearing that Pippi had been murdered and learning that the true culprit was Aunt Ping, Ouyang Jiajia, like Wang Zhenzhen, was stunned and could hardly believe it. She was well aware. Aunt Ping had been suffering from chronic asthma for years. At over 60 years of age, she would wheeze just walking and tremble even when carrying a plastic bucket filled with water. How could she possibly have committed murder? Only after hearing that Aunt Ping had long since ceased to breathe and was now just a vessel still moving due to evil energy, did she feel a chill run down her spine and start to believe. What surged next was a sense of dread. It turned out that the hunched figure she had encountered in the hallway at night, the one who nodded at her and greeted her as Aunt Ping, had been a cold corpse all along. Thinking of this, her fingertips tingled and her stomach churned, but in the next moment her anger burned through the cold. Aunt Ping killed PPI, and the entire Jiajia building was thrown into chaos, with tenants afraid to turn on lights or walk alone at night, even avoiding the elevator. This was how tonight's turmoil began. By dawn, tales of hauntings, deaths, and tenants jumping off buildings would spread like wildfire. By then, who would dare to rent a place? Who would dare to sign a contract? This building might not even be able to collect the utility fees. As a widow with a child, she had depended on this building for a living for over a decade. The rent had never increased, and whenever someone had a leak, she personally brought a ladder to fix it. If someone lost their job and couldn't pay rent, she would grant them a 2-month grace period without pressuring them. Yet the root of the disaster lay with the old tenant who had lived there for over 10 years. Wang Zhenzhen and Ouyang Jiajia followed closely behind, Chen Yu, Ma Xiaoling, Kwang Tianyu, and Kwang Fuxing arriving at the Luo family's door. Huang Tianyu stepped forward and knocked on the door. We're here. Officer Huang and Zhenzhen, why are there so many of you? Luo Kaiping pulled open the iron chain on the security door and looked out through the fine steel mesh, his brow furrowing. Previously, the ghostly energy had been too overwhelming, forming an invisible barrier. The people inside felt as if they were sealed in a jar, oblivious to the bloodshed screams and specters passing through below. Ouyang Jiajia's voice was taut as she declared, Kaiping, call your mother out. I have something to ask her. Huang Tianyu maintained a calm tone, saying, we need to understand the situation regarding a few murder cases directly from Aunt Ping. Please open the door or let her come out. This. Luo Kaiping swallowed hard, his face instantly turning pale. He knew he couldn't keep it a secret anymore. Before he could finish speaking, a roar erupted from inside. Kaiping, close the door. No one is allowed to enter. Chen Yu sneered and shook his head. Aunt Ping, you killed a person, you can't escape this. Let me add, this building's landlord is Zhenzhen's mother. You are merely tenants. Living here longer does not give you the right to act recklessly over the landlord. You committed murder first, causing the entire building to be filled with fear and lose business. Now you dare to chase people away. Absurd. Officer Huang, she is inside. What are you waiting for? As soon as the words left his mouth, his left hand grasped the top right corner of the security door, and with a quick pull, bang, 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 3 bolts burst out and the entire door was forcefully torn from its frame. Don't. My mother didn't kill anyone. She really didn't kill anyone. Luo Kaiping lunged forward to stop him, but was effortlessly shoved aside by Chen Yu, sending him tumbling to the ground. Crash. He knocked over the iron rack in the corner of the living room that was piled high with clothes, sending garments, hangers, and lines tumbling down all over the floor. He was not inherently bad, but his foolish filial piety had long turned lives into mere scraps of paper. Chen Yu was too lazy to waste words, naturally not holding back in his strength. Don't touch my son. Suddenly the bedroom door swung open with no wind or noise, yet it slid open on its own. Aunt Ping stood behind the door, small and emaciated, her eye sockets sunk in, her pupils murky like glass covered in dust, radiating raw malice and murderous intent. The dim light cast a yellow hue, and the peeling walls made her look like an ancient ghost crawling out of an old picture frame. But tonight no one was taking a step back. Ouyang Jiajia clenched her bag strap, and Wang Zhenzhen bit her lip, not even blinking. Having just seen a procession of ghosts cross the street, how could they be intimidated by this slight chill? Luo Kaiping struggled to prop himself up and knelt over, his voice trembling. Mom didn't kill anyone. I beg you, don't arrest her. Please don't arrest her. His appearance of kneeling and wailing only fueled Aunt Ping's fury, her voice hoarse, yet laced with cruelty. I killed the person, so what? That little slut who stole my son's clothes, that vixen who came to my doorstep every day, seducing Kaiping. She deserved to die. And you, officer, if it weren't for you injuring me, I wouldn't have to leave my son so soon. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. I wanna... Bang. The corpse energy surged with a shadow charging towards Huang Tianyu. Before she could raise a hand, she was kicked in the chest, embedding her entire body into the concrete wall, bricks and dust cascading down, leaving her unable to move. Luo Kaiping rolled and crawled over, hugging her sliding body, crying out in despair, Mom. Mom, please open your eyes and look at me. I beg you. Don't kill my mom. Please don't kill her. The tragic sight made Ma Xiaoling's heart tighten, unable to resist, saying, Luo Kaiping, your mom is gone. Oh, what you're holding is just a cold corpse. She just killed someone and violated the law. If this continues, her soul will completely dissipate, and there won't even be a chance for reincarnation. What we should do right now is help her find peace. In Luo Kaiping's arms, Aunt Ping's voice was hoarse, yet fierce. Kaiping, don't listen to them. These bad people just want to tear us apart, each of them with ill intentions. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head to stare at Chen Yu, Ma Xiaoling, and the others, her eyes fixated as if she wanted to carve each face into her bones, waiting to transform into a vengeful ghost one by one to claim lives. Unrepentant, Chen Yu frowned, his tone as cold as well water. Old lady, do you really think you're protecting him? You're mistaken. You are dragging him down a path of no return. As long as you linger in the mortal realm, Luo Kaiping will be near you every day, his yang energy being slowly devoured by your corpse energy, becoming increasingly withered, struggling to even stand. You fearlessly commit murder since you are already dead. Will the police arrest you? Execute you? Can you die again? But he cannot. Once the case blows up, Jia building won't be able to accommodate him. The house must be returned, the shop must be closed, and he will have to move. Given Luo Kaiping's temperament, if he leaves the familiar old building and old street to a new place, will neighbors not ostracize him? Will he not be blocked by thugs demanding money at his store? Who will support him? In the end, because of you, he will only find it harder to live, and who knows, one day, he might collapse on the road unrecognized with no one to collect his body. No, it can't be. How could I harm Aping? Ping Ma's throat tightened, her fingers trembling as the 3 words she had always believed in, for the child's good, began to crack for the first time. And what about the 2 people you killed? Chen Yu's tone was steady, yet each word struck like nails. Zhang Meiqian wanted to buy a birthday gift for her mother and asked Luo Kaiping to make a dress. On that day, she didn't have enough money and had a twisted thought. Stealing clothes is wrong, but it doesn't warrant death. Later, she sold her bag and clothes to gather 600 yuan and personally returned it to Luo Kaiping. But you still twisted her neck in the alley. What her mother was waiting for was not a dress sewn by her daughter, but a coffin wrapped in white cloth. What about Pippi next door? She is a dancer, true. But who is born to dance that kind of dance? If life hadn't forced her into a corner, do you think she would willingly do this? Just because she looked at your son a couple more times, you were afraid she would entangle A Ping, so you rushed into her room and choked her to death. You claim it's all for your son, but it's really all for yourself. You are too greedy for control and can't bear to see him have even a hint of autonomy. You don't allow him to make friends, you don't let him touch women, and even talking a bit with the neighbors requires your supervision. All these years he hasn't had a single person in Jia building to confide in, let alone find a solid girl to live with. No, it's not. You're talking nonsense. You're lying. Ping Ma's throat emitted a broken sob, her head shaking left and right, her gaze empty and dazed as if for the first time she realized how deep the blood on her hands truly was. Ma Xiaoling, Wang Zhenzhen, and Ouyang Jia stood to the side exchanging glances. They had never expected that the usually taciturn Chen Yu could force the fierce Ping Ma to the brink of madness with just her words. Lying to you. Chen Yu scoffed lightly. What do I have to gain? Don't believe me. We can summon Zhang Meiqian and Pippi's souls right now for a confrontation. He turned to Ma Xiaoling. The rest is up to you. After saying that, he turned and pushed the door open. A walking corpse sustained only by obsession is not even as formidable as an ordinary vengeful spirit, let alone the indestructible ghost within the villa. If it weren't to alter Luo Kaiping's doomed fate and abandon the swift killing method, insisting he see and hear for himself that all the wrongs originated from his mother, he wouldn't have bothered to speak so much. After Chen Yu left, Ma Xiaoling retrieved the silver bracelet Zhang Meiqian had left behind, and the red hair tie Pippi had hidden under her pillow, lighting incense to summon their souls. After more than 10 minutes, Ouyang Jia and Wang Zhenzhen were the first to emerge from the room. Wang Zhenzhen's eyes were red, her eyelashes still wet. Ouyang Jia had her hands hanging down, her expression downcast, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her chest. The two walked to the corridor and saw Chen Yu leaning against the wall. Ouyang Jia bowed deeply. Chen Yu, we owe you a lot today. Otherwise we wouldn't know what to do. Chen Yu smiled lightly and shook her head. Auntie, no need to thank me. Zhenzhen and I are friends. It's only natural to lend a hand in times of trouble. Wang Zhenzhen stepped forward, her gaze soft, her voice gentle. Chen Yu, thank you. He nodded with a smile, not replying or exchanging pleasantries. After another 10 minutes, Ma Xiaoling stepped out first, followed by Kuang Tianyu. Inside, Luo Kaiping's heart-wrenching cries erupted. Mom, don't go. Don't leave aping all alone. Chen Yu raised her eyes towards them. How is it? Ma Xiaoling gently shook her head. I have forced Ping Ma's spirit out, but her karmic obstacles are too heavy and the path of reincarnation is severed. She can only be temporarily sealed. After confronting Zhang Meiqian and Pippi also persuaded Ping Ma. I have sent her into reincarnation. Chen Yu asked. Luo Kaiping didn't seek to end his life, right? No, but after dealing with his mother's affairs, he will probably really follow your advice and move out of Jia building. Sigh. As soon as Ma Xiaoling finished speaking, Ouyang Jia let out a long sigh. Kuang Tianyu then spoke. I asked Luo Kaiping. His mother's condition stemmed from that day in the park when a strange woman fed her a drop of blood. At that time, she was already dead. That woman dipped her fingertip in blood and smeared it on his mother's lips, and she opened her eyes and sat up. After that, she was afraid of sunlight during the day, thinking it was a serious illness that hadn't healed. Little did they know it was the dead returning to life. And then everything fell into place. Chen Yu nodded slightly. He knew who that person was, but he had no intention of revealing it. Explaining would only complicate matters. At that moment, a light sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. By altering the established trajectory of the character, you have plundered 11 points of origin, and the fusion level has risen to 6. 11 points. Indeed, the deeper the intervention and the harsher the rewrite, the more substantial the origin gained. He pondered silently. Once the fusion level crossed 6, it felt as if his body had been reforged, his bones felt solid, his senses clear, even his breathing felt as if it had soaked in mountain spring water, cool and steady. In the next 2 days, everyone was busy. Wang Zhenzhen took 2 days off to help Luo Kaiping handle Ping Ma's affairs. This time it was Chen Yu who took her classes, writing on the board, taking attendance, and lecturing on the Red Cliffs without missing a beat. And that night, the chaos of ghosts and the death in the building ultimately scared away a group of tenants. Even though Ouyang Jia explained to each household that the evil spirits have been cleared, some still packed their bags overnight. Fortunately, it didn't turn as grim as in the original story. Half had left while half remained. Ouyang Jia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhong found it even harder to endure. When his deception was exposed on the spot, the neighbors pointed fingers at him, avoiding him even while buying groceries. He originally planned to pack up and leave, but was persuaded to stay by Ouyang Jiajia's heartfelt words. He remained determined to learn the true art, insisting on apprenticing under Ma Xiaoling. However, Ma Xiaoling did not nod in agreement. He had no choice but to go to Ling Ling Tang every day to sweep the floors, wipe the tables, and brew tea, hoping for the day she would soften. In truth, the one he most wanted to worship was Chen Yu. On that night when thunder cleaved through the thick fog, and all the ghosts knelt and scattered, the overwhelming power that pressed down on him still lingered vividly in his mind. Unfortunately, Chen Yu only said, "I am a superpower user unable to teach, nor do I take apprentices." Ma Xiaoling was also busy, overwhelmed with work. The evil energy surged for 3 days, and ghostly shadows appeared all over the port, with urgent phone calls flooding into Ling Ling Tang. Huang Tianyu was originally investigating the woman with the blood, but a sudden incident at the old port wharf resulted in over 30 people dying, suddenly shaking the entire island. He was urgently dispatched to the scene that day. On the contrary, Chen Yu became the most relaxed among this group. That afternoon, when the school bell rang, the students left in droves. He picked up his briefcase and walked straight to the principal's office, handing in his resignation letter. The old principal adjusted his glasses, confusion filling his gaze. "Teacher Chen, you've only been here a little over half a month. Your lesson preparations are solid, your classes are structured, and the students respect you. I always thought you would be a great teacher. Can you tell me why you suddenly want to leave?" Chen Yu smiled and replied, "Thank you for your care, principal. It's just that I recently realized being a teacher is not my path. Dream." The principal was taken aback. Chen Yu nodded, her tone calm. "Yes. So I have decided to resign and pursue it." The old principal paused and finally hesitantly asked, "May I ask what your wish is?" "To start an entertainment company," Chen Yu answered succinctly, "to rectify the unhealthy trends in the current Xianjiang star circle. I've been mulling this over for a long time. The startup capital, tens of millions, has already been gathered." The moment the principal heard the words entertainment company, a reflexive smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, preparing to gently advise him to be more grounded and not to aim too high. But when he heard the phrase gathering several tens of millions in startup funds, he was instantly silenced. "Brother, you already have tens of millions at hand, why teach?" He submitted his resignation letter, but the person couldn't leave just yet. The contract clearly stated that Chen Yu had to stay on for another month until the school found a successor. He remained silent and did not express any objections. Those who reason well never clash with rules. After exiting the principal's office, he went straight to his car, not returning to his home in the city, and stepped on the gas towards the desolate outskirts. Finally, he came to a stop on a remote hillside. At 5 in the afternoon, the sky was bright and the wind was clean. Standing at the cliff's edge, he felt every cell in his body burning, tearing and contracting, crushing and swallowing the sunlight that poured in, compressing it into a violent energy buried deep within his cellular core. This place was certainly not for sightseeing. As the thought arose, a properties panel appeared before his eyes. Host Chen Yu. Silver Super Template Fusion Progress 6002. Punching power 580 tons. Speed 640 meters second. Talent absorb sunlight for evolution. Current compression ratio 0. Can efficiently convert and store solar energy. X-ray vision penetrates all non-higher dimensional matter. Thunder power lightning coils around the body like a living snake. Steel body near absolute defense on a physical level. Super thermal ray intense high temperature combined with controllable shockwave biological force. Field flight is just a basic function. Immune to all methods. Can withstand mid to low-level magical attacks. After breaking 6 in fusion, it felt as if he had opened a certain floodgate. His strength, which had increased by 20 to 30 tons a day, suddenly multiplied tenfold. The surge over 2 days equaled the total of the previous half-month. What was even more frightening was that this momentum was still accelerating like a rolling snowball, growing heavier and heavier, as if he could flip the whole mountain with a mere gesture. With the newly unlocked super thermal ray and biological force field, he was no longer merely human-shaped combat power, but a genuine human-shaped disaster. With these abilities, he finally deserved the title superhuman. Not the kind from comics, but one forged from flesh and blood, capable of pressing down the earth just by standing. The hillside was right next to a stretch of wasteland. He glanced around, confirming no one was watching, then walked to the cliff's edge and leaped off. Falling from several hundred meters high, the sound of the rushing wind filled his ears. Jagged rocks surged into view. The sensation of falling grew heavier and heavier. Boom! He crashed into the valley floor like a red-hot cannonball striking the earth. The rubble exploded and dust rose into the air. In a half-meter-deep shallow pit, Chen Yu stood up, unharmed, grinning. Now, this is called bungee jumping. No ropes, no protection, just jumping off a cliff. He leisurely twisted his neck and glanced at a 3-meter-high boulder about 10 meters away, entirely gray-black, weighing at least 1,000 tons. Suddenly, 2 clusters of crimson light ignited in his eyes. As he activated the thermal ray for the first time, he felt a scorching torrent surging from deep within his cellular core, rushing towards his eyes, and then roared forth. Whoosh! 2 beams of crimson light burst forth from his eyes, instantly vaporizing the air with a dull explosion. The beams spanned over 10 meters, accurately locking onto the rock. Boom. The rock instantly turned red, softened, and melted into molten magma. In the next moment, a shockwave erupted, and the entire boulder exploded. He slightly tilted his head, the beams suddenly expanding to the thickness of a fist, sweeping across. Where it passed, the soil vaporized, and the rocks melted through the cross-section, charred and gleaming. Boom, 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 boom. The laser plowed the ground, causing the valley to tremble. Fire exploded, shockwaves rolled, and the entire landscape seemed to be swept clean by dozens of rockets in turn. Not knowing how long it had been, the explosions gradually subsided. The dust had not settled, and the cliff face and ground were already covered with half-meter-deep black ravines, the edges still burning. Dark red lava flowed slowly like blood oozing from the earth. The entire valley looked like a draft paper that a naughty child had scribbled on. Rubble everywhere, the largest not exceeding half a meter, no intact rocks in sight. Chen Yu stood amidst the smoke, seemingly enlightened. High temperatures can melt rocks and erode soil, while steel can be transformed effortlessly. Shockwaves can also be controlled. Compressed to hit pure burning, released to hit, and it explodes. The power can also be adjusted at will. This newly awakened super thermal ray, in terms of power, was indeed not yet at the top. The ultimate thermal ray of Silver Super could one day burn stars and sever rivers, evaporating an entire arm of a galactic spiral with a single strike. But even if it was weaker, it had already surpassed the thunder he had forged with his own hands. After testing the thermal ray, he turned his focus to another ability, the biological force field. In fact, all living beings naturally emit a life magnetic field, intangible and formless, yet truly existent. The superhuman's biological force field is to forge this natural fluctuation into substance, turning the virtual into reality, condensing chi into shields, and transforming oneself into wings. Previously, when activating Steel Body, the biological force field could only envelop his entire body, temporarily forging his flesh into a steel-like texture, impervious to knives and guns, resistant to water and fire. At this moment, the force field, completely awakened, no longer confined within his skin. It could extend away from his body, quietly resonating with the magnetic lines of this planet. Thus, he could actually hover in midair and manipulate objects outside his body with his mind, for instance, gently landing a crashing passenger plane or lifting an entire island, breaking through the atmosphere and shooting straight into deep space. The force's effect always appears in pairs. Imagine the scene of a superhuman lifting an island into the sky. It wouldn't be like a giant lifting a mountain, but more like a needle lifting a building-sized piece of tofu. Logically, the needle tip should have pierced through the tofu, but under the cover of the biological force field, he could genuinely lift over 100 million tons of Rocky Mountains, breaking free from gravitational pull and soaring into the sky. Night had just passed 8 o'clock. The wasteland was desolate, even the wind had quieted down. On the cliff, Chen Yu had been waiting for a long time. As the sky darkened, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting towards the neon-lit city in the distance, a smile of uncontainable excitement playing on his lips. His knees bent slightly, a long dormant torrent surged within him, his blood boiling, muscles humming. Boom. The earth trembled violently, sand and stones splattered, spiderweb-like cracks exploded beneath his feet. Using this wild rebound, he turned into a shadow, tearing through the air, soaring 1,000 meters in an instant. As soon as his form hovered, a powerful thrust surged from his back. He shot out again. This time his speed was so great that a white conical cloud trail formed behind him. Before the sound of the sonic boom arrived, he had already broken through the floating clouds, standing steadily at the edge of the stratosphere. The sea of clouds surged, and he stood alone like a deity descending from the starry sky. The heat in his eyes could not be concealed. After all, walking on air and riding the wind is the oldest desire engraved in the human bloodline. This lightness and control, surpassing all things, penetrated deeper into the soul than any sensory stimulation. Boom, 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 boom. The night thickened, the sea of clouds silent. Only the sound of him tearing through the air echoed repeatedly in the dead silence. Ha ha! Chen Yu, who was experiencing the taste of flight for the first time, laughed heartily. Overlooking the mountains and rivers adorned with starlight, he had not anticipated such exhilaration. Controlling the force field and coupling with the Earth's magnetic field to soar, from clumsy experimentation to seamless control, it only took a few minutes. What truly captivated him was that boundless freedom, looking up at the vast starry sky, turning around to see no earthly ties. He lingered in the sky for a long time, fully 2 hours. When he gently descended again, lightly tapping on the rocky cliff, the watch's hands had quietly passed 10 o'clock. The measured data became clear. The maximum sustained cruising speed could reach 1.5 times the speed of sound. He could hover and stay in the air at will. He could also lightly touch the outside world with the force field. For instance, steadily lifting a 1,000-ton fishing boat or deflecting a high-speed projectile. Late at night, a silver Bentley glided silently through the narrow streets of Hong Kong. To avoid drawing attention, the daytime ability assessment had taken a circuitous route across much of the island, making the return journey inevitably long. As the car approached an old street in the new territories, a row of fortune-telling stalls suddenly appeared on both sides. One stall bore a crimson cloth hung high emblazoned with the yin-yang symbol and the 8 trigrams. Beneath it, 3 bold ink characters read "The Man on Horseback." Chen Yu's gaze paused. With a subtle turn of the steering wheel, the car eased smoothly to the curb and came to a stop. Ma Xiaoling glanced up, and there sat a young man impeccably dressed with clear, refined features. A spark flickered in Ma's eyes. This was no ordinary patron. He immediately summoned his warmest, most effusive smile. "Good evening, sir. Would you like a facial reading or a Bazi analysis?" Chen Yu nodded. "A facial reading." Right away. Ma Xiaoling narrowed his eyes, studying the young man's facial contours with practiced precision, already composing auspicious phrases in his mind, ready to pad the final sum with an extra 0. Yet the longer he looked, the deeper his brows furrowed, and the more solemn his expression grew. Sensing the shift, Chen Yu lifted one eyebrow slightly. "Something amiss?" Ma Xiaoling's Adam's apple bobbed. His voice turned husky. "Extraordinary. Your Tian Ting, the upper forehead, is broad and prominent, signifying immense wealth and noble status. Your nose bridge is wide and robust, your eyelid full and rounded, a countenance of extraordinary aura far beyond that of common men. Your lips are moist and vermilion, your mouth exudes abundance. Your face is oval-shaped, plump, harmonious, and naturally blessed with accumulated virtue. Your ears are well-proportioned, their lobes faintly pale, signs of innate wisdom, clarity of thought, and far-reaching renown. And your eyes, bright as cold stars, still as deep pools, yet fierce as tigers when stirred. Such a configuration belongs only to those who hold supreme authority in the imperial court, commanding life and death with a single decree. A visage that fuses opulence with commanding presence, fortune with sovereign power. I have never encountered its like, not even in ancient texts or the 100 cases recounted by my master." How could he not be stunned? For an ordinary person to possess even 1 or 2 such traits would be akin to ancestral graves exhaling auspicious green mist. Yet this man seemed chiseled by heaven itself, flawless, complete, without a single flaw. By contrast, his own 2 children, one burdened with misfortune from youth's shoulders, already weighed down by crushing responsibilities, the other plagued by calamity, since infancy, nearly lost to death several times before surviving into childhood. Why must heaven conspire against him? Just as Ma Xiaoling lowered his head, he froze. "Wait, something's off. Sir, your face, it appears to have changed. Can one's face truly change?" Chen Yu arched a brow. "Of course it can." He pointed to the fine lines at his own temple. "With each year, qi shifts, tendons relax, even the very grain of flesh subtly repositions itself. A child starved into hollow cheeks and sunken eyes will upon prosperity in middle age radiate warmth across his cheeks, even at rest. A destitute soul bears dark circles beneath weary eyes and pallid lips. No amount of grooming can mask that withered aura. So face reading isn't fortune-telling. It's reading how smoothly, how stably your life flows now. It warns of obstacles ahead, of thunder before it strikes, so you may sidestep the pitfall, cover your ears before the blast. But here lies the anomaly. I sense your entire physiognomy has undergone a radical transformation, yet I cannot detect a trace of its former self." Ma Xiaoling's brows knotted tightly as he stared unblinkingly at Chen Yu. "Sir, may I see your palm lines?" He refused to yield. Though the Ma family had not passed down exorcism arts to him, these eyes, trained for 30 years on the streets, shifting tapestry of sorrow and joy, had never failed to discern the true origin of a living soul. Chen Yu extended his hand, casual and effortless. "Go ahead. 5 major lines: lifeline, wisdom line, career line, destiny line, and marriage line. Your heart line branches profusely. Early years brimmed with romantic entanglements, your charm with women overwhelming and irresistible. Your wisdom line begins with gentle curves before straightening decisively past the center of the palm. Hesitant in youth yet sharp and decisive in maturity, your intellect blazing with startling clarity. Your destiny line lies unremarkable in its first half, but beyond mid-palm it surges upward like a dragon bursting from water into heaven. Irresistible, majestic, its noble aura, so potent it presses upon the breath. The son of heaven on earth." He drew a sharp breath, his throat convulsed. That phrase, it refers to the emperor himself. Your lifeline runs uninterrupted from start to finish. Yet near its origin it nearly fractures into 2. Did you survive a near-fatal calamity? Oh, so you emerged from certain death, and your very fate bent itself anew. Ma Xiaoling's heart lurched. No wonder his physiognomy had been utterly remade. Yet however dramatically one's fortune may reverse, it should not invert so completely, so absolutely. Chen Yu suddenly smiled faintly and withdrew his hand. "Only son of heaven on earth. It seems my fortune still lacks that final breath. Only when I stand atop heaven's very summit will it truly be complete. Never mind. I know divination is mere sleight of hand, but hearing you speak so vividly is diverting enough. Here, take this." He tossed a thick wad of crisp banknotes onto the table, the red so vivid it burned the eye, then turned and walked away. "Whoa, so much?" Ma Xiaoling's eyes bulged, his gaze locked, riveted onto the pile of money resting on the table. The fortune teller at the neighboring stall craned his neck, jaw slack with disbelief. A few words, a glance at the palm, and $10,000 vanished into the pocket. This man must be the god of wealth reborn. Ma Xiaoling snatched up the cash and dashed after him, voice cracking mid-shout, "Sir, too much. I swear, I did not fabricate a word. Your destiny is forged from solid gold bricks." Ma Xiaoling never waters down truth. Believe it, and it stands firm. Doubt it, and it fades like wind past the ear. Wait. Hold on. Before the last syllable faded, the Bentley roared to life, its exhaust belching black smoke, as it vanished around the corner in an instant. At that very moment, inside a European-style villa nestled halfway up the mountain, Yamamoto Kazuo reclined lazily on the sofa, sipping a glass of deep crimson wine. "Lin Guodong, have you found him?" In the center of the living room, Lin Guodong, the Hong Kong general representative of Nisho Group, stood bowed low. "Boss, the trail of Miaoshan, severed for years, has finally reconnected. She will appear within 7 days, confirmed by her most devoted followers." 7 days. Yamamoto's eyelids lifted a fraction. "Absolutely certain. You may go." "Yes, sir." As Lin Guodong retreated beyond the door, Yamamoto's gaze swept over the 3 figures beside him, his lips curling faintly. "Tell me, aren't you all wondering why I pursue this Miaoshan so relentlessly?" "Indeed we are," said Dojin Shingo, bowing his head. Yamamoto gazed out at the pitch-black night beyond the window, his voice soft as a sigh. "Legend says that on the day Guanyin ascended to Buddhahood, she cast one final sorrowful glance upon the sea of mortal suffering, and shed her last tear of worldly attachment. That tear fell to earth, coalescing into flesh and blood, and walked among men under the name Miaoshan. Every 33 years she forms bonds with precisely 33 souls, and grants each exactly 3 questions. And I wish only to ask her one question in person. Miaoshan." Dojin Shingo and Baika absorbed the name in silence. Dawn broke over Jejia Tower. "Zhenzhen, breakfast is ready." Ouyang Jejia pushed open Wang Zhenzhen's bedroom door and called her downstairs. She stepped in to find Wang Zhenzhen still wearing that same soft faded blue and white gingham t-shirt, paired with plain trousers, her hair loosely tied back, merely smoothed twice with her fingers. Ouyang Jejia frowned faintly and shook her head. "You wear these same few pieces over and over again. Huh, is this outfit unattractive?" Wang Zhenzhen tilted her head, puzzled. Ouyang Jejia set her chopsticks down on the rim of her bowl. "A young woman must learn to present herself well, to linger in others' hearts. If you dress so plainly every day, how will Chen Yu ever be moved?" A faint flush warmed Wang Zhenzhen's ears. "Mama," Ouyang Jejia spoke bluntly, "what do I care about? I care that you secure Chen Yu now. A son-in-law this exceptional won't wait around. Miss this chance and you'll never find another. Look at your hair. No styling, no brow shaping, not even a touch of foundation. Relying solely on natural beauty won't carry you far. It takes presence, not just purity." "Really, am I that plain?" Wang Zhenzhen glanced down at herself, unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt, suddenly sensing in the mirror's reflection a quiet, colorless emptiness. Ouyang Jejia sighed. "What do you think? I suppose I've been too consumed with business to attend to these matters. Let's do this. Tonight after work I'll take you shopping. We'll choose some vibrant new outfits." Wang Zhenzhen blinked, but said nothing, nor did she shake her head. "Let's eat first. I've also arranged to meet Xiao Qin, the property manager at Jejia Tower. She needs to bring in more tenants. Half the building stands vacant now. Monthly income has plummeted accordingly." In the office, Wang Zhenzhen stared at Chen Yu, her voice soft, as if afraid to disturb something. "Chen Yu, you resigned." He smiled slightly, "Chasing after what I want." Wang Zhenzhen's throat tightened. She had just planned to get a new hairstyle tomorrow, buy a lipstick, and even made 3 outfit options. Yet he was leaving. There would be no more sharing the elevator, no more waiting together at the red light to cross the street, and even the chance to chat about the weather over dinner would need to be rescheduled. All day long her gaze drifted towards the window, her heart feeling as if a piece had been taken away, floating lightly in the air. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Chen Yu did not walk with Wang Zhenzhen and the others. He hailed a taxi heading straight for the most bustling CBD core in Kowloon. Here skyscrapers were densely packed, the shop windows sparkling with the light of international brands. On the corner were goldsmith shops, investment bank signs, record company logos, and the current hottest wireless entertainment headquarters in Hong Kong. Stars often frequented this area, sometimes just a fleeting glance. The car stopped in front of the Hong Kong building, and as Chen Yu pushed the car door open, a young man in a dark gray suit quickly approached, smiling neatly. "Mr. Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chen Yu nodded. "Lead the way." The young man immediately stepped aside to guide him. "This way, please." He was a professional intermediary working for commission, and while Chen Yu was polite, he did not engage in small talk. The two took the elevator straight to the 38th floor. When the elevator doors opened, the intermediary raised his hand to indicate, "As you requested, the entire floor has been signed for lease. You are a major client. I negotiated repeatedly with the property, and we finally managed to secure a 20% discount. The monthly rent is 510000. The contract has been negotiated for a 1-year term. We will sign shortly, and the payment will go directly to their designated account. 5100, quite a burden." Chen Yu nodded. This floor has a total of 11 office spaces, the larger ones around 60 to 70 square meters, the smaller ones about 40 to 50, adding up to approximately 700 square meters. Before the discount, the monthly rent was nearly 600,000, equating to an annual rent of about 10,000 per square meter. It sounds high, but this is the heart of Kowloon, the core of Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong building is an established Grade A office building. This price is quite reasonable. If it were a street-facing shop downstairs, the rent would at least triple. Chen Yu slowly walked around the empty floor, stopping. Not bad. Next, a few things. Help me register an entertainment company, contact 3 or more decoration companies for public bidding, and have a headhunter find an experienced operations director for the entertainment company. The intermediary's eyes lit up. Understood. Mr. Chen, you can count on me. The more tasks there are, the thicker the commission. He was full of energy. After Chen Yu turned and left, he completely let go of the matter. However, the numbers in his bank card were visibly dropping rapidly. What? Chen Yu resigned. At the dinner table, Ouyang Jia's chopsticks paused. Sitting opposite and mooching food, Ma Xiaoling also raised her head, puzzled. Why did he leave? Wang Zhenzhen's voice was very soft. He said it was for his dream. He has always wanted to start an entertainment company, support newcomers, and sing his own songs to the world one by one. Cough, cough. What? Ma Xiaoling almost spat out all the water in her mouth, coughing hard, her eyes wide as she stared at Wang Zhenzhen. He can still write songs. Wang Zhenzhen nodded yes. I saw with my own eyes that his thick notebook was completely filled, all music scores densely packed, but he hasn't written the lyrics yet. It's a pity I know nothing about music and can't tell good from bad. How is that possible? Ma Xiaoling's mind was still spinning. She wasn't doubting Chen Yu's ability to write songs, but the whole situation was just too twisted. A math teacher who could summon thunder and strike down evil spirits, a ruthless person who could casually bet millions at the gambling table. And now he was suddenly popping up as a composer. Nonsense. Even Ouyang Jia was stunned. Wasn't the son-in-law she had in mind a bit too capable? In the following days, Chen Yu continued to attend classes, taking time to form a team, run procedures, and negotiate venues, gradually building up the framework of the entertainment company. Meanwhile, his cultivation was also rising rapidly, fast enough to make one hesitant to think deeply. On Friday, Yamamoto Kazuo, accompanied by 2 henchmen, arrived at a quiet, ancient temple under the guidance of Lin Guodong. The 4 got out of the car, and Yamamoto Kazuo glanced around, stepping directly up the steps. Passing through the Great Hero Hall, the corridor was already filled with worshippers kneeling, the blue brick floor marked with faint imprints from their foreheads. A woman in a white robe blocked their way. Sorry, Master Miaoshan has only seen 33 people in 33 years. To meet her, you must draw a red slip. Oh, is that so? Yamamoto Kazuo's lips curled slightly. How many red slips have been drawn now? 32. Lin Guodong's face turned pale. He also wanted to seek the master for clarification. If Yamamoto Kazuo drew the last one, he would be completely out of luck. Just as they were in a stalemate, Yamamoto Kazuo turned his head and smiled at him. Guodong, you go first. This. Boss, please. Lin Guodong felt a rush of warmth in his heart, but still bowed his head in deference. Yamamoto Kazuo's tone remained unchanged. Draw. Yes, thank you, boss. Lin Guodong no longer hesitated, his palms sweating as he trembled and reached into the slip tube, hesitating slightly before pulling out one. Its bamboo section's base marked with bright red, causing his heart to stop. But before he could even laugh, Yamamoto Kazuo had already reached out to take the red slip, lightly weighing it in his hand, nodding. Well done, Guodong. Lin Guodong opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head, his throat rolling, unable to say anything. The woman in white, however, paid no attention to this, quickly rushing forward, reaching out to block. You can't go in like this. Hey, cutting in line, huh? The crowd erupted in anger. A gang leader rolled up his sleeves ready to charge, but was silently blocked 3 steps away by the 2 henchmen. At that moment, a clear voice, calm and unhurried, fell into everyone's ears. Let him in. Inside the Zen room, a woman in plain clothes sat cross-legged on a cushion, her brows lowered. Beside her, an old monk stood with a staff, his gaze steady, solemn, and unmoving. As Yamamoto Kazuo stepped over the threshold, Master Miaoshan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear as an ancient well. Mr. Yamamoto, you have arrived. Yamamoto Kazuo took off his sunglasses, his gaze sharp as a blade, meticulously scanning the other person's features before suddenly smiling. Legend has it that when Guanyin ascended, she looked back at the mortal world and shed her last tear of red dust. The tear fell into the mortal realm, condensing into a physical form named Miaoshan, widely ferrying the fated. Never thought that today I too have become one of the fated in this pure room. Master Miaoshan's expression remained unmoved. Even if we do not meet today, you will surely return after 33 years, whether in 66 years or 99 years. Since we will meet eventually, what is the difference between today and tomorrow? Yamamoto Kazuo stepped to one side to sit down, his tone slow. There is something I have always been puzzled about. Is this the first question? He shook his head. You need not answer this question. Master Miaoshan smiled slightly and said, what you want to ask is why I only connect with 33 people every 33 years. Yamamoto Kazuo's pupils contracted slightly. Before he could speak, the other party already knew what he sought. Indeed, it was Master Miaoshan. It is determined by human nature while the outcome is set by heaven. Yamamoto Kazuo's gaze suddenly darkened. Master Miaoshan's voice was calm and unruffled. People can take action or refrain from acting. Yet regardless of movement or stillness, the burden must be borne by oneself. This burden cannot be discarded or avoided. Even if Guanyin and Tathagata possess boundless powers, they cannot defy the predestined fate. Yamamoto Kazuo narrowed his eyes slightly. So the people kneel and pray, seeking divine guidance, just to see the outcome a step earlier. But the path is clearly underfoot. When the gods say to go east, people still walk west. When they say it is auspicious, they step into the gates of death. No matter how accurate the answer, it does not change the end of that path. Master Miaoshan's voice was like an ancient well. Whether the path is one of life or death, it is all chosen by oneself. Yet at the moment of stepping out, no one knows if the ground beneath their feet is blue stone or the cliff of broken souls. Even more so, many people only realize, when the knife is at their throat, that the knife was sharpened by themselves. Miaoshan's voice was as light as the wind brushing against a copper bell. Many years ago, when Guanyin ascended, a single tear fell from her eye, red and hot. She saw the boundless suffering in the mortal realm, yet could not extend even a single piece of driftwood. Now have you chosen your path? Yamamoto Kazuo replied succinctly, my path has never curved. I wish to turn this world entirely into a land of zombies. The first question, who can stop me? Miaoshan's expression remained unchanged. Quan Tianyu, the bloodline of the Ma family, the spirit of the National Protector Stone, the pure world spell of the great sun Tathagata. And Yamamoto Kazuo suddenly stood up, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. Who else? Miaoshan simply said, these are what I saw a month ago. What do you mean? Yamamoto Kazuo pressed his brows together. Before that day, the future was crystal clear. Every step you take I see as clearly as day. After that, the fog arose. The road ahead is dust-laden, making it difficult to discern even a hair's breadth. Does the fog signify change? Miaoshan gently shook her head. The fog obscures the eyes, but does not alter fate. The thought of building a zombie empire has long been nailed into your fate, unmovable. Yamamoto Kazuo remained silent for a moment, weighing those 4 items in his mind repeatedly. Quan Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling he was already on guard against. But the last 2. He swallowed, murmuring, how to destroy the spirit of the National Protector Stone. Join forces with the one you hate the most. He pressed forward. Where is the pure world spell of the great sun Tathagata? It is within me. Yamamoto Kazuo's pupils constricted suddenly, his gaze sharpening like a blade, silent, killing, intent surging within. You once said, you are merely an observer, untouched by the causal ties of the mortal realm. Miaoshan joined her palms and lowered her eyes. I have answered your 3 questions. This answer is the cause, of whether you succeed or not is the effect. Since I have sown the cause, I must bear the fruit. On that day, I will personally activate the spell. Yamamoto Kazuo narrowed his eyes. Are you here to kill me today? Miaoshan raised her gaze, her eyes warm yet dull. Those who have been bitten by the general are no longer their own masters. Why must you pour the chill of your body onto the entire earth? Yamamoto Kazuo's gaze was as hard as iron. When everyone becomes a zombie, there will no longer be the word pity, only kindred. Miaoshan's voice suddenly deepened like the tolling of a bell. Before that day arrives, I must kill you. Whether dead or alive, it makes no difference to me. I will wait for you. I fear you may not live to see that day. Before his words fell, Yamamoto Kazuo had already raised his hand to gather strength. But on stage, Miaoshan clasped her palms together, softly chanting, Ba, and her figure along with Hui Fa beside her suddenly vanished into thin air. Cloning technique. Yamamoto Kazuo frowned, standing still for a moment. He stepped out of the temple onto the stone steps, suddenly pausing, turning to Lin Guodong. Guodong, have you heard of the spirit of the National Protector Stone? I've heard of it. It's a national treasure kept under wraps in the mainland. Yamamoto Kazuo smirked. Very good. Have it brought to Hong Kong. Boss that. It might not pass through the mainland. That's your problem. If you can't bring it, then stay away from this mess in Hong Kong. I'm at home. Are you coming? Sure. All right, call me when you arrive. The address is. Chen Yu lay on the lounge chair on the apartment rooftop, the warm sunlight spilling over him, casually placing his phone on his chest and squinting his eyes. Today is a day off, no need to clock in. Just now Wang Zhenzhen called asking if he was around. If convenient, she and Ma Xiaoling would come over to chat. Both of them were free today. A week has passed, and the energy within him felt like an overheated furnace, scorching and remarkably steady. Every day, he woke up feeling his bones heavier, breaths deeper, and reactions quicker. This tangible feeling of becoming stronger is more intoxicating than anything else. Therefore, he has been quite settled recently, not running around, even skipping out on social gatherings. Of course, it's also because the company hasn't officially opened yet. The headhunter has been posted for nearly 7 days, and the selection for the general manager has yet to be finalized. Either their qualifications aren't enough, or their vision is too narrow, or they simply can't project the aura he desires. The efficiency is indeed sluggish. The office is also under construction. The entire floor of the office building is being remodeled, recording studios, dance practice rooms, and administrative offices, all according to the standards of a professional music company. Equipment procurement, hard furnishings, soft furnishings, a year's rent. Roughly 15 million has been poured in. Just the recording system alone cost over 3 million. As for the rest, such as computers, furniture, electrical renovations, and soundproofing projects, he bundled them all together and handed them over to an agency. He didn't bother calculating how much the agency manager would pocket. As long as the work is done efficiently on time, money is not an issue. For him, now a few million is just a string of numbers on the balance sheet. Half an hour later, Wang Zhenzhen and Ma Xiaoling stood outside door 3301. This should be it. This was their first time stepping into Chen Yu's home. 3301, that's right. Ring the bell. When the door opened, Chen Yu looked up, paused slightly, then smiled. So beautiful, coming quickly. Wang Zhenzhen was wearing a red dress today, the hem adorned with delicate lace accentuating her waistline neatly, her shoulder and necklines bright, making her look like a freshly picked rose, sweet yet thorny. She wore only light makeup on her face with a soft tint on her lips, enhancing her aura. Ma Xiaoling stood beside her, her long hair cascading down, her fitted sweater outlining her waist and hips, the hem just above her hip bones revealing a pair of long straight legs. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she tilted her chin. Of course, Zhenzhen and I are not lacking at all. The two took their seats, and Wang Zhenzhen glanced around somewhat stunned. A 3-bedroom apartment with a high ceiling and a balcony garden, using exquisite materials and a calm color palette. The space was spacious enough to not resemble an ordinary apartment. In Hong Kong, it was only slightly inferior to top-tier flats and hillside villas. Ma Xiaoling remained quite calm. She already knew Chen Yu wasn't short on money, silently inspecting the details of the room with envy, but no surprise. Would you like something to drink? Chen Yu asked. Anything is fine, Ma Xiaoling replied. Me too, Wang Zhenzhen quickly added. Chen Yu nodded, turned, and picked up 2 whole boxes of beer from beside the fridge. Since anything is fine, how about 1 box for each? Cough, cough. Wang Zhenzhen choked on her saliva. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Are you serious? A box of beer for each of us. You want to get us drunk and then plot something? But you just said anything is fine. Chen Yu looked innocent. Ma Xiaoling waved her hand. Forget it, give me a bottle of mineral water. Sorry, I don't have that. Only soda, beer, and juice. Then soda it is. Me too. 2 cans of soda were handed over, icy and refreshing. Ma Xiaoling twisted open a can and took a sip, suddenly turning to ask, Zhenzhen said a couple of days ago that you submitted your resignation, planning to start your own entertainment company, and you want to write songs yourself. Chen Yu nodded while sitting across from her. The two before him sat side by side, one as bright as early spring peach blossoms, the other cool, like autumn's sycamore, their auras vastly different, yet both very attractive. He looked openly at them, Wang Zhenzhen's ears quietly reddening, her fingers unconsciously tightening on her skirt. Even the usually straightforward Ma Xiaoling shot him a look, still staring. Have you never seen beautiful women? Chen Yu laughed. I've seen many beauties, but you two today are truly eye-catching. What's wrong with looking a bit longer? All right, let's get back to business. Surely you didn't come all this way just to drink soda. Wang Zhenzhen paused, her voice softening. We were pondering that the entertainment circle in Hong Kong is quite deep. Starting a company alone is too risky. We worry you might decide too hastily out of a moment's impulse. Just wanted to advise you to think it over again. In this day and age, saving up a solid amount of money isn't easy. Oh, you're worried you'll lose money. Chen Yu nodded. But I dare to do this because I already have a plan in mind. I can't say it'll shake the entire entertainment circle, but with the songs I write, I can definitely promote a few of my own singers successfully. He stood up, went back to his room to fetch an electric guitar, connected it to the amplifier, and after settling down, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Today I'll show you what a music freeloader looks like. The words "free ride" lightly flickered through his mind. As the prelude began, the tension of "Sad Pacific" erupted instantly, leaving Wang Zhenzhen and Ma Xiaoling both momentarily stunned. Though they were not in the industry, the moment they heard the brisk rhythm and catchy melody, they understood as long as the lyrics were crafted with care, it would definitely be a hit. After Chen Yu unlocked his brain, his memories became etched with thousands of songs had heard in the past, clearly imprinted in his mind, akin to carrying a treasure trove of golden hits. However, many classic old songs from Xinjiang were originally covers of the works of Nakajima Miyuki from Japan. Once the company was established, someone would have to be sent to negotiate adaptation rights. With this foundation, starting a music entertainment company would be a breeze. Gather a few striking young girls, train their singing skills, equip each with dozens of main tracks, and it would be effortless for them to become popular. Moreover, he could conveniently pass those songs that should have gone viral to the original stars, bringing both the people and songs over, using their future famous tracks to pry them away. Just thinking about it made Chen Yu find it interesting. After finishing "Sad Pacific," he quickly followed up with 2 more upbeat tunes, and only then did Wang Zhenzhen and Ma Xiaoling completely believe this person truly wasn't just boasting. You not only are you talented, but do you also have a natural sense of rhythm? Ma Xiaoling stomped her feet in envy. No way. This afternoon you have to accompany us shopping, or I won't be able to calm down. It's so frustrating. It seems like I indeed invited this trouble. Chen Yu scratched his head. In the end, he was dragged away by the two, spending the entire afternoon in the mall trying on clothes. Especially the moment of transformation with its agility and brilliance made him nod inwardly. This week Ma Xiaoling's business was booming, earning a lot, and she poured it all into clothes and shoes, with short skirts taking up a large part. When Chen Yu casually mentioned, over-thinny socks paired with short skirts look quite chic in winter, she immediately picked several pairs, planning to wear them when winter arrived. Influenced by Ouyang Jejia, Wang Zhenzhen gradually understood the meaning of a woman adorns herself for the one she loves, buying plenty of new clothes and meticulously comparing accessories and sunglasses. Each time she selected an item, she couldn't help but turn to Chen Yu and ask, "Does this look good?" The laughter was continuous throughout the afternoon. Both of them were happy, and Chen Yu felt content watching them. As they passed by a store, he paused slightly. The television inside was broadcasting the news. Next Tuesday, the Nichido Group will hold a charity cultural relic exhibition at the Convention and Exhibition Center, showcasing several rare treasures. Among the most notable is a national treasure-level relic from the mainland, the Town Guardian Stone Spirit. It is said that this stone can suppress evil and ward off evil spirits, possessing extraordinary spirituality. This exhibition will adopt a ticketing system, and all proceeds will be donated to the mainland. Charity exhibition. Town Guardian Stone Spirit. Chen Yu's gaze darkened. He immediately realized that Yamamoto Kazuo and his entourage had arrived in Xiangjiang and must have already met Miaoshan. Next, they would target Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling. And the first step would be to set up a scheme to use Kuang Tianyu's hand to destroy the Town Guardian Stone Spirit, thereby sowing discord between him and Ma Xiaoling. Finally, it has arrived. I have been waiting for this day for quite some time. His lips curled slightly with a faint yet certain smile. When he went to Dongjing back, then he still held some apprehension towards Yamamoto Kazuo. At that time, perhaps even his 3 generations of zombies under his command wouldn't have been able to win. Now things were entirely different. As the old saying goes, strength is authority. A person's confidence is always tied to the amount of power they hold. Just like those wealthy individuals, speaking and acting with composure comes from their ability to resolve crises that would be fatal in the eyes of ordinary people. Those in power, even more so. Ordinary people instinctively shrink back and become reserved when standing before them. However, that awe is directed towards power itself rather than the person. And Chen Yu's confidence stemmed from his solid abilities. He no longer needed to hide his edge, nor did he have to accommodate anyone's rhythm. All plans could unfold according to his own heart's desire. Of course, he was well aware this is confidence, not arrogance. As night deepened, a red sedan quietly stopped outside a bar on the street corner. 3 people got out of the car: Ma Xiaoling, Wang Zhenzhen, and Chen Yu. After dinner, Wang Zhenzhen suggested coming here to sit, and Chen Yu had no objections. She raised her hand to point at the sign, smiling. It just opened not long ago right across from Jejia Building. I heard the drinks made by the owner have some tricks. What could be so special about the drinks? Ma Xiaoling looked toward the glass door of the bar, her gaze slowly sweeping across the entire space. This was a quiet bar, not blasting deafening music, not setting up a hot dance stage, and there were no scantily clad women in high heels swaying or DJs mixing. Perhaps it was still early. The place was empty, with only a couple of shadows scattered here and there. Behind the bar stood a woman in a white dress, a hint of sadness floating between her brows, her fingers leisurely swaying a slender wine glass, her aura calm, carrying a touch of detachment and a hint of composure. Bai Suzhen. Chen Yu discreetly glanced at her again. Who would have thought that this graceful woman before him was actually a white python that had coiled for 1,000 years? Yet her beloved was the plain-looking Su Xian. More accurately, it was the short figure of Jin Jingzhou. As the door was pushed open, the 3 entered. Bai Suzhen smiled slightly. What would you like to drink, ladies? Wang Zhenzhen sat at the bar, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. I heard you have a special drink here that lets you see the person you miss the most. Is that true? Bai Suzhen chuckled lightly. It's called heart wine. As for who you see after drinking it, only your heart knows. She paused. Ladies, would you all like a glass? Sure. All right. They had come specifically for this drink, so there was no reason to refuse. Even Chen Yu felt a bit interested. He wanted to see who it was that truly occupied his heart. Was it Liang Yongqi, who was as cold as snow during their first meeting? Was it Jiao Jiao, who was as stubborn as a flame, yet had a youthful radiance in her laughter? Or was it Wang Zhenzhen, gentle and grounded, always placing others at the forefront of her heart? Or perhaps it was that figure from the depths of his past life, memories, a name long forgotten, but never truly faded. The first glass of heart wine was placed before Wang Zhenzhen. Her fingertips trembled slightly, filled with the unique shyness and hesitation of a girl as she lifted the glass. This was her first time tasting alcohol. The glass was petite. 1 sip was enough to finish it. She tilted her head back, drinking it down, her pupils instantly unfocusing, her vision shimmering softly in the beam of light falling from the church dome. She was dressed in a floor-length white gown, her skirt flowing like clouds, walking step by step towards Chen Yu. Guests whispered, the sound of bells lightly ringing and he stood beneath the floral arch reaching out his hand towards her. Bai Suzhen gently pushed the second glass in front of Ma Xiaoling, her voice warm. "Miss Ma, please." Ma Xiaoling glanced at the dazed Wang Zhenzhen beside her cheeks flushed, raised an eyebrow, and drank it down. The liquid slid down her throat, and a wave of soft dizziness immediately washed over her. The third glass was steadily placed in front of Chen Yu. "Sir, please." "Thanks," he nodded with a smile, raising his hand to drink it all. Then he paused. Bai Suzhen stood with a smile, quietly waiting for the three to emerge from the illusions. She had seen this kind of scene too many times, each time like opening an unknown letter intriguing. Especially those men, who perhaps one among them was the right person she had waited for 1,000 years. But gradually the curvature of her lips froze. Because the young man who had just finished drinking was staring at her unblinkingly. His gaze was clear, showing no signs of intoxication, like the fresh water of a mountain stream on a sunny day, reflecting her slight surprise. Chen Yu waited for a moment, seeing no unusual occurrences around him, and finally scratched his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. "Boss, did you give me the wrong wine?" "Sir, you..." Bai Suzhen was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Since the moment Master Miaoshan personally taught her the heart wine formula, this was the first time someone had drunk it without even blinking. How strange. Could it be that I missed an ingredient by accident? She rarely hesitated and could only apologize, saying, "I'm afraid I truly might have miscalibrated it. He'll brew another cup right away." "No need." Chen Yu had already come to his senses, gently shaking his head and forcing out a bitter smile. To guard against the backlash of curses, viral infections, and various indescribable strange forces, he had long practiced self-hypnosis, forging a barrier that was almost instinctive. This ability, while not as fierce as the power of thunder, was already sufficient to isolate him from most extraordinary disturbances. Naturally, the illusion of the heart wine was among them. So be it. If it can't be seen, then it can't be seen. It only confirmed one thing: the wall he had built was thicker than he had anticipated. A few minutes later, Wang Zhenzhen was the first to open her eyes. The blush on her face had not faded, and her eyes were still shrouded in a layer of mist, as she quickly glanced at Chen Yu, then hurriedly lowered her head, her ears turning red. How embarrassing. She actually dreamed of exchanging rings with Chen Yu in front of a priest, and later holding a small baby that looked like a pink dumpling basking in the sun in the yard. But in reality, she hadn't even touched him with her fingertips. Ma Xiaoling woke up soon after, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her gaze suddenly tightened, astonished, shaken, hesitant, finally sinking into a tide of dark embarrassment. What she had seen no one knew. At that moment she suddenly raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as a knife, piercing. "Bai Suzhen, something's not right. This wine has a problem. Who exactly are you? Or, you're not human at all." Bai Suzhen gently shook her head. "I am merely a wretched woman who waits for someone in this mortal world, keeping a promise. As for the cup of heart wine you just drank, rest assured, it is neither poisonous nor harmful. It is a formula left by the Avalokiteshvara in the mortal realm, refined by Master Miaoshan and handed down to me. The only effect of this wine is to allow one to see the person they care about most in their heart, with no other effects." She paused, her gaze slightly shifting towards Ma Xiaoling. "Miss, what did you see?" "Buddha Guanyin, Master Miaoshan." Ma Xiaoling stared at the woman in the pure white dress before her, her expression gradually calming down, ultimately not raising her hand. She was of the Ma family bloodline and had heard the name of Master Miaoshan since childhood. If this person truly had connections with Miaoshan, she would definitely not be a ruthless villain. Moreover, she indeed sensed a faint trace of demonic energy from the other party, proving that she was not human, but the depth of that person she couldn't fathom at all. Not to mention Wang Zhenzhen was still standing by. It would be unwise to act now. Wang Zhenzhen also looked up, eagerly watching Ma Xiaoling. "Xiaoling, quickly tell me, who did you see?" "I didn't see anything." Ma Xiaoling shook her head, her tone resolute. "I didn't see anything." Yet when her gaze brushed past Wang Zhenzhen, a hint of barely perceptible regret emerged in her eyes. "Really?" Wang Zhenzhen tilted her head, blinking suspiciously. As friends for many years, she knew Xiaoling too well to be fooled. "Really?" "Oh." She shrugged, no longer pressing for answers, instead nervously yet excitedly looking at Chen Yu. "What about you, Chen Yu? After you drank it, did you see anything?" Chen Yu spread his hands. "Nothing. Nothing appeared." "You didn't see anything either?" Wang Zhenzhen was stunned. At that moment Bai Suzhen spoke softly. "This gentleman is probably not like ordinary people. The heart wine seems to have completely lost its effect on him." Wang Zhenzhen's heart stirred. Right, he is an extraordinary being. Perhaps that's why the wine didn't work on him. Just as this thought settled, she felt a quiet deflation. Suddenly Ma Xiaoling spoke up. "All right, Zhenzhen, we've tasted the wine. It's time for us to go back." "Huh, we're leaving just like this? Do you want to drink more?" "If we head back drunk, the aunt will definitely scold you." Before her words fell, she had already taken Wang Zhenzhen's wrist and turned to walk out, seemingly completely forgetting that Chen Yu was still behind them. Chen Yu stood in place, inexplicably feeling that Ma Xiaoling's attitude had suddenly cooled a bit, as if there was a thin mist separating them, making it hard to grasp the reason. He thought carefully and found that he hadn't offended her at all. How strange. They had been joking and laughing in the afternoon. How had it suddenly turned so distant? Could it be that cup of wine caused the trouble? On Monday, the contract was finalized and a passenger plane landed smoothly at Xianjiang Airport. Before long, a closed cargo truck drove out from the tarmac, carrying the national treasure stone Ling, several armed security guards, and 2 personal bodyguards from Zhongnan heading straight for the exhibition building. Yes, right here. Slower, slower, steady. In the exhibition hall on the 5th floor, Lin Guodong looked up at the 2 Zhongnan bodyguards. They stood still, relying solely on their mental power to levitate a 3-meter-wide crab-shaped grayish-blue stone slowly passing through the archway. Under the guidance of the staff, the stone Ling was safely placed on the central display platform. At this moment, a middle-aged man approached Lin Guodong, his voice deep. "Mr. Lin, I am the head of this escort mission. My surname is Li." Lin Guodong immediately put on a smile, shaking hands tightly with the other party engineer. "Li, welcome to Hong Kong. I hope for your guidance in our future cooperation." A stone in his heart finally fell. No matter how many twists and turns lay ahead, at least the stone Ling was safely in place. His position was secured. The middle-aged man's expression remained serious. "Mr. Lin, according to the contract, the stone Ling will be displayed here for 7 days. You know how heavy this item is. Please be sure to keep a close watch." Lin Guodong patted his chest and promised, "This is absolutely not a problem. We have hired the oldest security company in Xinjiang. All personnel on site hold valid gun permits. They have handled dozens of large exhibitions locally with 0 mistakes and a solid reputation. That's best." After the handover was completed, Lin Guodong warmly invited, "Since you have come from afar, I have prepared a welcome banquet. Please be sure to grace us with your presence." Just as the group was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the 2 Zhongnan bodyguards were still standing in front of the stone Ling, unmoving, and couldn't help but wonder, aren't those 2 gentlemen coming along? The middle-aged man waved his hand. "No need to invite them. Their duties are clear. They will guard the stone Ling 24 hours a day without any slack. I will bring dinner up later." Lin Guodong's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded in agreement. An hour later, at the top floor office of the Rito Group, Lin Guodong stood with his hands down respectfully, stating, "Boss, the stone Ling has been placed on the 5th floor of the exhibition." Yamamoto Kazuo raised the corners of his mouth, slightly nodding in satisfaction. "Guodong, you handled this matter smoothly." Lin Guodong hesitated slightly, then added, "By the way, boss, the 2 individuals who came with the stone Ling have extraordinary skills. They are Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng, affiliated with Zhongnan bodyguards." "Zhongnan bodyguards? I have heard of them." Yamamoto Kazuo nodded slightly. "I've heard they are a secret organization from the mainland specializing in deploying talented individuals and cultivators, all of whom possess exceptional skills. Given how important the national treasure stone Ling is, having 2 Zhongnan bodyguards accompany it is entirely reasonable." Just as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Tang Benjinwu, and by Jia, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Are you interested in meeting those 2 bodyguards and to see exactly what is special about that stone Ling?" By Jia's eyes lit up. "As you wish, boss. Remember, leave them alive. I want them to deal with Kwang Tianyu in the future." "Understood." Just as they landed, they moved to act. Lin Guodong frowned, his lips moved, but ultimately fell silent. He knew that he couldn't stop it. At midnight in the exhibition center, even in the deep of night, Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng remained glued to the stone spirit display, their gazes as sharp as iron scanning the entire venue. 4 armed security guards stood rigidly behind them, vigilance radiating from their demeanor. But in an instant, both men's expressions changed drastically, and they crashed through the door. On the display stand, the national treasure stone spirit had vanished without a trace, as if silently erased by an invisible hand. The 4 security guards were momentarily stunned, when suddenly the elevator on the other side chimed and opened, revealing the bespectacled Tang Benjinwu stepping out. "Stop! Who goes there? Don't come any closer. If you approach again, we will open fire." Tang Benjinwu gave a cold smile, slightly parting his lips. 2 sharp fangs suddenly revealed. Roar! Roar! 2 inhuman howls tore through the air, shadows darting past. As the throats of the 4 men exploded with blood holes their triggers never pulled, they fell dead to the ground. Bai Jia wiped the bloodstains from her lips with her thumb, her gaze falling on the gray stone in the center of the display. She asked suspiciously, "Is this the national treasure stone spirit?" "It looks no different from a stone picked up off the roadside." She walked closer to Tang Benjinwu. As they drew nearer, the stone seemed to sense them, a weighty and cold pressure, like a mountain silently enveloping them, escalating with each step. Roar! The pressure intensified, causing Tang Benjinwu and Bai Jia to momentarily halt their breaths, their skin turning pale and nails elongating, their zombie traits uncontrollably surfacing. The 2 were startled and retreated several steps, their hearts pounding like drums. As they withdrew to a safe distance, the oppressive feeling suddenly dissipated, leaving only bewilderment as they stood frozen. The next morning, the core exhibition area of the exhibition center was sealed off. A crowd of reporters armed with long guns and short cannons waited anxiously outside for the inside scoop. Kwang Tianyu and Gao Bao received the report and rushed to the scene. "Good morning. What's the situation?" Gao Bao nodded to his colleagues who arrived earlier, inquiring. However, Kwang Tianyu did not respond, quietly surveying his surroundings, his gaze finally fixating on the display covered with a red cloth. Despite the distance of several meters, he instinctively felt tense unconsciously, slowing his steps, unwilling to approach. When he saw the 4 corpses with dual puncture wounds on their necks and their bodies drained of blood, his expression darkened instantly. At that moment, Yamamoto Kazuo had already entered the Zero Hall with Bai Jia raising his hand to ring the doorbell. Inside the office, Ma Xiaoling casually said, "Zhengzhong, go open the door." Chen Yu did not intervene, while Jin Jingzhong persevered with determination and was eventually accepted by Ma Xiaoling as her disciple. Now he spent his days sweeping floors, brewing tea, and copying scriptures, so busy that his feet scarcely touched the ground. "Yes, master." As Jin Jingzhong opened the door, he was pinned in place by the silent aura radiating from Yamamoto Kazuo. Without waiting for him to react, the other party entered with a smile. From a distance, seeing Ma Xiaoling, Yamamoto Kazuo spoke warmly. "Miss Ma, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yamamoto Wu." Ma Xiaoling assessed the person before her, his demeanor calm and his aura restrained, and replied gracefully, "Mr. Yamamoto, please take a seat." Zhengzhong served the tea. Once seated, Yamamoto Kazuo spoke at ease. "My father, Yamamoto Longi, has mentioned the Ma family of the demon exorcising dragon clan several times. He also said that one day I would come to pay a visit." "Oh, so it's you," Ma Xiaoling said, slightly surprised. "Are you here this time? Could it be about the haunted hot spring hotel?" Yamamoto Kazuo shook his head. "No. This time I need you to catch a zombie." "A zombie?" Ma Xiaoling's back straightened, her gaze sharp, piercing through them. "Yes. Last night, our company's cultural relic exhibition experienced a robbery. 4 security guards were killed, their blood entirely drained, each neck bearing 2 distinct bite marks. This method resembles what ancient texts describe as the work of a blood-sucking zombie. Therefore, my first thought was of the Ma family. I wonder if Miss Ma would be willing to take on this task." Ma Xiaoling had already lost her initial astonishment. Leaning back against her chair, her eyebrows slightly raised, a playful light flickering in her eyes. "Mr. Yamamoto wants to ask us for help. Whether we take this job depends entirely on the weight of your offer. The demon exorcising dragon clan has been upholding righteousness and warding off evil for generations, but living one's life requires food and clothing. When it comes to me, naturally, I must speak of reality." Yamamoto Kazuo, upon hearing this, curled the corner of his mouth, his smile steady. "I enjoy dealing with straightforward people like Miss Ma." Bai Jia. Bai Jia stepped forward in response, pulling out a prepared check from her handbag and handing it over with both hands. "This is the deposit. The final payment will be made upon successful completion of the task." Ma Xiaoling glanced down. 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, the figures clear and distinct. She lifted the corner of her lips, smiling brightly and assuredly. After finalizing the deal, Yamamoto Kazuo led his team away. Ma Xiaoling held the check, her fingertips gently pinching it as she calculated in her mind in a few days she would go to Causeway Bay to pick out a few new outfits. The other day's shopping spree had already left her wallet empty. At this moment, Jin Jingzhong pushed the door open, casually pulling the glass door shut, and asked closely, "Master, didn't you say you had never seen a zombie in your life? How come the moment they opened their mouths you agreed so readily?" Ma Xiaoling shook the check, her tone light. "Who can say for sure whether or not it's a zombie? The truth and falsehood can only be verified by our own eyes. If it's fake, we can hand it over to the police, but if it truly involves zombie energy disrupting the world, then without a doubt the responsibility falls on the heir of the Ma family. In any case, this money is a sure win for us." Before she finished speaking, she had already pulled Jin Jingzhong towards the exhibition. As they entered the hall, they bumped into Kwang Tianyo, who was reviewing the surveillance records in a corner. At the same time, Yamamoto Kazuo returned to the office and pressed the intercom, "Call Tang Benjinwu to come here." The door was pushed open and Tang Benjinwu stood still, giving a slight nod. "Boss, you called for me." "Akin, there's a matter I need you to handle." At noon, in a high-end restaurant by the sea in Hong Kong, Chen Yu lounged lazily in a booth, flipping through the resumes provided by the intermediary. Li, an English name, Mimi. 25 years old, graduated from Harvard University in the United States with a degree in economic management, returned to China 3 years ago, and is currently the operations manager of the film and television department at a radio station. In the past 3 years, the department's performance has grown by over 20% annually, demonstrating strong planning abilities and rich team management experience. The headhunting company had taken so long, finally bringing in a decent candidate. Today's meal is personally overseen by Chen Yu. He wants to see if this Li Yan is truly worthy of the position. Previously, he had also dismissed several condition-matching candidates, but Chen Yu only glanced through their materials and couldn't be bothered to schedule an interview, simply striking them off. He didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, a lady in a black suit, white shirt, a form-fitting skirt paired with black stockings approached briskly. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, with a pair of pearl earrings glimmering at her earlobes, exuding a poised yet capable aura. Her makeup was light, her brows slightly sharp, her eyes bright and clear with a hint of the elegance of Joey Wang, yet more defined in her features and delicate in her countenance. She possessed the kind of commanding presence that could turn projects into benchmarks even while wearing high heels. "Hello, you must be Mr. Chen Yu." "I am Mimi. I apologize for being 2 minutes late. I encountered a car accident on the way. No worries. Chen Yu stood up, extended his hand for a handshake, the contact brief, and then stepped aside to indicate the seat. Miss Mimi, please sit. Let's chat while we eat. He raised his hand to summon the waiter, serve the dishes. Then he added with a smile, since we're in Hong Kong, you can call me Mr. Chen and refer to yourself as Miss Li. Oh, it sounds more pleasant that way. Li Yan had a good first impression of this arrangement, nodding with a smile, as you wish. This meeting appeared to be Chen Yu interviewing her, but in fact it was also her assessing him. After sitting down, she didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Mr. Chen, your offer states that I will hold the position of manager after joining. May I know which area I will specifically oversee? Additionally, what is the core objective of the company at this stage? What key assessments will I face? What is the budget authority? Chen Yu picked up his water cup, took a sip, and calmly replied, You will serve as the general manager, fully responsible for the company's daily operations. In my absence, everything will be under your decision-making. Currently, the main focus is on music content development and nurturing new singers with no involvement in film and television production for the time being. The short-term goal is to create a girl group with market explosive potential. The initial funding is 20 million Hong Kong dollars. General Manager. Li Yan blinked, faintly taken aback. She had assumed she was merely being recruited as head of the music division, perhaps at most a director. It was only the company's earnest offer of $1 million annual salary that had persuaded her to make time for the meeting. Now hearing she was being offered the position of general manager, with authority over 2 million yuan in operating capital, her pulse quickened. How many employees does your company currently have? 2. What? Li Yan recoiled, convinced she had misheard. Chen Yu nodded with a quiet smile. You heard correctly. Counting you and me, that makes 2. The company is just getting off the ground. There's still much to be done, building departments from scratch, holding nationwide auditions to scout and train female singers, acquiring music rights, commissioning lyricists and composers. Of course, all this will begin only after Miss Li formally joins us. Today is merely an initial introduction. Please let me know your decision within 3 days. Let's eat first. She watched the young man across the table, head bowed, eating heartily. A subtle furrow deepened between her brows as her mind replayed his words again and again. Before arriving, she had looked up the registration details of Junlin Entertainment Co., Ltd., registered capital 30 million yuan. Clearly a well-backed young entrepreneur investing family funds to launch a new venture. Li Yan ate the meal, distracted, her thoughts unmoored. As they neared the end, Chen Yu glanced at his watch, then rose with a courteous apology. I'm sorry, I have a class shortly. I'll take my leave now. Miss Li, please consider it carefully over the next few days. If you decide to join us, just give me a call. Oh, and I've already settled the bill. Watching his hurried departure, Li Yan paused, startled anew, rushing off to teach class. Wasn't he the founder of an entertainment firm? Yet Chen Yu truly was a teacher, scrupulously dutiful, rarely absent unless absolutely necessary. By late afternoon, nearly 4 o'clock, the school bell rang. A flock of elementary students burst noisily from their classrooms. Fuxing, see you tomorrow. At the school gate, a round-faced little girl waved cheerfully at Kwang Fuxing. He brightened and returned, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to these newly acquainted children, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked home. Jejia Tower was barely 20 minutes away on foot. Having transferred here only half a month ago, he already knew the route by heart, even the narrow alley shortcuts. This quiet alley ahead was one such shortcut. As for danger, a 10-year-old boy in appearance, but 60 years old in essence, a Jiangshi, what could possibly threaten him from some strange uncle? Those who ought to fear were likely the ones harboring ill intent. Yet today Kwang Fuxing had miscalculated. Midway into the alley, a bald man emerged slowly from ahead, glasses perched on his nose, silent, motionless, blocking the path. The moment Domin Shingo appeared, a violent surge of corpse chi erupted within Kwang Fuxing, instinctively sensing as one Jiangshi to another an overwhelming oppressive threat. His expression darkened. Who are you? Domin Shingo smiled faintly. Me. I am like you, a Jiangshi. With a guttural roar, fangs erupted and a wave of corpse chi, denser, fiercer than even Kwang Tianyos, exploded outward. Caught off guard, Kwang Fuxing staggered backward. Before he could regain his footing, another figure materialized at the alley's rear entrance. Herman, another Jiangshi under Yamamoto Ichifu's command, sealing his retreat. Baring his teeth, Herman rasped, Little one, where do you think you're running? So they've arrived. In the school office, Chen Yu was gathering his lesson plans, preparing to leave for the day. He lifted his gaze slightly, their eyes pierced through concrete and steel, locking precisely onto that alley. His vision cut like a blade through brick walls, his hearing spread like a net across streets, capturing every word exchanged among the three with crystalline clarity. This was the power of a fully awakened Superman, senses elevated to divine perception, rivaling the legendary powers of far-seeing and far-hearing. Yet humanity persistently narrows its conception of the Superman, remembering only his mountain-lifting strength, invulnerability, and supersonic flight. As his steel-hardened body, heat, vision, and biofield unfolded layer by layer, his power surged beyond measure, his wariness of Yamamoto Ichifu fading long ago. Not to mention, he wielded thunderous energy capable of purging demonic and malevolent forces, and possessed an impregnable defense immune to all forms of magical or metaphysical corruption. When news broke 2 days earlier about the national exhibition of the Sovereign Stone Spirit, he'd known instantly Yamamoto Ichifu would move against Kwang Tianyu. Thus, he had kept close watch on Kwang Fuxing's movements. After all, it was this child's abduction that forced Kwang Tianyu to reveal his true identity before Ma Xiaoling. Now, by intervening at this precise juncture, disrupting the preordained chain, he could seize vast reserves of primordial essence, accelerating the fusion of his templates. Only after the incident at Jejia Tower did Chen Yu realize, when spending time with Wang Zhenzhen, his daily intake of primordial essence had quietly dwindled. What once accumulated in 3 days now required 7. It was as if Wang Zhenzhen, the sheep, had been nearly shorn clean, leaving only a few stubborn strands clinging defiantly to her scalp. At this point, any primordial essence available for harvest would draw not a single blink from Chen Yu. His power had surged so dramatically that restraint was no longer necessary. Unless Jiang Heir, the Lord Chang, descended personally, or Jiang San, the Queen Mother, and Fuxi themselves, stepped forth from the void, no other Jiangshi could harm him in the slightest. As for the ultimate arbiter of fate, the Yaoqi Holy Mother dared not manifest her true form so long as the Pangu clan remained unvanquished. She lurked instead in shadows, manipulating only faint gossamer threads of destiny. Moreover, the celestial book had yet to reunite. The fate entity remained imprisoned in Hyochio's possession, forced to hold its breath, stifling even its own size. Suddenly, Chen Yu turned toward the office door. "Zhenzhen, I have urgent business. I must go." "Chen Yu." Wang Zhenzhen bent over stacked homework assignments, looked up, only to catch the trailing edge of his coat vanishing through the doorway. She had meant to ask him several questions on their way home after school. Stepping outside, Chen Yu scanned the deserted street, then blurred, leaving behind only a shimmering afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he spanned hundreds of meters, standing now at the alley's mouth. At that very moment, Hermann seized Kwang Fuxing's shoulder and hoisted him clean off the ground. "Release the child." Kwang Fuxing's eyes blazed upon spotting Chen Yu. He cried out, voice cracking with urgency, "Teacher Chen, save me. They're all Jiangshi. Be careful." "Teacher." Hermann narrowed his eyes, sizing up the distant figure. Instinct told him this was merely an ordinary schoolteacher. After all, Superman belonged to myth, not reality. Even though his flesh could crush planets barehanded when relaxed, he resembled nothing more than a middle-aged math instructor, sleeves still dusted with chalk powder after grading papers. He radiated none of the palpable pressure of a martial cultivator, no furnace-like surging of vital energy, no sky-piercing aura of spirit, nor did he emit the terrifying space-warping presence of a master who commands reality before moving. Hermann's tongue flicked over his canine teeth, the gnawing hunger rising in his gut. He casually tossed Kwang Fuxing backward. "Take the child and go first. This ordinary man, I'll handle him." Before the last syllable left his lips, a bestial roar tore from his throat, and he became a black streak, closing the 100-meter gap in an instant. Claws aimed straight for Chen Yu's throat. Just as he lunged, grinning savagely, he caught the faintest upward curl of Chen Yu's lips. That smile, cold as water drawn from a deep, forgotten well. In the next heartbeat, a palm exploded across Hermann's vision, swelling monstrously within his pupils. So fast his consciousness lagged. Before thought could register, 5 iron fingers clamped down upon his crown. Boom. With a single arm, Chen Yu slammed Hermann sideways into the courtyard wall, as if dunking a basketball. Half the wall collapsed inward, bricks shattering like bursting kernels. Rouloir. Hermann lay dazed in the rubble, ears ringing, vision swimming in darkness. A Jiangshi of his stature, grinded into brick dust by a mathematics teacher. Humiliation. Profound, soul-deep humiliation. Corpse chi. Quite pure indeed. Thick-skinned, and his head didn't explode on the spot. The voice was faint like the wind brushing past one's ears. Chen Yu had already grabbed his calf, swinging it down with all his might. The sensation of weightlessness struck him, leaving him no time to raise his hand in defense. Boom. The ground trembled violently, the earth caving in like a meteorite crater, followed by an explosion of circular shockwaves, debris and dust shooting into the sky as the smoke billowed like boiling water. Before the smoke had dissipated, Hermann was shot out like a cannonball, brushing past Tang Ben Zenhui's sleeve, and with a loud crash he slammed into a brick wall several meters away. The entire wall crumbled into rubble, and he lay on his back amidst the broken bricks and tiles, his chest rising and falling weakly, unable to even lift a finger. "With such little skill you dare to abduct my student." Chen Yu stepped out from the smoke, his clothes unwrinkled, collar neat, and his expression calm, as if he had just graded a stack of monthly exams. Yet the air was thick enough to suffocate. Dominating. He looked up at Tang Ben Zenhui, his tone straight. "Do you want to walk on your own, or should I help you move?" Tang Ben Zenhui's gaze swept over the collapsed Hermann in the distance, his eyelids twitching. Though the two had different approaches, their strengths were originally comparable. But now, upon their first encounter, Hermann was left with nothing but a breath. This person is truly not human. Today's events cannot afford the slightest mishap. Tang Bin Zinwu's voice was low, each word as heavy as iron. Who exactly are you? An ordinary teacher would never possess such means. Chen Yu's expression relaxed as he casually replied. Then just consider me an unordinary teacher. Mr. Chen, take them down. They're all bad guys. Seeing Chen Yu easily subdue a zombie, Kwang Fushing's eyes brightened and his voice rose dramatically. Roar. In the distance, Herman threw his head back and roared in anger, suddenly rising from the rubble, his eyes locked fiercely on Chen Yu, filled with naked killing intent. He must kill this person. Herman, go. Tang Bin Jinwu shouted, crossing his arms, and the corpse chi within him erupted violently, his figure transforming into a clear blue color, nearly invisible. Almost simultaneously, a deep rumble came from the ground beside him, a buried water pipe, bursting forth, the torrent twisting and spiraling under his mental guidance, like a living python charging with the force of 1,000 pounds straight at Chen Yu's face. Roar! On the other side, Herman's feet trembled, blue brick shattered, and he transformed into a shadow that tore through the air, rushing forward with a bloody wind, flanking Tang Bin Jinwu from both sides. He wanted to tear this person to pieces and drink his blood to alleviate the hatred in his heart. At the alley's end, Chen Yu stood still, his gaze icy indifferently, watching the incoming torrent. When the water flow was less than 3 feet from his palm, he slowly raised his right hand horizontally across his chest, not retreating a single step. Boom! The torrent, infused with intense corpse chi and comparable to a high-pressure water blade, crashed against his palm, as if slamming against a 1,000-year-old mysterious iron, exploding into a deafening shockwave, with splashes raining down like a storm. But Chen Yu remained motionless, standing like a mountain at the alley's entrance. The water cascaded violently on both sides, yet not a single drop touched the corners of his clothes. Suddenly, his left hand shot out like lightning, making a diagonal grab. Herman's throat was firmly grasped by 5 fingers. Chen Yu's arm sank, crashing down hard. Boom! The earth trembled violently, mud and stones exploded, and Herman fell headfirst into the ground, leaving only his lower legs twitching outside. At that very moment, Chen Yu's figure vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he stood before Tang Bin Jinwu, his right fist enveloped in a shrieking, tearing airflow, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Too fast. Just as the punch's wind was bearing down, Tang Bin Jinwu barely raised his gaze, his face still expressing shock. Boom! The watery form exploded on impact. Thousands of droplets shot out, like shrapnel, crackling as they pelted the brick wall behind, leaving it riddled with holes. The entire alley fell into an instant silence. Only the broken water pipe on the ground gurgled, bubbling. Moreover, Kwang Fushing was left with his mouth agape, frozen in place, his Adam's apple bobbing, unable to utter a single word. On the night of the 100 Ghost procession, he had witnessed Chen Yu fighting with thunder, splitting apart the evils and destroying them with an overwhelming force that suffocated. Yet today's scene was even more intense. 2 ferocious zombies crumbled under his hands like paper and clay, collapsing completely in the blink of an eye, without a chance to resist. Moments later, Kwang Fushing returned to his senses, excitedly clapping, "Mr. Chen, you're incredible. Even more fierce than Brother Kwang." Chen Yu brushed off his palms as if shaking off non-existent dust, his tone bland. "Just so-so. Let's withdraw, if someone will be coming soon." Kwang Fushing nodded vigorously, sincerely saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." As his voice fell, he glanced at Herman, still embedded in the ground, then looked into the distance, where a pool of water was slowly gathering and rising, reshaping back in a human form. Tang Bin Zin was face pale, unsteady on his feet. "Mr. Chen, what about them?" "Them?" Chen Yu's gaze swept into the distance, his tone calm. "They probably won't dare to trouble you again." After a pause, he added, "If they insist on trying, I wouldn't mind dismantling them myself. At that point, I would like to see if an undying body can truly be pieced back together bit by bit." He understood the unspoken meaning in Kwang Fushing's words. Should they eliminate these 2 zombies? But Chen Yu had no intention of taking lives today. The wool must be carefully trimmed. This time he acted not only to gauge the situation, but also to formally step into the game of zombie contracts. At present, with a grip strength of 3,000 tons and a speed exceeding 3 times the speed of sound, those 3rd-generation zombies were no longer in the same realm. As Chen Yu and Kwang Fushing turned to leave, Tang Bin Jinwu staggered closer, gritting his teeth as he plunged his hands into the soil, exerting all his effort to pull Herman out bit by bit. Cough! Cough! Herman lay on the ground, his face ashen, coughing intermittently. His bones were shattered, and he was struggling to reconstruct himself from the corpse, chi lacking even the strength to prop himself up. Who exactly is that person? How can he be so strong? His body, which could withstand bullets, was brutally smashed into the ground by that person, with a single blow inflicting internal injuries. At this moment, his bones were continuously regenerating from the source of the zombie, every inch tearing and rebuilding, causing cold sweat to pour down in pain. Meanwhile, Tang Bin Jinwu in his watery zombie form, though appearing merely disassembled and shapeless, had his source severely shaken. His breath was weak as he shook his head slightly. "I don't know who he is either. The most pressing matter now is to quickly report what happened just now to the boss. Tell him, there's a tough character emerging here who might disrupt his plans. Are you saying that a primary school math teacher injured you? Are you joking? In the conference room of the Rito group, Yamamoto Kazuo was seated at his desk. Tang Binjinwu and Herman stood before him, their faces pale and unsteady. Tang Binjinwu forced a smile and nodded, yes boss. His strength is absurdly large, we couldn't withstand it at all. His speed was so fast that we couldn't even catch a shadow, and with one punch he heavily injured me. Yamamoto Kazuo raised an eyebrow. Even your watery zombie form was shattered. Yes, he directly shattered my watery zombie state with one punch, and Herman's fortified body couldn't hold up either. I recall that your watery zombie transformation can manipulate water to attack enemies while also absorbing several times your own impact into the water, effectively giving yourself a layer of liquid armor. To be shattered in such a state, this person truly is not simple. As for Herman's fortification, his defense was inherently rigid, and as long as you disrupt the operation of the corpse chi within him, it can collapse. As his words fell, Yamamoto Kazuo suddenly laughed, rising to pace a few steps. Interesting. Hong Kong still conceals such a master. What's even more perplexing is this: you've confirmed he bears only the scent of a pure human, neither demon nor ghost nor corpse. That I cannot fathom. Can handle this. First round up a few street thugs for blood replenishment and rest well, then conduct a thorough investigation into this man's origins. You may draw freely upon all resources of the Riton Group in Hong Kong. Yes, sir. Why isn't the system responding? Could it be waiting until the Fa Hai Bai Shi storyline reaches its definitive conclusion before finalizing the settlement? Chen Yu stepped out of the alleyway, his gaze calm and contemplative. Huang Fuxing bowed deeply once more. Teacher Chen, I truly owe you everything. Had you not arrived in time, I'd have been dragged away long ago. I shudder to think what might have followed. Chen Yu waved a hand lightly. No need for formalities. You're still officially my student. And besides, I'm quite close with Kwang Tianyu. We're practically friends. When a friend is in peril, how could I stand idly by? Enough. Call Tianyu now. Explain everything that happened here. Tu Jiangshi appearing out of nowhere to seize you was no spuro-femin act. 9 times out of 10 they meant to use you as leverage, to force him into submission. The words tightened Kwang Fuxing's chest. Instantly he understood he was but a newly transformed, powerless, nameless Jiangshi. Why abduct him at all? They wanted Kwang Tianyu. Without hesitation, he pulled his phone from his school bag and dialed Kwang Tianyu, who was still at the convention center. What? At the heart of the convention center, Kwang Tianyu's face paled the moment he heard Jiangshi abducted Kwang Fuxing. He blurted urgently, Fuxing, how are you? I'm unharmed. Teacher Chen happened to pass by and drove them off. Head straight to Jejia building. I'll be there shortly. With those words, Kwang Tianyu strode outward, his expression stern and unyielding as tempered steel. Ma Xiaoling stood nearby. Seeing Kwang Tianyu so tightly coiled for the first time, she drew closer. What's wrong? Kwang Tianyu paused, then murmured low, Tu Jiangshi just targeted Fuxing. Stopped by Chen Yu. Jiangshi. Ma Xiaoling's expression hardened instantly. Are you certain they were truly Jiangshi? Kwang Tianyu nodded. Chen Yu was present. Let's go to Jejia building together. She turned sharply and called out, Jin Jingzhong, follow me. 2 unknown Jiangshi had materialized without warning. The situation demanded immediate gravity. Chen Yu's intervention had quietly diverted the course of fate onto an unforeseen path. Teacher Chen, Fuxing, why are you both here? Wang Zhenzhen had just clocked out. Scarcely had she walked a short distance when she spotted the two standing side by the roadside, and her eyes lit up as she broke into a cheerful jog toward them. Chen Yu caught the faint, delicate fragrance of jasmine in her hair and smiled warmly. We waited specially for you. Let's go. I'm heading to Jejia building too. Oh, wonderful. Wang Zhenzhen didn't pause for breath the whole way, asking, Chen Yu, how's the office renovation progressing? Then, how was that interview manager's temperament today? Detailed, diligent, and eager. She'd long been concerned about Chen Yu's affairs, and he in turn held nothing back. Having shared all that needed sharing, she naturally knew every detail. 1. Exquisitely handsome, his bearing refined and arresting; the other, freshly lovely, her spirit vivid and luminous. Together they drew glances wherever they walked. Kwang Fuxing, trailing behind, seemed rendered invisible, blurred from public perception, unnoticed by anyone. The moment the trio crossed the main entrance of Jejia building, a striking crimson sports car halted smoothly. The window descended, revealing Yamamoto Mirai's face. Wang Zhenzhen immediately beamed, Mirai, you're back. Yamamoto Mirai gazed at that familiar face, hesitated for a breath, then gave a gentle nod. Yes, I've returned. Big Sister Mirai. Kwang Fuxing hurried forward, voice bright and clear. And who might this be? Chen Yu tilted slightly aside, his expression effortlessly natural, as if he truly hadn't met the woman in the car. Wang Zhenzhen laughed as she explained, Mirai's a tenant here at Jejia building. She moved in recently, then left on a long trip, only returning a few days ago. You two haven't met yet, Chen Yu. I see. Chen Yu inclined his head, his smile warm and courteous. Pleased to meet you, Miss Mirai. I'm Wang Zhenzhen's colleague. Hello. Yamamoto Mirai replied politely, but her tone carried a subtle reserve. She had no idea that just hours earlier this very man had disarmed and shattered two of her father's enforcers with bare hands. Wang Zhenzhen waved cheerfully. Mirai, we've got things to attend to. We'll head up now. All right, goodbye. Watching Wang Zhenzhen and Yamamoto Mirai exchange pleasantries, Chen Yu's lips curved into the faintest trace of a smile. Only he knew the truth, that this softly spoken woman had with her own hands reduced Aunt Ping into a mindless animate corpse, and only then had the bloodshed begun one atrocity after another. Ouyang Jejia welcomed Chen Yu with exceptional warmth. Fruit neatly sliced and arranged, hot tea poured and refilled again and again. Her hospitality so earnest it made Chen Yu almost uneasy, until Kuang Tianyu and the others rushed in, finally allowing him to exhale. Kuang Tianyu's residence. Kuang Fuxing sat upright in his chair, recounting, point by point, the two Jiangshi he'd encountered that afternoon, their immense strength, uncanny speed, the eerie phenomena accompanying their strikes. Kuang Tianyu, Ma Xiaoling, and Jin Jingzhong stood listening, each face growing tauter than the last. Meanwhile, Chen Yu leaned against the balcony railing, gazing silently at the molten gold sunset, casually basking in the sun. When Kuang Fuxing finished, Ma Xiaoling spoke gravely, judging by your description, one endured a blow like Chen Yu's, yet emerged utterly unscathed, its bones unnaturally dense. The other was even more unsettling. It dispersed into water droplets under a single punch, yet reassembled itself instantly, its mastery over water already instinctive. Jin Jingzhong swallowed hard, lowering his voice. These two, aren't they simply too formidable? It seems impossible to eradicate them completely. Ma Xiaoling's tone remained calm. After all, they are Jiangshi. Greater power is hardly surprising. Before she'd even finished speaking, her gaze shifted, settling on Chen Yu at the balcony. Chen Yu, if you possess the capability you do now, ending them then would have posed little difficulty. Why didn't you? You ask why I spared them. Chen Yu turned, his tone as light and effortless as discussing the weather. Simple. Bait must carry weight, or the great fish won't bite. Two ordinary Jiangshi aren't worthy of my revealing my true cards. Whoever commands such beings to seize someone must be no mere villain. Most likely an ancient, profoundly cultivated Jiangshi. Sunset's lingering glow bathed his shoulders, his shadow stretched long and erect across the floor, silent yet heavy with latent authority. All present recoiled inwardly. A stronger Jiangshi lurked behind them. Ma Xiaoling snapped back to awareness and turned to Kuang Fuxing. Wait. Fuxing, why did those two fixate on you? I truly don't know. Kuang Fuxing shook his head. He couldn't possibly confess aloud. Their real target was none other than Kuang Tianyu himself, another Jiangshi. Don't look at me. Kuang Tianyu met Ma Xiaoling's gaze squarely, palms upturned in a gesture of helpless bewilderment. I'm still puzzling it out myself. Ma Xiaoling pressed further on several details, then departed, carrying away a mind thick with unanswered questions. As the door clicked shut, Chen Yu looked directly at Kuang Tianyu, his eyes gleaming with quiet intensity. Kuang Tianyu, I have a hunch deep down you already hold the answer. Kuang Tianyu fell silent for a long moment, then nodded. Yes, I suspect it's an old acquaintance, but proof remains elusive. After all these years, he's assumed a new identity, adopted a new name. I recall only one thing. He was once known as Yamamoto Ichifu. Chen Yu acknowledged this with a soft hum, then shifted course abruptly. By the way, have you ever considered telling Ma Xiaoling the truth about yourself? Kuang Fuxing blurted out, Teacher Chen, if you tell her outright, Sister Xiaoling might grab her peachwood sword and chase us through every floor of the building. Not necessarily. Chen Yu shook his head, voice firm. You all know her temperament, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. If she learns that though you bear the bodies of Jiangshi, you drink no human blood, harm no innocents, and have never taken a single life, she will not raise her hand against you. Don't forget, Kuang Tianyu, you still have an unseen adversary lurking in the shadows. Even if you clench your teeth and utter not a word to Ma Xiaoling, that opponent will inevitably tear away this veil of discretion. This abduction of Kuang Fuxing was almost certainly engineered to force your hand against Ma Xiaoling. At Chen Yu's words, Kuang Tianyu's pupils contracted sharply. Now that you mention it, it truly seems plausible. Yamamoto Ikkyo likely remains wary of the Ma clan of dragon-slaying exorcists. He seized Fuxing not out of vengeance, but to wield me as a blade, testing just how unyielding the Ma clan's foundation truly is. After all, he himself is a Jiangshi. No one understands better how formidable his own kind can be. Chen Yu, I owe you genuine gratitude this time. Had you not intervened at the critical moment, the consequences would be unthinkable. Kuang Tianyu's voice was low, yet each word carried weight and sincerity. From the instant his identity was exposed, Chen Yu neither flinched nor frowned. When Fuxing's life hung by a thread, he stepped forward without hesitation. This debt Kuang Tianyu etched into his very bones. Chen Yu waved a hand dismissively. Gratitude. There's no need. Truth be told, none of us belong to the ordinary realm of humanity. You are Jiangshi, bodies impervious to decay, blood cold as iron. And I have lived too long, grown too powerful, so far beyond mortal bounds that I've long severed my roots from the mundane world. Someone must find companions worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder. Enough talk. I'm heading upstairs to eat. He had visited Jejia Tower no fewer than 10 times, but tonight marked the first time he accepted Ouyang Jejia's dinner invitation. He stayed. Shortly after leaving Jejia Tower, Ma Xiaoling turned into He Ainxio's underground arcade. The night was deep. The hall stood empty save for the low humming glow of neon tubes. Before a vintage arcade cabinet in the corner, a boy stood on tiptoe, gripping the joystick. The screen's flickering light danced across his translucent cheeks. The moment Ma Xiaoling pushed open the door, he turned, grinned, and said softly, "Sister Xiaoling. Xiaobo, keep playing. I need to speak with your father." "Oh." Before the word left her lips, the metal door to the inner room clicked open. He Ainxio peered out, brows lifting slightly, a rare guest. "What brings you down to my cellar tonight? Did you run out of the talismans I gave you last time?" "No." Ma Xiaoling shook her head, direct and unflinching. "Uncle Chio, have you ever seen a jiangshi?" "A jiangshi?" He Ainxio's Adam's apple bobbed. A heavy chill settled over his chest. He instinctively assumed she had finally set her sights on Kuang Tianyu. As he searched for words to deflect, Ma Xiaoling nodded firmly. "Yes, jiangshi. 2 of them. Today they targeted Kuang Fuxing, but the moment they reached for him, an invisible force shattered them apart. They appear indistinguishable from living humans when concealing their true forms. One can dissolve into water and command its flow. Even dispersed into mist, it coalesces anew. The other possesses flesh and bone like tempered steel, strength enough to twist concrete pillars into spirals. So, I ask you, what method exists should we truly face them to banish them utterly to the underworld?" He Ainxio's expression darkened instantly, his gaze hardened. Only then did he grasp. She was speaking of someone else entirely. Jiangshi were never meant to walk among the 3 realms and 6 paths. They cling to existence through grudges, rampage through malice, and their very emergence heralds calamity. There are 2 kinds. The first arises when a corpse absorbs sufficient yin energy and undergoes reanimation, called a yin shi. The second, the Jiangxin shi, is born only when bitten directly by the Jiangshi King Jiangxin. The former are generally weak, perhaps impervious to blades and bullets, but the Ma family's ancestors subdued many such creatures long ago, armed with both discipline and technique. The latter present grave difficulty. Ma Xiaoling pressed immediately. What makes them so difficult? Because they were bitten by Jiangxin. No one knows where Jiangxin originated, only that whoever bears his bite undergoes immediate metamorphosis. The righteous become radiant with virtue, the corrupt corrupted to the marrow. More perilous still, they conceal their nature flawlessly, breath, pulse, even warmth. All mimic those of mortals. 6 decades ago, when your Aunt Ma Dana pursued Jiangxin, 3 people were bitten in her presence. She had no time to deal with them then. When she returned, all 3 had vanished without trace. The pair you described today may well be among those missing, and perhaps driven mad by hunger and loss of control. Should you confront them, your sole recourse lies in the Ma clan's divine dragon. Can the divine dragon vanquish them? A flicker of surprise crossed Ma Xiaoling's eyes. He Ainxio nodded. The Ma clan of dragon-slaying exorcists. Their dragon-slaying is method. Their dragon clan lineage is root. What you summon is primordial blazing dragon chi, the ultimate antithesis to specters and malevolent forces sovereign over all deviant paths. But whether it strikes a fatal blow, I can only say perhaps. Success hinges on the ferocity of that dragon chi and the steadiness of your hand. If there is even the slimmest chance, it is enough. Ma Xiaoling clenched her palm, her tone hardening instantly. However what? He Ainxio paused, his voice softening. Jiangshi, like all beings, possess moral variance. Until you witness one drink blood or take a life, strike with restraint. Leave room for mercy. Uncle Chio, surely you're not jesting. Ma Xiaoling's brow furrowed as she met his gaze directly. A jiangshi that does not drink blood, that does not kill. How could it still be called a jiangshi? He Ainxio shook his head gently. Is anything in this world absolute? Even among ghosts some abide by rules. Why should jiangshi be exempt? I only urge you not to repeat the mistake I made. Mistake? Ma Xiaoling's eyes lit up. When your leg was injured, would you tell me about it? She had long known He Ainxio as a legendary figure in the exorcist world, yet overnight his legs failed him. He withdrew, opening a modest shop on the street corner selling talismans, bronze bells, and peachwood swords. Ask fewer questions. Just remember what I told you. He waved a hand before the sentence ended. He had already turned and ushered Ma Xiaoling out the door. At waiting bar, the lighting was soft, the murmur of voices hushed. Ma Xiaoling sat at the bar, fingertips tracing the rim of her glass as she sipped a lightly intoxicating fruit cocktail, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on by Susu, who stood bent over her station, wrist flicking as ice clinked crisply against glass. She spoke suddenly. Miss Bai, do you believe it possible for a jiangshi to exist without drinking blood or harming others? Bai Susu lifted her eyes. Why this sudden question? Jin Jingzhong laughed aloud. Don't blame her, Sister Susu. My master's been possessed by this question lately, asking everyone she meets. Do you think it possible, During Chen Yu's recent absence, Wang Zhenzhen and Ma Xiaoling had frequented the bar, often growing familiar with the proprietress. Even Xiaoqing, who worked days as a real estate manager and helped evenings, had been drawn into their easy conversations. To Wang Zhenzhen and Jin Jingzhong, Bai Susu was simply a composed, quietly elegant woman with a hint of aloof allure. Each night, she recounted a tale. A white serpent centuries ago fell in love with a mortal man and honored her vow, accepting punishment willingly. Only Ma Xiaoling sensed dimly that the serpent was this very woman before her, and that the centuries-old legend of the white snake passed mouth to mouth across generations might well have taken shape through her repeated retellings to countless listeners. Bai Susu lowered her gaze. I have never seen one, so I dare not declare it impossible. Jin Jingzhong was about to nod in agreement when she added softly, yet who can truly pronounce final judgment? Without witnessing it firsthand, no conclusion is certain. Among demons some observe precepts, among ghosts some disturb no one. Why must Jiangshi inevitably be bloodthirsty monsters? She raised her eyes to meet Ma Xiaoling's voice barely above a whisper. Your current doubt merely means you have not yet encountered one. Or, perhaps you never will. Xiaoling, Zhenzhong, you're here too. A burst of light filled the doorway as Wang Zhenzhen entered smiling, and Chen Yu followed closely behind her. The original plan was for Chen Yu to leave after dinner, but Ouyang Jiejia insisted on having Wang Zhenzhen see him off. The two strolled slowly along Wutong Road, and while chatting, Wang Zhenzhen remembered a joke that Bai Susu had recently told and casually dragged him into a store. Zhenzhen Chen Yu. Ma Xiaoling approached, a hint of barely noticeable stiffness passing across her face before she quickly returned to normal. What a coincidence, he'll treat you tonight. What would you like to drink? A blue rose. He'll have whatever. As soon as they sat down, Jin Jingzhong leaned in teasingly. Teacher Chen out on the road with Zhenzhen late at night. This counts as a date, right? Wang Zhenzhen's ears turned red. Jingzhong, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yu smiled, but didn't respond, turning instead to Ma Xiaoling. Any updates? Have you found anything? No. Her tone was flat as she called out to the bar, boss, another drink please. Bai Susu responded and mixed the drink. Indeed, she had found nothing. Chen Yu was taken aback. He couldn't understand where this estrangement was coming from. Just a few days ago they had shared drinks, but now Ma Xiaoling seemed like a different person, not returning messages, ignoring calls, and even deliberately avoiding eye contact. In the past she would occasionally ask, what are you busy with? But now even the WeChat chat box had gone dark. He remained calm and changed the subject. Wang Zhenzhen's eyes dimmed for a fleeting moment, too quick for anyone to catch. She took a sip of her drink and gently redirected the topic. Susu, please continue. What happened between Su Wan and Bai Su? In the end. Good. Wang Zhenzhen listened intently, while Bai Susu continued, her fingers steadily shaking the shaker, her voice soft, as the wine slid down the glass. On the day Su Wan married Bai Su, the courtyard bloomed unexpectedly, even the withered branches sprouted new buds. It was as if heaven and earth were celebrating. But shortly after, the monk Fa Hai descended from the mountain. The bar was dimly lit and the voices were low. Bai Susu wasn't recounting an old story from the stage. Wang Zhenzhen felt a heat rising in her heart, while Ma Xiaoling lowered her gaze in silence. She had long realized that this story was alive, told by Bai Susu, peeling back her own flesh. Jin Jingzhong rested his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on the edges of Bai Susu's lips, not for the story, but for the storyteller. Only Chen Yu quietly sipped his drink, his expression calm. He was well versed in ancient texts, knowing which part of the legend was embellished and which section was altered. The version before him from start to finish felt like a completely new broth being simmered. The first half was somewhat similar, coming down the mountain to repay a debt, the first encounter on the broken bridge, misty rain. But as it progressed, Fa Hai chose to strike on the day Bai Suzhen gave birth, capturing Su Xian and taking him to Jinshan. She had just bled out, cradling the child in her arms, when she and Xiaoqing redirected the river. Water walls crashed through the mountain gate, mud and shattered tiles surged into the village, and innocent souls floated along the riverbank. Su Xian died in the turbulent waters, not killed by anyone, but torn apart by two tremendous forces. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing, gravely injured, ultimately used their remnants of souls to seal Fa Hai deep within a stone. For 1,000 years thereafter, Bai Suzhen did not cultivate for immortality, but instead guarded the reincarnation ledger, searching through cities and towns for traces of rebirth. Yet the names did not match, the breath could not be found, and she had not seen that scholar holding an umbrella even in her dreams. As the story came to an end, Wang Zhenzhen's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. Susu, Bai Su, can you really wait for Su Wan? I can. Bai Susu nodded, her tone unwavering. Master Miaoshan said with his own mouth, until the fate is fulfilled, one must return. I believe it too. Jin Jingzhong immediately chimed in. The drinks were finished, and the crowd had dispersed. The night was deep. Once the footsteps faded, Bai Susu suddenly swayed, her face draining of color, her fingers gripping the edge of the bar tightly. Xiaoqing threw down the cloth and rushed over, supporting her arm, her gaze sweeping to her sister's forehead. A strand of silver hair had distinctly emerged at her temples, startling her into exclaiming, Sister. You. Bai Susu shook her head, her lips pale. The end is near. The five sorrows of heaven and man have already made their first appearance. That was a calamity that any demonic cultivator or Taoist would face as their lifespan came to an end, power receding like the tide, appearance fading day by day, senses dulling until both form and spirit dissipated. Impossible. Master Miaoshan said you would wait for Su Xian. Xiaoking's voice trembled. Bai Susu gazed out at the flowing neon lights, smiling faintly. Perhaps. This time I really won't be able to wait. She knew well that from the moment that strand of white hair appeared there was but a year of light left. Fahai need not break the seal. She would first turn to a handful of ash scattered in the wind. Outside the bar, Ma Xiaoling nodded to Wang Zhenzhen, pulled Jin Jingzhong, and got into the car, the engine sound quickly merging into the night. She intentionally left the road empty. Wang Zhenzhen looked up at Chen Yu, who had picked up his coat, and nodded slightly to her. It's late. It's not safe for you to go back alone. They'll take you home. The evening breeze brushed through the shadows of the wudong leaves, and the two walked side by side on the sidewalk. Wang Zhenzhen suddenly laughed. It's a bit ironic, isn't it? I came down to see you off, and now it's you who is taking me home. In the dancing shadows of the trees, she instinctively leaned closer to him. The streetlight elongated their shadows, which gradually merged into one, slanting across the concrete ground like an unspoken word. At the top of the Tongtian Tower, Yamamoto Kazuo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, the lights of Hong Kong flickering in his pupils, still as a statue cast in the night. Tomoto, Shingo, Herman, and Baika stood behind him with their hands down, their breaths reined in like blades sheathed. For an entire afternoon into the night, the three had drained the life essence of several gangsters, their complexions taking on a grayish sheen as they regained their hidden strength. Yamamoto Kazuo finally spoke, his voice deep and unruffled. The original plan was to have Ma Xiaoling stir things up using Awakens to capture Kuang Fuxing, forcing Kuang Tianyu to touch the National Spirit Stone. If necessary, let him reveal his zombie appearance in front of Ma Xiaoling, using his life to test her limits. To test how many locks, how many talismans, and how many methods actually harm a zombie that the heir of the demon-slaying dragon clan possesses. But unfortunately, all of that was disrupted by that suddenly appearing teacher. Baika pressed her brows and stepped forward, her voice cold. Boss, he'll take care of him. To dare to ruin your plans is to seek death. She was the one who had intervened the least among the three, appearing no older than 20, yet she was the most dangerous. In life, she was already a living weapon, awakened with abilities. After becoming a zombie, her powers had grown even more formidable. No need. Yamamoto Kazuo slowly shook his head. That person can easily suppress Akin and Herman. Their strength far surpasses yours. You may not win. Although there is now an unexpected factor, as long as we arrange things properly, the variables can also be turned to our advantage, provided we first ascertain his details. Akin, have you found any leads on the person I asked you to investigate? Tomoto Shingo stepped forward, bowing his head to reply. Boss, we have confirmed that teacher's identity. His name is Chen Yu, 24 years old, originally a mathematics teacher at Sunshine Primary School. About a month ago, late at night, he single-handedly took down over 100 thugs on Tuanjiao Street. To this day, no one dares to underestimate him in that area. Additionally, several former residents of Jejia Building have privately revealed that he is very close to Kuang Tianyu. More crucially, over a week ago, Jejia Building was haunted, summoning hundreds of vengeful spirits at midnight. This person entered alone and defeated them all. Most notably, on that night, he summoned thunder, striking with a furious bolt from his palm. However, when he appeared today, he did not use this technique again. It is unclear whether he is deliberately holding back, or if he simply does not regard us at all. By the way, earlier we invited Ma Xiaoling to Winter Capital Hot Springs Hotel to exorcise evil spirits. Chen Yu was present, and it seems that was when he got acquainted with Kuang Tianyu. Later, Ma Xiaoling took on a clean house job on Audiobook and invited him along. Afterwards, the two even teamed up to win tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars at the Lisboa Casino. Now he has resigned from his teaching position and registered a company called Junlin Entertainment, seemingly planning to venture into the entertainment industry. Yamamoto Kazuo, Japan's wealthiest magnate, wielded immense influence through the Yamato Group's deeply entrenched network in Hong Kong, commanding both legitimate enterprises and underworld syndicates. Tracing an ordinary individual was but a trivial matter. Within half a day, Chen Yu's public record, his career history, movements, and social connections had been fully compiled and archived. Especially at Jejia Tower, even former residents who had long since moved out were discreetly approached and coaxed into revealing fragmented details about Chen Yu. After listening to the report, Yamamoto's lips curved faintly upward. Fascinating. A man of such extraordinary prowess chooses to dabble in entertainment. He paused, then added, and yet he moves closely with Kuang Tianyao and Ma Xiaoling. This Chen Yu grows ever more intriguing. Akin, this time, you've done exceptionally well. It is my duty. Set him aside for now. At present, the National Guardian Stone Spirit is our paramount concern. His voice fell silent, and his gaze darkened sharply. Owing to yesterday's incident, mainland authorities have grown deeply displeased. They have decreed the stone spirit be returned along its original route the day after tomorrow. Yet once the stone has entered Hong Kong, do you truly believe I'll allow it to simply walk away? Later, Kin and Baika accompany me to the convention and exhibition center. I shall see for myself what profound mystery lies hidden within this stone. Miao Shan had warned plainly the National Guardian Stone Spirit posed a suppressive threat to him. If so, this artifact was no mere relic. He had originally intended to use Kuang Tin Yao as a probe, but circumstances now demanded he confront it personally. Boss, what about me? Herman asked, his voice edged with urgency upon hearing no mention of his name. You sustained greater injuries. Remain here and rest. Yes, sir. Deep into the night, the 5th floor of the convention and exhibition center blazed with light. Armed security guards stood watch, 2 at every corridor entrance. Inside the exhibition hall beyond the 2 Zhongnan bodyguards Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng, 8 armed guards, and several uniformed officers stood vigilant, their gazes like blades never straying from the National Guardian Stone Spirit. Last night's assault had left all parties on high alert. To prevent further intrusion, security protocols had been elevated across the board. Every soul held their breath, muscles taut, senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Yet the tighter the vigilance, the more swiftly chaos struck. The entire building plunged into absolute darkness. On guard. Hold your positions. Protect the stone spirit. In that instant of total blackness, Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng roared in unison, commanding calm. Then in one fluid motion, they crossed positions, planting themselves immovably before the stone spirit. Ears pricked, breath stilled, their presence solid as forged iron. Roar. A bestial howl tore through the silence. Like a tiger leaping mountains, like a lion rending the sky. 2 shadows erupted from the gloom, moving so fast they blurred into afterimages, snapping the necks of 2 guards before the eye could track them. Dare you return? Meet my invisible divine fist. Zhang Bao bellowed and launched a punch toward the distant source of hostile chi. Before the fist even landed, the air warped and trembled like boiling water. Where the force struck the floor, concrete cratered violently. When it slammed into the wall, reinforced concrete buckled like soft clay. Grotesque, terrifying. At that very moment, Zhang Sheng locked onto the second shadow, dropped low, spun his hips, and bellowed heaven-scarred divine kick. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His leg blurs lashed like whips, boneless serpentines sweeping a radius of over 10 meters. The gale force wind sliced skin raw. When Domon Shingo lunged toward a nearby guard, he was driven staggering backward by that tempestuous onslaught, his toes carving 3 white furrows across the polished floor. While the 2 Zhongnan bodyguards were momentarily distracted by Domon Shingo and Baika lurking in the shadows, a third figure dropped from the vaulted ceiling, plummeting like a cliffside boulder. Thud, thud. Yamamoto descended from above, striking Zhang Bao's left chest with a palm strike, then driving a kick into his right ribs. The impact landed with the weight of iron hammers striking cold steel. Blood surged into their throats, and before their screams could escape, they were hurled backward, crashing headlong into steel support columns. With 2 blows, he disabled both foes. Then, twisting his waist midair, he reversed momentum, his right palm wreathed in chilling aura, shot straight toward the National Guardian Stone Spirit at the center of the display platform. Though his fingertips still hovered 3 inches from the stone's surface, an invisible pressure detonated outward. Buddhist radiance had yet to manifest, yet its overwhelming might arrived, first tightening skin-churning blood and unleashing a torrent of sacred demon-repelling Zen intent. Ruwar. That oppressive force struck like a god's rebuke. Yamamoto himself choked out a guttural roar, his upper and lower canines erupting, elongating into sharp ivory fangs. Yet he was a second-generation Jiangshi. 6 decades of human essence had tempered his sinews and bones into demonic steel. Even the residual Buddhist power of Fa Hai could not quell the savage fury coiled deep within his marrow. Gritting his teeth, he drove his palm forward, flat and final, onto the stone's surface. Boom! The entire National Guardian Stone Spirit convulsed violently. The display platform exploded outward. Splinters of wood and shards of metal ripped through the air on shockwaves. The concrete floor collapsed inward, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface as a yawning chasm, several meters deep, ripped open, swallowing the stone's spirit into darkness. Crack, crack. Fine fractures bloomed across the stone's surface, golden light seeping inch by inch from within, brighter, sharper, spreading faster. Suddenly, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. A mad, earth-shaking laugh sent glass panes vibrating, shaking the entire convention and exhibition center to its foundations. Break, for me. His roar split the air like thunderclaps. The stone spirit trembled violently, golden light, engulfing it completely, cracks racing across its surface like lightning across storm-blackened skies. Kerkum. The stone detonated, shrapnel spraying like bullets, while a saffron-robed figure rocketed upward, bathing the hall in molten gold light, illuminating every face, stark, wide-eyed, frozen in terror. His Buddha power pressed down like a collapsing mountain. Air swelled and receded with his breath, crushing hearts and buckling knees. Yamamoto's pupils contracted sharply, how instinctively his spine stiffened. 800 years, full 800 years. Fa Hai had broken free from his seal. His hatred burned so fiercely it incinerated reason itself. He swept his gaze over the few eerie undead presences nearby and dismissed them utterly. In that moment, only one purpose filled heaven and earth: find the white snake, locate the green snake, and drown this 8-century-old prison of humiliation in blood. White snake, green snake, have you hidden long enough? Today all debts are settled, in full. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. His toes barely grazed the floor. Then he became a golden arrow, piercing layer after layer of half-meter-thick reinforced concrete slabs, debris cascading like monsoon rain, until he stood unwavering atop the building's rooftop. Night wind shrieked, whipping his saffron robe into furious, defiant flaps, a banner of unbroken will. With his left hand cradling a golden alms bowl and his right eye blazing with wisdom light, his gaze cleaved the ink-black night toward the southern horizon, where two monstrous Yao energies pierced the heavens, entwined in stark green and white fury. Murderous intent froze the air, sharp as frost. White snake, green snake, found you. Whoosh. Before the words faded, he had vanished. At the convention and exhibition center, the moment Fahai ascended, Yamamoto had already withdrawn, dragging Domon, Shingo, and Baika silently to the roadside. The three stared upward at the rooftop, faces unreadable, yet bound by a shared heavy silence. Even Yamamoto himself had not foreseen it. That stone truly contained a monk. White snake, green snake. He rolled the names slowly on his tongue. Suddenly a centuries-old Jiangnan folktale flickered through his mind. Could it truly be him? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes, brows drawing together. Baika lowered her voice. Boss, how did a monk burst forth from that stone? An ancient Chinese text records a tale, the legend of the white snake. There lived a monk named Fahai whose sole vocation was subduing demons. He waged war against two serpents for half a lifetime, only to be betrayed in the end, sealed forever inside a blue-shelled crab. Baika sucked in a sharp breath. So, the national guardian stone spirit is that crab. Was that truly Fahai who just flew off? Yamamoto nodded. Legends say he wields the demon-subduing staff and bears the Vajra flame in his eyes. Demons and fiends alike shatter at his very presence. No wonder Miaoshan claimed the stone spirit could suppress me. It was never the stone she feared, but the being entombed beneath it. Baika sneered him. I refuse to believe that bald monk holds any power over you. Yamamoto paused, thoughtful. Both of you follow him. Engage not in direct combat. Merely test his depth. Report immediately if anything unusual occurs. Yes, boss. The instant Fahai broke free by Susu and Xiao Qian, sitting in a bar, both recoiled inwardly, struck by a vast, solemn, bone-deep presence, familiar, chilling, raising gooseflesh along their spines. Fahai. Their eyes met. No words needed. What had long been destined had finally arrived. Bai Susu slowly raised her eyes, her voice calm, yet sharp like a blade unsheathed. Today the debts of 800 years will be settled. Come Xiaoqing, let's find a place where we won't be disturbed while we wait for him. The night was deep, the last of the patrons had left, and they extinguished the lights and locked the doors. With a light leap, their figures transformed into two streams of azure and white, darting towards the outskirts of the city. At the same moment, Ma Xiaoling was driving back. The sudden surge of oppressive force rolled through her eardrums like distant thunder. She slammed the brakes, the tires screeching on the asphalt as she turned to glance in the direction of the convention center. Master, what's happening? Jin Jingzhong in the passenger seat was taken aback. Ma Xiaoling's expression was grave. Just now, there was a pressure that made it hard to breathe. She had practiced for over 10 years and had absorbed the remnants of Mao Yu's power, her realm far exceeding her previous self after several breakthroughs. Yet compared to that reincarnated Arhut who had been sealed within the stone spirit and endured 800 years of hard cultivation, she was still like a firefly against the blazing sun. Once the Arhut contained his aura, he sped directly towards the place where the demonic energy was concentrated in the western suburbs, and that sense of connection was completely severed. Ma Xiaoling furrowed her brow. The zombie she had been pursuing for half her life had just shown its face, and now another ruthless character, even deeper than she could fathom, had emerged. This was the end of the world. Hiss! Jin Jingzhong suddenly covered his temples, a flash of lightning illuminating his vision. Bai Susu stood in the wind, her garments billowing, her gaze resolute. His face turned pale, and he blurted out, "This is bad. Master Susu and the others are in danger." "How do you know?" Ma Xiaoling was taken aback. Jin Jingzhong took a breath, his hand still on his forehead, feeling confused. "I really can't explain it. It was just a sudden jolt in my heart." "A jolt in your heart?" Ma Xiaoling narrowed her eyes, her expression deepening. He indeed had spiritual insight, but ultimately he was still a mortal body with no true power, unable to even draw runes properly. Where did that sudden intuition come from? "Turn around." She hesitated, no longer turning the steering wheel sharply, the back of the car swinging in an arc. At that very moment, as the stone spirit shattered, Chen Yu, who was sending Wang Zhenzhen home, suddenly stopped and looked up at the convention center. Ma Xiaoling relied on her senses while he relied on his eyes. Dozens of kilometers away, between the clock tower and the twin towers, he quickly locked onto the figure that soared into the sky. a robe fluttering hair like iron rising into the air, like an ancient sword unsheathed after 1,000 years. The R-hood has come out. How interesting. I stopped Kwang Fuxing from facing that calamity, and Yamamoto Kazuo actually came personally. Is it a coincidence? Or have the pieces been set in place, just waiting for the wind to rise? Great tides cannot be altered, only the details can be adjusted. Chen Yu. Wang Zhenzhen saw him in a daze and gently tugged at his sleeve. He withdrew his gaze and smiled. It's going to rain soon. Hurry up, let me take you back first. She responded softly, her fingertips curling slightly. For the first time, she walked beside him until the streetlights were about to go out. Don't want to leave? Or would you like to come rest at my place? No. Her face flushed suddenly, as if scalded, turning and running off her ponytail, swaying in the night wind. At this moment, Bai Susu and Xiaoqing had settled in a remote area in the west of the city. The surroundings were pitch black with no cars in sight, the houses far apart, and even the chirping of insects sparse, exactly suitable for a life-and-death struggle. Swish, swish. The night wind grew fierce, the sound of robes tearing through the air was deafening. In the next moment, the R-hood with hair bristling and a gaze like a blade descended from the sky, stepping on shattered stones, the dust not yet risen, but the oppressive aura was already present. Ha ha. As soon as he broke free, he encountered an archenemy laughing to the heavens, his voice shaking the dry branches. 800 years. A full 800 years. Why Snake? Ching Snake. Today none of you will leave. Bai Susu stood in the wind, her skirt unmoving, her voice as cold as a frozen pond. R-hood, I never thought of avoiding you. Oomph. The R-hit snorted coldly from his nostrils, his gaze sweeping over the two, disdainful, as if looking at two weeds. Xiaoqing stepped forward, a green light flickering in her sleeve. Avoid. If we truly feared you, we wouldn't have sealed you in stone all those years ago. Another 800 years, and we wouldn't tire of it. What's the matter? She raised her chin. Do you still think you're that enlightened monk from back then? The R-hit's gaze darkened, the Buddha seal in his palm, faintly shimmering with gold. Good. Very good. Today this old monk will use Buddhist bones as a contract and cleanly sever ties with you. Come then. If it weren't for the child born on the broken bridge back, then causing my vitality to be greatly injured, would you have had the chance to harm me? The same goes for today. Before Bai Susu's words fell, a surge of dense demonic energy erupted from her body, rushing toward the sky. Before the wind rose, her clothes began to move. The air around her swirled, her form suddenly transformed. Her suit vanished, a pure white dress appearing out of thin air, wide sleeves fluttering like clouds, her hair pinned high, her expression cold and dignified. Xiaoqing also trembled in response, the long-hidden demonic aura erupting violently. In a flash of green light, she transformed into an ancient woman holding a sword. The R-hit fixed his gaze on Xiaoqing, his pupils constricting like needles, the murderous intent so thick, it was almost palpable. 800 years. A full 800 years. Do you know how I endured these 800 years? Today this poor monk will act on behalf of heaven to punish you, sending you both into the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. The voice came wrapped in a cold iron-like malice, and both Bai Susu and Xiaoqing shivered in unison. Sister, no more chatter, he has already lost his mind. Since there's no room for negotiation, then let's battle. As her words fell, the two figures transformed into two streaks of light shooting out with their swords, the sound sharp and piercing. Come on. The R-hit roared, his left hand steadying the purple gold bowl, while his right hand suddenly raised. Golden light erupted, and the Buddhist power surged forth like a tide. Boom! The 1,000-year demonic energy collided fiercely with the Buddhist light, the asphalt surface beneath their feet cracking with every inch, rocks, mixed with black soil, soaring into the sky, a deafening roar. The shockwave swept in all directions, stirring up a turbulent wave of air. The sycamore trees 10 steps away shook violently, fallen leaves like knives, sand and stones splattering wildly. The entire street seemed to have been smashed by a giant hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. The R-hit's golden light shielded him, his moves powerful as a mountain. The wind of his palm made the air wail like furious waves crashing against the shore. Bai Snake and Ching Snake, on the other hand, moved like lightning, their demonic energy taking form with one white and one green giant python coiling around them, sword light crisscrossing cold brilliance like a chain, the sounds of tearing echoing incessantly. At a glance the clashes appeared few, yet each collision sounded like thunder. Shockwaves made it impossible for people to open their eyes, and the sword energy misfired onto the ground, erupting with a deafening bang, splintering the ground into spiderweb-like cracks. Compared to the lukewarm portrayals on the screen at this moment, the three were engaged in a battle of true power far beyond mundane imagination. The snake demon cultivated for 1,000 years, the saintly monk who suffered countless tribulations, were both living legends. And the battle was clearly delineated. The R-hood was stronger. Responding with one hand, his left hand held the golden bowl motionless, while his right hand forced the two women to retreat frequently. Whenever the sword blade grazed his shoulders, it produced a clear ringing sound, sparks flying. After 800 years of sealing his golden body in the Buddhist sect, had reached a state of perfection, not only invulnerable to blades and spears. When Xiaoqing slashed at his crown, a crisp sound rang out, and the blade trembled slightly, leaving no marks on his forehead. This monk is too tough. The snake demon is not easy to deal with either. At a distant street corner, Tang Bin Jinwu and Bai Jia hid in the shadows, their zombie bodies stiff, their expressions grave. Even Bai Jia, who had previously claimed to personally kill the Arhut, was now subdued, her throat moving slightly, her gaze not daring to stray from the battlefield. The overwhelming pressure from Xiaoqing was enough to send chills down her spine. Thousand-year demon cultivator, how could it be just a name? Bai Jia was secretly pondering her chances of success if she launched a surprise attack, while Tang Bin Jinwu squinted, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. With the Arhut's level of cultivation, it was likely that even Yamamoto Kazuo himself could not easily suppress him. What Miaoshan said was indeed not false. The stone spirit of the nation could restrain Yamamoto Kazuo, otherwise how could a master of profound magic like the Arhut emerge out of nowhere? Then the blood of Kuang Tianyo, the Ma family's secret techniques, and even the great son Tathagata's purification mantra. Perhaps were not mere empty talks. After all, when Yamamoto Kazuo returned to the camp, he did not conceal anything, fully informing his three trusted subordinates. Bijia suddenly asked, "Shall we aid them?" "No need," Tang Bin Jinwu shook his head. "We shall observe in silence." This journey had been undertaken solely to gauge Fa Hai's true strength, and now the answer was clear: no further testing was required. Moreover, he harbored no intention of assisting the serpent demons, rather he hoped Fa Hai would grow even more formidable. Should Fa Hai indeed force Yamamoto Ikkyo to reveal his hidden trump cards, it would serve two purposes at once. For 60 years Yamamoto Ikkyo had fed on countless victims. His true power remained known only to himself. Even Tang Bin Jinwu could not fathom its depth. Yet Bijia was different. She surpassed Herman in strength and stood above Tang Bin Jinwu in rank. Thus she ignored his counsel. "I shall test this monk myself." Before the words had fully left her lips, Fa Hai had already withstood both blades, then instantly retaliated with a palm strike and a sweeping kick. Bai Susu and Xiaoqing flew backward like severed kites. Bijia's gaze sharpened, her figure tore through the air, dissolving into a streak of ink-black afterimage. "Monk, face my challenge." At that moment Fa Hai had just repelled the white and green serpents several paces back and was preparing to pursue, when a woman's crisp cry rang out behind him, triggering an instinctive pivot and glance over his shoulder. In an instant, thick ink-like darkness descended like a shroud, sunlight vanished, and all color bled from the world. What malevolent specter dares intrude? Fa Hai's pupils contracted sharply, he staggered back 2 steps. Yet before his spine could fully tense, a gale force blow struck his face. Bang! Bang! Bijia sealed his 5 senses with necrotic chi, then closed in while he was blinded, and his divine sense dulled. Her palms, charged with crushing momentum, slammed squarely into Fa Hai's chest. Her necrotic chi surged like a tidal wave, capable of toppling stone towers, but upon striking his golden-hued corporeal shell it produced only 2 dull thuds, failing even to ripple its surface. Fa Hai's hair and beard flared outward as he roared, "Demonic wretch, your arrogance knows no bounds." Buddha's light wisdom eyes break. Lightning flashed from his eyes, and Bijia's artifice shattered instantly. He countered with a downward palm strike. The gale rose from the earth, whipping Bijia's bangs violently backward. She hastily raised her palms to block. The moment her wrists grazed the edge of that golden radiance, searing force erupted into her meridians. Her necrotic chi churned like boiling water, her flesh prickling with sharp pain. Boom! She hurtled backward like a broken kite, slamming headlong into a lamppost 15 meters away. The metal twisted grotesquely, the glass housing shattering. Fa Hai instantly recognized her as one of the 3 figures who had stirred a faint tremor in his heart when the ancient seal fractured. His voice turned icy, "Demoness, I have yet to seek you out, yet you dare deliver yourselves to death." Before the final syllable faded, Bai Susu and Xiaoqing cried out in unison, "Fa Hai, your adversaries are us." 2 plumes of demonic energy surged skyward, one white, one green, like living serpents coiling fiercely, forcibly halting Fa Hai's advance. His pursuit of Bijia halted mid-stride, and he was once again drawn into fierce combat. The 2 women knew this newcomer was no foe. Even without knowing her name, they sensed shared enmity. Once more 3 forces collided in brutal entanglement. Dozens of exchanges passed, neither side gaining ground. Suddenly Fa Hai left himself utterly exposed, neither dodging nor deflecting. Clang! Clang! Bai Susu's blade struck his crown, Xiaoqing's sword slashed toward his shoulder. Metal shrieked against metal, sparks erupting, but his golden body remained unmarred, unmoved. Perish! Fa Hai's roar shook the heavens. A horizontal palm strike smashed into Bijia's left shoulder. Buddha force detonated, flooding her throat with metallic bitterness as she rocketed backward like a stone hurled from a trebuchet. Toward Bai Susu and Xiaoqing he bore hatred, toward Bijia, who had brazenly disrupted 8 centuries of karmic destiny. He felt nothing but bone-deep loathing. As Bai Susu and Xiao Qing locked onto Fa Hai, once more Tang Bin Jinwu rushed forward and caught the swaying Bijia in his arms. Bijia, can you hold on? My lips have gone blue. My breath is thin, she whispered, her voice frail as a falling leaf. That monk is too strong. Retreat. This place is no longer safe. Without waiting for reply, Tang Bin Jinwu hoisted her and vanished into the shadowed alleyway. With their ally gone, Bai Susu and Xiao Qing were instantly overwhelmed. Bai Susu suddenly felt her limbs go weak, her viscera burning. Signs of the fivefold celestial decay re-emerged without warning, her vitality plummeting to its nadir. Fa Hai's peripheral vision caught the change. He acted without hesitation, driving a palm straight into her lower abdomen. Bai Susu spat a mouthful of blood, her body tumbling far across the courtyard, leaving a long crimson trail on the bluestone pavement. Sister, Xiao Qing screamed, died unfinished. Fa Hai seized the opening, driving a kick into her flank. She arced sideways, crashing hard beside Bai Susu. Both bodies lay drenched in blood and dust, barely able to stir. Ha, demonkind's annihilation draws nigh. Fa Hai threw back his head and laughed, a cruel, triumphant sound, malevolence steaming from his brow, as if 800 years of obsession had finally taken root. He raised his foot to crush the remnants of resistance. Suddenly, shrieking through the night, a pair of blinding beams pierced the gloom, streaking directly toward them. Fa Hai, unfamiliar with automobile headlights, instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes and froze mid-step. Scree! A sedan screeched to a halt. Jin Jingzhong burst from the driver's seat. Ma Xiaoling followed close behind, planting her demon-subduing staff firmly on the ground, her gaze sharp as a blade as she fixed it upon Fa Hai. Monk, state your name. He is Fa Hai. Bai Susu murmured weakly from Jin Jingzhong's arms, her voice light as a drifting leaf. Fa Hai. Jin Jingzhong recoiled in disbelief. Ma Xiaoling's expression darkened instantly. What? You're Fa Hai. Fa Hai snorted coldly, his eyes slicing across the two like knives. Humph. Who are you? And why do you impede me in carrying out heaven's justice? Had Ma Xiaoling exuded even a trace of demonic aura, or had Jin Jingzhong borne the slightest taint of incorruption, he would have struck without mercy, leaving no survivors. But today no one would stop him from settling old scores. Ma Xiaoling raised her voice. My name matters little. The truth is, I am their friend. Not a single hair on their head shall be harmed. Not today. Fa Hai's gaze hardened instantly. This elder has refrained from striking you only because you too walked the Taoist path. Yet you consort with demons, as if such folly were acceptable. None may stand in my way, today. Before the final word had left his lips, he launched himself skyward, hurtling forward. Then let us settle this by strength alone. Staff in hand, Ma Xiaoling met him heated. At first glance her chest tightened. An oppressive aura emanating from the bald monk constricted her very breath. Clang, clang, clang. Staff met palm, metal screamed against flesh. Each impact sent thousand June force surging up the staff, rattling her organs and forcing blood upward into her throat. Trouble. She couldn't endure it. Within mere exchanges she knew she stood no chance against him. His power exceeded all expectation, truly the Fa Hai of ancient chronicles. Boom. Before 10 exchanges had passed, Ma Xiaoling was hurled backward by a thunderous palm strike. Had he not spared her mortal frame, that blow would have shattered bones and ruptured tendons. It was unavoidable. The Ma clan had mastered talismans across generations and summoned celestial dragons, but never cultivated the Buddha's golden body, nor possessed the profound foundational strength to break all techniques through sheer force. Demon beast, yield your life. Before Ma Xiaoling even touched the ground, Fa Hai appeared beside her like a phantom, reaching for Bai Susu's crown. Don't you touch Susu. Jin Jingzhong instinctively threw himself between them, and was blasted backwards, several zhong blood spraying from his mouth as he collapsed motionless. Bai Susu's face paled. Then astonishingly the signs of the fivefold celestial decay receded, and her demonic energy surged back with sudden intensity. She leapt skyward, intercepting Fa Hai's descending palm midair. Go now. You cannot defeat him. Xiao Qing also forced herself upright, gritting her teeth as she darted to Bai Susu's side. Dual blades flashing, locking Fa Hai down in desperate sacrificial combat, buying Ma Xiaoling and the others a sliver of survival. Ma Xiaoling's return to aid them stirred deep gratitude, but Bai Susu knew the truth: no one would leave tonight. She refused to drag others into her doom. Zhengzhong, can you hold on? Ma Xiaoling knelt beside Jin Jingzhong, her disciple. Blood trickled from his lip, his face was ashen, his voice a threadbare whisper. Master, I'm fine. Though he claimed to be unharmed, Ma Xiaoling instantly perceived his disrupted breath and ruptured meridians. The blow would have killed an ordinary person outright. That he remained conscious and able to speak was sheer fortune. At that moment Jin Jingzhong suddenly seized her sleeve, his voice hoarse. Master, Teacher Chen, right? Him too. Ma Xiaoling's heart leapt. She immediately fumbled for her phone. Only that man's arrival could possibly turn the tide. Yet the instant her fingertip brushed the screen, she slowly withdrew her hand and slipped the device back into her pocket. Master, why not strike? Jin Jingzhong lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze unfocused. Ma Xiaoling shook her head, gently offering no reply, and rose slowly, her grip tightening around the demon-subduing staff. This grudge belonged solely to Fa Hai and Bai Susu. Its moral weight inscrutable, its justice elusive. Yet as friends, she could not stand idle while they fell before her eyes. As for not making that call, she refused to send Chen Yu to his death. Though formidable, he still fell short against Fa Hai. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds echoed as Bai Susu and Xiao Qing were hurled backward once more by the force of the palm strike. Their robes stained crimson as they crashed hard into a heap of shattered stone. Boom! Just as Ma Xiaoling raised her staff to charge, a thunderclap detonated across the distant horizon. Lightning serpentine and blinding tore through the night sky, suddenly bathing the entire heavens in stark, searing light. The heavens had truly shifted. That very morning, weather forecasts had warned of torrential rain and lightning tonight, advising all to avoid open spaces and guard against electrocution. Few ever took such warnings seriously. Now a sudden chill wind rose, ink-black clouds churned overhead heavy with dampness pressing low upon the earth. Within their depths silver serpents writhed and lashed, strike after strike cleaving the dense obsidian firmament. Yet neither Fa Hai nor the white or green serpents spared even a glance upward. Xiao Qing flung to the ground, sprang upright, and cried fiercely, "Fa Hai, face my artifact." Hum! Her fingers danced, a mystic seal formed, and midair shimmered a jade-green wheel over a meter wide, its rim lined with serrated razor-sharp teeth radiating an aura of biting cold. With a flick of her wrist, the wheel shrieked forth, aimed straight at Fa Hai's throat. Forged from her own shed serpent scales refined over years of cultivation, it bore her spiritual essence, its power far surpassing that of any common magical artifact. Fa Hai, already lunging toward Bai Susu, froze midair at the wheel's approach. With a twist of his waist, he executed a flawless aerial backflip, barely evading the blade-like edge that could shear iron as if it were paper. Shoo! 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 Before the first sonic crack faded, 3 new jade wheels erupted from Xiao Qing's palms, spinning, crisscrossing, darting with ear-splitting shrieks, trapping Fa Hai midair in a lethal vortex, leaving him momentarily unable to break free. Xiao Qing's breath came ragged and tight as she strained to turn her head. "Hurry! Help my elder sister flee." She manifests the 5 signs of celestial decay. Her spiritual energy is collapsing. She cannot endure much longer. The 5 signs of celestial decay. Ma Xiaoling had already stepped forward, but halted mid-stride upon hearing those words. A chilling clarity struck her. No wonder Bai Sujin's techniques wavered and her vital energy faltered. Even Xiao Qing could not hold Fa Hai at bay. She was nearing the end of her celestial lifespan. Understood. Be careful. Ma Xiaoling nodded, then dashed toward Bai Susu. But the moment her fingertips brushed Bai Susu's arm, Fa Hai roared, his voice like rending silk. "No one leaves here with them today." His inner Buddha energy erupted violently. The golden alms bowl he'd held aloft with his left hand blazed with incandescent light, radiating 10,000 golden rays, as it hurtled toward the jade wheels with unstoppable momentum. The golden bowl bestowed by the Buddha himself was no match for mere serpent scales. Moreover, Fa Hai had long discerned the wheel's trajectories, his counterstrike precise, ruthless, and devastating. Boom, 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 boom. 4 deafening explosions ripped through the air. The jade wheels shattered into fragments, and the recoil slammed into Xiao Qing's viscera like a sledgehammer. A metallic tang flooded her mouth. She vomited a gout of bright red blood. In that same instant, the golden bowl slipped from his grasp. Fa Hai descended like a hunting eagle, palm thrust toward Ma Xiaoling. Its passing pressure collapsed the air itself, churning the asphalt beneath into a web of cracking fissures. Enraged beyond restraint, he would tolerate no further interference. This blow carried his full, unrestrained might. Ma Xiaoling felt a mountainous force crash down upon her. Clenching the demon-subduing staff across her chest, she braced. Then came a dull, sickening thud. Her chi surged violently, blood welled at the corner of her lips, and she was hurled backward, slamming hard into a pile of rubble 20 paces away. "Master!" From afar, Jin Jingzhong, slumped helplessly on the ground, shrieked, watching Ma Xiaoling soar into the air, his face instantly draining to the pallor of ash. Bai Susu lay prostrate, her breath shallow. Xiao Qing knelt on one knee, her lips tinged blue. Ma Xiaoling curled amid the rubble, her chest heaving violently. Was this truly where they would all fall? Boom, boom, boom. The heavens split apart. Silver serpents thrashed wildly. One colossal bolt after another tore through the night, crashing onto the street. Fire blossomed, scorched earth heaved, and crackling arcs of electricity raced directly toward Fa Hai's feet. Simultaneously with the thunderclap, a black silhouette streaked diagonally from the night sky, long arms wrapping firmly around Ma Xiaoling's waist, spinning midair and landing lightly atop a lamppost over 10 meters high. It was Chen Yu, returning at breakneck speed after escorting Wang Zhenzhen home. He glanced down at Ma Xiaoling, her face ashen in his arms, his brows faintly furrowed, still holding on. "Yeah, I'll manage. Not dead yet. But watch yourself. This monk, he's no joke." Ma Xiaoling leaned weakly against his arm, a faint flush warming her ears as she offered a wry, blood-tinted smile. Chen Yu gave a silent nod. Below, Fa Hai tilted his head upward, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon the youth perched atop the lamppost, his voice deep and iron-hard. "And who, pray tell, are you?" Tonight, one interloper after another had intervened, disrupting his long-awaited reckoning. His patience had long since evaporated. 8 centuries of pent-up slaughterlust now burned like oil poured onto fire, turning his pupils crimson. He only wished to subdue the 2 serpent demons swiftly and utterly. Chen Yu stood tall above him, calm and detached. "I never intended to interfere in your affairs. A millennium-old grudge has long since scattered on the wind. Today's right and wrong. Who can truly judge? Yet you harm my friend." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Ma Xiaoling's bloodied lips. "We've yet to formalize our sworn brotherhood, but our bond has long been forged in truth. So this fight is unavoidable." Before the final syllable faded, he descended with Ma Xiaoling cradled in his arms, gently setting her down on solid ground. "Take them and go. This place, I'll handle it." Without waiting for Ma Xiaoling's reply, he strode forward toward Fa Hai. An invisible weight descended. Air thickened, breath caught in throats, movement grew leaden and labored. It was the natural, overwhelming pressure radiating from his unleashed biofield, an ancient primordial beast stirring awake after 10,000 years of slumber. Crack! A blinding white lightning bolt, thick as a water barrel, plummeted from the clouds, striking Chen Yu square on the crown. His entire body vanished beneath searing electric light, robes snapping, hair standing on end. Then came the second, third. Boom, 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 boom. Thunderbolts rained down relentlessly, each channeling directly into his frame. He stood motionless, yet appeared as the thunder god incarnate, meting out divine punishment. His aura swelled tier upon tier until even Fa Hai's pupils contracted sharply. Celestial thunder, nature's most violent, most uncontrollable force. Yet this youth commanded it as though wielding his own limbs, drawing lightning as a blade, guiding it with absolute mastery. Even in his own era, when immortals flourished side by side, such mastery was legendary, rare beyond measure. Zzz. Lightning erupted from beneath Chen Yu's feet. His figure vanished, leaving only a scorching arc of ionized air closing the distance in an instant. His right fist wreathed in wind and thunder, driving straight toward Fa Hai's face. Blue-violet lightning coiled around him like living serpents, then exploded outward, converging into his fist thick as a man's arm, hurling itself downward in a cataclysmic barrage. "Let this old monk see. By what authority do you dare stand in my way?" Fa Hai bellowed, a sound like bronze bells tolling, his inner Bud energy surging forth in full force. His Arhut golden body reached its zenith, skin gleaming, gold bones resonating like temple chimes, his entire form seeming cast from sacred gilding, solemn and inviolable. Boom! Fist met palm, deafening earth-shaking. In that instant, the ground within 10 meters fractured and collapsed, soil and stone heaving like boiling water, while hundreds of tons of shattered earth erupted skyward, laced with violent chi surges, as if the earth itself had been torn open by a wound. Right behind came a visible shockwave, a churning tide of golden light and crackling lightning arcs sweeping outward with gale force fury across dozens of paces. Streetlights bent, double tree trunks snapped clean in 2 brick walls, crumbling into dust, its roar like mountains collapsing and oceans surging. Boom, boom, boom. Amid rolling clouds of dust and smoke, thunderous detonations echoed without cease. Chi blasts sliced through the air like blades. Blacktop roads spiderwebbed with fishers' billboards spiraled away midair, roadside trees sheared cleanly at the waist, even curbstones exploded into fine powder. Because Chen Yu had deliberately drawn the battle far from them and shrouded it in thick smoke and chaotic lightning, Ma Xiaoling and the others could only watch from afar, unable to discern details. All they sensed was blinding gold light piercing the heart of the smoke, ink-black clouds churning overhead and jagged serpents of lightning striking down again and again, as if a corner of heaven's court had crumbled and gods and immortals were locked in celestial combat amidst the storm clouds. Bai Susu, Shaoqing, Jin Jingzhong, and Ma Xiaoling froze in unison, their faces drained of color. None had anticipated it. That young man who always greeted others with a gentle smile, spoke in soft, scholarly tones, and walked with the quiet grace of a scholar, could stand toe-to-toe with Fa Hai, each punch and kick shaking mountains and splitting earth. Ma Xiaoling instinctively clenched the hem of her sleeve. She remembered clearly during their first meeting in Macau, the threads of lightning dancing in Chen Yu's palm had been no thicker than a thumb. On the night at Jejia Tower, they'd grown only slightly wider, still raw, still unrefined. And yet in barely 10 days he had already mastered the invocation of heavenly thunder, harnessing the wrath of the heavens itself. Too overwhelming. Jin Jingzhong's throat bobbed as his eyes strained wide, a fierce heat rising in his chest. If only he possessed such power himself. Ma Xiaoling snapped back to awareness, her voice low but razor-sharp. "Go. While he holds Fa Hai, we retreat. Now." No hesitation. She seized Bai Susu's arm. Shaoqing hoisted Jin Jingzhong, and all three dashed into the car. The engine roared, tires shrieked, and the vehicle fishtailed sharply, vanishing into the distance in a blur of dust and speed. Fortunately, though the earlier clash had raged violently, gales rocking the car violently, the chassis remained intact and the tires unscathed. At the epicenter of the battlefield, Fahai's entire body blazed with golden flame. His arms hung heavy as cast iron, meeting every blow heated. Yet each step backward left behind a web of cracks in the blue bricks beneath him, soil exploding upward as if struck by artillery shells. Opposite him, Chen Yu's arms and neck coiled with sapphire-ambulate lightning. His limbs trembled at frequencies too rapid for the eye to track. His punches now shattered the sound barrier. Tentasantan force compressed into the palm of a single fist, its kinetic energy over 10 times greater than that of a fully loaded freighter slamming full speed into shore. Thus, each strike violently compressed the air ahead, causing explosive concussions rupturing the atmosphere itself. The thunder-wrapped pressure wave surged forward like an iron wall, hurling gravel backward and flattening treetops. Each time Fahai's golden body absorbed a direct hit, its radiance flared and dimmed violently. Each step he retreated carved a crater nearly a foot deep, as if ignited by a fuse. In just minutes of combat, thousands of exchanges had already occurred. The entire street lay ravaged. Streetlights tilted like tombstones, plane trees sprawled like bleached bones, dust choking the air like a desert sandstorm blotting out the sun. The commotion grew so immense it awakened nearby residents. Many rubbed their eyes and stumbled to windows only to witness distant flashes of golden light across the earth, wild arcs of fire and lightning, sudden black clouds pressing down like a siege, gales ripping tiles from rooftops, and skies stained crimson by roaring flames, as if the apocalypse had descended. Faces paled, hands trembled as they reached for phones, yet none dared record a single second of video. A vein pulsed faintly at Fahai's temple. This youth's physique was no product of ordinary body cultivation arts. After 8 centuries of arduous cultivation, his Arhut golden body neared perfection, yet in sheer strength and explosive speed, he was consistently outmatched. Even with countless martial techniques and profound Buddhist doctrines at his command, he could not reverse this stark, brutal dominance. More troubling still, he was human. While Buddhalite naturally suppressed demons and spirits, it brushed over him like a passing breeze, yet natural thunder struck his golden body with numbing force, causing subtle stagnation in his chi and blood. And that body itself. Each time Fahai found an opening and landed a heavy blow to Chen Yu's shoulders, back, or torso, the youth didn't even flinch, only to retaliate instantly, his counterstrike sending shockwaves rattling Fahai's internal organs. Yet when Fahai endured an identical blow, he felt only a faint tremor in his flesh, not a single breath disturbed. What manner of monstrous prodigy had emerged from nowhere? You persist in obstructing me. Do not blame me for showing no mercy. Before the words fully left his lips, Fahai yanked both arms inward, crossing them tightly before his chest to absorb Chen Yu's barrage of blows. The blast of wind shattered the air. His body sank slightly, then launched backward in a controlled retreat, landing firmly 100 jong away. 100 meters distant, he clenched his empty hand midair. The golden alms bowl, having shattered Shaoqing's artifact earlier, hovered nearby. Now, as if pulled by invisible silk, it shot toward him in a blinding streak of gold and slammed into his palm with a resonant zhong. Behold my sect's mountain-subduing treasure. Vast torrents of Buddha power flooded into the bowl, which flared with incandescent brilliance. Concentric rings of golden light rippled outward from its rim, solemn, searing, unbearable to gaze upon directly. Hum! The bowl shot skyward, inverted its mouth, aimed squarely at Chen Yu. Instantly, an overwhelming suction force crashed downward. Air warped, the ground cracked, as if heaven and earth themselves were constricting their throats. Chen Yu's robes whipped wildly, his hair thrashed in the gale, but his feet remained rooted to the earth, utterly unmoved, like twin iron pillars driven deep into the dragon veins of the land, towering and immovable as a mountain. Impossible. Fahai's pupils contracted sharply. Even Bai Sujin, after a millennium of cultivation, had gradually lost strength under this very technique, until finally sealed inside the bowl. Could it be that because Chen Yu was flesh and blood mortal, the bowl's suppression effect had been drastically weakened? He could conceive of no other explanation. With a flick of his wrist, the bowl whirled back and settled smoothly into his palm once more. His gaze swept toward Chen Yu in the distance, and he scoffed coldly. I truly did not expect. There still exists in this world a master of body cultivation whose hard qigong has reached such absolute perfection. No wonder you dared intrude upon this affair. But do not mistake my restraint for helplessness. Great sun subjugation mantra commence. Crockum. A thunderclap split the heavens. The torrential rain finally poured down, plunging the world into chaotic obscurity. Arrows of rain fell thick and fast, yet none breached the 3-foot radius around Fahai. A pale gold Buddha light shimmered over his skin, raindrops shattered on contact, scattering into mist. His saffron robe billowed, the golden bowl gleamed, truly the aura of a saint of the Buddhist teachings. Chen Yu stood likewise, an invisible chi barrier swirled about him, Raindrops never touched his garments. They slid silently off, leaving a perfect half-meter sphere of dry air around him. As a reincarnated Arhut personally ordained by the Tathagata, Fahai's cultivation spanned nearly 1,000 years. Not merely golden body and spiritual power, but also countless esoteric Buddhist arts and demon-subduing techniques etched into his very marrow. Yet just as his fingers began forming sacred mudras and sacred Sanskrit syllables rose to his lips, Chen Yu suddenly stilled the lightning dancing about his body and spoke calmly, "That's enough for today. I have classes tomorrow morning. Fahai, I'll test your limits again another day." Before the final word faded, the earth beneath his feet cracked with a sharp kacha, and he vanished, a gray streak tearing through the rain, rocketing straight up into the heavens. "Stay!" Fahai roared, launching himself skyward, glaring furiously into the void above. But Chen Yu's velocity now exceeded the sound barrier by more than threefold. In the blink of an eye, he pierced the dense black clouds, his figure dissolving into the abyssal night, leaving only an endless expanse of ink-dark sky. A guttural scream tore through wind and rain. His Buddha power erupted uncontrollably. Air-detonated raindrops transformed into steel pellets, lashing outward across 10 paces, felling grass and trees, pulverizing stone into flying shards. 8 centuries of pent-up hatred, just as it seemed ready to take root, had been severed again and again. Even the white snake and green snake had been snatched from beneath his very eyes. By Suzhen. "Xiaoqing, you may hide for now, but you cannot hide forever. I will find you." His furious cry still echoing, he stepped upon empty air and shot away like lightning, vanishing once more into the tempest's heart. The torrential rain poured down with the clouds hanging low. Chen Yu stood at an altitude of several thousand meters. Beneath him, the outline of the Jia building, above him a turbulent sea of lead gray clouds, occasionally illuminated by silver flashes of lightning that reflected his cold and stern features. Ma Xiaoling, Jin Zhengzhong by Susu, and Xiao Qing. 4 distinct auras could be clearly sensed, all in Jin Zhengzhong's apartment downstairs. He did not descend. He merely stood at the cloud's base, gazing down at the city soaked by the rain, silently reviewing the battle that had just transpired. In terms of sheer power, with a grip of 3,000 tons and an arm swing generating over 10,000 tons of impact, he was more brutal, faster, and harder than Fahai. Yet in actual combat, he had not managed to achieve victory. The crux was not in technique, but in Fahai's nearly 1,000-year-old Buddhist power. That was not ordinary spiritual energy, but the purest essence honed over years, dissipating when met with force and transforming upon impact. The full force of a physical strike was reduced to merely 30% against him. Furthermore, with that Buddhist golden body, Chen Yu's fist struck at supersonic speed, exerting localized pressure nearing tens of thousands of tons, yet could only leave fleeting bruises upon its skin. With a slight stagnation of qi and blood, the power vanished like smoke. Had it not been for borrowing the biological field to summon thunder, forcefully suppressing with the power of nature, the outcome of that battle would still remain uncertain. At present, his ability to control thunder was more than sufficient for dealing with wandering souls and wild spirits, and injuring third-generation zombies was not a difficult task. However, to truly inflict heavy damage upon Fahai or an opponent of Yamamoto Kazuo's caliber, he was still lacking a breadth, a layer of refinement. Moreover, there was Fahai's innate battle instinct. That kind of anticipation that moves before conscious thought, like cicadas falling silent before the autumn wind arrives. That was the vigilance ingrained in bones from countless life and death struggles. Such intuition had long transcended the boundaries of techniques and sinews, clearly embodying what the Buddhist teachings refer to as fate. Premonition. Chen Yu murmured softly, his brows slightly furrowing. In this encounter with Fahai, he had gained far more than expected. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he had roughly gauged his current capabilities. If even Fahai could not suppress him, then Yamamoto Kazuo was naturally no cause for concern. After all, according to the original fate, Yamamoto Kazuo would need to launch a surprise attack when he was unprepared, and with the assistance of Quan Tianyo, only then could they barely inflict heavy damage upon Fahai. Ultimately, it was still Tathagata who appeared, guiding him away. Yet today's battle clearly exposed one fact. Relying solely on brute force of flesh and blood was still too thin when facing true transcendent beings. Of course, it was not that the essence of his power was insufficient, or rather he was still in the early stages, far from the realm capable of shaking everything. In his prime, the great transcendent's power was measured in millions of tons. Imagine compressing millions of tons of force into a fist exploding with such overwhelming might. What destruction could that bring? Not to mention the silver great transcendent, who had already stepped into the realm of concepts. Inspiration strikes, foreseeing the future, or refining the false into the true, forging the great transcendent's power into absolute reality. Thoughts momentarily heavy, Chen Yu held firm in his heart. The former would teach him to stand invincible with no one able to scheme against him. The latter would ensure the great transcendent's power took root, its might no longer diminished. Yet at present he was already strained, just maintaining 2 abilities. Especially with the second awakening's immunity to all methods. Its power was astonishing, but each inch of advancement drained vast amounts of his spirit and will. In fact, he still had a hidden card, the superheat ray, but he did not intend to reveal it just yet. He would save it for the next opponent to catch them off guard. Moreover, even if he defeated Fahai, what would it matter in the end? He could not truly take his life. The torrential rain continued to pour. Chen Yu swooped down from the night sky, landing steadily on the rooftop of the Jia building. Inside, Ma Xiaoling and the others immediately noticed. Chen Yu, you're back. She stood by the window looking at him, her voice wrapped in a barely perceptible tension. Are you hurt? I'm fine, he replied, stepping closer. He pushed the door open, his clothes and hair dry, not a trace of water on him. Inside the room, Jin Jingzhong lay in bed, his complexion pale. Bai Susu leaned against the sofa, her breathing faint. Xiao Qing sat quietly with her head down, her gaze still showing lingering sadness. Just now Susu gave the Yuan Dan to Jingzhong. Otherwise he wouldn't have made it through tonight. Ma Xiaoling spoke slowly, briefly recounting what had transpired after they returned to the building. That strike was taken by Jin Jingzhong on her behalf, nearly resulting in his death at the hands of Fahai. Bai Susu felt an unshakable guilt, and thus exhausted her essence to save him. After all, she could not escape the 5 declines of heaven and man. The price was only 3 days of life remaining. Ma Xiaoling had already sealed the entire building with talismans blocking off the demonic energy, preventing Fahai from tracking them. This seal would last for 3 days. There were many empty rooms in the building, and after her persuasion by Susu, and Xiao Qing temporarily stayed, using it as a place to rest. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Susu slowly got up with Xiao Qing's assistance, nodding slightly towards Chen Yu. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your help. Chen Yu waved his hand. No need for thanks. I had no intention of intervening in your matters. It's just that he hurt Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling's throat tightened, her eyes warming, but she quickly turned her face away, leaving only a silent profile. Bai Susu sighed lightly. Regardless, we will remember this kindness. She then turned to Xiao Qing. If you hadn't arrived in time today, even if Xiao Qing and I could escape, we would have been left with barely half a life. Xiao Qing pursed her lips, her tone slightly bitter. If it weren't for my sister's 5 declines of heaven and man acting up, how could Fahai have easily succeeded? Bai Susu shook her head, her voice extremely soft. Such words are meaningless now. It's too late. You should rest. I need to head back. Class is still on tomorrow. They'll see you off. Without waiting for him to speak, Ma Xiaoling had already turned and walked towards the elevator. Chen Yu had no choice but to follow. He had intended to take off directly, but seeing her expression was unusual. As if she had something to say, he complied with her wishes. The elevator descended, the numbers silently flickering. He turned his head, his gaze landing on her face. How's your injury? Is it serious? It's nothing serious. Just some qi and blood surging, no damage to my organs. With the talisman's pressure, 2 days of rest will be enough. He paused, suddenly asking, Ma Xiaoling, recently it seems you have some issues with me. Did I offend you? Is that so? Is there? Her ears turned slightly red, and she quickly averted her gaze, avoiding his eyes. Yes. Chen Yu nodded. I just feel that after that day, when Zhenzhen took us to the bar, and after that drink of heart wine, you seemed a bit off. Speaking hesitantly, acting timidly, not as straightforward as before. You? Did you see something? No. I truly didn't see anything. Ma Xiaoling instinctively shook her head, trying to brush the matter aside. But before she could finish, Chen Yu laughed. Not right. You're definitely hiding something. And that person is me. So you're thinking that your good friend Zhenzhen might have an interest in me, yet you can't bring yourself to compete with a friend, so you chose to avoid me and act cold, deliberately creating distance between us. Does this reasoning hold any water? His eyes were squinting, his tone light, yet it hung like a small hook, directly snagging her heart. Ma Xiaoling was stunned, staring at him without blinking. The secret was unexpectedly exposed, and she instead felt relieved, her anger flaring up. Why didn't I realize earlier that, Chen Yu, your face is thick enough to be used as a city wall? Stop flattering yourself. Who would want to like you? I have a pile of worries these days. Where would I find the mood to pay attention to you? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Worries? It wouldn't be that your period came, would it? What period? Ma Xiaoling's ears blushed, and she immediately changed the subject. Right, honestly tell me, when did you develop this ability? Even that big monk was pressed and beaten by you. I almost thought I was hallucinating. Seeing her sudden turn, Chen Yu did not expose her, simply grinning as he replied. Today was purely a stroke of luck catching the thunderstorm. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, I might not have been able to restrain him. It has only manifested recently. I never felt this before. Perhaps it is related to the rapid growth of my strength. That statement was not exaggerated. If the biophysical field had not been activated, reaching a near heaven-human resonance, he could not have summoned the thunder of the heavens. Ma Xiaoling fixed her eyes on him. Why do I feel like you're teasing me? Would I deceive Boss Ma? Chen Yu spread his hands. If I'm lying, punish me. Have a beauty named Ma Xiaoling give me a kiss. In your dreams. I'd rather bite out my tongue than kiss you. Fine, don't kiss me. But shouting so loudly. Do you intend for the whole building to hear? Strangely, the awkwardness between them dissipated, and even the air seemed lighter. Ma Xiaoling herself scarcely noticed their words grew closer, laughter came more often, and their shoulders edged nearer to one another. When she drove Chen Yu home, the clock hand was nearly brushing midnight. Chen Yu unclipped his seatbelt and said casually, "It's late. Why not stay here tonight? I have spare rooms." Ma Xiaoling shot him a sidelong glance and knitted her brow, flirting with me. "Keep dreaming. Hurry up and go. You have to clock in at work in the morning." The car door slammed, she floored the accelerator and did not look back. Yet as the vehicle rounded the corner, her cheeks flushed, her fingers unconsciously picked at the rim of the steering wheel, and the corner of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. Chen Yu hummed as he entered, showered, and tumbled into bed. His eyelids sank, and he fell asleep quickly. In Tantian Pavilion, Shanban Yifu stood with arms folded by Jia's bed, his expression composed. Jia's face was pale, though leaning on the pillow she whispered, "Boss, it's really nothing. I just took a monk's palm. Rest for a couple days and it'll be fine." Shanban Yifu's tone was gentle, still saying, "You're fine. Lie down properly. Herman will bring you a meal soon." When he left the room, Tang Benjinwu stood at the door with his hands at his sides, back rigidly straight. Shanban Yifu looked toward the dim sky and spoke softly. Miaoshan was right. The Jinghua Shirling, or perhaps Fahai himself, has become a tangible stumbling block for us. Continue to trace Fahai's whereabouts. Defer the other matters. Yes, boss. Because Jia was injured, Tang Benjinwu had withdrawn her early and therefore did not witness Chen Yu's lone battle with Fahai. At dawn, sirens rent the thin morning mist. Swarms of officers sped to the scene of last night's battle. Gao Bao stood in the middle of the road, staring blankly at the devastation, murmuring, "This was a colossal monster passing through last night." The 8-lane asphalt was utterly ruined, pitted like the lunar surface. A rubble mixed with scorched earth churned and splashed. The entire road had been ripped open and upheaved. Bus shelters leaned, and collapsed pavement bricks flew into the air. Lamp posts were twisted like bent wire, as if a giant hand had casually snapped them. The roadside greenery was nearly wiped out. Surviving trunks stood bare, and broken branches and torn leaves carpeted the street. The sight resembled a Category 20 typhoon paired with a magnitude 7 earthquake thundering through. Maybe it really was monsters. Huang Tianyu crouched and pinched up a fistful of ashen-black powder, brow furrowed. His nostrils twitched. The air still held an indescribable aftershock that sent a chill down his spine. 2 wisps of malignant chi drifted faintly, making his heart leap. Eerily familiar, 2 others pressed heavy against his chest like muted thunder rolling past his ears. Among the rubble, cracked blue bricks, collapsed shutters, skewed lamp posts. Huang Tianyu stepped over shards of glass, his boots creaking. He did not need confirmation. Last night this street had hosted a brutal fight in which neither side had revealed itself. The aftershock alone had overturned half a lane. There really are yokai. I'm not making this up. My home is far from here, but a bang woke me. I looked up and saw golden light parting the rain and 2 serpents, blue and white, coiling through the clouds. Then bam, bam, bam. These craters, they crashed them out. If you had seen it, half your soul would have been frightened away. In the end, the thunder deity came down to finish it. With 1 raise of the hand, lightning all hammered this place. So according to you, last night's torrential rain was summoned by the thunder deity. Exactly. Thunder fell like dumplings from the sky, all striking this street. I was face down on the ground, not daring to breathe. What if 1 bolt had landed on my forehead? Those 2 serpents. Huge. Truly enormous. From here to the stairwell, about that long. All right, you go home first. We will contact you if needed. Gao Bao snapped his notebook, shut his tone dry. The neighbors' accounts grew ever more vivid. Monsters, flying serpents, golden light, thunder gods. Each detail pronounced, and yet not a single claim fit within reason. Huang Tianyu stepped closer. Did you get anything? Gao Bao shoved the transcripts into his hand. Read them yourself. They all say monsters were fighting, and the thunder deity kept watch, and they're absolutely certain. If I hadn't been raised reciting materialism, I might have been reaching to kneel before the incense burner. Huang Tianyu flipped a few pages, his finger halting. Blue-white twin serpents, golden shadows cutting the sky, thunder obeying a palm. Could it really be them? He had chased 2 zombie trails into Xiangjiang East District last night, and only returned when the storm began, utterly missing that confrontation. In the distance, Inspector Lu Hai waved at them. Gao Bao, come here. On my way. Gao Bao bolted. Lu Hai had just hung up the phone, tugging his tie as he said at Shihuan Qingyuan Tower, a monk is standing on the rooftop edge, shouting, he's going to jump. Go and take a look. A monk jumping off a building. Is he in a hurry to take up a post in the Western Paradise? Gao Bao grinned. Cut the banter. Go now. Yes. The storm had ceased, and the morning light made the air taste almost sweet. Chen Yu woke at 6 as usual. He washed, ironed his shirt, straightened his tie, shouldered his worn leather briefcase, and left for work. The elevator doors opened, and Teacher Ren stepped in. In his early 30s, with pronounced brow bones and a faint scar along his chin, his smile brought a lively glint to his eyes. Morning, Teacher Chen. Chen Yu nodded. Morning, Teacher Ren. Ren sighed. That rain last night was like the sea overturning. I heard several main roads turned into rivers. Cars simply couldn't get through. Yes, the thunder sounded unnatural. It practically struck me awake. Chen Yu responded, no choice. Xiangjiang is coastal. When the moisture gathers, we get a few of these violent storms every year. Before his words were finished, the elevator chimed again, and 3 or 4 people entered. The two fell silent. Leaving the complex, Chen Yu ducked into the corner shop that sold only Chinese breakfast and chose a small table by the window, 1 cup of soy milk, a portion of rice sausage, 6 char siu buns. A line formed at the door, steam rising from the bamboo steamers. 30 years on the stove, no Western condiments added, that's the reason the flavor holds. After a short wait, his breakfast arrived. He first sipped the warm soy milk, then leisurely tore open the first char siu bun. Its oily sweetness dissolved across his palate. On the wall television, the morning news announced around 7 this morning, citizens reported a monk standing beyond the rooftop railing of Qingyuan Tower, behaving abnormally and suspected of being emotionally out of control. Our reporters have rushed to the scene to coordinate with on-duty officers in attempts to persuade him. We go now to a live connection. The picture cut to Fa Hai standing in the wind, his golden alms bowl at his side, his gaze like a hook sweeping between buildings as he searched for the blue and white silhouettes. To passers-by, he appeared simply as a robed, stern-faced monk, his heels suspended 100 meters above the ground. Master, come back quickly. Hey, Venerable, let's speak calmly. Will you step back in first? Gao Bao craned his neck and shouted, if you jump now, the Buddha might beat your hands with a discipline rod. The pilgrimage to the west isn't a path you shortcut by leaping off roofs. Yes, be careful, Venerable. Come down and we'll talk. The crowd gathered more and more, their voices chaotic and urgent. No one knew what he was searching for. They just assumed that this solemn-looking monk had been struck senseless by lightning. They were all chattering nonstop, and Fa Hai felt a throbbing in his temples. After staying up all night without finding even a fragment of the green and white snake's clothing, his temper was already high, and he had no patience for their noise. Gao Bao was about to speak, but Fa Hai suddenly pushed off and leaped off the rooftop. Oh no! He jumped. The crowd collectively turned pale. Gao Bao dashed to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. There was nothing but emptiness on the ground, not even a piece of clothing had drifted down. Where is he? He stood frozen in place, his mind blank. The monk had clearly jumped in public, yet there wasn't even a shadow to be seen below, let alone a corpse. That eerie scene sent chills down the spines of the residents, police, and reporters who had been trying to persuade him. Could it really be a ghost? But it was broad daylight. Amidst the confusion, Gao Bao squeezed into the elevator with the others to go downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the building's main entrance, his phone rang. His superior Lu Hai's voice crashed over him. What's going on over there? Did you manage to persuade the monk? The person is gone. Gone? What do you mean? He just vanished into thin air. Gao Bao couldn't explain it himself. Forget it, as long as he didn't fall to his death, that's all that matters. By the way, another monk is on the rooftop of Kowloon Sanhua Street. You better hurry over and check it out. Another one. Gao Bao's voice tightened. It's true. Today is particularly strange. Monks are climbing up one after another. Could it be that Buddha has really passed away? And there's the case at the exhibition center. Last night, robbers smashed the National Stone Spirit, and the higher-ups ordered me to solve the case within 7 days. Tell me, where am I supposed to find any clues? Cough. This problem is yours to deal with. Him out of here, Gao Bao said as he quickly hung up the call. He didn't want to get involved in that mess at the exhibition center. First it was zombies attacking people, then a series of violent assaults. Who knew what would pop up next? While Chen Yu was teaching his students, Yu called. Did something happen last night? The whole street was a mess. In her bedroom, Ma Xiaoling, wrapped in her pajamas, sat at the head of the bed, her voice weak. It certainly was. The bar owner, Bai Susu, is none other than Bai Suzhen. The bartender, Xiao Qing, is indeed the green snake. The National Stone Spirit was also smashed, and Fa Hai broke free from it, chasing after the green and white snakes relentlessly. If Chen Yu hadn't arrived in time, it would have ended in bloodshed. She recounted last night's events in detail to Yu. She pondered that Yu was quite capable and a member of the police force, just right to trace the clues. Who exactly released Fa Hai? Perhaps it was linked to those two zombies. As for herself, she was feeling weak all over. The injuries from last night hadn't fully recovered, and she needed to rest for 2 days. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Wang Zhenzhen turned around and asked, Chen Yu, aren't you coming with us? Chen Yu shook her head. No, I have plans to meet a friend for dinner. I want to discuss some matters. Oh, see you tomorrow then. After waving Wang Zhenzhen off, Chen Yu drove into the flow of traffic. Half an hour later, the car turned into Tun Mun Commercial Street. From afar, she saw a high-rise building crowded with people. Look, there's someone on the rooftop. It's a monk. Do even monks nowadays feel hopeless? He probably lost a fortune in the stock market. Is that true? A monk trading stocks. Isn't he afraid of the Bodhisattva coming after him? Make way. Everyone move aside. Gao Bao panted as he rushed to the front of the crowd, looking up at the figure in gray robes at the edge of the rooftop. His face instantly turned pale, and his legs began to tremble. Taking the elevator straight to the top floor, several security guards were surrounding the monk, trying to persuade him. Gao Bao squeezed forward, hands together with a face full of forced smiles mixed with despair. Master, please have mercy on me. Can you come down? This day was too torturous. The monk had made an appearance in Xiangjiang in the morning, jumped to Kowloon at noon, and in a flash he was in Sha-in the North District. Just the bizarre occurrences were enough to unnerve him, not to mention the police station receiving dozens of calls this morning, all specifically requesting him Gao Bao to run errands. Lu Hai's statement, "You're familiar with this, I'll leave it to you," had him spinning like a top all day, nearly coughing up his lungs. But right now he dared not speak carelessly anymore. This monk was by no means an ordinary figure. Fa Hai stood atop the rooftop's low wall, his gaze slicing through the surroundings, his voice deep, yet striking. "If I cannot find the green and white snakes, this monk will not rest." Gao Bao wiped his sweat, bowing repeatedly. "I will help you find them. First thing in the morning, I'll print flyers, paste them all over the city, and ask every household about the whereabouts of the white and green snakes." "Oomph." Fa Hai slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping towards Gao Bao, snorting disdainfully. "A mere mortal like you, how could you seek out those two wicked beings? Step back, do not hinder this monk's actions." Gao Bao was taken aback and blurted out, "Master, it's already the 21st century. There are no more monsters. If there are, they probably became DJs in nightclubs long ago." "Nightclub? Where?" Seeing the monk finally lift his eyelids, Gao Bao's eyes turned, and he immediately replied, "A great place, lively and exciting. Ooh, once you go, you won't want to leave." Before he could finish, Chen Yu's voice came from behind. "Officer Gao, if you want to sacrifice yourself, feel free to take him with you. It's you. You dare to show yourself." As the rooftop door swung open, Chen Yu stepped out slowly. Fa Hai's pupils contracted sharply, and an invisible pressure descended like a heavy mountain, sending chills down Gao Bao and his companions' spines, making their legs feel weak. Chen Yu merely smiled. "Why should I be afraid? Do you want to break a few thousand more moves? But there are too many people around. Do you really intend to fight here?" He snorted coldly. He understood that the person before him was unfathomable, suppressing the urge to strike. Fixing his gaze on Chen Yu's relaxed demeanor, Fa Hai's voice was as heavy as iron. "Speak quickly. Where are those two demons hiding? 800 years of old grievances must be settled today." "They are my friends," Chen Yu shrugged. "Why would I reveal the whereabouts of my friends?" Fa Hai's brows tightened. "Then why are you here?" "To have a few words with you. This monk has nothing to say to you." Last night he had blocked him from capturing the demons, and that still weighed on Fa Hai's mind as he looked at Chen Yu like looking at a stone that grates against his teeth. "Don't be so distant." Chen Yu smiled, waving her fingers. "No fight, no acquaintance. You answer a few questions for me, and I will tell you where they are." "Did you not just say they are friends? You would never leak secrets. Yes or no, it's just a word. Ask. Let's change the location." "Agreed." As the words landed, the two figures had already vanished without a trace. Gao Bao stood dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape. Gone again. How come they disappeared again? Could it really be that there are monsters? The three security guards were already pale with fright, turning to rush towards the stairwell, nearly losing their shoes. The Hai Long restaurant, perched atop a 50-story building, offers a breathtaking view of the starry sea of lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Expensive yet worth every penny. What supports its reputation is not only the view, but also the word of mouth. It is said that the owner is a descendant of the imperial kitchen of the Qing dynasty, with mastery in timing knife skills and broth that showcase the craftsmanship of the ancestors. Chen Yu invited Fa Hai today precisely for this genuine skill. "Master, dig and don't hold back." Chen Yu picked up a large piece of abalone and stuffed it into her mouth, casually pushing a plate of vegetarian roast goose towards Fa Hai. The table was piled high with an array of delicacies, more than enough for 10 people to feast heartily. Chen Yu had an abundance of meat dishes in front of her, while Fa Hai's side was entirely vegetarian: matsutake mushroom tofu stew, amber walnuts, vegetarian crab roe, 3-flavor mushroom soup, none of which contained any meat. "Oomph." Fa Hai waved his sleeve lightly. "This monk has fasted for a long time, and has long been untouched by the smoke and fire of the world." In his eyes, this person, though possessing some skills, could barely hold his own in a few moves. In the end, he still had to swallow rice and vegetables, nothing more than a mortal body. Chen Yu put down her chopsticks and shook her head. "Not eating the smoke and fire. Sounds lofty, but master, are you still human? You've lost even your appetite, your 7 emotions and 6 desires sealed shut. How much vitality remains in you? Only a Zen heart, steadfast in slaying demons and subduing monsters." Master Fa Hai's voice remained unmoved. "Venerable Sir, monks embrace the emptiness of the 4 great elements, not to erase innate nature, but to transcend attachment." Just as he thought the ground had been secured, Chen Yu suddenly smiled across the table. "Then tell me, Master, why can't you release that grudge?" Fa Hai's thick brows twitched, his Adam's apple rose and fell as he suppressed the surge within, replying in a low, steady voice, "I subdued that serpent demon to uphold heavenly justice, not out of personal vendetta." "Why deceive yourself?" Chen Yu shook his head gently. "Perhaps it began as righteous duty, but what of now, eh?" He paused, then softened his tone to speak plainly. "I truly respect you, Master. Even today your deeds echo through alleys and thoroughfares. Were I in your place, I doubt I could hold such resolve." "Oomph." Fa Hai cast a sidelong glance. "Flattering words will not disturb this monk's mind." Chen Yu only smiled. "Believe it or not, It is yours to choose. He wasn't coaxing anyone. That Fa from my date with a vampire. He genuinely admired him, a man who stood unwavering on the path of demon-slaying, unshaken by wind, frost, or thunder for an entire lifetime. It wasn't a matter of cultivation depth. It was whether one's heart could be driven like a nail into stone, holding fast for decades without so much as a tremor. In those days the world crumbled, specters roamed the land, and malevolent spirits ran rampant. Had there been no monks of profound cultivation like Fa and no Taoist cultivators guarding the four corners of the realm, the mortal world would long since have become a living hellscape. This era bore a striking resemblance to the chaos of a Chinese ghost story, chilling gales sweeping the earth, grievous in energy, corroding bone, every step fraught with calamity, every corner steeped in peril. Yet all gains bear losses. Fa observed precepts with iron rigor. His demon-slaying resolve was forged in unyielding steel, convinced that any non-human form must be captured, must be eradicated. He forgot that all life follows its own natural order. Among humans exist both virtue and vice, among demons loyalty and treachery. Even wandering souls adrift in the netherworld may honor oaths or linger wronged and unresolved. Compassion is the very root of Buddhism, yet his obsession had veiled his wisdom eye. Thus arose the cataclysmic flood at Jinshan Temple, the karmic chain set irrevocably in motion. Fa voice resonated like a temple bell. Enough idle talk. What precisely do you wish to ask? Chen Yu abandoned all pretense. Where do gods and Buddhas dwell after ascending? Why do they never tread the mortal realm again? Fa brow furrowed. Such knowledge lies at the heart of our sect's most sacred doctrines. How could it ever be revealed lightly? Chen Yu had anticipated this. Calmly he said, if you answer truthfully, I pledge one thing: 2 days hence Bai Sujin and Shao Qing shall come to Jinshan Temple themselves, to face you in life or death combat, settling all past accounts once and for all. Truly, my word is my bond. Should they evade battle, I shall personally reveal their whereabouts, neither hindering nor interfering in any way. Ma Xiaoling's talismanic formation could suppress demonic energy for only 3 days. With 2 more days passing, the aura would inevitably resurface, and Fa would surely detect it. Yet he knew nothing of this. Hearing the offer, he paused in quiet contemplation. In his eyes, Chen Yu, who could channel celestial thunder to temper his body and whose flesh approached the Tao itself, was undeniably among the world's supreme cultivators. Such masters honored their vows as if carved in mountain stone. A deception was unthinkable. After a moment, Fa spoke slowly. The 3 realms are heaven, earth, and humanity. The underworld and the mortal realm mirror each other, intertwined, inseparable. Heaven, however, stands apart. It lies beyond the 6 directions, transcending time and space, entirely a higher sovereign existence. There is but one path to heaven: arduous cultivation, enlightenment, and transcendence beyond mortal bounds. Yet for millennia few have ascended, and none may ever return once they do. Why can they not return? Chen Yu faltered slightly. This remains the greatest enigma of my date with a vampire. In part 1, Bodhisattvas manifested, the Buddha intervened, even reversing 60 years of time. Yet during the apocalyptic clash between Yuhua and Fuxi, or between the Queen Mother of the West and destiny itself, the celestial pantheon vanished utterly, leaving no trace. The sole divine figure to appear was Ksitigarbha, already reborn as a mortal, ultimately transforming into the Fuxi Ksitigarbha arrow that pierced both the Queen Mother and the vessel of destiny. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Fa pressed his palms together, bowing his head solemnly, for heaven has its own immutable laws. These laws possess no form, no shape, yet reign supreme over all dermis. Every ascended being falls under their binding edict. Even Buddhas may not descend to interfere in the lower realms. To defy them and intervene forcibly in the mortal world invites consequences no mortal, or even celestial, being could possibly bear. Chen Yu nodded slowly. I see. Through Fa revelations, and aligned with secrets he already held, Chen Yu at last perceived the skeletal architecture of this world. He understood clearly Jiang Chun and others of the Pangu clan were remnants of a prior civilization, fusing advanced technology with mythic essence to forge immortal bodies most lying dormant within the Pangu Holy Land. Whereas figures like the Buddha and Guanyin belong to this current age, a lineage of cultivators who ascended to heaven, leaving behind scriptures and techniques to guide future generations. Yet in terms of sheer martial supremacy, even these celestial deities fell far short of the Pangu clan. By now Chen Yu had finished his meal. Glancing up, he noticed Fa untouched vegetarian dishes and smiled. Master, perhaps you'd care to try a bite. Its flavor may surprise you, more pleasing than you imagine. You've surely sensed it yourself. 8 centuries have passed, and the mortal world has been wholly remade, from grand rites and governance down to rice, oil, and salt. Everything is new. Rather than clinging to ancient feuds, why not turn your gaze upon this renewed world? Fa remained silent for a long moment, his expression softening slightly, though his voice retained the stillness of an ancient well. I thank you, venerable sir, for your kindness. All phenomena of the red dust are to this monk but fleeting clouds passing before the eyes. Whether the world changes or stays the same, my heart remains unmoved. Very well. Then 2 days hence I shall await you at Talation Park, 30 kilometers west of the city, where winding trails vanish into deep forests and human footprints are scarce an ideal arena for life and death reckoning. May your word hold the weight of 1,000 gold pieces. Chen Yu summoned a waiter to settle the bill, then bowed respectfully to Fa Hai and departed. Alone in the driver's seat surrounded by rivers of traffic and shifting neon lights, he sighed softly. Were it not for inner demons clouding his spirit and malice corroding his nature, Fa Hai would indeed be a true monk of his generation. In my date with a vampire, Fa Hai was a tragic figure, repeatedly battered by fate. No sooner had his seal broken than he rushed to exact vengeance, only to find his enemies unscathed while he himself was brutally overpowered and beaten to near death by a pack of Jiangshi. At the brink of annihilation, his grief and fury pierced the heavens, and the Buddha himself descended instantly, enlightening him and carrying him upward in radiant light. Chen Yu hadn't lied. 2 days hence was indeed the day of his fateful confrontation with the White Snake. As director, Chen Yu had made one thing clear: he would remain a passive observer, never intervening. After parting ways with Chen Yu, Fa Hai vanished, reappearing moments later atop a skyscraper's rooftop, intent on locating Bai Sujin and Xiao Qing before the final confrontation. But barely had he landed when he was marked. Inside the Tongtian Pavilion Domain, Shingo bowed low. Boss, the monk Fa Hai has appeared. He vanished for 2 hours this evening, then reappeared in the Taipa district. Yamamoto Kazuo, seated on the sofa, gave a slight nod, then slowly swept his gaze across the 3 figures before him. And your injuries, are they healing? Boss, I'm nearly recovered, Bai Jia murmured, bowing her head. So am I. I too. Doman Shingo hesitated briefly before adding, still, over the past 2 days we've drained the blood of dozens from the Viet gang to replenish our chi. Quite a stir, I'm afraid. Bai Jia scoffed. What's there to fear? Those Vietnamese smugglers are penniless, undocumented. Dead, they leave no bodies behind. Pull even look. Who would care? She glanced up at Yamamoto Kazuo. Right, boss? He nodded. Precisely. That's why I instructed you to target exactly such nameless outsiders. No one claims them, so no one investigates. He paused, then rose, his voice hardening. But we cannot keep digging in the same soil. Next time shift to Korean or Thai undocumented migrants. Understood, boss. Yamamoto Kazuo surged upright, his voice ringing like tempered iron. Let's go meet this monk. See just how scorching the fury he's hoarded for 8 centuries truly burns. Yes, sir. The original plan had unraveled. Fa Hai's displayed strength far exceeded expectations. Yamamoto Kazuo decided to test him personally. If he could be slain, the deed would be done without delay. If not, he would need to calculate how best to ally with Kuang Tianyu. Miao Shan had long foreseen to destroy the town-protecting stone spirit, Fa Hai. One must harness the power of his sworn enemy. And that enemy was unmistakably Kuang Tianyu. Night wind tore at his robes, whipping them with a fierce, crackling roar. Fa Hai soared through the air, rooftops below undulating like hills beneath his feet, while his Buddhalite wisdom eye swept the land unrelentingly, no inch left unscanned. This obsession was no ordinary grudge. It was hatred forged over 800 years, seething like molten magma surging through the very fissures of his bones. Yet as he glided past the park and lightly alighted upon the caretaker's rooftop beside the clock tower, intending only a brief respite, his gaze suddenly locked sharp and unblinking upon the shadowed thicket ahead. Demons! His voice thundered like a bolt from heaven. This sovereign has yet to seek your misfortune, yet you dare intrude upon my path. From the depths of the black woods, Dogeman, Shingo, Baika, and Herman emerged with deliberate, unhurried steps. Baika tilted her head back and sneered, Bald monk, you gained the upper hand in yesterday's unknown duel. Tonight we shall show you true power. Before her words had fully faded, a violent alien force erupted from within her. Air-warped light fractured, and the world before Fa Hai inverted violently, heaven and earth flipping upside down. Huh. As Baika assaulted his 5 senses, Dogeman, Shingo, and Herman launched themselves forward in unison, claws grotesquely elongated, striking straight for Fa Hai atop the 3rd-floor ridge. Break! Golden light blazed forth. Forewarned, Fa Hai broke free in an instant. His right palm flashed upward in a dual strike, meeting both onslaughts heat. Boom, boom. A muffled shockwave rattled the air as the 2 assailants were hurled backward like severed kites. Fa Hai brandished his golden alms bowl and surged skyward in pursuit, only for Baika to leap midair, intercepting him, palms driving downward with the fury of wind and thunder. Boom, boom, boom. 3 palm strikes collided. Baika reeled under the crushing force, tumbling away. Fa Hai, though unshaken, felt his breath catch ever so slightly, his landing heavy-footed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dogeman, Shingo, and Herman sprang up the moment they hit ground. Baika, suppressing her churning corpse synergy, joined them. 3 figures forming a lethal triangular formation once more. In an instant, gales howled, stones shot like shrapnel, dust thickened into a swirling haze within 10 meters, and shattered gravel flew in all directions. Unlike his earlier battles against the White Snake, Green Snake, or Chen Yu, where celestial arts lit up the heavens, these three fought like elite, flesh-forged assassins, brutal. In close combat, their destructive aftereffects tightly contained, yet radiating undiminished lethality. In the blink of an eye, over 100 exchanges had flashed between them, fists and kicks weaving an impenetrable storm. Victory, undecided, life and death balanced on a razor's edge. Dare to die. Fa Hai suddenly roared low, his cultivation energy boiling across his frame. His saffron robe flared outward, sending the two behind him sprawling, and his palm, long charged with suppressed might, slammed squarely into Baika's chest. Tum! A gale erupted. His palm strike detonated like thunder. Before Baika could even steady herself, a crimson arc of blood burst from her lips, and she was flung sideways like a broken doll. The monk seeks death. Herman staggered to his knees, but the instant Fa Hai sent Baika flying, he whipped out a chain as thick as a rice bowl. Taut as a drawn bow, it coiled midair like a living serpent, snaking around Fa Hai's waist and abdomen in a single seamless motion. Rather than resist, Fa Hai twisted his torso and spun, channeling immense force through his core, causing the chain to constrict violently. Herman, caught off guard, was wrenched from his stance and dragged helplessly toward the center. Enveloped in the iron coil like a golden chrysalis, Fa Hai bellowed, and his Buddha power detonated outward, shattering the tempered alloy links one by one. Before the last fragments fell, a palm struck Herman's chest. Boom. Yamamoto Ichifu watched wide-eyed as Herman spat black and crimson corpse blood, his body snapping taut into a gray streak, flying deep into the forest, vanishing without trace. Fa Hai pivoted, his left hand still clutching the golden alms bowl, suddenly blazed with radiant gold light. It shot forth like a comet, striking Dajiman Shingo square in the chest just as he raised his hand to summon water. Tum! Dajiman Shingo flew backward, crashing through 3 cedar trunks, each as thick as a rice bowl, before finally halting. Yet before Fa Hai could take even half a step forward, Yamamoto Ichifu stood silently before him, immaculate in his tailored suit, palm slashing downward. Fa Hai raised his own palm to meet it. Boom! Unlike Chen Yu's raw, mountainous brute strength, Yamamoto Ichifu wielded no such crude force. He was a second-generation Jianshu, bitten directly by the Jianshin himself, and 60 years of blood drinking had refined his sinews and bones beyond mortal flesh, imbuing them with a dense, suffocating power. Not mere corpse energy, but something deeper, colder, and infinitely more concentrated corpse origin energy. Their palms collided, Buddhalite and corpse origin energy clashing, heated, waves of force spiraling outward like scything blades, the ground fracturing beneath them, soil and stone exploding skyward, shards of earth falling like rain. Both men recoiled in unison, releasing the impact's force. One flipped thrice backward to land steadily on a branch, the other slid several zhang, his toes carving twin furrows deep into the earth. Fa Hai stood atop a withered bough, robes and hair billowing fiercely. Demons, do you truly believe this elder cannot subdue you? Even as he spoke, his golden alms bowl hummed and blazed, golden light flooding outward like a tide, its invisible pressure instantly enveloping the entire mountain hollow. Yamamoto Ichifu's pupils contracted sharply. Before the golden light could reach him, his palms lashed out in rapid succession, invisible bursts of force cleaving the air with shrieking intensity. Fa Hai's expression hardened. With his right palm, he thrust outward, Buddha power surging forth to shatter each incoming blast of corpse origin energy. Boom, 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 boom. The backlash struck nearby. Rock-splintered tree trunks exploded, the earth collapsed inward, and thick clouds of dust rose in rolling waves. Dozens of detonations merged into a single thunderous rumble. Fire engulfed the treetops, and the entire slope seemed hammered again and again by a colossal mallet. In that fleeting instant when Fa Hai was pinned down by this tempestuous assault, Yamamoto Ichifu's form dissolved into mist. Baika, Herman, and Dajiman Shingo vanished alongside him. As the most formidable second-generation Jianshu beneath the Jianshin, Yamamoto Ichifu had over 6 decades of ceaseless blood-drinking pushed both his physical vessel and latent potential to their absolute limits. Teleportation, aerial flight, illusionary transformation, external projection of corpse energy, soul siphoning, and mind control. These abilities flowed from him as naturally as breath. His appearance tonight had been solely to gauge Fa Hai's true strength firsthand. After a single exchange, he knew Fa Hai's Buddha power was pure and profound, his foundation immovable as a mountain. His odds of victory fell short of 70%. With no decisive opening, he would neither linger nor waste energy nor engage further. Demons, do you think you can flee, Fa Hai roared skyward, his voice shaking the valley. In barely 2 days since breaking free from his seal, he had met resistance at every turn. Last night upon his arrival, the Green Snake and White Snake had already lain wounded and near death beneath his palms. The 800-year-old debt nearly settled, only to be abruptly snatched away. That perhaps could be borne. Chen Yu truly possessed extraordinary skill, striking with bare-knuckle ferocity that churned Fa Hai's chi and blood, leaving no room for defiance. But who could have foreseen that those demons would dare return last night, led by a figure whose depth defied comprehension? Just as Fa Hai raised his golden alms bowl, preparing a supreme technique, the vermin scattered en masse, refusing even a final glance before vanishing into the night. They fled again. His wrath had nowhere to vent, like a mighty punch striking damp cotton, stifling and suffocating, leaving a metallic tang in his throat and darkness swimming before his eyes. Recalling Chen Yu's solemn vow that in 2 days' time the green snake and white snake would appear before him utterly at his mercy, Fa Hai clenched his jaw and declared fiercely, "Very well. This elder shall first apprehend you lot, then honor that appointment." Even as the words left his lips, he shot skyward, golden light rending the clouds as he pursued Yamamoto Ichifu without pause. Several kilometers away atop a low-rise residential building's rooftop, Yamamoto Ichifu and his 3 companions materialized out of thin air, robes unruffled, breath steady. Baika frowned the moment her feet touched ground. "Boss, why retreat?" Her face was pale, blood still glistening at the corner of her lips. Dojima Shingo and Herman, though breathing unevenly and bleeding from their shoulders, retained sharp, unwavering focus in their eyes. In her mind, Yamamoto Ichifu had never known defeat. What need was there to avoid that mock? Alas, Yamamoto Ichifu remained unshakably composed. He refused to expend effort on endeavors lacking absolute certainty of victory, so he simply shook his head. There is no need to fight to mutual annihilation. Let this man be dealt with by Kwang Tianyu and his allies instead. He walks closely with those 2 serpent demons. When the moment arrives, will he truly stand aside? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned toward the distant night sky, brows drawing tight. "He's coming after us. Evil ones, do not flee. Behold my Vajra subjugation palm." A thunderous command shattered the silence. Fa Hai strode forth from the dark clouds, golden light churning in his palm, coalescing into a colossal radiant handprint descending from the highest heavens with the unstoppable force of lightning. Dodge! The sound of breaking wind resonated 3 times. Bai and the others quickly retreated while Yamamoto Kazuo turned back, raising his palm to meet the incoming force. A blinding explosion of fire illuminated the entire night sky as if it were daytime. A powerful shockwave swept across, causing the concrete layer of the rooftop to shatter with debris raining down like a storm. The residents downstairs were just jolted awake. Before they could sit up, a fierce wind knocked them to the ground. Before they could cry out in pain, they saw 2 dark shadows crash through the wall, flying out with a thunderous roar. Boom, 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 boom. Yamamoto Kazuo and Fa Hai were locked in a fierce battle. Their figures moved so swiftly that they were nearly undetectable to the naked eye, fighting from midair all the way to the street, leaving a trail of broken bricks, shattered lights, and cracked pavement, while the raging wind swirled with dust. However, after just over a dozen moves, Yamamoto Kazuo began to feel fatigued. He used the force of his opponent's strike to spin and retreat rapidly, his figure flashing as he disappeared back into the darkness. The dust cloud had not yet settled when Fa Hai angrily slapped a nearby car, a hunk of metal weighing at least a ton, sending it flying and crashing violently into the shop window across the street. He shouted fiercely, "Demon, you can't escape." As he spoke, he leaped into the air, a golden glow appearing on his forehead, his enlightened eyes wide open, scanning for the whereabouts of the few zombies. Although Yamamoto Kazuo had various means, once Fa Hai was determined to pursue him, even the slightest trace was hard to erase. That night, various locations in Xiangjiang erupted in explosions, overwhelming the police hotline. At the foot of the Jiai building, Chen Yu's car had just come to a stop when he spotted Kwang Tianyu walking out. He immediately called out, "Tianyu, wait a moment, there's something I want to discuss with you." "Us?" Kwang Tianyu paused, then quickly understood. "Is it about Bai Susu and the others?" Chen Yu got out of the car and nodded yes. "I also called Xiaoling, and she'll be here soon. This matter involves all of you." "All right." He had already received an urgent recall to the police station from his superior, but at that moment, he could only set it aside. As the 2 were about to enter the building, they ran into Wang Zhenzhen, who was going downstairs carrying a bag of trash. "Chen Yu, what are you doing here?" Her eyes lit up, her tone revealing unexpected joy. "I need to find Bai Susu about something." Chen Yu hesitated, then remembered that he had subconsciously sealed his senses, completely unaware that she had just come out of the elevator. However, even if she had heard, she probably wouldn't think much of it. Beep beep. Ma Xiaoling's car pulled up at the door. When she got out and saw the 3 standing at the elevator, she couldn't help but wonder, "What are you all doing here? What happened?" Even Wang Zhenzhen could sense that something was off. This time, even she understood. Chen Yu thought for a moment, then turned to her. "We're going to find Bai Susu and the others. Zhenzhen, do you want to come with us?" "Chen Yu." Ma Xiaoling frowned and instinctively interrupted. She usually didn't want Wang Zhenzhen to be involved in such matters. An ordinary person knowing too much might not be a blessing. Kwang Tianyu shared the same thought. Wang Zhenzhen saw the expressions on both their faces and understood, smiling as she waved her hand. "You all carry on, I'll just take out the trash first." "Wait." Chen Yu suddenly spoke. She halted her steps, looking at him with bright, clear eyes, both quiet and expectant. He turned to Ma Xiaoling, his tone calm. Yet firm, there are some things that don't really need to be hidden from Zhenzhen. She's not as fragile as you think. I know you're trying to protect her, but she's already tied to us. If not today, then tomorrow she will be dragged into this. Even if she can avoid it this time, what about in the future? An innocent person like her might be more easily targeted and exploited by our enemies. Our enemies. Huang Tianyou's gaze darkened. Ma Xiaoling furrowed her brows, but Zhenzhen doesn't know anything. Knowing just makes it more worrying. Then tell me this. Chen Yu's calm gaze returned to Wang Zhenzhen's face. Doesn't she feel worried right now? He asked her. Zhenzhen, did you not find it strange that Bai Susu and the others suddenly appeared at the Jiayi building last night? Seeing their pale faces and unsteady steps, didn't you feel at all alarmed? A little. Wang Zhenzhen lowered her eyes for a moment, then raised them and nodded slightly. After Chen Yu and Ma Xiaoling left last night, Bai Susu and Xiaoqing went downstairs to find Ouyang Jiayi and rented another empty room on the top floor for temporary accommodation. Late at night during the contract signing, the two's faces were pale and steps unsteady, causing anyone to be suspicious. After all, they originally lived above the bar and had no need to look for another place to stay. At this moment, when Chen Yu spoke, Wang Zhenzhen felt even more certain that something had happened, and it seemed that only she had been kept in the dark. Zhenzhen, you should go throw out the trash. First, we'll wait for you here. Okay. She responded briskly and quickly turned to leave. Once the door closed, Ma Xiaoling immediately shook her head. I still don't support Zhenzhen getting involved with Susu and the others. Those matters have long exceeded her ability to comprehend. Chen Yu replied calmly, this time it's not just about Bai Susu and Xiaoqing. Tianyou Yu and even the root of the entire matter cannot be avoided. Otherwise, why would I specifically call you here? Me. Ma Xiaoling was startled, momentarily unable to grasp where she was involved. Huang Tianyu paused. He understood. What Chen Yu was referring to was his identity. His Adam's apple moved slightly, but he remained silent. Moments later, Wang Zhenzhen came running back. The four took the elevator upstairs and pushed the door open to find Jin Jingzhong sitting on the sofa, looking astonished. Master. Teacher Chen. Tianyu. Zhenzhen. Why are you all here together? Mr. Chen, everyone is here, please take a seat. Bai Susu stood up to greet them, while Xiaoqing had already turned to the kitchen to pour water. As everyone sat down, all eyes fell on Chen Yu. The battle from last night had already etched the word power into everyone's hearts. Strength equals reason, and a fist equals authority. Chen Yu got straight to the point. I met Fahai this morning, and even had a meal with him. What? You had a meal with that big monk? The room fell silent, everyone was stunned. Ma Xiaoling and Bai Susu couldn't piece together the image of sitting around a table for a meal after the bloodshed from last night. But the next words tightened the air abruptly. I promised him that in 2 days Bai Susu and Xiaoqing would confront him directly to settle the old scores from 800 years ago. I will not intervene in that battle. What? Why? The first reaction was shock, the second was astonishment. Jin Jingzhong stood up abruptly, pressing his hand against the armrest of the sofa. Huang Tianyou's brows knitted tightly, his expression somber. Only Bai Susu and Xiaoqing remained seated, calm and composed. Chen Yu had no obligation to protect them completely. His intervention last night was already an unexpected favor. Jin Jingzhong's voice was tense. Teacher Chen. Susu has already lost her golden core and is half empty. Are you really going to let her face Fahai? This is essentially sending her to her death. Chen Yu's gaze remained steady. Even if I don't mention this battle, Bai Susu won't live past the day after tomorrow. Rather than exhaust her last breath hiding away, it is better to stand tall and clear the grudges. Are you willing to leave with this resentment? He turned to Bai Susu. Don't tell me you don't hate Fahai. The complexities of past grievances were already hard to clarify. Su Xian perished because of Fahai, and the monks of Jinshan Temple perished because of Bai Suzhen. This knot can never be unraveled simply by letting go. What is called seeing through is merely a thin garment worn when bowing to fate. Bai Susu lowered her gaze for a long time, then finally sighed, gently nodding. You're right. How can one not hate the enemy who killed their husband? Good. In 2 days I will go to Jinshan Temple to settle this matter. In fact, even if we try to avoid it, once the spell dissipates, Fahai will still come knocking. There is no way to escape or evade. Therefore, Chen Yu's agreement with Fahai did not change the outcome, it merely altered the method of facing it. The situation in which Bai Susu is destined to die remains unchanged, but now there are 2 more days to breathe. She can clean herself up, burn incense, write a letter, or enjoy a good meal. However, with her severely injured body and Xiaoqing's loss of her golden core, the odds of winning against Fahai are nearly 0. At this moment, Chen Yu spoke again. I said I wouldn't act, but I never said that others couldn't act. He looked at Huang Tianyou. Xiaoling's talismans and the power of the divine dragon cannot contain Fahai, who instead, they would become a burden. But you are qualified to face it directly. Me. Tianyu. Not only was Huang Tianyu stunned, but the other 3 also turned their heads in unison. Bai Susu and Xiaoqing had never seen him truly act. They only felt he was ordinary, silent, even somewhat dull. Ma Xiaoling had witnessed the battle in Dongjing firsthand. Far stronger than an ordinary person, yet still appearing as if shrouded in mist, nowhere near the oppressive might of Fahai. Huang Tianyu was well aware in his heart. He could not trust himself at all. This morning he squatted at the alley's entrance and examined the traces left by the fights, instantly understanding the level at which Fa Hai and Chen Yu clashed was far beyond what he could reach. Chen Yu spoke in a calm tone. In the past 2 days I reviewed some old materials and found a clue about Jiang Chun regarding zombies. Ma Xiaoling furrowed her brow. Jiang Chun. What does that have to do with anything? The others were even more confused. Wang Zhenzhen had just pushed the door open, her ears filled with Fa Hai grievances and resurrection, her whole being still in a daze like a piece of paper blown over by the wind, unable to stabilize. Chen Yu did not look at anyone else, but fixed his gaze on Kwang Tianyo. The materials state that those bitten by Jiang Chun become particularly special zombies, outwardly indistinguishable from ordinary people, yet harboring a dormant strength within. This type is called second generation. Those bitten by the second generation who survive by drinking their blood are third generation. Even if they are merely third generation, once they have tasted human blood, their combat ability will surge dramatically. The ones who tried to abduct the resurrected 2 days ago were third generation. But you Tianyo can't even defeat a third generation. Because you have never encountered human blood, that strength is still locked within your bones. Therefore I plan to let you directly enter the field the day after tomorrow. Let Fa Hai's pressure push you to break through that shell. Otherwise, if you can't even stop a third generation, how will you confront the one standing behind them? Of course, this information was entirely fabricated by him. Where would the ancient texts come from? Where would the records come from? He hadn't even visited a used bookstore. Yet as soon as he said this, everyone in the room gasped in unison, their mouths agape enough to fit in an egg, all staring at Kwang Tianyo, exclaiming, Tianyo, you are a second-generation zombie. Ma Xiaoling sprang to her feet, her gaze sharp as a knife, punctuating each word. You are a zombie. Yes. Kwang Tianyu swallowed hard, though he did not understand why Chen Yu suddenly revealed this trump card. He still nodded. 60 years ago, Jiang Chen bit me. Gulch. Jin Jingzhong swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva. His mind had completely shut down, unable to even react with surprise. Only Ma Xiaoling and Jin Jingzhong seemed struck by lightning. Yu Qingxi and by she merely raised their eyebrows slightly. They had long seen that Kwang Tianyu was not a living person, they just hadn't pointed it out. Wang Zhenzhen shrugged her shoulders, then quietly glanced at the sharply defined shoulder line of Kwang Tianya's police uniform, mumbling softly, Officer, you really don't look like one. Chen Yu raised his hand to signal Ma Xiaoling to sit down. Xiaoling, why so serious? He's just a zombie. Ma Xiaoling pointed directly at Kwang Tianyo, her voice tense, just a zombie. Our Ma family has been guarding against evil for generations, specifically dealing with zombies. Chen Yu scoffed, only the evil-doing zombies are targeted. Has Kwang Tianyu ever drunk human blood? Has he ever killed anyone? Aside from not being able to bask in the sun and not eating cooked food, how is he any different from a living person? But he is ultimately a zombie. Her voice weakened by half. Chen Yu replied lightly, so what if he is a zombie? As long as he can control himself and does not harm others, in my eyes, he is a person. What if one day he loses control? Then we will talk about it when he truly loses control. Do you think you should stab me with a knife just because I might scold you in the future? He paused, suddenly turning to Bai Suzhen. Moreover, when the water flooded Jinshan, how many innocent lives were lost? Shouldn't you first take care of those too? Ma Xiaoling fell silent. Bai Suzhen lowered her eyes, her fingertips digging into her palm. Yes, that flood destroyed temples and swept away countless ordinary household stoves, cradles, and unopened wedding dresses. For hundreds of years, she dared not mention it, dared not dream, even fearing that her repentance was too light. The sins were real. Waiting for 800 years was not redemption, it was resignation. At that moment, she suddenly understood something. Xiao Qing, however, held a stiff expression, unconvinced. It was clearly Fa Hai who acted first. We were only fighting back. Enough. Chen Yu waved his hand, cutting off the conversation, and gently grasped Ma Xiaoling's wrist, pressing it down lightly. Let's handle the main business first. With Fa Hai not cleared out and that person in the shadows not caught, you and Tiany's matter will be decided by you both moving forward. Just as his fingertip touched her wrist, Ma Xiaoling's back stiffened, not even aware of how she fell back into her chair. This was the first time in her life a man held her fingers like this. It was not the kind of courteous handshake in a business setting that lasted only 3 seconds, but a genuine grip that was warm and enveloping. As for when he had wrapped his arm around her waist last night, she had been so pained that her consciousness blurred. She didn't care to discern the sensations. Wang Zhenzhen looked down at Chen Yu's hand, which had long since been withdrawn, her chest feeling as if blocked by cotton, tight and suffocating. When had Chen Yu and Xiaoling become this familiar? Kwang Tianya's pupils constricted, suddenly his voice low. The person in the shadows. Are you talking about Yamamoto Kazuo? It's 90% likely to be him. Chen Yu nodded. He added, didn't you mention Jiang Chun bit you back, then the resurrected, and him? All these years you adhered to the rules without acting, yet he never intended to stay put. Is the resurrected also a zombie? Wang Zhenzhen blurted out, her hand instinctively pressing at her mouth, unable to fathom that the child who called her sister Zhenzhen every day, who helped her with water and wiped tables, was actually a living dead. But this time only she let out a startled cry. The others were already aware, in their hearts falling silent as they listened. Chen Yu's tone remained unchanged, yet each word became heavier, and you really don't find it odd that Fa Hai suddenly broke the seal. Even the security guards who were killed by zombies at the initial exhibition hall were shrouded in strangeness. Once the spirit stone of the nation arrives at the port, the one eyeing you will not be possibly, but already. Ma Xiaoling, from that time on you have been in each other's sights. He is watching you. The reason is clear. You were once a guerrilla, and he was a soldier of the Japanese army. Even now both are immortal. He still sees you as a deadly enemy. As for watching Xiaoling, it's even more straightforward. A descendant of the Ma family, the dragon-slaying clan, those 4 words are enough for him to go all out. He spoke swiftly, yet the room was filled with a buzzing in everyone's minds. Information poured down like a deluge, leaving no space to catch a breath. Jin Jingzhong, repeatedly urged by Susu, don't go to the appointment the day after tomorrow. Going there is like sending yourself into Fa Hai's mouth. In the late night, the darkness was impenetrable. At the warehouse of the Daon Group's dock, a cold wind swept through the empty space, carrying the scent of rust. Yamamoto Kazuo stood atop a rusty container, his back rigid, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the sea blended into darkness. Soon a sound like tearing cloth echoed in the night sky. Whoosh. Fa Hai, holding a golden bowl, plummeted from the clouds, landing heavily on the steel frame of the crane. Before his robe could settle, his voice rang out like a bell. Demon, today you have nowhere to escape. Yamamoto Kazuo sneered coldly. Fa Hai, have you finished your act? If you push me further, don't blame me for being merciless. Fa Hai snorted disdainfully. You ants dare to speak of courtesy. If you are unwilling to surrender, then let us fight with 300 moves. Let's see if this monk can capture you. Yamamoto Kazuo's eyes glinted coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Before his words could finish, he had already shot up like an arrow released from a bow. Well done. Fa Hai leaped into the air, striking down with one palm, and 2 immense forces collided midair. Bang. The port trembled instantly, the sound of waves suppressed brutally. The Buddha light and the aura of death intertwined, whipping up a fierce wind filled with grit, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. The night shift workers were jolted awake. As they pushed the door open, they were knocked back by the sandstorm, barely able to stand. But when they wiped their tears and looked up, the sky was already empty of figures. Only 2 afterimages darting towards the beach. The moment the 2 landed, their palms clashed together. Boom, 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 boom. The beach erupted with dozens of deep craters, mud mixed with gravel soaring into the air. The coastal waters were violently overturned, water columns shooting into the sky, crashing down with a sound like thunder. After the strike, both men slid back over 20 steps, their heels carving out 2 long charred marks before coming to a halt. Fa Hai's robe had torn open, while Yamamoto Kazuo's right sleeve had burst apart. Both men were sweating at their temples, breathing heavily, yet their gazes were heavier and tenser than before. After a dozen exchanges, they had both tasted the hardness of each other's bones. Yamamoto Kazuo slowly twisted his neck, his Adam's apple rolling. If I hold back any longer, I fear I won't be able to leave tonight. Fa Hai waved his sleeve. Demon, do you think you can come and go as you please? In this world, such easy affairs do not exist. First I will deal with you, then I'll take care of those 3 juniors. None shall escape. After a dozen previous skirmishes, Bai and the others had already been sealed in death energy, hiding away in the shadows. He had deliberately shown himself to lure Fa Hai away, aiming to clear the battlefield for this decisive battle. Enough nonsense. Yamamoto Kazuo ground his toes into the sand, causing grains to explode. Now let me show you what the true Yamamoto Kazuo is capable of. As his words fell, Yamamoto Kazuo's heart sank slightly, awakening the dormant power within him. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted around him, his figure distorting and transforming. Roar! A deafening roar shattered the air, his face sprouting crimson scales, his fingers tearing apart and transforming into glimmering claws, his entire body exuding an inhuman ferocity. Over the years, he had sensed a tremendous power buried deep within his flesh, yet he had struggled to harness it. For many years, he could only tap into a fraction of it. Each time he did, his body would distort, just as it was now. He had a vague intuition if he could truly awaken that slumbering force, he could leap into a whole new realm. His combat prowess would surge to an unfathomable level. Even if he had only half-stepped through that door at this moment, his strength had already surged several times over. Roar! Before his words could finish, Yamamoto Kazuo's figure had already disintegrated in place. Boom! The strike unleashed by his half-demon form was unstoppable. Fa Hai, who had been calm just moments ago, was sent flying over 10 meters, landing with his feet carving through the sand, staggering backward for a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. What was even more shocking was the essence of that power. It was beyond anything earthly. Its might was comparable to the billions of natural lightning bolts summoned by Chen Yu last night, crashing down upon Fa Hai's golden form, causing the golden light to tremble violently, like water waves resonating endlessly. Roar! With one move, he drove back his formidable foe. A low hoarse growl escaped Yamamoto Kazuo's throat, the crimson scales covering his face flickering slightly, a trace of astonishment crossing his eyes. He could clearly sense that Fa Hai, who had just been able to fight him to a standstill, was no longer his opponent. This came from the primal force within his bloodline, overwhelmingly dominant, as if a celestial being had descended. Just as he paused, slightly contemplating whether to kill Fa Hai right then and there, the opposite Fa Hai's gaze turned icy, his killing intent palpable. No mercy would be spared. Demon, don't think you alone possess secret techniques. Behold my great sun exorcism spell. As he lowered his voice, Fa Hai's golden bowl suddenly blazed brightly, a myriad of golden rays shooting forth, each character of Sanskrit emerging from the light, solidifying with a resounding presence, making even Yamamoto Kazuo's heart shudder. Buzz. The Buddhist texts returned like rain, all sinking into Fa Hai's body. In that instant, his entire form radiated a molten gold color, his bones seemingly forged from bronze, his flesh like steel, exuding an unbreakable, indestructible aura. At the same time, a pure golden Buddhist will slowly took shape behind his head, wherever the light reached, the void faintly resonated with low chants, as if a true Arhat had descended. However, the golden bowl quickly dimmed, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface, clearly damaged at its core. Demon, today, I shall capture you. Boom, 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 boom. Teacher Chen, good morning. Teacher Ren, good morning. In the morning elevator, Chen Yu and Teacher Ren nodded to each other. Chen Yu glanced at him a couple more times and smiled, asking, Teacher Ren, what good news do you have today? You look particularly spirited. Hey. Teacher Ren raised his eyebrows and smiled. Today marks 3 months since I met my girlfriend. We have plans to celebrate tonight, so I need to dress nicely. Only 3 months. Chen Yu remarked, slightly surprised. You two seem so natural together. I thought you had known each other for years. By the way, what does she do? Oh, she works as a waitress in a cafe. That's a good job. You meet different people every day and life isn't dull. Do you think so too? She really enjoys this job. The two chatted all the way to the first floor, parting ways. Chen Yu went to the basement level to retrieve his car, then picked up Wang Zhenzhen and Kwang Fuxing at the entrance of Jia building, and together they drove to school. Police station. Kwang Tianyu had just stepped through the door when Gao Bao grabbed his shoulder, lowering his voice. Tianyu, I couldn't get through to you last night. Where did you run off to? Just now, Lu Sir was furious, ordering you to report to his office immediately. We probably have a tricky case on our hands. When has he ever called us over for anything good, oi? I told you earlier, right? The kid had a high fever last night. Ew, I really couldn't leave. How about Fuxing? Is he okay? He was on 4 fluids all night, but his fever has subsided this morning, and he's fine. Then you should hurry and explain yourself. Soon after, Kwang Tianyu emerged from Lu Sir's office looking relaxed, all settled. That's it. He didn't chew you out. Gao Bao blinked in surprise. Kwang Tianyu shook his head, no scolding. But he passed that case from last night on to me with a 3-day deadline to solve it. Hiss. What a mess was that pit dug long ago. That guy is really something. That incident from yesterday, 3 days. ITL'll probably take 30 days just to sort it out. Tianyu, you've definitely caught that black pot firmly. Gao Bao gasped, feeling nervous for his brother. Moi. Was that case from yesterday really that bizarre? Not just bizarre. Over 100 calls poured into the police. Either a wall blew up here or a roof collapsed there. Some people were shouting about seeing 2 deities fighting in midair, casually splitting their satellite dish in half, insisting we find the culprit deities to pay them. Are you sending officers to catch deities? Are we a joke? As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Bao looked up and found Kwang Tianyu staring at him intently, instinctively rubbing his face. What are you staring at me for? Isn't it? Given your temperament, upon hearing the word deity, shouldn't you scoff and say, what age are we in to still believe in this? Kwang Tianyu raised an eyebrow, a puzzled look in his eyes. He was all too familiar with this guy, always rolling his eyes and sneering for 3 seconds. How could he truly engage in mystical conversations? Gao Bao glanced around and lowered his voice, leaning in slightly. Tianyu, to speak honestly. Yesterday, I might have truly encountered a celestial being. Yesterday morning, Lu Sir sent me to persuade a monk who was going to jump off a building. Guess what I saw? What did you see? Flying. He just soared into the air, not touching the ground, jumping off the Jia building, and instantly landing on the railing of the footbridge across Victoria Harbor. I ran to dozens of jumping incidents yesterday, all involving him. One after another, as if he were searching for something. And that robbery case in Dongjing a while back, the brave young man Chen Yu. Most likely also that one who just happened to pass by. Yesterday evening he spoke with that monk on the roadside for less than 10 sentences, then they both swayed in place and vanished. The hair on the back of my neck stood up immediately. Not to mention the scenes from last night. Steel bars twisted like twists of dough, concrete slabs flipped over, even the load-bearing columns cracked like spider webs. Who could create such a commotion? Who could cause such a stir? It must truly be those celestial beings up there, read it. Gao Bao was passionately speaking when suddenly Lu Hai's voice rang out behind him, firm and heavy. Celestial beings. Monsters. Do you think the police station is a tea house for strange tales? Oh, Lu Sir. No, I was just mumbling. Gao Bao immediately straightened his back and chuckled awkwardly. Remember, you're a cop, not a Taoist priest. Stop spouting nonsense, or I won't be responsible if complaints pile up on your desk. Yes, yes, yes. Then hurry up and get moving. There are 3 more places you haven't checked this morning. You and Tian, you need to set off immediately and sort out the mess from yesterday. At the same time, Ma Xiaoling pushed open the glass door of Yinkia's game hall. There were several things she needed to clarify, especially regarding the matter of zombies. Though Chen Yu said that Kwang Tianyu does not drink blood or harm people, the family motto of the Ma family was ingrained in her bones, citing a zombie meant capturing it. She couldn't shake off this thought. In the top-floor apartment of Tantian Pavilion, Yamamoto Ichifu stepped out of his room, his lips still stained with undried dark red. In the living room, Dongbin Jinwu, Bijia, and Herman were already waiting. Bijia stepped forward. Boss, can you hold on? Yamamoto Ichifu waved his hand. No problem. It's just that repelling that monk last night drained me a bit. By the way, I asked you to keep an eye on his movements. Any leads? Dongbin Jinwu bowed his head. Not yet. We were afraid of being detected, so we've stopped all searching techniques, and the clues have been completely cut off. Keep looking. We must find out where Fahai is staying. He gazed out at the overcast sky, his voice heavy. As iron, he fought for the whole night last night. His aura is already disordered. At this moment, he must be catching his breath in some corner. Understood, boss. He turned to Herman. What about Kwang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling? Any movements? Everything is normal. Herman lowered his gaze and replied, the watchers don't dare to approach. They can only keep watch from across the street. In these past 2 days, Kwang Tianyu has been going back and forth between home and the police station. Ma Xiaoling didn't leave Lingling Hall during the day, but did go to Jia building last night. As for that teacher, we didn't dare to follow. We only checked the school attendance. His schedule is tight, arriving and leaving precisely on time. No abnormalities. Yamamoto Ichifu slowly rubbed his chin with his fingertips, his gaze growing cold. Fahai is tricky. We need to set a trap to let Kwang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling encounter him first. Relying solely on us to confront him, even if we can eliminate him, we would pay a heavy price. Yamamoto Ichifu suddenly paused, turning to stare at Dongbin Jinwu. By the way, have you found the whereabouts of those 2 snake demons? So far, no leads. After the battle the other night, they seem to have evaporated. Dongbin Jinwu paused for a moment, lowering his voice. However, I've noticed that Ma Xiaoling has been going to Jia building every night recently. There's an 80 to 90% chance that she's hiding there. As he finished speaking, he lowered his gaze to hide the sharpness that flashed in his eyes. Yamamoto Ichifu's pupils constricted slightly. Jia building. Kwang Tianyu also lives there. If they truly gather in one place, it makes sense. Can you go check it out right away? Understood, boss. At noon, the air shimmered like rippling water. Dongbin Jin was silently appeared on the rooftop of the high-rise building opposite Jia building, his gaze piercing through to the building across. In an instant, 2 enormous semi-transparent runes swept across his vision, floating on the outer wall of the building, vanishing in a flash. He lightly curled his lips as expected. Something is amiss. The aura of that talisman was thick and heavy, wrapped in intense magical power, clearly designed to conceal demonic energy, completely sealing the cold demonic aura accumulated by the white snake and green snake over 1,000 years within the building. Having confirmed this, he pondered for a moment, and his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing on the rooftop of Jia building. With his right hand, he formed a seal and pointed towards the distant wall. A silent, shadowless corpse energy shot out, colliding with the edge of the talisman. The talisman paper did not ignite, yet it seemed to be licked by fierce flames, suddenly burning black and curling inward, turning to fine ash in the blink of an eye, drifting away. As the seal broke, the suppressed demonic energy surged forth. 2 spirals of ghostly blue and pale white began to take shape in the sky, swirling without dispersing. Ordinary people could not see it, but it was the malice condensed from a millennia of cultivation. No matter how much it was concealed, it could not escape the eyes of demon hunters. Dozens of kilometers away, in a dark cave deep within the mountains, Fahai was meditating with his eyes closed. At the moment the talisman shattered, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing as he fixed his gaze towards Jia building. But just for a moment, he slowly closed his eyes again, continuing to regulate his breathing. After days of fierce battles, his magical power was nearly exhausted, especially after forcefully invoking the Great Sun Demon Suppression spell last night. To confront that demon, the depletion was immense, not something that could be restored in a short time. Where's that monk? Why hasn't he come yet? Standing on the high-rise opposite Jia building, Dongbin Jinwu waited for a long time without seeing anyone, his brow slightly furrowed. A day hurriedly passed, and soon the light of day returned. As the morning sun leaped over the horizon, spilling golden rays on the earth, Fahai suddenly rose, his robes swirling. Without wind, nefarious beings, today the karmic debt must be settled. At the same moment, downstairs of Jia building by Susu, Shaoqing, Kwang Tianyu, Jingjingzhong, and Ma Xiaoling had gathered, splitting into 2 cars, engines roaring as they drove towards the outskirts. This scene was captured by a person in another building 100 meters away. That person quickly put down the binoculars and grabbed the phone to dial out. 5 people, 2 cars heading to the suburbs. Could it be that they really planned to meet Fahai? Inside Tontian Pavilion, Yamamoto Ichifu set down the receiver, looking at Bijia and the others with a calm tone. This time you all stay behind to recuperate. In these past few days of consecutive injuries, although relying on blood-sucking can prolong life, the depletion of the original blood essence is hard to replenish. More importantly, this battle is beyond what you can intervene. He said no more. His figure swayed, leaving only the echo in the empty living room. In the desolate open space of Half Mountain Park, Chen Yu arrived first. His figure broke through the clouds and landed steadily atop a jagged rocky peak several meters high. The morning wind was crisp, the grass and trees silent, and there was no one in sight. He took a deep breath, his expression relaxed. I wonder how much can be dropped in this game. Unlike the last time, when Jia building was haunted, this time, he had already entered the depths of the game. On the surface, the trend had not changed and the outcome had not tilted, but every step taken had been renewed. Kwang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling already knew who Yamamoto Ichifu was. Kwang Fuxing had also not fallen into bloodthirsty madness. As he pondered quietly, a sharp, tearing sound broke the silence from afar. Fahai stepped onto the void, his robes fluttering, landing steadily in the center of the open space. Chen Yu smiled and raised his hand. Master, you're up early. But Fahai had yet to adapt to this reversal of positions, snorting coldly, his voice like an ancient bell. Where are those two demons? Rest assured they will not go back on their word. As the words fell, the sound of engines grew closer, and two cars drove into the clearing, stopping abruptly. The car door swung open, and Ma Xiaoling stepped out first, followed closely by Kwang Tianyu and Jin Jingzhong. Bai Susu wore a dress as white as snow, while Xiao Qingqing's skirt fluttered in the wind, and the two stood side by side, walking with composure. Fahai's gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing toward the two monsters. At last you dare to show yourselves. Xiao Qing sneered. Fahai, the debts that have been unresolved for 800 years will be settled today. Bai Susu gazed at him quietly, her voice warm, yet heavy. Master, a monk practices compassion, not obsession. After 800 years of pursuit, the cause and effect are clear. Will you still not let go? Now I no longer harbor other thoughts. I only wish to see him once more before my time is up. But you still stubbornly cling to the past. Fahai, however, didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, snorting coldly through his nose. Less talk. Let's fight. After today, whether it is gratitude or resentment, it will all be wiped clean. He spoke with confidence. Just days ago, even in their prime, the white snake and the green snake were not his rivals. How much less so now, with the two of them showing signs of fatigue and barely suppressing their internal injuries. Bai Susu especially made him frown. She appeared composed as ever, yet her spirit was leaking like a funnel, more withered than when she had suffered severe postpartum depletion years ago. At this moment, Chen Yu spoke calmly. Master, I promise to stand by and watch, but for others I cannot impose restrictions. Fahai cast a sidelong glance at Ma Xiaoling, Kwang Tianyu, and Jin Jingzhong, a slight smirk on his lips, yet his eyes remained devoid of any fluctuation. Are you talking about them? Do as you wish. That evening, Ma Xiaoling indeed had a spar with him which had some degree of intensity, but it ended there. Jin Jingzhong, being a mere mortal, could barely stand without support from a tree, hardly worthy of notice. As for Kwang Tianyu, his aura was peculiar, with a faint trace of demonic energy, not even comparable to a wild fox. What was there to fear? Before the words fell, the battle had already begun. The white snake and the green snake drew their swords, the cold light slicing through the air. Fahai tapped the ground with his toes, his robe billowing as he charged forward. The three figures moved so fast that they tore through the air. Jin Jingzhong could only see blurred afterimages, unable to distinguish who was on the left and who was on the right. With every clash, the demonic energy and the Buddhist power collided explosively, a whirlwind rising from the ground with dry leaves swirling like blades, shaking the entire forest. Although the golden core had been passed to Jin Jingzhong, the foundation of the demon race in this world rested within its original form. Despite being heavily injured, Bai Susu could still fight for her life after 2 days of rest. But this life would only suffice for a few exchanges. As expected, before they could even complete a dozen moves, both were struck by Fahai. A palm to the chest and a kick to the abdomen sent flying into the mud. Bai Susu coughed out a mouthful of foul air, locking eyes with Xiao Qing, whispering like the wind. Xiao Qing used that method. Xiao Qing nodded, her voice barely a whisper. All right. For the past 2 days she had insisted on persuading Xiao Qing to leave, but Xiao Qing would not comply. Bai Susu had thus spent the nights devising strategies. Chances of victory? None. A way to survive? There was a glimmer. Chen Yu had mentioned Kwang Tianyu as a second-generation zombie, had untapped potential. If they fought with their lives on the line, depleting Fahai's energy by 70%, perhaps he could indeed withstand the final blow. In an instant, the two women were enveloped in surging demonic energy, their blue and white luminescence swelling the earth, humming. 20 meters away, two giant pythons burst forth. The blue python scales shimmered with a ghostly glow, its head like a grinding wheel, its fangs menacing, capable of swallowing an entire car. The white python was slightly larger, its body pearlescent and smooth, its contours gentle yet fierce, resembling a mountain when lying still. Fahai laughed disdainfully towards the sky. Ha! Before this old monk even takes action, you reveal your true forms. What a waste of effort. Though the demon forms were strong, abandoning their treasures and spells was akin to self-inflicted wounds. Yet in the next moment, the two giant pythons suddenly surged. Without any hesitation, as swift as lightning. The blue shadow and the white light intertwined in a flash, and Fa Hai was ensnared, the three figures entangled in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The massive tails swept through snapping tree trunks as thick as bowls. The python heads crashed with a force that shattered rocks like paper. Fa Hai struck the blue python's vital point, yet it only pushed it back 3 feet. Another strike aimed at the white python's forehead was deflected by its scales, leaving his fingertips numb. The three figures clashed between the ground and the air, spinning endlessly. Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyou, and Jin Jingzhong held their breath, watching intently. Jin Zhengzhong's throat rolled, his voice strained. Master Susu, and the others. Ma Xiaoling focused on the battle with a furrowed brow. They can't hold on much longer. Jin Jingzhong suddenly grasped Kuang Tianyou's arm tightly. Brother Kuang, quickly help them. Ma Xiaoling glanced sideways, her voice like thin ice. Jingzhong, calm down. Before setting off, Susu had explicitly said, they would exhaust them first, and then you would kill. Before the words fell, Kuang Tianyou's pupils constricted. Oh no. Monsters, do you really think this old monk is helpless? In midair, Fa Hai, tightly bound by the two pythons, suddenly hurled his golden bowl, tearing the Buddhist beads around his neck with his right hand, his fingers flying, the Buddhist light bursting forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The millennia-forged Buddhist beads transformed into countless golden stars, shooting out rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sound was deafening. The 20-meter-long blue and white giant pythons were pierced through by the Buddhist artifact, crashing to the ground, a mist of blood enveloping the area. As they hit the ground, their human forms reappeared. Bai Susu and Shao Qing collapsed in the mud, their breaths faint, unable to lift even a finger. Fa Hai hovered in midair, his complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes were sharp as knives. He reached out, summoning the golden bowl that buzzed as it approached, then released it, hovering stably above the two women's heads, slowly descending. Monsters, this time, let's see where you can run. Buzz. The golden bowl suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a massive vessel 3 meters wide, with golden light gushing forth like molten gold spilling out. In an instant, a palpable force of sealing power descended upon them, locking Bai Susu and Shao Qing firmly. It wasn't until the golden light exploded that Ma Xiaoling snapped back to her senses, shouting sharply, I'll break the bowl. You stop the monk. Before her words could finish, she had already raised her magic staff, leaping into the air, the tip aimed directly at the blinding golden light. Kuang Tianyou then flickered, closing the distance to Fa Hai in just a few steps. Bang, 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 bang. After the battle in Dongjing under Chen Yu's invisible pressure, the dormant bloodline within Kuang Tianyou was forcibly torn open, a far fiercer and more intense version of himself than in the original story. Especially that short-distance teleportation, swift to the point of leaving only afterimages. Fa Hai's pupils shrank momentarily, unable to discern the truth from illusion, and he took several heavy punches. However, this force was merely enough to rattle Fa Hai's golden body's surface. After more than 10 exchanges, Fa Hai gradually grasped the rhythm, suddenly extending his right claw, fingers like hooks, seizing Kuang Tianyou's left shoulder, and a left palm followed, landing solidly on his chest. Boom. The force of the palm sent Kuang Tianyou flying more than 20 meters, crashing heavily into a bus parked by the side of the road. Indeed, it was the same place where Fa Hai was besieged in the original story. Chen Yu chose this place precisely because it was remote and sparsely populated. A little did she know that fate loved to align such coincidences. Boom. The bus roof caved in, and the glass shattered as Kuang Tianyou slowly propped himself up. Except for a faint ache in his ribs, a torrent of scalding energy surged from deep within his chest, a heat rising in his throat, and he let out a low roar. Roar. White hair suddenly emerged, fangs slightly revealed, the true form of the zombie fully unveiled. His aura suddenly soared, and he charged at Fa Hai once more, faster with heavier punches, keeping his opponent from diverting his attention. But just after a few exchanges, Fa Hai slapped down on his back. A loud crash echoed, and a sycamore tree that 3 people could embrace broke with a crack, crashing to the ground, dust swirling. Fa Hai's brow twitched slightly, only to see Kuang Tianyou rise again from the broken wood and shattered stone, howling to the sky, transforming into a streak of black lightning shooting forward. The more heavily he was injured, the faster he became, the crazier he fought. As the bloodline of Jiang Chun was peeled away layer by layer, the long-dormant zombie rage quietly awakened. His speed increased, his strength surged, even the edges of his nails glimmered with an eerie blue light. Fa Hai's forehead glistened with a slight sweat. This body truly began to instill him with a sense of apprehension. Just as he was being firmly held back by Kuang Tianyou, Ma Xiaoling performed a hand gesture to summon lightning, and the heavenly thunder curse descended. The Ma family's divine dragon broke through the air and shattered the golden bowl's protective shield with a single bite. Little did she know, if not for Kuang Tianyou desperately restraining him, dividing Fa Hai's attention, even the divine dragon's arrival would not have been able to break the golden bowl by even half an inch. Attack! Block the golden bowl, don't let it return to his hands. As the seal broke, Xiaoqing and Ma Xiaoling leaped up together, one to the left and one to the right, intercepting the golden light rushing through the air and pinning it firmly in place. Standing quietly on the rockery, Chen Yu watched this scene and sighed softly. If we talk about being overpowered, Huang Tianyu is the most outrageous one in Jiangyao. For 60 years, he had not tasted blood weak enough that he could not even defeat third-generation zombies. Yet each brush with death struck like a hammer, fiercely pounding against the seal on his bloodline. This battle serves as clear evidence. Each heavy blow causes his wounds to heal in the blink of an eye. Each time he falls, he rises with a straighter back, harder knuckles, and a more intense bloodlust in his eyes. Chen Yu observed clearly the power of the monarch was awakening inch by inch, and the zombie body was being reshaped inch by inch. Certain dormant instincts were beginning to glow faintly at his fingertips. Vajrapalm. Fa finally erupted in fury, channeling the true power of Buddhism into his palms, the golden patterns on his palms swelling as he struck Huang Tianyu's chest. Boom. He shot back like a released arrow, crashing through an entire bust, the roof's metal skin curling and exploding, flames shooting up into the sky. But even as the flames did not extinguish, a terrifying aura began to swell like a tide. Roar. The sound wave tore through the air, even the burning flames stuttered momentarily. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a head of silver hair slowly parted the thick smoke as Huang Tianyu stepped forward. Boom. As his third form began to take shape, he took Fa-Hi's palm, heating the blue bricks beneath him, shattering, yet he remained completely still. In the next moment, his right fist struck out, and Fa-Hi was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. Roar. The punch's force had not yet dissipated, and another roar erupted. Violent energy exploded from his body, causing the ground beneath him to crumble, rocks flying and dust billowing upward. Ma Xiaoling was stunned by Susu, held her breath. Even Xiaoqing forgot to wave her sleeve. It turned out Chen Yu was not wrong. Fa-Hi's mountain-like pressure truly forced the second-generation zombie power within Huang Tianyu to emerge inch by inch. Indeed, only the extraordinary can subdue the extraordinary, Chen Yu said calmly, her voice very soft. When Huang Tianyu unleashed his third form, his muscles and bones were like iron, strength unparalleled, yet it ultimately could not match the terrifying might of Chen Yu, who once shattered 10,000 tons of massive objects with a mere swing of her arm. He could send Fa-Hi flying with a single punch and shake the Arhat's golden body, not solely relying on brute strength, but on the long-dormant corpse energy within him, specifically the primal power transformed from the Pango bloodline surging forth. What is termed awakening potential is merely pulling out something that had long lain dormant deep within his bloodline. This power had been suppressed tightly for many years because he refused to drink the blood of the living Yu. It had never awakened. In Jiangyao, Huang Tianyu, being a second-generation zombie, possesses 4 states: the state of a common person, the initial zombie state, and this Snow White third form. The likes of De Chengzhen Wu and other third-generation zombies could barely step into the third form, but compared to Huang Tianyu at this moment, they were like fireflies against the blazing sun, vastly inferior. As for the monstrous form that emerged after drinking the blood of the angel, only Yamamoto Kazuo and Huang Tianyu could transform into it, and its powers were nearly uncontrollable. The monster form that appeared in the second installment only recognizes the readied zombies. That is the true existence that tears apart the rules. Boom, 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 boom. Under the third form, Huang Tianyu's every move carried the momentum of collapsing mountains. The shockwaves generated from his tussle with Fa-Hi cracked the ground inch by inch, sending rocks flying and dust swirling into a gray dragon that faintly revealed the formidable aura with which Chen Yu had summoned lightning that night. However, as the fight dragged on, Fa-Hi's expression grew heavy, finally stabilizing his rhythm, growling, "This evil power again. What is your connection with that group of monsters?" At this moment, Huang Tianyu's mind was filled only with blood and rage. He could no longer hear a single word. All he could think about was smashing this monk's bones. The day before, Fa-Hi had just fought fiercely with the half-monster Yamamoto Kazuo. In that battle, Yamamoto Kazuo was shockingly powerful, nearly shattering his Arhat golden body, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. Thus, he clearly understood. This kind of explosion could not last long. Seeing Huang Tianyu remain silent, Fa-Hi immediately adjusted his stance, shifting to a strategy of evasion and quick strikes. The two fell into a stalemate, unable to separate for a time. In the distance by Susu, Xiaoqing and Ma Xiaoling had already sensed the situation. Ma Xiaoling's expression tightened. Not good. Fa-Hi is stalling for time, waiting for Tianyu's strength to wane. At that point, no one will be able to stop him. But knowing the truth was futile. Fa-Hi alone was enough to make the three of them gasp for breath. Bai Susu was already too exhausted to fight. Xiaoqing and Ma Xiaoling were desperately holding onto the golden bowl, suspended in midair. If Fa-Hi regained the Buddhist artifact granted by the Buddha, even the current Huang Tianyu would not be able to withstand it. Suddenly, Bai Susu's gaze swept towards a rusty fire hydrant by the roadside, and she shouted loudly at Huang Tianyu, "Water! Water floods Jinshan. It's his inner demon." Upon hearing her, Wang Tianyu turned his head, and as his gaze fell upon the fire hydrant, he felt a sudden heaviness in his back. Fa Hai's palm had already landed solidly. In a fit of rage, he counterattacked, twisting his waist and throwing a side punch. Boom! The clash of fists erupted, and the violent airflow exploded, sending both of them flying like kites with broken strings. Wang Tianyu crashed heavily to the ground, landing right in front of the fire hydrant. Fa Hai, on the other hand, spun in midair, his 5 fingers quickly forming a spell pulling from afar. In an instant, the golden bowl in the air buzzed and vibrated, its golden light surging forcefully, breaking the joint suppression of Xiaoqing and Ma Xiaoling, and it flew back into Fa Hai's hands. Fa Hai held the golden bowl, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice deep as a bell. Evil creature, today no matter who comes will not stop me from settling this karma. Let me show you, the great sun subduing demon curse. As the words fell, he locked onto Wang Tianyu, who was smashing the water valve with a palm from afar, reciting the incantation as the golden bowl in his hand suddenly blazed with light, and every character of self floated up from the bowl, spinning in midair. Before the characters even approached, everyone felt a chill on their skin, their souls tightening. Even Wang Tianyu's pupils constricted. Without waiting for anyone to intervene, those Buddhist texts flew like returning birds, merging into Fa Hai's body. In an instant, his aura climbed steadily, his whole body radiating a molten gold-like glow, as if his entire being had been reforged anew by the flame of Buddhism after 1,000 hammerings. At this moment, Fa Hai appeared as a walking golden arhat, immovable as a mountain, indestructible. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. This is the great sun subduing demon curse. That night, Fa Hai had intended to cast this technique, but Chen Yu was unwilling to waste time with him and directly left. Now, Fa Hai truly resembled an arhat descending to the world, his overwhelming pressure causing the air to stagnate. 800 years. A full 800 years. I have been trapped within the belly of the stone crab, with only bitter cultivation left. There will come a day when I decipher the great sun mantra left by the Buddha within the golden bowl, perfecting the arhat body impervious to blades and arrows. Although the human world cannot prove the divine, borrowing the true meaning of my Buddha from the golden bowl, I can momentarily enter the realm of the arhat. Today, let you all taste the thunderous wrath of the Buddhist demon suppression. With the arhat's spirit possessing him, Fa Hai kicked off the ground, soaring like a golden arrow. Wang Tianyu countered by slamming his palm down on the gushing fire hydrant, pouring forth a torrent of corpse energy. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Fa Hai took a step forward, the blue stone road beneath him suddenly exploded, dozens of water columns bursting forth from the ground, shooting up into the clouds, instantly wrapping him in a swirling torrent. As Bai Susu said, the flood is a knot in Fa Hai's heart. When the water surges, his mind boils like oil on snow, and his magical power surges, giving rise to demonic thoughts. At this moment, he wore the golden body of the arhat, with the Buddhist light on his surface, solidifying into golden armor, stabilizing his mind, steadying his soul, suppressing evil, and locking away delusions. The inner demon that had just emerged was crushed into ashes. Unfortunately, each time the great sun demon subduing spell is activated, a hidden mark appears on the golden bowl. Limited to 3 strikes, the sacred artifact bestowed by the Buddha will crumble bit by bit. For this reason, he had not used it in his previous battles. The night before, he had repelled that monster with a single strike, and today was the second time. Boom. Fa Hai cleaved through the waves, slamming down with a palm crashing against the third form of Wang Tianyu's blocking arms. Boom. Centered around Wang Tianyu, the ground tore apart, like paper rocks exploded within 10 meters, and the earth trembled as if a ground-burrowing bomb had detonated beneath his feet, with mud and debris soaring into the sky. The fierce wind swept through the forest, carrying broken branches and leaves as 2 figures collided violently into the valley. A tree trunk snapped in half, the mountain rock shattered with a sound, and the ground caved in as if an ancient beast was charging across. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous roars rolled over the ridge. Half the hillside instantly turned into a charred wasteland with dust and smoke surging like a tide. Suddenly, a white figure shot out from the smoke, crashing into the center of the square with a thud, creating a deep pit, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward and debris flying like shrapnel. It was Wang Tianyu, his white hair wildly billowing. Roar! He burst forth from the pit, emitting a beast-like howl from his throat, and with a powerful leap, he transformed into a pale streak of light charging towards the descending Fa Hai. Ma Xiaoling tightened her fingers. His energy is weakening. Xiaoqing's complexion turned pale. This is bad. Tianyu's burst is about to end. What should we do now? She and Bai Susu, both severely injured, could no longer get up. Even with Ma Xiaoling's demon-slaying dragon clan bloodline, she couldn't intervene in this level of battle, and there's no need to mention Jin Jingzhou, only was still able to move. Everyone turned to Chen Yu in unison. However, he shook his head gently. Don't look at me. I promised not to intervene. But before he finished speaking, at the moment Fa Hai and Wang Tianyu clashed again, a black shadow descended from the sky, landing silently, yet causing the entire mountain to tremble. Its aura was heavier, colder, and more oppressive than that of the white-haired Kwang Tianyu. I am here to lend a hand. As soon as he spoke, Yamamoto Kazuo, who had been observing the battle for a long time, finally appeared, his white hair dancing wildly, blood-red eyes burning with fire, directly stepping into the peak of the third form. Boom, 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 boom. The mountainside suddenly erupted into a more violent battlefield. Punches and palms collided like thunder from the heavens, the fierce winds tearing through the air, shockwaves stirring the clouds, and the entire forest was wailing. You monster! Do you dare to show your face? Fahai shouted sternly. What is there to fear? Yamamoto Kazuo, you are not truly dead. As long as you are alive and well, how could I leave first? It has been 60 years, Kwang Guohua, and you are still the same. Unable to subdue a monk after a long struggle, and I have to come and clean up the mess. I do not need your interference. Two monsters, do you think I am not here? The three of them became three fleeting shadows, repeatedly tearing at each other in midair, dodging and colliding so fast that even their clothing couldn't be discerned. The aftermath left half of the natural park in ruins. Old buildings collapsed, streams reversed, pine forests overturned in patches, and pond water was lifted halfway up the hillside. Clang, clang, clang. Kwang Tianyu's fists and Yamamoto Kazuo's palms repeatedly struck against Fahai's golden body, producing booming sounds like bells that echoed through the mountains, the golden light shimmering without fading, standing firm. Yet when Fahai struck back, both of them were forced to retreat half a step, their expressions showing shock. With such cultivation, anyone facing him alone would undoubtedly be defeated. But at this moment, the two second-generation zombies joined forces, both at the peak of their white-haired state, while Fahai, despite being the true Arhut golden body, was gradually forced into a defensive position, being struck more frequently. For no other reason. The two of them had the power to split mountains, their bodies like mysterious iron, and could move instantaneously, appearing like phantoms, making it impossible to defend against. On a distant cliff, Chen Yu stood still in the wind, watching the swirling battle clouds, a slight smile on his lips. He had anticipated that Yamamoto Kazuo would take action. As long as this person arrived and joined forces with Kwang Tianyu, they could truly restrain Fahai. If he intervened first, Yamamoto Kazuo would definitely remain on the sidelines. He didn't want to disrupt the subsequent net closing rhythm. 3 days ago, he had waited for Nakamoto, Masamitsu, and Baika to leave completely, using the cover of the thunderstorm to quietly appear. Of course, he was not omniscient. He did not know that the night before, Fahai had pursued Yamamoto Kazuo for an entire night. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, secretly estimating Yamamoto Kazuo's depth, while the three over there had become completely bloodthirsty. Kwang Tianyu and Yamamoto Kazuo alternated in fierce attacks, and Fahai endured over 1,000 heavy strikes. His golden radiant Arhut body began to dim like faded paint, inch by inch losing its luster. Yamamoto Kazuo's eyes brightened and his fist became fiercer, faster, and more relentless. Suddenly the golden light around Fahai surged violently, countless Sanskrit characters scattering like fireflies. His aura suddenly plummeted, his movements sluggish, even lifting his hand became a beat slower. How could Kwang Tianyu and Yamamoto Kazuo hesitate? 3 palms and 1 kick almost simultaneously smashed into his chest and back. Before the muffled sound faded, Fahai was already sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Boom. He crashed into the mountainside 100 meters away, rolling down onto the shattered square, and the moment he landed, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, curling up on the ground, without even the strength to prop himself up. At the very moment Fahai was heavily injured and fell to the ground, Yamamoto Kazuo's figure flickered and vanished. Only Kwang Tianyu landed, just touching the ground with his toes, when he stumbled, almost kneeling down. The pressure he exerted instantly dissipated his black hair, quietly returning to normal, and the golden glow no longer visible. Jin Jingzhong stepped forward to support him. Tianyu, can you hold on? I am fine. Everyone had already surrounded Fahai. At this moment his aura was as weak as a thread. If they did not act, would they wait for him to catch his breath and fight for another 800 years? Just then Bai Susu raised her hand to stop, Xiaoqing gently shaking her head. Chen Yu also approached the edge of the scene, lightly touching the ground with his toes, looking at the person on the ground, and sighed. After 800 years of enmity, today it should come to an end. The right and wrong have long been tangled into a mass. Chen Yu did not want to get involved. He was not familiar with Bai Susu, and had even less friendship with Xiaoqing. But that damned primal power forced him to step forward. If he did not intervene, he would lose everything. As for Fahai, he would not die. The gaze of the Tathagata had never shifted away. Fahai coughed up another mouthful of blood, his aura nearly extinguished, yet his eyes remained sharp as knives. Come kill me. With the great sun demon subduing spell broken, the Arhut golden body crumbled as well. The backlash penetrated to the marrow. At this moment, he was more fragile than a mortal and more flickering than a candle flame. He knew very well that he had no strength left to fight back. Yet Bai Susu did not strike, merely gazing at him quietly. Fahai, do you still not understand? In these 800 years, neither of us has won. You hate us, I love Su Xian. These two obsessions are the root of all calamities. I have seen through it long ago and have admitted defeat. Now I only wish to see him one last time. I no longer harbor the hatred of the past towards you. Fahai's pupils trembled, and images of the green bricks beneath Leifeng Pagoda, the mist outside Jinshan Temple, and the oil paper umbrella by the broken bridge floated before his eyes. His face was a mixture of sorrow and anger. I cannot let go. I truly cannot let go. He suddenly scanned the crowd, his voice hoarse like tearing cloth. In my life, I have subdued demons and vanquished evil, yet in the end I fall into this state. Am I wrong? Tell me, where did I go wrong? Wrong for slaying demons? Or wrong for not descending the mountain, for being involved in this mortal world? Silence answered him. Indeed, had the one who claimed to uphold heavenly justice erred. In truth he had. He erred by seeing only monstrous forms, not human hearts, by decreeing life and death before discerning good from evil. Those refined spirits, white serpents, green serpents, who had cultivated virtue for centuries without harming a single soul, he had still bound and subdued without hesitation. Cause and effect are immutable, retribution is inevitable. Today's reckoning was but the culmination of every blade stroke he himself had carved year after year. Fahai's knees sank heavily onto the shattered stone, and he lifted his gaze to the heavens, his voice tearing apart. Why, Buddha, tell your disciple, why? He had once been a prodigious disciple of the Buddha's teachings. Upon leaving the mountain, he subdued countless demons and vanquished innumerable fiends. Yet fate conspired that he should cross paths with the white serpent and the green serpent, thus binding them in an 800-year entanglement, culminating in this day, he imprisoned within the crab, she guarding across lifetimes, his golden body shattered, her vigil unfulfilled. Had she ever wrought calamity in those days? No, she had merely what a mortal man opened an apothecary, dispensed herbal remedies, and saved lives. Yet Fahai appeared, uttering only, mortals and spirits walk separate paths, and sought to sever their sacred bond. A great battle flooded Gold Mountain Temple, drowning thousands of innocents. He was sealed away for 800 years. She waited. For 800 years. Even now, Su Xian's reincarnation remains unfound, while by Susu's temples bear frost-white streaks. Each grievance churned and crushed within Fahai's mind. A metallic tang rose in his throat, his chest burned fiercely. Only one thought detonated again and again. Have I erred? Have I erred? Silence pressed down. Ashes swirled across the plaza on a wind no one heard. By this hour, vengeance and grudge had long since ground both sides to ruin. By Susu already teetered on the edge of oblivion, this battle had dealt her a mortal wound, her breath faint as a guttering candle ready at any moment to dissolve into drifting mist. Fahai's golden body lay fractured, his cultivation severely diminished. No one could say when, or if, he would ever recover. Yet all his life he had upheld monastic precepts, severed demons, subdued fiends, never once straying from the righteous path. Before the final syllable left his lips, the heavens trembled violently. An overwhelming celestial pressure descended from the ninth heaven. Golden light cascaded like a waterfall, rending clouds, piercing void, scorching even time itself into fissures of luminous rupture. At the heart of that radiant sea, a towering Dharma form slowly coalesced, serene beyond measure, compassion fathomless, the true visage of the Buddha Tathagata. The Buddha Tathagata. A gasp tore from startled lips. That irresistible sacred force surged forward. Shaoqing, by Susu, and Jin Jingzhong dropped instinctively to their knees. Fahai, already prostrate upon the earth, now trembled violently. His 10 fingers clenched into the dust, murmuring hoarsely, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Only Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyo, and Chen Yu remained standing. Ma Xiaoling stood ramrod, straight palms pressed together, fingertips trembling, but not a single knee bent. Kuang Tianyo, though a Jiangshi, felt no subjugation beneath the Buddha's aura, merely clasped his hands in solemn reverence. Chen Yu gazed upward, unblinking, his eyes sharp as hooks probing the folds of that luminous veil, not for worship, but for truth. He had foreseen the Buddha's arrival, and had waited precisely for this very glance. He perceived it clearly. The Dharma form seemed suspended barely 100 meters above, close enough to touch. Yet upon closer focus it receded beyond the starry deeps, its reality elusive, veiled behind 1,000 translucent curtains. Fahai, you still have not awakened. The voice did not enter through the ears, but poured directly into the spiritual core. All phenomena in the mortal world abide by cause and effect. When conditions gather, things unite. When conditions disperse, things part. No debt arrives without cause, and no event arises without root. Whether fruit be sweet or bitter, it ripens solely from karmic seed, and dissolves only through karmic resolution. Only with the adamantine will and the unmoving heart, unshaken across tribulations, may one truly behold Bodhi. Namo Amitabha Buddha, awaken. That thunderous command struck like a bronze bell, shattering illusion. All present felt their minds clear, while Fahai, as if drenched in nectar, felt his myriad attachments peel away layer by layer. His Buddha heart, long encased in wrath, rigidity, and pride, suddenly blazed with pure gold radiance, bathing the ruined landscape in warm sacred light. Namo Amitabha Buddha. He settled into lotus posture, breath stilled, hands folded, head bowed. his brow serene, his fury gone, leaving only profound compassion for all sentient beings. A white lotus descended from the heavens, lifting him gently skyward. Its petals spiraled softly, golden light pulsed rhythmically, until both lotus and dharma form dissolved into the boundless radiance, vanishing without trace. Before departing, the Buddha's gaze swept over Kuang Tianyu, paused upon Ma Xiaoling, and finally rested upon Chen Yu's face. The look remained kind and benevolent, yet flickered almost imperceptibly with a subtle, quiet astonishment. So it's over, Jin Jingzhong scratched the back of his head, staring blankly at the scorched earth, his voice thin, as if rousing from a vast, disorienting dream. Bai Susu gave a gentle nod. Yes, it is over. 800 years of entanglement dissolved with Fa Hai's ascension. She had won, yet suddenly felt a hollow space open in her chest. The one who should have come never did. Xiao Qing exhaled deeply at last, her lips curving into a genuine, effortless smile. Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu exchanged a glance, then each wiped sweat from their brows. This battle had cut perilously close to the bone. Chen Yu alone narrowed his eyes, fixating on that stretch of air. Precisely as Fa Hai soared upward, the sky shimmered faintly, as if two painted scrolls had momentarily slipped out of alignment. Then, the celestial realm does not float high above the ninth heaven, but lies beneath our very feet, merely embedded within a layered, overlapping dimension of space-time. His fingers unconsciously traced the cuff of his sleeve, his thoughts already sinking into the most subtle depths. Just then, a soft crystalline chime resonated deep within his mind. A long-absent notification flickered into view. Host has altered the destiny of a pivotal figure. 24 origin points acquired, template integration level elevated. Double the yield from the Jia Tower incident, and more. A silent warming current surged through his limbs, marrow, meridians, and divine sense. Each fiber subtly elongating, reshaping, ascending toward an ineffable transcendent state. This transformation remained known to him alone. When the deed was done, all dispersed. Bai Susu and Xiao Qing bore grave wounds, faces tinged with ashen pallor. Kuang Tianyu's complexion turned leaden gray, his throat convulsed, hunger burning fiercely in his gut. He needed blood plasma, and soon, or risk losing control entirely. Before departure, Chen Yu's phone vibrated. After the call, he turned to Ma Xiaoling and the others. I've got a sudden matter to attend to. Must leave now. What matter? Ma Xiaoling arched a brow. The manager I'd asked a headhunter to recruit has accepted the offer. We're signing the contract today, and I'll also clarify several critical operational matters with the company. Understood. Let's stay in touch. He smiled and waved. In the next instant, his foot touched ground, and he shot skyward as a silver streak vanishing into the boundless azure. Jin Jingzhong stared upward, dumbfounded. That was just unreal. A company. But Chen Yu's a teacher, isn't he? Kuang Tianyu frowned, slightly perplexed. Only Wang Zhenzhen and Ma Xiaoling knew of Chen Yu's resignation and entrepreneurial venture. Ma Xiaoling waved dismissively. He quit long ago. Right now, he's just filling in temporarily. Chasing a dream, he poured several million into launching an entertainment firm. Cough, cough, cough. Jin Jingzhong choked violently on his tea, coughing hard, eyes bulging, disbelief written across his face. Master, did you just say how much? You heard correctly, several million. Is teacher Chen really that wealthy? Jin Jingzhong's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his entire body locked in stunned immobility. Having grown up following his mother through the underworld's alleys, deception and petty fraud were second nature to him. Pocketing 1 or 2,000 in a single con counted as luck. Landing a 10 or 100,000 deal in a year would keep him awake for nights. Several million. That wasn't money. It was a meteor plummeting from the sky. Sister, wake up. A frantic cry split the air. Bai Susu collapsed unconscious in Xiao Qing's arms, her face deathly pale. At that very moment, Chen Yu descended from the sky, so swift his form blurred, landing steadily atop his own rooftop. He changed clothes and drove straight to the real estate agency's tower. The receptionist greeted him warmly, guiding him down the corridor and opening the door to the lounge. Lian had been waiting there long ago. Her makeup was exquisite, dressed in a neatly tailored small suit, the pencil skirt outlining her smooth waistline, her slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Her aura was calm yet sharp, exuding a mature and commanding presence. The two reached out and clasped hands, their fingertips cool to the touch. After sitting down, Chen Yu's lips curled slightly. Miss Li, have you made up your mind? Lian nodded. I have decided. Chairman Chen's terms I cannot refuse. Chen Yu smoothly pushed the contract on the coffee table across. Take a look first. If there are no issues from now on, I will call you Manager Li. This comprehensive agency was truly impeccable. Once Chen Yu spoke, every detail would be handled flawlessly: renting venues, renovations, headhunting, signing contracts. Everything was perfectly in place. Li Yin flipped open the contract, reading every word carefully. This document would determine the path of her next 10 years. Chen Yu's company was just starting currently, with only 2 people, the boss and her, as the general manager. All major and minor affairs rested heavily on her shoulders. Yet it was precisely this burden that stirred her heart. As the old saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. On one side was the operations manager of a radio station's film department with many rules and slow promotion. On the other was the helm of a new company starting with a registered capital of 20 million. She chose the latter. As she lowered her head to examine the contract, Chen Yu leaned back on the sofa, his thoughts stirring, and the attribute panel silently appeared. Host Chen Yu. Silver Supremacy Template Fusion Progress 8. 559. Punch Power 4800 tons. Speed 1300 meters per second. Talent evolves by absorbing sunlight. X-rays. Thunder Power Thunderlight, like a python. Steel Body. Super Thermal Ray. Biological Force Field. Invulnerable to myriad attacks, can withstand certain intensities of magical assaults. Super Strength, not yet activated. It had only been 2 weeks since the incident at Jejia Building, yet Chen Yu's grip strength had surged from over 200 tons to 4800 tons. A single arm shock could unleash nearly 20,000 tons of force. If combined with multiple times supersonic kinetic energy, the consequences were unimaginable. 3 days ago, during his fight with Fa Hai, his grip was still stuck around 3,000 tons. This growth was crazier by the day. Since the fusion rate exceeded 6, it increased by 2 to 300 tons daily. Now firmly beyond 8, the growth rate had doubled, at least 700 tons rising every day. More importantly, after crossing the 8th threshold, he clearly felt the tug-of-war between his two abilities vanish completely. The burden lifted, creating a gap. The third ability needed to be addressed. Li Yan closed the contract without finding any flaws. The terms far exceeded her expectations. She took up the pen and signed her name under the Party B column. Welcome aboard, Manager Li. Chen Yu's smile was sincere as he reached out again, this time holding her hands steadier and longer. This woman was solid in business, clear-headed and tough-handed, easy to lead and reliable to use. Next, he spread out a blank sheet in the lounge, writing while speaking. The first task is to find a temporary office space. The sooner the better. The company was still rushing renovations and would officially open in half a month. Li Yan had to start early, establish the overall framework first, and then recruit department by department. Chen Yu had already planned the entire scheme. As soon as he spoke, Li Yan opened her notebook and swiftly recorded notes, occasionally looking up to ask for details. In the lounge, the rustling of paper and pen, the brisk pace of speech filled the air with the scent of diligence. No one would have imagined that this young boss, clear and pragmatic in speech, had just witnessed scenes of Arhut battling demons and zombies appearing, and even met the legendary Tathagata Buddha. Time flew by during their discussion, and as the sun tilted towards noon, Chen Yu invited Li Yan to lunch. What? Can't go on any longer. Just as they set down their bowls, Wang Zhenzhen's call came. Bai Susu was nearing her end, and wished to see him one last time to express her gratitude in person. All right, I'm on my way. Chen Yu looked up at Li Yan. Manager Li, a friend is critically ill. I must go immediately. I entrust the company affairs to you for now. Understood, Chairman Chen. Li Yan replied decisively. Luckily, he had already settled the bill. Upon leaving the restaurant, he turned into a quiet alley, his figure instantly fading into a black line, piercing the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Breathing heavily. On the desolate mountain, the wind tore through the trees as dark clouds poured down, like ink, plunging the world into gloom, as if daylight had suddenly fallen into a long night. In a clearing among the woods, Bai Susu sat withered on the ground. Her silver hair was full, her skin shriveled like tree bark, wrinkles so deep they could trap fingers, the very image of a centenarian woman worn by time. A decaying dampness emanated from her body, her breathing like a broken bellows struggling for air. Xiaoqing buried her face on her shoulders trembling with sobs. Jin Jingzhong knelt on both knees, his fingertips digging desperately into the soil. Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyo, and Wang Zhenzhen stood silently several steps away. Their faces bore no grief, but something deeper, a tremor at the capriciousness of fate and deep respect for her unwavering resolve over 8 centuries. Previously, Bai Susu's sudden disappearance had been traced by Kuang Tianyu, following her scent all the way to this desolate ridge, only to find her utterly exhausted and near death. Her breath was as faint as a wisp, her appearance so deteriorated that even those who knew her best dared not believe she was the same Bai Nyangzi, once clad in white as pure as snow with eyes like cold stars. At 10,000 meters high, Chen Yu stood quietly above the clouds, gazing down at the vast cloud bank stretching hundreds of miles below his brow, slightly furrowed. The day had been clear and bright, the sun blazing, yet that patch of dark clouds stood abruptly isolated, heavy and silent, as though forcibly nailed to the clear sky. With a swift motion, he dove headfirst into the clouds. His vision was instantly swallowed by darkness. A muffled thunder exploded beside his ears, searing electrical sparks crackled wildly around him. Such commotion was of no concern to him. Raising his hand, he summoned a colossal blue-purple thunderbolt that tore through the cloud sea with a roar, several kilometers long, as thick as an ancient tree, voltage surpassing 100 million volts, temperatures hot enough to melt gold and iron. Yet the thunderbolt near him behaved like a gentle stream coiling around his body, crackling softly, casting a faint glow on his silhouette. Strange. The lightning is real, the clouds are real, but this is utterly irrational. After a brief thought, and seeing no abnormalities, his figure once again vanished into the clouds. The cloud layer was over 1,000 meters thick. He passed through and lightly touched down on the ground. His coat tails did not flare, but delicate blue arcs still flickered at his hair tips, making him appear like a deity descending upon lightning. Wang Zhenzhen caught sight immediately, her eyes lighting up as she hurried forward. Chen Yu, you really came. Chen Yu nodded to her before asking, what's the current situation? Ma Xiaoling's voice was low and steady. Susu can no longer hold on. She just finished giving her final instructions to Zhengzhong and Xiaoqing, but the person she waited for never came. Su Xian. Chen Yu's gaze swept to Jin Zhengzhong beside by Susu. Because of his intervention this lifetime, Jin Zhengzhong had not lost his memory and remained steadfast by her side, neither fleeing nor confused. Yet neither he nor Bai Susu realized that this young man, with clear features and gentle temperament before them, was the reincarnation of Su Xian, whom she had waited for 8 centuries. His appearance was different, his aura distinct, even his breath completely unfamiliar. Chen Yu had no intention of revealing this. He knew the ending and understood that Bai Susu would eventually meet Su Xian. To speak hastily now would only require laborious explanations how he knew the past life, and by what right he declared the reincarnation. Bai Susu struggled to lift her head, her murky eyes slowly turning toward Chen Yu, a vertical snake's pupil suddenly appearing deep within. She had reached the limit of the 5 declines of the celestial body, her flesh riddled with wounds, the last trace of life leaking from her fingers, ears, and lips, her entire being suffused with an impenetrable aura of deathly silence. Her breath faint as a wisp. Chen Yu. Thank. Chen Yu gently shook his head. No need to thank me. In truth, I have done nothing. What you have done is already more than enough. Her throat moved slightly, her voice as soft as fallen leaves brushing over stone steps. Bai Susu felt a clarity in her heart. Without Chen Yu's intervention, these last 3 days could never have been so tranquil. She paused, her gaze slowly shifting towards Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyo, and Wang Zhenzhen, her voice as light as a falling leaf. Xiaoling, Tianyo, Zhenzhen. It's truly wonderful to meet you in these fleeting moments. Susu, you. Ma Xiaoling stepped forward, but her throat felt as if it were blocked by something, leaving her unable to utter a single word. A cold wind suddenly swept in, sharp as a knife. Bai Susu's body trembled violently, her limbs convulsing, her brow tightly furrowed, gasping in pain. Xiaoqing hurriedly pulled her into her embrace, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Sister, hurry and go back inside, lie down for a bit. No, I want to wait for my husband here. Her breath was weak, but she shook her head gently yet firmly. Xiaoqing's eyes turned red with urgency. Wake up. He won't come. He will. He definitely will. Bai Susu closed her eyes, her lips pale, yet her tone was unwavering. Tears finally rolled down Xiaoqing's cheeks as she gritted her teeth and shouted, 800 years. You've waited for him for a full 800 years. If he truly cared, he would have long since trampled the bricks of the Thunder Peak Pagoda. Bai Susu lowered her eyelashes, her voice barely audible. Miaoshan said, he will eventually appear. Xiaoqing looked at the tear stains still fresh at the corners of her eyes, her heart aching, struggling to hold back her sobs. Humans and demons are destined to walk different paths. It's against the heavens. Don't you understand yet? That man appearing is merely a trap set by the heavens meant to shatter your heart. Have you forgotten? How did he turn and leave back then? If he hadn't been unfaithful first, how would Fahai dare to imprison you in the pagoda? 800 years. Even now you still wait, sister. I beg you, don't be foolish any longer. Bai Susu remained silent for a long time. Finally she spoke in a hoarse voice. He did indeed betray me. But after kneeling outside the pagoda for 7 days and nights, I could see that he truly regretted it. You are right, a love between human and demon is hard to bear and must face backlash. I understood that this day would come long ago, but I do not resent nor do I regret. I believe. I will definitely see him again. I will. Her withered hand clutched the edge of her garment, yet her gaze was astonishingly bright, as if Su Xian's blue robe was already faintly visible in the wind. Ma Xiaoling's eyes grew warm. Wang Zhenzhen quietly turned her face away, and Kuang Tianya's Adam's apple moved. Even Chen Yu, who had long anticipated the ending, silently sighed. Such infatuation, how many in the world can possess? Not to mention in this fickle 20th century, where the poor are laughed at and love is already priced. 800 years of obsession, no longer mere devotion, but nearly madness. Boom. A thunderclap struck down from the sky, shaking the earth. Bai Susu's primordial spirit had already burned out, but this deafening sound tore her apart on the spot, her scream shattering the long sky. Sister. Jin Jingzhong knelt on the ground, gripping her icy hand tightly, crying uncontrollably. Susu, if that bastard doesn't come, then he just doesn't come. I will stay with you, always stay with you. Zhengzhong. She struggled to raise her eyes once again, seeing him standing in front of Fahai, his back straight as a rod, her heart warming and aching. If it had been you back then. He wiped his face in a rush, his voice hoarse. Just consider me as him. Just pretend. He really has come. I don't care. I only hope that when you leave, your heart is not empty. Bai Susu was momentarily stunned, a faint bitter smile appearing on her withered face. It's a pity. Some people, no one can replace them. At this moment her breath was like a thread, her face as thin as paper, even her fingertips were slightly turning gray. Everyone knew. This light was about to go out. She was aware of it herself. Raising her head, she gazed at the surging leaden clouds, the murky depths of her eyes igniting the last flicker of flame. Suddenly her whole body straightened, and she shouted to the sky. Heaven, I beg you, let me see him once. 800 years. I've suffered enough. I've endured enough. I beg you, grant me mercy just this once. That mournful cry collided with the dark clouds, shaking the leaves to fall. Chen Yu's fingers moved slightly, and he finally stepped forward to speak. He wanted to tell them Jin Jingzhong is the reincarnation of Su Xian. Whether they believe it or not, it is up to them. But before he could speak, the dark clouds suddenly split. A pale lightning bolt struck down without warning, hitting Jin Jingzhong squarely in the back. He trembled violently, veins bulging, even his scream stuck in his throat. Everyone froze. Chen Yu's pupils constricted, and he suddenly looked up. At the moment the lightning struck, he clearly sensed an unusual aura from deep within the clouds, sharp, ancient, and undeniable. But upon further exploration it had already vanished like smoke. He stared at the sky, remaining silent for a moment. Was it fate? Or what is called heaven? He shook his head. The book of heaven still rests in the hands of those who seek it. Pangu has not fallen, and fate does not dare to manifest. It is merely a string of bytes wandering between the tracks of fate, capable of manipulating some causes and effects, yet powerless to rewrite the rules of heaven and earth. Then that fleeting moment, just now, was the heaven that transcends fate. At this moment Susu had already begun to disintegrate into thin air. At the moment the thunder fell, scattering into ashes, leaving only a faint shadow hanging in the air. Clothed in white, her hair cascading down her shoulders, she appeared pure and untouched by dust. In the same instant Jin Jingzhong, struck heat in by the lightning, slowly straightened his body, his gaze vacant, firmly locking onto that faint shadow, fragments swirling in his mind. In the disjointed images there was rain, there was a bridge, there was an umbrella, and there she was turning back with a smile. Those fragmented memories were not yet pieced together, but his aura quietly sank, causing even Xiao Qing, who stood beside him, to suddenly freeze. That aura was strikingly similar to Su Xian. Suzhen's primordial spirit gazed quietly at Jin Jingzhong, the scene of their first encounter at the broken bridge 800 years ago, silently resurfacing, a soft smile appearing at the corners of her lips. Indeed, Miaoshan did not deceive me. With a light sigh, she offered a shallow bow to everyone, her brow relaxing, her smile clear and transparent, and then her figure vanished like mist. As she dissipated, the oppressive dark clouds seemed to be suddenly torn away by an invisible hand. In just a few breaths the clouds split, and the sun emerged, golden light pouring down. If not for Xiao Qing and Jin Jingzhong trembling as they cried, tears streaming down, bystanders might have doubted that the previous scene was merely an illusion brushed past their ears. Whoa, whoa. At the top floor of the Jia building, in the living room of Jin Zhenghong's home, Jin Jingzhong slumped on the sofa, his shoulders shaking violently, his cries muffled, as if his mouth were covered. His mother Wang Zhenzhen was anxiously pacing. Jingzhong, you came in crying, can you stop for a moment? Ouyang Jia gently tugged at Wang Zhenzhen's sleeve, asking softly, Zhenzhen, what exactly happened? Wang Zhenzhen glanced at Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyou, and Chen Yu sitting at the other end of the sofa, paused, and then spoke. Susu just passed away at the hospital. Jin Jingzhong felt a pang in his heart. What? Susu is gone. Ouyang Jia and the others froze in unison. Wang Zhenzhen nodded, her tone growing softer. It was discovered to be a terminal illness, not long to live. Actually, Susu has always liked Jingzhong. So that's how it is. What a pity. Ouyang Jia looked at Jin Jingzhong, her eyes filled with regret. Susu is such a good girl, if only she could recover from her illness. Jin Jia also heard this, her heart sinking slightly. The girl named Susu who ran a bar was beautiful and steady. If she could really marry into the family, it would bring stability. Yet both of them cared for each other, but the heavens did not fulfill their wishes. The living person just like that was gone. Of course, Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyou, and Chen Yu all understood the situation clearly. Seeing Jin Jingzhong crying hoarsely, Ma Xiaoling could no longer sit still and suddenly brightened her eyes. Chen Yu, don't you know how to sing? How about a song to lighten the mood for Jingzhong? Sing. Chen Yu momentarily didn't react, caught off guard by her suggestion. Wang Zhenzhen hesitated to interject, but there's no guitar here. A guitar is easy to manage. Chen Yu's lips twitched slightly. The problem is, are you all really sure you want me to sing a song that fits the occasion? His expression was strange, and Ouyang Jia, Jin Jia, and Kuang Tianyou exchanged glances. Ma Xiaoling decisively slapped her thigh, saying, If you keep crying like this, you'll dehydrate. All right. Before the words fell, he flipped his wrist. An earthy-colored guitar lay steadily in his palm. To others it was a blur, but he had taken it out from his spatial pocket. He sat on the sofa, plucked the strings to tune, and as the prelude began, the low tones of crying for someone spread softly, his voice hoarse, yet deeply resonant. The cold wind tonight tears apart my heart, hurried footsteps, I won't return until I'm drunk. The misty rain has its own beauty, pour me another cup of wine. I've never regretted falling in love with you, is leaving you the fate sin. The pungent smell of alcohol makes my whole body want to split, choking my tears. Why am I crying so miserably? Do I still have some attachment to you? It has reached the end, unable to turn back. Wow! Jin Jingzhong suddenly howled, crying even more fiercely. Shanbin Kazuo sat deep in the sofa, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, his voice calm. The Fa High has been eliminated, and there are only 3 things left: Kwang Tianyu's blood, the Ma family's bloodline, and the great sun Tathagata's purification mantra in Miaoshan's hands. With a heavy stone lifted from his heart, his expression relaxed considerably. Bai Jia and the others stood below listening. Bai Jia, somewhat astonished, said, I didn't expect Kwang Tianyu to be so ruthless, truly resolving that big monk. Previously, Shanbin Kazuo had recounted the events of the battle in the park, and the 3 had been shocked at the time. That Kwang Tianyu, who had previously been hard to approach even when they joined forces, had suddenly become a formidable character capable of enduring tribulations and heavily injuring Fa High alongside his boss. The final strike directly sent that monk to meet the Tathagata. Shanbin Kazuo slowly shook his head. This is only natural. Whether human or beast, when pushed to the brink of force, will erupt from within. Zombies are no exception. Kwang Tianyu and I are both second generation. The power suppressed in our blood is far heavier than you imagine. If he is willing to drink the blood of the living, then his abilities are likely to double. Tomoto Shinobu lowered his gaze in silence, unconsciously rubbing his sleeve, pondering in his heart, can the second generation truly hold such weight? Bai Jia suddenly spoke. Boss, what's the plan next? Should we deal with Ma Xiaoling and Kwang Tianyu? To her, since the spirit of the National Stone has been subdued, Ma Xiaoling is merely a paper shield, while Kwang Tianyu, despite being tough, ultimately cannot withstand even a finger from Shanbin Kazuo. Only the great sun Tathagata's purification mantra in Miaoshan's hands still poses a challenge. However, Shanbin Kazuo waved his hand. No rush. The few moves Ma Xiaoling has shown are unremarkable and do not pose a threat. As for Kwang Tianyu, he may not necessarily be an enemy. As fellow zombies, if he is willing to stand together, then there will be no one in this world who can trip me up. Boss, will he really join forces with us? Tomoto Shinobu frowned slightly. Shanbin Kazuo's gaze was calm. Initially, I had you keep an eye on Kwang Fuxing to force him to drink blood. Once that child opened his mouth, Kwang Tianyu would eventually come to my door. Unfortunately, a teacher intervened halfway and disrupted the entire game. He glanced at the 3. Ma Xiaoling and Kwang Tianyu can be set aside for now. Tomoto, keep a close watch on that Chen Yu these days. Find out his daily routine and where he stays. When the time is right, you all follow me to strike and completely remove this thorn. I cannot tolerate variables outside of my control. Yes, boss, this small matter doesn't require you to take action yourself. Bai Jia stepped forward, her tone assured. Although Chen Yu has defeated Awakens and Herman, the 3 of us together are enough to handle him. Shanbin Kazuo's lips curled slightly. Bai Jia, I appreciate your loyalty, but even a lion pouncing on a rabbit must keep its claws sharp. He can heavily injure Awakens and the others in an instant. His strength is certainly not inferior to the current Kwang Tianyu. This morning when I revealed myself, he was watching from a distant rooftop. His expression calm, not even a flicker of his eyelids. Such a person must either have extraordinary means or be too foolish to know how to write the word death. I would rather believe the former. After Kwang Tianyu was called away by the police, the others gradually made their way to the rooftop, leaving only Jin Jia inside to watch over the unconscious Jin Jingzhou. Ma Xiaoling stared at Chen Yu. Tell me, was that song just now intentional? I'm wronged. Chen Yu spread his hands, looking innocent. Didn't you all ask me to sing a song that fits the mood? Wang Zhenzhen blinked and leaned closer, whispering, what Xiaoling means is for you to play a comforting tune, not a tear-jerking sad song. I know, Chen Yu shrugged, but after crying enough, when the tears have dried, one wakes up instead. This is called stopping pain with pain. Wang Zhenzhen sighed softly. It's strange to say Zhengzhong really is the reincarnation of Su Xian. Ma Xiaoling nodded. Had I known this years ago, Su might not have always had her brows locked. Fate tends to take winding paths. After a pause, she added softly, however, I truly envy Su a bit. To be able to guard one person for hundreds of years is also a kind of fortune. As her words fell, she subtly cast a glance at Chen Yu. That glance was like spring water floating on willow leaves, silent and traceless, but filled with unspoken ripples. Yet Chen Yu stood with his back to them, quietly at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the densely packed buildings of Xiangjiang in the distance, his expression serene, as if the entire city was slowly unfurling in his thoughts. Perhaps it's time for me to take the first step, he silently resolved. The narrative of the first part of Jiangyu was already clear: exorcism in Tokyo, Luo Kaiping, falling into evil as a demon, Fa Hai's old grievances with the White Snake, and Miao Shan leading everyone back to 60 years ago to change fate. In the end, the effort failed. Shanbin Mirai was subsequently obliterated. Shanbin Kazuo went berserk, and Xiangjiang was left with corpses everywhere overnight. Ultimately, everyone surrounded him, plus Shanbin Mirai returning to his position before he was slain. Afterwards, he was resurrected with the blood of the demon god, setting the stage for the moon burial. All threads of fate were tangled around Shanben Kazuo. Now that Chen Yu had entered the game, he was no longer a bystander. Since Fa Hai had ascended, the chess game of the zombie realm accelerated its operation. Huang Tianyu, Ma Xiaoling, and even Chen Yu, who had once directly engaged, all became thorns in Shanben Kazuo's side. The previous dormancy was due to the timing not being right. Now that the sharpness had begun to show, enduring would become the most foolish course of action. In terms of strength, 3 days ago during that lightning tribulation, Chen Yu had fought evenly with the fully powered Fa Hai, neither revealing their trump cards. 3 days passed in a flash, and Chen Yu's combat power had surged several levels. He now felt confident in challenging the true golden body of Fa Hai. Similarly, once Fa Hai activated his golden body, he could easily overpower the white-haired Yamamoto Kazuo or Huang Tianyu. To completely subdue him, at least 2 people would need to work together. In other words, Chen Yu's current strength had firmly surpassed that of Yamamoto Kazuo, the white-haired second-generation zombie. However, the problem lay in the fact that both Yamamoto Kazuo and Huang Tianyu had a hidden trump card. When pushed to the brink of emotional collapse, they could suddenly transform into inhuman monsters capable of shredding the white-haired second-generation zombies with a single blow. Chen Yu's gaze narrowed slightly as he murmured, "So I can strike first, but I must not push him to a dead end. It's too early to close the net now." For him, time was on his side. Each day his muscles and bones reshaped, his vital energy surged, and his divine sense expanded wildly. If he could just hold on for another month, even if Yamamoto Kazuo burned everything and transformed into a demon god, he would still be able to slay him without hesitation. Moreover, at every critical plot point, a wave of primal power would be bestowed. If he recklessly eliminated Yamamoto Kazuo at this moment, he would suffer great losses. This was not merely about defeating an enemy, but about severing his own path to prosperity. Chen Yu. He turned his head to look at Ma Xiaoling and Wang Zhenzhen, who were calling for him. Ma Xiaoling said, "Today has been a chaotic mess. Zhenzhen and I are planning to go to Causeway Bay for a stroll, just to clear our heads. Are you coming?" "You go ahead, I have some matters to attend to." "Oh." Wang Zhenzhen gently pursed her lips, her voice as faint as a falling leaf. Watching the two walk away, Chen Yu followed the navigation on his phone and headed straight to the headquarters building of Rewritten Group. Not here. He stood at the edge of the 100-meter-high rooftop, his gaze sharp as it pierced through the glass curtain wall, concrete structures, and layers of partitions directly aiming at the core of the opposite building, the 10th floor of the bell tower, the office area of Rewritten Group. It was empty. Lin Guodong was bent over in his office reviewing documents, while the other 3 critical nodes showed no signs of activity. Yamamoto Kazuo and his 3 shadowy subordinates were nowhere to be found. Forget it. Chen Yu turned, his clothing fluttering slightly. He won't just sit idly by. With his temperament, he will eventually come looking for me. The sunlight poured onto his shoulders, warm and comforting. Within him, cells were crazily dividing, compressing, and reorganizing, each pulse resonating like a drumbeat, shaking the mountains. He shook his head with a smile, his form suddenly dissipating, leaving only a wisp of gentle breeze behind. If he couldn't find them, then he wouldn't look. Soaking in the sun was the most worthwhile cultivation at this moment. The sea of clouds surged soft as cotton. Chen Yu stood atop it, resembling a silhouette descending from the heavens, his back straight, head raised to welcome the light, and eyes lowered to gaze at the sea. Beneath him lay an expansive blue expanse, above him the boundless sky. At that moment he suddenly felt that he was both in the mortal realm and beyond it. In this lifetime, most people spend their lives merely spinning in the mundane cycle of daily necessities, gasping for breath amidst rent bills, running through a life dictated by others. Many are unwilling to be mediocre, yet few truly break free from their shackles. It's not that they don't want to strive, it's that ordinary people cannot afford to lose. One misstep could lead to starvation, unemployment, or family collapse with no chance of a second try. Chen Yu was once the same. He had high aspirations, was willing to work hard, and believed that effort would surely yield rewards. However, after graduating from an ordinary university and spending 3 years in society, he had hit a wall, endured night shifts, and seen how the rules were written, how resources were distributed, and how doors were closed. Ultimately, he quietly buried himself in the crowd. When he first arrived, he thought about saving money, gaining power, buying villas, driving luxury cars, and living extravagantly. Yet as his power grew day by day, that craving for money, status, and control gradually faded away. The love, hatred, greed, and anger of the human world, the power struggles and conflicts, the abundance of gold and silver felt light as a sigh before this vast sea of clouds. Beneath the boundless universe, they were nothing more than a speck of dust. He was the silver, great super, limitless potential, inexhaustible strength, and eternal lifespan. Why then should he be trapped on this blue dot of earth, exhausting his spirit over a few office buildings, contracts, and idle chatter? Wait a minute. Chen Yu suddenly came to a halt, furrowing his brow. He was abruptly awakened, focusing on the thought that had just drifted away, his expression growing cold. I've only just touched a hint of heaven's aura, and my heart is already wandering so fast. Immortal? I'm not interested. I'm just an ordinary person who wants their wine hot, their meat fatty, their girls to laugh brightly, and their lives to be lived wildly. As those thoughts settled, the ethereal sense of detachment washed away like the retreating tide. Night fell. Xiaoqing leaned against the bar in a daze. The bar was cold and deserted, with only her Wang Zhenzhen and Ma Xiaoling present. On the table, Wang Zhenzhen, who usually drank to the point of collapse, had a red face, drooping eyelids, and her voice floated softly. Xiaoling, do you think Chen Yu doesn't take me seriously at all? Is it me being too serious? Ma Xiaoling reached out to brush the hair from her forehead, her voice gentle. Don't overthink it. Zhenzhen, someone like you who wouldn't be moved upon seeing. True. But I've hinted at him 8 times, and he hasn't reacted at all. Ma Xiaoling paused, her tone hesitant. Maybe he really didn't notice. Should I get a little closer? Be more straightforward. Wang Zhenzhen raised her face, her gaze drifting across the bar's ornate ceiling decorations. Before she could finish her sentence, her head tilted, and she softly sank into the sofa. This girl, her alcohol tolerance is poor, yet she insists on drinking. Ma Xiaoling sighed and shook her head. As her words fell, she too fell silent, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of her glass, staring at the amber liquid in a daze, lost in thought. Night, outskirts of the city. A blocked abandoned street lay in darkness. No water, no electricity, no gas. The repair crew had yet to arrive, and the entire road felt as deep as a well. However, for Miao Shan and Hui Fa, this little darkness was nothing. The uneven road surface felt rough underfoot, but Miao Shan walked slowly, as if measuring every step. As she passed by the enormous craters created by Chen Yu and Fa Hai during their battle, she would always pause, lowering her eyes and closing them, her brow slightly furrowed, as if reaching out to grasp the explosive sound, the cracks, and the scorching air that had erupted in that moment. Only at the end of the abandoned street did she stop, open her eyes, and speak softly, like a falling leaf, a fierce wind, torrential rain, the power of a diamond. And that person standing amidst the thunder. This person's cultivation is not beneath Fa Hai's golden body. Extremely strong. Hui Fa was taken aback, the one wielding thunder. Could it be the true god of the thunder department has descended? No. In recent decades, only Fa Hai's golden body has descended to the mortal realm. He returned to his position with the Buddha the day before yesterday. The Buddhist sect still occasionally cast down their gaze, but the heavenly court has long since withdrawn from worldly matters, no longer inquiring about human affairs. After a slight pause, she felt a tinge of bitterness in her throat. The paths of destiny are unpredictable, and the sea of suffering is boundless. Even for our Buddha, it is difficult to ferry all sentient beings. Hui Fa was silent for a moment before asking, if he is not the true god of the thunder department, then who is he? How could he command the thunder of heaven and earth? I cannot see his past or future. But this variable has allowed me to see the cracks of calamity. If he stands alongside Kuang Tianyou, and with the might of the Ma family's divine dragon, it may be possible to slay Yamamoto Kazuo before the chaos begins, stopping this calamity. But Master, Yamamoto Kazuo has probably already set his sights on him. Then keep watch over him. If he encounters danger, we won't intervene directly, just lend a hand in the shadows. In the early morning, the elevator mirror reflected the tall figure of Teacher Ren. Chen Yu looked up and smiled. Teacher Ren, you must have had a delightful time on the anniversary the night before, right? Teacher Ren raised the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. Then, as if recalling something, he spoke in a gentle yet serious tone. By the way, Teacher Chen, things have been quite unsettled in Xiangjiang recently. In the evenings, try not to go out too much. The previous night, the pursuit of Yamamoto Kazuo by Fa Hai had already spread among passers-by. Gods, demons, blood battles. Rumors were circulating everywhere. Though the higher-ups were trying to suppress the noise, the underlying panic in people's hearts couldn't be contained. Thanks, Teacher Ren. Chen Yu nodded with a smile. However, in the moment he turned away, his gaze brushed past Teacher Ren's calm profile, and several shadows quietly surfaced in his heart. This person was the King of the Dead, who would only officially appear in the 3rd installment of the Jiang Yu series Fushi. He had awakened much earlier than the storyline predicted. The old love story of Ma Xiaoling's mother was precisely what he left behind before his sealing. Later, as Yamamoto massacred cities, the moon burial was to commence. The Jiangchun would emerge, Nuwa would return, and the falling stars would loom overhead. He watched it all unfold. He never intervened. Perhaps it was because the seal was too deep, rendering him powerless to interfere, or perhaps he had long laid out a game that spanned millennia, unwilling to disrupt the established order for a fleeting moment of compassion. Chen Yu pondered along the way until he arrived at the garage. He started the car and picked up Wang Zhenzhen and Kuang Fuxing at the entrance of Jiajia Mansion, and the three drove toward the school together. Across from the school gate, Tang Benjinwu stood in the shadow of the phoenix tree, his pupils contracting tightly as he stared at the Bentley turning into the school gate. He turned to leave, but suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. The car door opened, and Chen Yu stepped out, looking up with a slight smile that didn't reach his eyes. To his surprise, before he could make a move, Yamamoto Kazuo had already sent 3 generations of zombies to lurk at the school gate, watching him. For the next 2 days, he went about his routine, making sure to sunbathe during lunch. Beneath his skin, power surged like a tide, every inch of his muscles and bones silently growing. After breaking through an 8 fusion rate, Chen Yu's daily output soared directly from 700 tons to nearly 2,000 tons, with growth accelerating day by day. The stronger his body became, the more terrifying his biological force field and superheat rays were. Even the power of thunder began to emit a roaring sound that tore through the air. In this way, he actually preferred that Yamamoto Kazuo delayed his actions. The longer the delay, the more he would grow, thus the chances of Yamamoto Kazuo winning would become slimmer. In the afternoon, after finishing his school duties, Chen Yu drove to the 5th floor of an office building. Li Yin was already waiting there, dressed in a sharply tailored OL outfit exuding confidence. Beside her stood a girl wearing glasses with delicate features and a shy demeanor resembling a newly hatched chick. As the elevator doors opened, Li Yin smiled and approached. "Boss, let me introduce you. This is Wang Zhenzhen, who used to be my assistant in the wireless operations department." Wang Zhenzhen is exceptionally steady. No matter how complicated the tasks, she can sort them out clearly. I brought her along when I transferred to Junlin this time. "So would you like to have a face-to-face interview?" Chen Yu waved his hand. "No need for an interview. You make the decisions on hiring. I only focus on the results." After a few pleasantries, he turned to the girl, who was not very tall, but had an exceptionally graceful waistline, smiling warmly. "Wang Zhenzhen, welcome to Junlin Entertainment." That radiant smile struck Wang Zhen's heart, making her pulse quicken, her ears suddenly flush as she lowered her head and stammered, "Hello, boss." After the introductions, Li Yin led him into a temporary office. This room is 120 square meters with 2 independent small rooms, clean decor, good lighting, and the subway entrance is right downstairs, making it convenient for commuting. It's perfectly suitable as a transition office. In the past 2 days, I've gone through the list of vacancies and salary standards and drafted a plan for you to review. Feel free to amend anything that seems inappropriate. In the boss chair, Chen Yu took the folder she handed him. He trusted Li Yin, but crucial points had to be decided by himself. If he appeared to be a hands-off boss, his subordinates would naturally slack off. At that moment, Chen Yu was focused on flipping through the pages, while in the shadows of the opposite high-rise, Herman leaned against the window, his gaze glued to Li Yin, his throat tightening slightly. Unlike Bai Jia and Tang Benjinwu, Herman, who had been stationed in Hong Kong for years, was a true predator, fond of pursuing models and female streamers. In a span of 3 to 5 days at least, or up to a week, he would change one woman for another. And then, naturally, he would feast well before wiping away all traces. Over the years, the number of women who had perished at his hands was not less than 1,000. At that time, Xinjiang was as chaotic as a pot of boiling porridge, with smuggled immigrants flooding in through both land and water, and the people he chose were either all alone or had backgrounds as clean as a blank sheet of paper. When they disappeared, hardly anyone reported it. Even if they did, there was nothing to investigate, and the cases ended up rotting away in the police department's drawers. Today, while lying in wait, he unexpectedly encountered a woman like Li Yin. Her face flawless, her figure perfectly toned, and even the calmness with which she tossed her hair made his throat go dry. He pressed his tongue against his molars, calculating once Chen Yu leaves, he would take action. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Chen Yu, who had been focused on his documents in the opposite office, suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as a knife, piercing through the 100 meters of glass. Oh no, he was locked on. Herman froze all over, turning to flee, leaving not even a shadow behind. The feeling of being crushed to the ground by Chen Yu that day was something he would never forget, an overwhelming defeat that still sent chills through his bones at the thought. "Boss." Li Yin, seeing him suddenly turn back, spoke with a hint of confusion. Chen Yu turned back, his expression as usual, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing, my neck is a bit stiff, just stretching it a little." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the president's office of the Redong Group, the afternoon sun slanted across the mahogany table. Yamamoto Kazuo sat upright in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, his gaze fixed on Lin Guodong, who stood with his head bowed. "Has the matter of the national stone spirit been resolved?" Lin Guodong replied with his head lowered. "The stone spirit was damaged, and the mainland is furious. I've pushed the blame onto overseas terrorists. The pressure has shifted partly to the Xinjiang officials. The group had to make concessions and handle matters which cost quite a bit, but it has now calmed down." "Very good, Guodong, I didn't misjudge you." Yamamoto Kazuo nodded, paused, and then continued. "Next Sunday, we will hold a banquet in the name of Redong, inviting all the power holders in Xinjiang without exception. Political leaders, high-ranking police officials, and business elites. All must be invited. Outwardly, just say that I am the executive president of Redong Group, planning to expand investments in Xinjiang, and I would like to meet and make friends with influential figures from various circles in Xinjiang." "Understood, boss," Lin Guodong responded with his head bowed. He was unsure why Yamamoto Kazuo suddenly wanted to hold this banquet, but always followed orders without asking too many questions. After Lin Guodong left, Tang Benjinwu gently pushed the door and entered, standing still and slightly bowing. "Boss." Yamamoto Kazuo looked up at him. "Have you observed that teacher for 3 days? Any abnormalities?" "Everything is normal," Tang Benjinwu replied with mild confusion. This person possesses unfathomable strength, yet he remains unperturbed, punctually going to work, taking the bus, clocking in, and grading assignments with a routine even more precise than a bank clerk. Indeed unusual. Yamamoto Kazuo nodded, his tone growing somber. If it were me possessing such power, I would have long commanded the entire copper alloy bay, even without raiding the treasury or usurping authority. Not to mention Hong Kong, where the Triads gather and territories are divided. All he needs to do is showcase his abilities, and he could establish a new law upon the old rules. Yet he refrains from conflict, from contention, remaining as cold and hard as a piece of iron frozen in ice. A person like that cannot be left alone. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp, and said, "It's time to meet him. I can go invite Kwang Tianyu, an old friend, ask him to come to Tontian Pavilion for a chat. I'll wait for him on the top floor." Kwang Tianyu. "Yes, boss." Tomoto Shinobu knew that the call to action had already been sounded. However, he couldn't understand what exactly was the purpose of inviting Kwang Tianyu now. "Tianyu, someone is looking for you." In the police station corridor, Tomoto Shinobu greeted Kwang Tianyu as he approached, offering a slight bow and a graceful smile. "Mr. Kwang, it's been a while." "It's you." Kwang Tianyu's footsteps faltered slightly, his pupils constricting. The night in Dongjing surfaced in his mind. This very person had led him through layers of pine forest directly to Yamamoto Kazuo's grave. The tomb was empty, and when he turned around, that person had vanished without a trace. He lowered his voice. "You are one of Yamamoto Kazuo's people." Tomoto Shinobu nodded calmly. "The boss wants to invite you for tea." "Yamamoto Kazuo." Kwang Tianyu paused for a moment, then nodded. "Good. I have some questions that I must ask him face to face." He got into Tomoto Shinobu's car, which took a few turns and stopped in front of a glass curtain wall building. Then, guided by Tomoto Shinobu and Baika, they took an exclusive elevator straight to the top floor of Tontian Pavilion. The hall's dome was high, crystal chandeliers bathed in flowing light, and Yamamoto Kazuo stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, seemingly waiting for a long time. "I thought you wouldn't come." He turned around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his expression calm, as if welcoming a long-lost alumnus. Kwang Tianyu looked him in the eye. "The nation's protecting stone spirit has been destroyed, and Fa Hai has broken free. Was this all orchestrated by you?" "It was me." "Why?" "Fa Hai would ruin my plans. So you kidnapped Fu Sheng to force me to confront him." "Exactly." "Are you afraid he will block your path? What can he possibly stop you from doing?" "No wonder you are the son of Kwang Guohua." A glint of sharpness flickered in Yamamoto Kazuo's eyes. "You truly guessed it. What exactly do you want?" "Power, money, influence. You have no shortage of any. Why stir up panic in the entire city?" The two stood in confrontation, their words sharp as knives, each hitting the mark. When Kwang Tianyu asked the final question, Yamamoto Kazuo's gaze turned fierce, and he enunciated each word, "Because I hate this world. Every time I see a living person, I'm reminded that I'm not human." "Look closely, Kwang Tianyu." He raised his wrist slightly, and the surrounding light and shadow abruptly changed. Noisy streets surged towards them, traffic flowed, pedestrians brushed past, yet no one glanced, no one stopped. This is not an illusion, it's a reflection of the real streets outside. They stood atop the clock tower, overlooking the bustling world below. Yamamoto Kazuo sneered, "What if one day all humanity learns of the existence of zombies? How do you think they will treat us?" Kwang Tianyu's Adam's apple moved slightly, but he did not reply. Yamamoto Kazuo did not wait for his answer, his voice growing colder at that time. "We won't even have dark alleys to hide in. We'll just be nailed to dissection tables with labels of non-human entities." "Impossible. Don't deceive yourself, Kwang Tianyu. Do you dare to tear your flesh open in front of a bee, in front of Ma Xiaoling, and reveal your fangs? You wouldn't dare." He took a half step forward, his voice low, yet sharp. "When there are too many people, zombies are the outliers. What if zombies become the majority? Who then is the real monster?" Kwang Tianyu shuddered, suddenly looking up, his eyes filled with horror. This was not madness, but a conclusion already written. He finally understood what Yamamoto Kazuo desired was never power, but to drag the entire world into eternal night. Yamamoto Kazuo's pupils shone brightly like two clusters of ghostly flames. As long as the majority become zombies, the torment and confusion of being undead will eventually become the norm. By then, loneliness will be dead. You too will become truly joyful, just like me. Kwang Tianyu, you know in your heart. You know all too well. Because we are essentially the same kind of person. Come join me, and together we will turn this world into a world of zombies. He was not wrong. Kwang Tianyu truly understood. In that moment, a vision truly arose in his mind, streets filled with his kind, not hiding, not needing to disguise, Fu Sheng standing beside him, the two of them walking side by side through the long street in the morning light. But Kwang Tianyu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was sharp as a drawn blade, his voice steady and unyielding. "Your dream cannot continue. And between you and me, we will never be friends. I am different from you. I have people I protect, people who call my name, and what about you? You only have echoes, and even the echoes find you too cold." Yamamoto Kazuo's expression darkened suddenly, his voice turned to ice. "Not friends, then enemies." Kwang Tianyu looked at him, his gaze sharp as a blade. "We have always been." Yamamoto Kazuo sensed the hint of killing intent, but carelessly spread his hands. Oh, you want to make a move? Come on. Huang Tianyu remained still, calmly stating, I cannot kill you, nor can you kill me. But if you continue on this path, you will only gain an opponent who will never fall. He turned to leave. Yamamoto Kazuo suddenly chuckled softly, you cannot kill me. But Huang Tianyu, what about your living friends? Huang Tianyu turned sharply, his gaze fixed on his face. Yamamoto Kazuo smiled faintly. I said not friends, then enemies. Why need rules when dealing with enemies? Before he could finish, the threat already hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. Huang Tianyu stared at him word by word. Indeed, I have weaknesses. But do you really think you are without flaws? Don't force me to touch those around you. Yamamoto Kazuo shrugged. Suit yourself. Kill one, I'll create 10. Feel free to try. However, we will meet again soon. The two then parted ways, their figures disappearing into the shadows, leaving no further words. In the school office, Chen Yu had just finished handling his tasks, leaning back against his chair. The setting sun slanted through the glass, casting a thin layer of gold around him. In the light, his distinctly contoured face exuded a sense of solemnity that was almost unbearable to behold, as if he were not an ordinary youth, but a statue forged from light. At this moment he was alone. He slowly raised his right hand. The tips of his fingers moved subtly, and in silence the air seemed to be grasped and kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Subtle, transparent ripples spread from the tips of his fingers like water disturbed by a stone or glass under pressure, trembling as if about to shatter. That was the force field compressing the atmosphere, generating visible pressure waves. Chen Yu smiled faintly. Absolute, true strength. Pulling force out of the void, turning it into something tangible that can be touched, pressed, and shattered. 3 days. Just relying on deep self-suggestion and subconscious anchoring, the third ability has awakened the ability to materialize and embody pure physical strength. It does not charge forward like a steel body, nor is it as dazzling as a thermal ray, but it completely unseals the terrifying power that has long lain dormant within him. In just 3 days, his one-handed grip strength had reached the level of 10,000 tons. A true, genuine 10,000 tons of power. At this moment, he swung his arm with a tremor capable of overturning a 10th Santon cargo ship on the crest of the waves. Oh, a 30-meter-long blue whale was merely a silver-scaled fish in his hands, flailing about. If he encounters Fa High again, he will no longer need external forces to break through defenses. With just the might of his muscles and blood, he can pin his opponent firmly into the ground. Exactly. I've heard those zombies have been restless lately. Let's try our hands on them. In the evening after school, Chen Yu bid farewell to Wang Zhenzhen and the others, driving alone to a small restaurant for a meal. After stepping into the Lan Kwai Fong bar at night, having sipped a couple of drinks, a heavily made-up, eye-catching woman approached to strike up a conversation. Chen Yu merely waved his hand to indicate he didn't want to talk. Moments later, 2 more approached. There was no way around it. After several transformations, his features had approached the pinnacle of human aesthetic standards, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, his stature reminiscent of a pine tree. There was an air of calm and unapproachable nobility in his every gesture. Such a character is rarely seen on screen, and who wouldn't have their heart race upon encountering one in reality? Chen Yu had no interest in those women at all. Feeling a bit bored, he casually strolled around Lan Kwai Fong, ultimately turning into a quiet bar. No accompanying waitresses and no deafening dance music. This type of place has always been a corner frequented by office workers who appreciate style. There was no raucous clinking of glasses, nor were there ambiguous glances exchanged, only the lingering aroma of slowly sipped drinks and soft conversations. However, just as he sat by the window, leisurely swirling his drink to pass the time, a gangster in a black leather jacket glanced in from the entrance, then strolled to the street, pulling out an old-fashioned mobile phone to make a call. Boss, it's him. I recognize him clearly. He's at Heaven's Love, and he doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving for now. Understood, I'll keep an eye on him. After hanging up, the man casually returned to the bar, ordered a glass of whiskey, and sat 3 tables away from Chen Yu, appearing merely as a passerby looking to kill time. What he didn't know was that as soon as he started talking at the entrance, Chen Yu had already heard everything. Even more, he was completely seen through from the moment the gangster first glanced over. Chen Yu paused for a moment, feeling slightly surprised. He had almost forgotten about the incident at the East Star Casino last month. That night, he had won 10 million at the gambling table, only to be followed by Crow and Smiling Tiger, who planned to ambush him halfway with guns to wipe him and his winnings out completely. The outcome was quite decisive. Crow lost his life, and Smiling Tiger was left breathless. Afterward, East Star had remained silent, and Chen Yu thought the matter had come to a close. Who would have thought that tonight, instead of waiting for Yamamoto Kazuki at the bar, this group would reemerge? The voice on the phone just now was precisely what had this small fry fixated on him, waiting for the hired guns to arrive from the syndicate to take his life on the spot, avenging Sean, Hu, and Smiling Tiger. Thinking of this, Chen Yu shook his head lightly, a bunch of people tired of living. He didn't turn around or glance at the gangster again. At 11 o'clock sharp, he rose to settle the bill and pushed the door to leave. The streets were deserted late at night when a Bentley sped by, the car's speakers blasting out intense electronic music. The vehicle drove all the way to the outskirts of the city, finally stopping in the middle of a stone bridge spanning a small river. In the distance, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, and two figures had already stood atop the lampposts, silent as statues. At the same time, about 20 meters behind the Bentley, a Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop. Bai Jia gripped the steering wheel, with Yamamoto Kazuki seated in the back row. There were also 3 black sedans trailing behind them at a leisurely pace. Tamamoto Shingo and Herman had already revealed their true zombie forms, fangs exposed, standing on either side of the bridge blocking the way. And Yamamoto Kazuki had come in person. There was no way around it. Chen Yu's appearance had alerted him to the real danger. Although he did not believe that this teacher could take his life, a person capable of easily suppressing 2 third-generation zombies was sufficient to disrupt all his plans. To ensure the plan goes off without a hitch, this uncontrollable factor must be eliminated in advance. The car door opened, and Chen Yu got out leisurely. Tamamoto Shingo leapt down from the lamp-post, landing soundlessly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Teacher, can we meet again?" Chen Yu's gaze swept over the cars behind him, his expression unchanged, only offering a faint smile, still not satisfied after being beaten last time. "This time you've brought someone important for support." Tamamoto Shingo waved his hand. "Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood. The last time was purely a misunderstanding. This time the boss is personally here, just wanting to have a good talk with you." "Want to talk to me?" Chen Yu's tone was flat, offering no praise or criticism. At this moment, Yamamoto Kazuki stepped out of the Rolls-Royce. His suit was impeccably tailored, tall and slender, and his handsome features exuded an air of elite sophistication. Had it not been for prior knowledge, no one would associate such a person with the undead anomalies. Bai Jia walked alongside him, and the two stepped forward, halting 10 meters away from Chen Yu. Yamamoto Kazuki smiled and nodded. "Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Including tonight, this should be our second encounter. A few days ago, when I teamed up with Kwang Tianyu to severely injure that monk from Fa Hai, you were watching the battle. You should still remember me, right?" Chen Yu's lips curled slightly. "I remember. Yamamoto Kazuki, your name is not forgotten." As the words fell, Yamamoto Kazuki's expression suddenly grew serious. At this moment, in the third sedan, over 20 meters away from his vehicle, a thug holding an MP5 frowned as he looked toward the bridge, quietly asking Golden Fur Tiger, "The target has been blocked by 2 groups. Should we proceed according to plan?" In the third car, the person in charge of the operation, Golden Fur Tiger, stared ahead, his fingers rubbing the walkie-talkie, and replied in a deep voice, "Old Black, hold off for now. There's something strange going on with these 2 sides." "Understood." The 7 armed thugs in the other 2 cars had no choice but to swallow their restlessness, their fingers slowly releasing the triggers. Last time, quite a few gunmen had besieged Chen Yu, and even Smiling Tiger and another were taken down on the spot, with gunfire dents and bullets flying everywhere. This time, East Star had spared no expense, specifically hiring a group of reckless individuals, each well-versed in urban warfare, their firepower overwhelming, each armed with a pistol along with 4 semi-automatic rifles and over a dozen grenades. This configuration would be more than enough for robbing a bank. As for whether they could escape after the heist, that's another story. Neither Chen Yu nor Yamamoto Kazuki spared a glance at the East Star crew. Yamamoto Kazuki spoke in a calm tone. "Was it Kwang Tianyu who informed you? It doesn't matter who, the key is what you intend to do." Chen Yu chuckled lightly. "What are you zombie seniors blocking me here, being polite? Don't tell me you want to recruit me to join you in becoming a zombie." "Precisely." Yamamoto Kazuki nodded. "With Mr. Chen's strength in defeating Aiken and Herman, it would be a pity to simply kill you. However, it seems that this path is unlikely to be viable now." He had initially thought that once a superpowered individual like Chen Yu transformed, his undead strength would surely skyrocket, perhaps even rivaling his own. Thus, he held some intentions of recruiting him, wanting to temper his temperament first. "Are you kidding? Why would someone living a good life want to become a zombie? Is your brain flooded?" Chen Yu scoffed. "Moreover, do you really think you can keep me here today? Aren't you afraid of being dealt with by me?" Yamamoto Kazuki's expression was firm. "No. Zombies are immortal. Even if you are strong, you will eventually wear yourself out. Immortal does not mean indestructible." Chen Yu's gaze turned cold. "Just wait until I turn you to ashes. Let's see if you can crawl out from the ashes." Yamamoto Kazuo exuded confidence, but Chen Yu's was even greater. Yet the moment those words left his lips, Bai Jia, whose reverence for Yamamoto had been absolute, her gaze turned icy cold, burned to ash. "First ask whether we consent." Before the final syllable faded, necrotic energy surged from within her and fused violently with her spiritual force, coalescing into an eerie, suffocating pressure that instantly sealed off Chen Yu's 5 senses. Even the lingering consciousness of Fa Hai was forcibly shrouded. In that same instant, space itself warped, up inverted with down light fractured into chaos. The air within several meters of Chen Yu trembled violently. Roar! Roar! Tangbin Shingo and Herman erupted in perfect synchrony. 2 bestial roars tore through the heavens, lion-like yet tiger-fierce, shaking the bridge's surface with resonant thunder. Knowing full well Chen Yu's terrifying prowess, both immediately activated their third form. Tangbin Shingo swept his arms wide, and the river beneath the bridge exploded upward, hurling dozens of colossal water columns skyward like a diverted flood surging with thunderous momentum straight toward Chen Yu. From afar it resembled a mountainous deluge, swallowing the entire roadway in an instant. Each droplet, refined by his necrotic energy, weighed heavier than lead bullets, capable of piercing walls and shattering stone, far beyond the feeble burst of a ruptured pipe in some narrow alley. Meanwhile, Herman bared his fangs and became a streak of black lightning flashing to Chen Yu's flank in a blink. In his third form, he was impervious to blades and bullets, his strength capable of uprooting mountains. His fist struck with a sonic boom, and where his wind lashed, asphalt cracked inch by inch beneath his feet. That blow could have overturned a heavy-duty truck. Yet when it slammed into Chen Yu's shoulder, it struck not flesh, but an unyielding cliff face, 10,000 ren high, utterly unmoved. Not even a single fold of his robe stirred. Impossible. Herman's pupils contracted sharply. A faint, disdainful smile curved Chen Yu's lips. Is this what you call strength? Boom. The colossal wave summoned by Tangben Shingo crashed forward with deafening fury, engulfing them both in an instant. The water curtain blotted out the sky, whose shattered stones flew like shrapnel. The million-dollar Bentley parked roadside was instantly riddled with holes, then hurled violently into the air. Swept up in the churning maelstrom, it screamed past Yamamoto Kazuo's side and buried itself headlong into the roadside greenbelt, tumbling end over end for dozens of meters before grinding to a halt. Further back, Jean Mao Hu and his men stood frozen, eyes wide with stupefaction and dread. Too far away to see clearly, they only witnessed the river erupting skyward without warning. Within seconds, the entire stretch of street vanished beneath floodwaters. Cough, cough. Ah, can't you aim your water control? You dragged me into it too. Emerging mud-slicked and bedraggled from the greenbelt, Herman spat out the words, voice thick with irritation. But the moment he steadied himself, something felt wrong. Yamamoto Kazuo and Bai Jia stood side by side, faces grim, their gazes locked on the far end of the street. There Chen Yu stood motionless, clothes dry, hair unruffled, not a single drop of water within 3 paces of him. He shook his head, faintly disappointed. This is all a third-generation Jiangshi can muster. Even the 3 of you together amount to little more than this. Now it is my turn. One punch. The instant his fist launched forward, his figure vanished, leaving behind only a deafening sonic rupture that sent pine needles cascading from the mountainside. Yamamoto Kazuo's pupils contracted to needlepoints. Herman, evade. Roar. His roar still hung in the air when his black hair at the temples turned stark white, and his body dissolved into vapor, reappearing instantly at Herman's position. Thus the war ignited. Even as Yamamoto's voice lingered, Chen Yu materialized directly before Herman. The man's vision blurred. Dozens of afterimages overlapped in front of him. He couldn't even blink before his consciousness lagged, sluggish and numb. Boom. Before the fist arrived, the air ahead twisted like cloth under immense pressure, rippling outward in concentric transparent waves, carrying the cataclysmic force of a collapsing mountain, striking Herman square in the chest. Thud. His Jiangshi body caved inward, ribs snapped one by one, his back tore open. Flesh ripped, blood mist exploding outward to reveal jagged ribs and a gaping bull's-eyed cavity. That body, hailed as invulnerable to blade or bullet, eternal and undying, was torn apart by a single blow, his waist nearly severed, held together only by a few frayed sinews dangling limply. He opened his mouth in a shriek, but the sound choked off like a wild dog strangled mid-yelp. His body rocketed backward, carving a furrow through the turf before slamming into muddy earth over 10 meters away, convulsing uncontrollably. Only then did Yamamoto Kazuo emerge from the smoke, his right palm wreathed in viridian necrotic energy, descending with crushing force toward Chen Yu's spine. The very air screamed in its wake. Had a building stood in its path, it would have crumbled instantly into rubble. But Chen Yu was faster. At the precise moment he launched Herman skyward, he pivoted sharply on his waist, his left fist surging upward in a counterthrust, meeting Yamamoto's palm heated. Boom, 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 boom. Their collision shattered the earth like brittle paper. The shockwave detonated outward, shrapnel and fire leaping into the sky, scorching gusts flinging every dried leaf and twig within 3 li into the air. Boom, 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 boom. Smoke roiled like boiling water. 2 figures dissolved into streaks of light, exchanging 1,000 blows within a space no larger than a palm. So fast, only 2 silver lines remained tearing across the sky. Palms met palms, each impact echoing like thunder rolling over an iron anvil. Each collision forced the surrounding air to shriek and flee, leaving behind fleeting vacuums dark as ink. Their bones were forged of iron, their flesh tempered like steel. This combat resembled nothing so much as a clash between primordial beasts, where their residual force swept past asphalt fissured like spiderwebs, street trees snapped cleanly in half, and brick walls crumbled silently into dust. Such devastation rivaled even that night atop Dongshan Peak, when Chen Yu had summoned lightning from the heavens and clashed Heiden with Fa Hai in a cataclysm that seemed to rend the world asunder. Jean Mao Hu and his men stood rigid beside their cars, bloodless-faced, breathless. Boom! Suddenly a black silhouette blasted through the thick smoke, a cannonball hurtling 100 meters, before crashing into a distant three-story building. Bricks and mortar exploded outward. The entire western wall collapsed with a deafening roar, sending a column of dust spiraling into the sky. Tangbin Shingo and Bai Jia stared upward, lips pale, throats bobbing, but no sound escaped them. Buried beneath the rubble, pierced clean through the building's frame, lay Yamamoto Kazuo. The Yamamoto Kazuo they had knelt before, enshrined, worshipped as divine. In his third form, he lasted fewer than 100 exchanges against Chen Yu, before being launched into the air by a single devastating blow. At this moment, Chen Yu's arm vibrated with power exceeding 540,000 tons, then accelerated beyond supersonic velocity, compressing that unimaginable force into the span of a single inch upon his fist. Even the body of a millennium-old corpse sovereign could not withstand such brutal, annihilating compression. While Bai Jia and Tangbin Shingo remained stunned, the smoke suddenly clenched tight, as if gripped by a giant hand, then detonated outward. A gray blur shot toward Bai Jia, trailing a long, brilliant white shockwave, the afterimage still hanging in the air when Chen Yu's hand closed around her jaw. Losing focus on the battlefield, his tone was calm, almost indifferent. Then his fingers pressed down. Bang! Bai Jia was hurled headlong onto the pavement, skidding violently, carving a grotesque trench half a meter deep and over a meter wide, stretching dozens of meters, until she slammed hard into a black sedan belonging to Dongxing Group. Boom! The car exploded into fragments. A fireball erupted skyward. Wreckage tumbled end over end for over a dozen meters before crashing down with a thunderous hollow thud. Inside the other two vehicles, Jean Mao Hu and three hardened thugs sat paralyzed, their minds still replaying that godlike, demonic battle. Sweat had barely dried on their brows when before them now appeared a crater several meters deep, a smoldering ruin of charred metal, a woman lying dazed and bloodied at the crater's edge, and standing calmly, hands at his sides at the bottom of the pit, a young man whose expression was serene, almost chillingly detached. Jean Mao Hu choked, then screamed hoarsely, "A demon! It's a demon!" In the other vehicle, the three thugs, teeth chattered, fingers trembling, yet instinctively raised their guns. Muzzles pointed straight at the figure 5 meters away, triggers pulled rapidly, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Bang! 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 The bullets rained down like a storm, shattering the windshield and piercing into Chen Yu's body, producing a series of piercing clang sounds with sparks flying. He had originally raised his hand, intending to rip off Bai Jia's limbs to witness the legendary regenerative abilities of zombies firsthand. Yet this round of gunfire caused him to slowly lift his head, his gaze as cold as a dagger, directly piercing towards the group, led by Golden Hair Tiger. "Bastard, why are you shooting?" Golden Hair Tiger trembled in fright at the sudden gunfire from another vehicle, roaring in panic. "Are you just going to stand there? Run? This person is a monster. Blades can't cut through him, bullets can't pierce him." With a shudder, the driver slammed down on the brake, flooring the accelerator. The vehicle across from them did the same, its tires screeching as it skidded, both cars crazily reversing. But as they tried to escape, Chen Yu would not allow it. To him now, these gang thugs and their few broken guns were utterly insignificant. Yet insignificance did not equate to being easily provoked. Boom, boom. With a flicker of movement, his fists descended. The hoods of the two cars instantly crumpled, twisted, and exploded, the entire vehicles smashing apart like tin cans struck by a giant hammer, sending fireballs rolling into the greenery dozens of meters away, thick smoke and flames rising. On the bridge, Tang Benjinwu only then suddenly came to his senses. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up, leaping over the bridge railing, plunging straight towards the river. He intended to escape by water. He was far too strong. This human was absurdly powerful. Even Yamamoto Kazuo had fallen to him. Tang Benjinwu felt a mix of excitement and dread in his heart. First, he would dive underwater to evade this calamity. Such a monster should be left for Yamamoto Kazuo to deal with. If he could conveniently send him to his end today, that would be even better. Though both were zombies, Yamamoto Kazuo was his direct superior, yet Tang Benjinwu hated him to the bone, having long wished to personally snap his neck. If it weren't for Yamamoto Kazuo, his beloved woman wouldn't have turned into a walking corpse. Neither his parents nor himself would have been devoured alive by an uncontrollable future. This hatred had long since corroded his bones and penetrated his heart. Even if Yamamoto Kazuo had resurrected him with blood, it earned him not a shred of gratitude, only deeper loathing. Loathing for him, turning himself into a monster that needed the blood of the living to survive. Want to escape? Just as Tang Benjinwu transformed into a water zombie, his figure barely touching the river's surface, Chen Yu had already suspended high in the air, his right fist imbued with tremendous force, crashing down with ferocity. The air instantly tore apart, a solid white energy column descending from the sky, the force of the punch causing the wind and thunder to silence. Boom! The entire surface of the river exploded as if struck by a missile. A towering wall of water surged up, dozens of meters high, shockwaves sweeping across both banks, a terrifying spectacle. Just as the water waves had not yet settled, Chen Yu suddenly turned around, locking his gaze on the greenery, his voice slightly surprised. Is this the regenerative power of zombies? Before him lay Herman, lying in the scorched mud, his chest completely blown through by that punch, his torso nearly severed into two pieces, barely held together by a few strands of sinew. Yet at this moment the flesh and blood within his chest were crazily writhing, proliferating, and stitching together. In just a few minutes the wound had almost healed by half. His face pale, fingers digging into the mud, he struggled to prop himself up, staggering and attempting to flee. Chen Yu squinted. I want to see if you zombies truly cannot be killed. Before his words had faded, his figure standing 100 meters high suddenly shone brightly. His internal energy fully compressed, two crimson beams shot out from his eyes, piercing through the night sky with a shrill cry. Boom, boom. This time he left no room for mercy. In an instant the entire night was bathed in blood red. The beams swelled to half a meter in diameter, spanning hundreds of meters. Wherever they passed the air steamed, asphalt melted, and the high temperature was like a blade thrusting straight through Herman's head. Boom. The earth trembled violently. A blazing white fireball erupted, rapidly expanding, a violent shockwave carrying scorching waves, incinerating everything within 100 meters. The asphalt road curling and cracking. The explosion sound pierced 10 kilometers, waking countless people in their homes who rushed to their windows, uncertainly gazing towards the direction of the bridge. Ah! In the center of the flames, Herman let out a non-human wail. His body disintegrated inch by inch under the heat rays, carbonized and scattered, even the ashes swept away by the high-temperature airflow. Within him the corpse energy erupted, desperately attempting to repair itself, yet the speed was pitifully slow, simply unable to keep up with the devastating torrent of energy. In just a few seconds he was completely obliterated, leaving not a trace. Sensing Herman's life force completely extinguished, Chen Yu's red gaze gradually retracted, extinguishing. In place, only a 20-meter wide, deep pit remained. At the bottom of the pit, dark red lava flowed, flames burning silently, thick black smoke billowing into the night sky. The so-called immortal third-generation zombie was annihilated in a single blow under the superheat ray. On the road in the distance, Bai Jia lay on the ground, her whole body stiff, her pupils dilating. After decades, she once again tasted the flavor of death. Boom. In the distance, a small building suddenly exploded into a sea of fire. Roar. Flames surged, thick smoke like ink. Yamamoto Kazuo stepped out slowly from the scorched earth. He donned a crimson robe, his entire body covered in dark red scales. A pair of enormous bat wings unfurled behind him, his face twisted and ferocious, with two sharp bone horns protruding from his forehead, resembling a dragon head, human, exuding an overwhelming aura. Even the flames dancing behind him seemed momentarily still, dimmed by 3 points. He had transformed into this form only because of the disappearance of his beloved daughter and the tragic death of Wang Zhenzhen. Driven by rage, he forcibly broke through his shackles. But today was different. Chen Yu was pressing down on him, still in the form of the third zombie with white hair, yet he was being completely crushed by the opponent, unable to fight back. Furthermore, a familiar source of blood energy had suddenly been severed, as if a knife had pierced his heart. Multiple layers of rage compounded, ultimately tearing apart his old limits, completely transforming him into his current state. At this moment he felt an explosive power coursing through his limbs and bones, his blood surging like a tidal wave, as if he could easily shatter mountains and split the skies with a mere gesture. Compared to the previous struggle with the golden body of Fa Hai, where he was half human and half demon, the power of Pangu was now fully awakened and his strength was no longer comparable. Boom. The bat wings suddenly flapped. Yamamoto Kazuo shot upward, tearing through the air, leaving a blinding sonic boom in his wake. The surge of power brought with it an almost frenzied confidence, as well as a desire to annihilate everything in sight, especially that human who sent chills down his spine, Chen Yu. Tear him apart, drink his blood, and that would be satisfying. With rage burning in his heart, he couldn't be bothered to use teleportation, relying solely on brute force, howling as he shot towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu stood still 100 meters in the air, his clothes unmoving, his gaze cold as frost, looking down at the monster charging with demonic might. The power of Pangu had completely awakened, stirring the winds and clouds around him, dark clouds rolling in from the horizon like ink pouring down. That was not an illusion, it was the tangible might of a demon god descending to the world. The invisible pressure fell like a mountain, and Bai Jia, who was severely injured and on the ground, instinctively curled up and trembled, while Tang Ben Jinwu, hidden at the river bottom, also instinctively lowered his body, almost kneeling. Yet this might did not shake Chen Yu in the slightest. Instead, a long-lost heat flickered in his eyes. In his early years, he regarded Yamamoto Kazuhiko as his foremost rival, advancing cautiously and deliberately, avoiding a direct confrontation even when plotting against Fa Hai and the White Snake. He thought this person strong enough, yet after a full-force exchange the opponent was only able to withstand 100 punches before being sent flying. To Chen Yu that was merely the blink of an eye, not even enough to be considered a warm-up. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Yamamoto Kazuhiko had already entered his third zombie form, and clearly had not held back. Unexpectedly, the completely suppressed opponent in a fit of extreme anger took that step ahead of time, breaking free from his constraints and leaping into the fourth form. The power surged abruptly, not just several times, but dozens of times greater. In this monstrous form, even Chen Yu felt a long-lost sense of pressure. In an instant, the blood within him surged like boiling water. Yamamoto Kazuhiko soared through the air, his red robe billowing like a giant bat, spreading its wings obscuring the sky. Just over 10 meters away from Chen Yu, he struck down with a fierce palm. The wind from his strike had yet to arrive, but the violent energy had already surrounded Chen Yu like an iron wall, turning the space around him into a quagmire, making it hard for an ordinary person to even breathe. Yet when that force struck within 3 feet of Chen Yu, it dissipated like a mud cow entering the sea, collapsing upon itself into an invisible wave as if it had never existed. After several transformations, the principle of invulnerability to all methods had long been entrenched in his bones. At this moment, Yamamoto Kazuhiko's might could leave no ripple upon him. In the blink of an eye, the palm and fist collided with a thunderous boom. The violent shockwave erupted from the two, sweeping across hundreds of meters, the visible space collapsing inward like a shattered mirror. Following closely was a thunderous explosion that resonated for dozens of miles, shaking windows and causing streetlights to explode, glass flying everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The river beneath surged violently, with thick columns of water breaking the waves and shooting into the sky, a scene that was terrifying. Both were sent flying several dozen meters by the recoil. Yamamoto Kazuhiko let out a thunderous roar from his throat. With a sudden flap of his bat-like wings, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing to Chen Yu's left, sweeping down with a palm. Before the wind from the palm even reached the ground, another figure appeared strangely on the right side, fingers clawed, aiming directly for Chen Yu's throat. In the blink of an eye, 8 Yamamoto Kazuhikos appeared all around Chen Yu. Each one struck down with a palm, the air screeching and cracking as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. In this monstrous form, Yamamoto Kazuhiko not only experienced a tremendous boost in speed and strength, but also awakened powers that had lain dormant for years. His pressure was heavier and his aura more intense. For instance, the instantaneous movement that made him seem like a phantom and the indistinguishable doppelgangers. However, Yamamoto Kazuhiko was fast, but Chen Yu was faster. He did not possess supernatural displacement abilities. His physical movement was limited by the laws of physics, reaching only 5 times the speed of sound. Yet his neural reactions far exceeded that of an ordinary person by 10,000 times, making his near-range strikes too swift for the naked eye to capture. In a flash, without using any doppelgangers or teleportation, in the fraction of a moment, 8 fists struck out simultaneously. Each punch landed with precision on the palms of the 8 Yamamoto Kazuhikos, forcibly stopping all of their attacks. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening sound erupted in the sky, the shock waves solidifying into substance, scorching the air, and bursting forth with circles of crimson radiance, spreading layers of light, dyeing the entire night sky as if soaked in blood. The fiery halo surged for 100 meters before gradually dissipating, breathtakingly beautiful, yet horrifyingly silent. At that moment, 2 shadows tore through the sky, crashing down towards the bridge spanning the river. With a dull boom, the bridge surface was pierced. Boom, 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 boom. The residual waves swept through the 100-meter-long bridge, breaking and exploding. Concrete blocks wrapped in steel bars shot into the sky, most crashing down into the river. Yet before those several-ton heavy broken beams could hit the water, the 2 who had earlier sunk into the river erupted fiercely. The wild currents surged, thousands of tons of river water soared into the air. Boom. The river was instantly cut off, mist rising like clouds, the stench of mud mixed with splashing waves causing the earth to tremble uncontrollably. At the moment the flow was severed, the figures of the 2 had already vanished without a trace. With speeds that could not be tracked by the naked eye, they collided, blocked, retreated, and then lunged again. Fists cutting through the air, palms striking the ground, legs like whips, knees like hammers, each strike merciless. Booming thunder. Suddenly Yamamoto Kazuhiko's aura stirred the heavens, dark clouds rolled as lightning gathered, a bolt as thick as a barrel struck down from the heavens. Boom. The lightning struck Yamamoto Kazuhiko's back, smoke rising from his entire body like a falling star descending to the earth, smashing into the street with a bang, flames shooting up over 10 meters high. Roar. Amidst the fiery pit, arcs of electricity danced across his body, the zombie form unscathed, yet his cloak behind him was charred and ragged, the edges covered in web-like cracks. He stood at the bottom of the pit, staring up at Chen Yu, who hovered in the sky, surrounded by lightning, letting out a roar that echoed through the streets. That scene was truly like a deity descending, suppressing evil spirits. But Yamamoto Kazuhiko was not a demon. He was the complete form of the second-generation zombie. Without pausing his roar, he shot up into the sky, engulfed in raging flames, lighting up half the city. Boom. Wrapped in flames, Yamamoto Kazuhiko charged at Chen Yu once more. The sound of pure physical collision reverberated loudly. Each impact, due to the overwhelming force, crushed the free particles in the air into nothingness, exploding in rings of blinding light. From a distance it appeared as if a series of missiles were being detonated in the air, a spectacle that was awe-inspiring and mind-numbing. Such destructive power was no different from the deities of legends. Distant residents knelt, trembling, their foreheads touching the ground, believing that true immortals had descended. However, the lightning summoned by Chen Yu could not harm Yamamoto Kazuhiko. The flames that could melt gold and iron could not approach within 3 inches of Chen Yu. As soon as the flames touched his surface, they silently extinguished, as if an invisible hand had snuffed them out. Truly eerie. Yamamoto Kazuhiko's pupils suddenly constricted. Again this. In the blink of an eye, through hundreds of exchanges, he unleashed all his techniques, yet was astonished to find that the youth before him stood unyielding, seemingly immune to all supernatural powers. Even the overwhelming force he wielded after awakening could only push the opponent back or send him flying, leaving not a single scratch. At this point he had no choice but to fight in close quarters. But the problem was, his zombie body had reached its peak while the opponent was equally tough, and with faster reactions and quicker strikes, he subtly had the upper hand. This feeling of being suppressed at every turn, of having every move countered, infuriated Yamamoto Kazuhiko, who believed his strength had surged, and that he could easily tear Chen Yu apart, filling his chest with a heavy stone and burning with rage. Roar! With his anger surging, the power within him boiled over completely, fiercely entangling with Chen Yu. He could not believe that a mere human could match him in endurance. Boom, 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 boom. The battle escalated. The two tumbled and tore at each other, plummeting straight down from the clouds, crashing into the riverbank and plunging into the murky waters, everything within 100 meters collapsing and crumbling. Flames erupted, crackling loudly. Their speed was so fast that only afterimages remained. In just a few minutes the entire area had turned into scorched earth and broken walls. They resembled two colossal beasts breaking free from their seals, thundering through the mountains and forests, snapping branches and splintering rocks. Bang! The murky river exploded. Tamamoto Masato flew out like a kite, with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the cracked ground, his face pale as paper. He had submerged in the river to avoid the attack earlier, yet was still struck by Chen Yu's distant punch, causing his internal organs to shift. Injured more lightly than Baika, but certainly not unscathed. Herman. He had long since vanished, leaving not even a trace of ash. Bai Jia's face was smeared with blood. Seeing he was not dead, she lunged forward with a few leaps, her voice trembling. Quick! Aken, we must hurry and catch up to help the boss. Before her words fell, her wrist was firmly grasped by Tang Binjinwu. His voice was low, yet each word carried weight. Bai Jia following after is not aiding, it's creating chaos. He stared directly into her eyes, his tone calm to the point of being cold. Our level is not in the same realm as that teacher or the boss at all. Have you forgotten that feeling just now? When you threw a punch, it felt like hitting an iron wall. He waved his hand, and you flew back. There was even no gap to fight back. If you rush over now, it's not sharing the burden, it's splitting focus. What if he becomes distracted while protecting you, and is caught off guard by that person? Can you bear the consequences? Bai Jia stiffened, a mix of unwillingness and wavering in her eyes. She knew deep down that Tang Binjinwu was not wrong. To ordinary people, they had already reached the pinnacle, but in front of that teacher, they were merely ants attempting to shake a tree, unable even to stir the wind. Of course, she was unaware that Tang Binjinwu secretly wished for Yamamoto Kazuo to perish at Chen Yu's hands. If given the chance, he would dare to charge in with a knife. Unfortunately, Yamamoto Kazuo suddenly went berserk, transforming into a non-human state, his aura surging to a chilling extent. In this form, Yamamoto Kazuo was beyond human eradication. Unless, just as Tang Binjinwu silently chanted, "Quickly kill him," several people in Xiangjiang suddenly looked up towards the direction of Zhejiang suburbs. At the top floor of the Jia building, Kwang Tianyu stood by the window, revealing fangs and fully manifesting his zombie appearance. His gaze was like a nail firmly locking onto the distant skyline. Beside him, Kwang Fuxing similarly revealed himself as Adam's apple rolling voice tight, "Brother Tianyu." "What is that thing?" Kwang Tianyu slowly uttered 3 words, "Yamamoto Kazuo." The aura was too familiar and too terrifying. Despite being dozens of miles away, it stirred the corpse energy within him, and Fuxing uneasily. His brow furrowed deeply, a slight sweat in his palm. With this strike, he had no chance of victory. But then he froze. Who could compel Yamamoto into such a state? A name unexpectedly jumped into his mind. Chen Yu. Among all the zombies, sorcerers, and supernatural beings he had encountered, this person alone remained unfathomable. Could it be that he was indeed in combat? A thought flashed, and Kwang Tianyu's gaze turned sharp. Fuxing, stay put at home. I'll go take a look. At the same time, at Ma Xiaoling's home. Already lying down, she stood barefoot by the window, gazing at the roiling dark clouds and the lightning tearing through the sky, softly asking, "Aunt, do you think? Should I go?" That oppressive force far exceeded human realms, even more suffocating than when Fa Hai revealed the true form of the Arhut back in the day. Upon awakening, she immediately opened her third eye. only to see the black clouds at the horizon like ink and the thunderlight resembling dragons, as if an unparalleled demon was breaking free from its seal. She felt both anxious and irresistibly curious to see it with her own eyes. If you don't speak, you'll take it as your agreement. Before her words fell, she swiftly donned her exorcism battle attire, picked up her treasure box, and stepped out with a light heart. In fact, Aunt was still asleep and unaware at this moment. This question was merely her way of bolstering her courage. Additionally, several gazes were directed toward Geelong's suburbs, all at once. Miao Shan and Hui Fei stood on the rooftop of a building several kilometers from the parking spot. Seeing Chen Yu as the key to restraining Yamamoto Kazuo, she had been covertly observing his movements with secret techniques for several days. Thus, when Chen Yu was besieged by a horde of corpses, she sensed it immediately. Originally, the two had rushed over ready to lend assistance. But the strength Chen Yu displayed left Miao Shan standing still speechless for a long while. At this moment, even Miao Shan, usually calm and composed, showed a rare flicker of astonishment. Something's wrong. How could Yamamoto Kazuo master this power ahead of time? And that person, Miao Shan, had long understood Yamamoto Kazuo's strength. The power lurking within that shell even surpassed that of Kwang Tianyo, a fellow second-generation zombie. Because of this, she had carefully plotted for a long time, but still dared not assert she could avert this calamity. But she never expected that Yamamoto Kazuo not only seized that power ahead of the destined moment, but also that an entirely unexpected youth, Chen Yu, emerged. This person was absurdly strong, disturbingly so. Even someone as godlike as Yamamoto Kazuo found it impossible to contend with him. The two clashed dozens of times, akin to two unmatched blades striking against each other, neither able to break through. If Yamamoto Kazuo did not transform into a monstrous form relying solely on his human body, he could not withstand even 3 of Chen Yu's strikes. Yet this living being standing at the pinnacle of humanity was someone she had never heard of, seen, or calculated before. In an instant, Miao Shan felt a heaviness in her heart. Could it be that the future she witnessed was merely an illusion? Otherwise, why had she specifically overlooked Chen Yu? Chen Yu was already adept at controlling his own power, but he struggled to contain the residual shockwaves. Thus, he chose a remote area by the sea as the battlefield, and as the battle began, he drew Yamamoto Kazuo deep into the mountains and dense forests. Though the clash sent tremors through the earth, it ultimately did not harm a single household or street. Yet the devastation was still shocking. Riverbanks collapsed as if cleaved by a giant axe, stone bridges shattered into pieces, and several miles of asphalt roads rolled up and cracked. The booming sounds shook the window panes, and when the flames erupted, the entire night sky was illuminated in a ghastly white. Residents from miles around were roused from their sleep, looking up to see electric serpents dancing wildly and crimson flames surging in the sky. The emergency calls inundated the police lines, and the blaring sirens of fire trucks drew near, tearing apart the quiet of the early morning streets. Boom, 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 boom. In the depths of the mountains, explosions rang out continuously. Wherever they passed, the ground split, ancient trees fell, and within 100 meters no intact soil remained, only scorched ruins. Boom. A steep cliff collapsed, and 2 figures engulfed in flames, and lightning soared into the sky, their trails entwined, like golden serpents, colliding violently multiple times in midair. Roar, who exactly are you? Yamamoto Kazuo's throat emitted a beast-like roar. By this point he had unleashed over a dozen kinds of supernatural powers and expended all his brute strength, yet he could barely maintain a stalemate with this teacher before him. This was simply unfathomable. When did superhumans become this strong? Or was he not a superhuman at all? Who could summon the thunder of the 9 heavens? Whose eyes could emit the scorching light that incinerates corpses? And who with mere arms could shake mountains? What kind of person am I? Boom. Their fists collided fiercely, shockwaves sent flying 100 meters away, with both of them retreating in midair, confronting each other from afar. Chen Yu hovered in midair, his garments fluttering, his calm gaze sweeping over Yamamoto Kazuo's twisted face, and he spoke softly. It's fine to tell you. Listen carefully, I am the god of the mortal realm. Roar. Yamamoto Kazuo shouted in anger. Nonsense. Miao Shan has said with her own mouth that deities cannot descend to the mortal world. The wind at 1,000 meters high cut like a knife, causing Chen Yu's sleeves to flutter. He merely chuckled lightly at this. The fact that deities cannot descend to the mortal realm has nothing to do with whether I am the god of the mortal realm or not. Seeing he could not extract the truth, Yamamoto Kazuo suddenly clenched his 5 fingers tightly, bloodlight surging in his eyes as he growled like thunder. Whether you are human or god, today I will kill you. Roar. A surge of ferocity erupted around him, the air vibrating with a buzzing sound as his palms struck in rapid succession, unleashing hundreds of invisible palm energies that poured down like a torrential rain, completely engulfing Chen Yu. Boom, boom, boom. The night sky was suddenly covered in impenetrable explosions, with fireballs churning and distorted air waves within hundreds of meters as raging energy swept everything aside, tearing the darkness apart with circles of blazing white light. At the center of the explosion, Chen Yu stood with his arms crossed, remaining utterly unshaken. All the shockwaves crashed against an invisible barrier around him, vanishing as if a stone sinking into the sea. By the time the residual energy riddled with holes penetrated through layers of force fields and truly struck him, it was already less than 1/10 of the original power. This was still due to Yamamoto Kazuo's own strength. If someone like Damoto Shinobu attacked, they wouldn't even touch the edge of this barrier. And this bit of residual might landing on Chen Yu's steel-like body felt merely like a gentle drizzle brushing against his face. As the firelight faded, Yamamoto Kazuo looked up. There stood that person, untainted by dust, hair untangled, not even a single brow quivered. The grim expression on his face instantly turned ashen. Once again, all extraordinary means were meaningless against him. As the battle progressed, Yamamoto Kazuo grew increasingly cold. Despite having tested him thousands of times, he had indeed glimpsed the reason behind Chen Yu's immunity to extraordinary attacks. That layer of force field was silent and seamless, wrapping around him like a naturally formed glass shell, able to dissipate, absorb, and smoothen the incoming energy layer by layer. Under normal circumstances, as long as one could break through it or exhaust the energy within, extraordinary power should be able to injure his true body. But common sense has never been able to suppress reality. At this moment in battle, Yamamoto Kazuo had unleashed over 1,000 extraordinary strikes, shockwaves exploding space, folding flames turning into a sea. Yet the barrier remained unshaken, stable as an ancient well. The energy of that defense seemed to be in perfect harmony with Chen Yu's bloodline, inexhaustible and limitless. The more Yamamoto Kazuo attacked, the more he sank into despair, as if he were trying to pry open an iron gate with a handful of sand, futile, suffocating, his fingertips tingling. Boom. Just as he conceived the thought of retreating, a piercing sound explosion suddenly erupted. Chen Yu had broken through the air, trailing a long white streak behind him like a blade slicing through the heavens. Boom. The moment his fist was unleashed, the air before him was forcibly compressed into liquid form. A wall of air over 10 feet thick rapidly took shape, enveloping Yamamoto Kazuo entirely. Boom. He hastily raised his palm to meet it. The power of Pangu crashed against the immense force. Two wildly formidable powers exploded at the point of contact. The ground trembled, clouds roiled, and even the distant mountains resonated. At that moment, the heavens split open. Purple lightning like giant tree branches descended from the sky, dense and tightly woven, forming a 100-meter thunder net that firmly ensnared Chen Yu. Yamamoto Kazuo bore the brunt as dozens of bolts of lightning struck down in succession. Each blow felt like a heavy hammer smashing into his bones. Despite his iron-like physique, he felt his true chi in turmoil, his breath momentarily stalling. Roar. Do you think only you possess divine abilities? I want to see just how hard your shell really is. As his furious roar echoed, crimson golden flames surged around him. Fire tongues danced wildly, painting half the sky red. The confrontation between gods and demons escalated into a maelstrom. Thunder rolled, shaking the 8 directions. The two figures soared higher, surrounded by halos piercing through the 10,000-meter stratosphere, straight to the peak of the cloud sea. Yet upon reaching this height, Yamamoto Kazuo's movements noticeably slowed. His attacks were a beat late, his steps wavered, and he was subtly forced back by Chen Yu. Boom, 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 boom. Chen Yu suddenly turned wild like a mad tiger. His assault became violently fierce, attacking closely, neither dodging nor evading. Every punch landed solidly, shaking Yamamoto Kazuo's organs, blood surging and roaring in his veins. Within the clouds, the lightning serpents grew denser, striking down one after another, aimed directly at him, biting into his joints. In this battle, Yamamoto Kazuo was seeking for flaws, while Chen Yu was also waiting for an opportunity. He had already noticed Yamamoto Kazuo could fly due to his zombie-like body, treading through the air much like a sword practitioner, using a tool to maneuver and not truly merging with the heavens and earth. Whereas he himself was as free as the wind, with every breath and every step was like walking on clouds. Gravity to him was merely a dust brushing against his face. The higher they went, the more difficult it became for Yamamoto Kazuo. With each foot gained in height, he had to expend several times more energy to resist the unending pulling force of the earth, his form gradually sinking and rhythm becoming chaotic. In just a moment, the tide of victory had quietly tilted. Several times he attempted to dive back down, yet was intercepted by Chen Yu. If he forced a dive, it would open his defenses, exposing his ribs, neck, and waist. Everywhere was a deadly vulnerability. Boom. Long-standing defense must lead to collapse. Just as Yamamoto Kazuo's dantian slightly emptied and his strength somewhat leaked, Chen Yu's right fist had already arrived, striking directly at his face. The immense force burst like thunder through his mind. Yamamoto Kazuo's vision darkened, his consciousness momentarily lost. When he opened his eyes again, he had lost the initiative. Boom, 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 boom. Chen Yu came crashing down with the force, his arms locking onto his opponent like iron pincers. The two of them plummeted like falling stars, rapidly diving under the enhancement of gravity. Double the speed of sound, 5 times the speed of sound, 8 times the speed of sound, arriving in an instant. In the midst of their fall, Chen Yu unleashed a series of powerful strikes, each one accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, all landing on Yamamoto Kazuo's back, causing even that copper-skinned iron-boned zombie body to emit a thunderous sound of unbearable pressure. They tore through the sky enveloped in flames and air explosions crashing down like a burning comet, targeting the peak of the desolate mountains by the sea. Boom. The mountaintop crumbled, magma gushed forth like a dragon, fiery debris shot skyward, raining down like a storm upon the surroundings. The earth groaned, the mountain body cracked, dozens of bottomless chasms rushed down from the mountaintop, the mountainside fracturing inch by inch, a sight terrifying to behold. Yet amidst the surging lava and smoke that obscured the sun, the collapsing mountaintop exploded. A figure shot up into the sky. It was Chen Yu. He hovered a kilometer high, slightly bowing his head. His eyes suddenly brightened. Two beams of scorching white-hot rays shot out from his pupils, so intense they distorted the air and evaporated the light. Under full force, the light beams rapidly expanded. Wherever they passed, a vacuum howled, and everything was obliterated. By the time they reached the ground, they had thickened to over a meter, like a divine punishment spear ruthlessly thrusting down. Boom. Yamamoto Kazuo had just managed to prop himself up halfway when the entire beam had completely engulfed him. A thunderous explosion tore through heaven and earth. A fiery white ball expanded wildly, instantly engulfing the mountaintop, illuminating the entire sea area as bright as day. Roar, roar, roar. The scorching light flowed down like divine punishment. Yamamoto Kazuo crossed his arms high above his head, erupting a roar of fury from his throat. The dormant zombie power within him exploded forcefully, resisting the red and white light column that fell from the heavens. But the force of the beam was too overwhelming, rendering him momentarily immobile. One person hovered in the air above. Light flames surged from his palm, tearing through the clouds, while the other person held his ground below, muscles taut as iron, crimson scales cracking, a cloak burning. Both sides were at a stalemate, the air seeming to be scorched and distorted. This super thermal ray absorbed the essence of the noon sun, refined 100-fold, with a temperature sufficient to melt gold, vaporize the sea into mist. The third-generation zombie Herman could only withstand for 10 seconds before silently turning into ashes in the blinding light. Though Yamamoto Kazuo was a second-generation zombie and had already evolved into a fourth-tier altered body, he too could not hold out for long. The scarlet cloak formed from corpse energy curled and burned first. The crimson scales on his arms began to blacken and curl sharp, pain shooting through his fingertips. No matter how fast his regeneration was, it could not keep pace with the rapid deterioration of his scorched flesh and brittle bones. Chen Yu's murderous intent was intense today, and upon seeing this opportunity, he instinctively wanted to strike to eliminate future threats. At worst, he could abandon the so-called origins in the ensuing plot, relying on himself to gradually refine the integration. He could still reach the end. A deafening roar erupted. The ground suddenly caved in, and the small hill, already riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, exploded, collapsed, and slid down under an almost barbaric force. Almost simultaneously, the beams of light descending from the heavens abruptly extinguished. Chen Yu stood quietly at an altitude of 1,000 meters, gazing down at the swirling smoke and residual flames, his gaze sweeping over the charred ruins, finally resting upon a massive pit several dozen meters deep, where dark red lava slowly writhed at the edges. The person has escaped. He looked around, his brows slightly furrowed. The current superheat rays still fall short. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already broken through the air, piercing the cloud layers, in an instant vanishing without a trace. That night the commotion was too great. Fireballs exploded across the sky, thunder roared, and a beam of light pierced the heavens. Not only did passers-by look up in astonishment, but even the arriving police and firefighters were stunned. Gao Bao was awakened in the middle of the night by a phone call, rushing to the scene with a flashlight, and as he looked up, he blurted out, "What the hell? Did this place get hit by a missile barrage?" In terms of destructive power, it was even more severe than the battle between Fahai and Chen Yu last week. The riverside road, several miles long, had been forcibly overturned, the pavement shattered, and the earth cracked like a parched riverbed. Bridge piers collapsed, embankments sank. In the distance, a small hill had been entirely sheared off, and dark red lava was slowly flowing down from the fissures at the mountain's peak, as if the earth were bleeding. Police Chief Lu Hai quickly approached, raising a hand to signal. "Gao Bao, take your team to the nearby residents' homes and ask if they've seen anything unusual." He paused for a moment and added, "Don't write down any supernatural stuff. We believe in science." "Yes, Team Leader Lu." Just as he finished sending Gao Bao off, Lu Hai saw Kuang Tianyu rushing over and immediately instructed, "Tianyu, you're just in time. Go ahead and see if you can find any clues." Ahead were cliffs, landslides, and piles of rubble, and it was pitch dark. He didn't want to stumble and fall face first into the debris. "All right," Kuang Tianyu responded succinctly, but his expression was grave. He nodded lightly and stepped into the ruins. He pushed his perception to the limit, and an overwhelming sense of pressure immediately surged towards him. He navigated through the debris until he finally stopped at the edge of the pit where Herman had perished. The circular pit 20 meters wide had its bottom lava already solidified into a dark hard shell. Suddenly, he heard Ma Xiaoling's voice behind him. Huang Tianyu, tell me, how powerful must the force be to create such a pit? I don't know. At the very least, I can't do it. He did not turn around, his gaze directed at the distant broken bridge, his voice low and steady. It's pointless to guess. The most straightforward way is to ask the person involved. Are you saying? Chen Yu. Ma Xiaoling hesitated slightly. Huang Tianyu nodded yes. I can confirm that Yamamoto Kazuo's presence is nearby. As for the other one, aside from Chen Yu, I can't think of a second person. He has always given me the feeling of being inscrutable. Moreover, each time we meet again, his strength seems to have progressed by leaps and bounds without any forewarning. Ma Xiaoling listened and nodded silently. When she first met Chen Yu, he could only injure the red-clothed ghost, at most demolishing a few walls. How unlike now, where with a mere gesture, he could burn mountains and boil seas. But not long after, he went to Dongjing and had a face-to-face confrontation with Huang Tianyu, at that time astonishing everyone present. Later in the battle on Aodao, he pressed down on people to the point they could hardly breathe. What made Ma Xiaoling's heart shudder the most was the night Fahai appeared. He stood in the night sky, lightning exploding from his palm, his clothes billowing, as if he were a true deity descending from the clouds in ancient texts. I wonder who will win and who will lose in this battle. Did Chen Yu sustain any injuries? If even he can't handle Yamamoto Kazuo, then truly no one can stop him in this world. Huang Tianyu's voice was low, a frown of unresolved frustration etched between his brows. Learning that Yamamoto Kazuo actually intended to drag the entire world into a zombie era, he had not slept all night, repeatedly devising countermeasures, but still failing to find a breakthrough. He could not kill the other party, and he was also well aware that he was no match for the bloodsucker Yamamoto Kazuo, who had long since lost his humanity after decades. That person was cold-hearted, devoid of ties, with no weak points or scruples. In contrast, he had family, friends, and responsibilities. Each and every one of them was a rope. For someone who could ride the wind and pass through walls, most conventional firearms on the market were practically useless. Perhaps only nuclear bombs held a glimmer of deterrence. But would Yamamoto Kazuo stand there waiting for a nuclear explosion? Hey Chen Yu, are you asleep? Huang Tianyu was deep in thought when Ma Xiaoling had already dialed the phone. In the apartment, Chen Yu had just wrapped a towel around his head after a shower, holding the phone to his ear. I just finished showering, haven't laid down yet. What's the matter? Ma Xiaoling got straight to the point. I'm in the suburbs of Kowloon by the sea. The scene is full of broken walls and ruins. Do you know what happened? Oh, you're talking about that place. I just had a scuffle with Yamamoto Kazuo. His tone was as relaxed as if discussing the weather. He brought 3 zombies to find trouble. I took one out on the spot, and the other 2 fell apart. Yamamoto Kazuo himself also got injured and fled clutching his arm. What? Was it really you? You even eliminated a zombie? Ma Xiaoling blurted out. Before her words fell, Huang Tianyu suddenly looked up, disbelief etched in his eyes. Chen Yu injured Yamamoto Kazuo and killed a zombie. Ma Xiaoling quickly reacted and asked anxiously, are you okay? Not a scratch. It's just that the car got wrecked by them. That million-level sports car, I spent every penny in keeping track of that debt. He sneered lightly. A bunch of people who think they can walk around just because they are undying. Do they really believe they are invulnerable? In my eyes, undying. It's just a matter of taking a few more hits. All right, it's midnight. I need to sleep. Xiaoling, don't stay up. There's nothing exciting to see over there anymore. The call ended briskly, leaving the 2 of them staring at each other, lost in thought for a while. That night, too many people stayed awake until dawn. The television screen cut to the front of the official building. The crowd held banners reading, "We want the truth, and citizens' right to know cannot be deprived," while reporters surrounded them with cameras. Chief Liu, how do you respond to the unusual explosion in the Kowloon suburbs last night? Everyone need not panic. After an all-night investigation, it has been confirmed that it was caused by a rupture of an underground natural gas pipeline, leading to a chain of explosions. But many witnesses insist they saw a deity controlling thunder and flames battling in the sky, causing the huge noise and bright light. How do you explain that? Purely rumors. Where in the world are there any deities? Everyone should believe in science. The so-called controlling thunder and fire is merely an optical illusion created by the gas explosion. Residents' descriptions of such events are likely due to the sudden loud noise causing brief, stress-induced hallucinations. A natural gas leak. Sounds more dignified than just saying gas explosion. Chen Yu sat at the dining table, a cup of soy milk beside him, biting into a youtiao, while watching the morning news, a slight smile on his lips. He looked up at Ma Xiaoling and Huang Tianyu sitting opposite him. Go on, it's early in the morning, bringing breakfast over. You must not have come just to deliver me a fried egg. Ma Xiaoling couldn't help but ask again, last night, did you really injure Yamamoto Kazuo and eliminate a zombie? It was impossible not to believe. Before him stood a person clad in a white t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, with wet hair exuding no trace of malice, resembling a freshly graduated neighbor boy. Who could have imagined that within this shell lay the strength to overturn mountains and tear through the skies? Chen Yu leisurely took a sip of soy milk and smiled. Guess for yourselves. Ma Xiaoling was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Kwang Tianyu suddenly nodded, saying, "Xiaoling, I believe it's him." Even if that night the way he made his move was truly uncharacteristic of a mortal. Ma Xiaoling curled her lips. "Alright, it's not that I don't believe you, I just didn't expect it at all. However, last night's encounter has brightened a corner of my heart." "Which corner?" Kwang Tianyu lowered his voice, heavy and somber. "The possibility of extinguishing Yamamoto Ichifu and cutting off the notion of a zombie world." "Zombie world?" Ma Xiaoling's eyes widened. Kwang Tianyu nodded, his gaze as hard as iron. "I met Yamamoto Ichifu yesterday and directly asked him why he sent people to forcibly resurrect the dead. During the argument, he personally revealed his intention was to drag half of humanity into corpses to suffer alongside him, eternally trapped. I was still contemplating how to stop him, but that very night, he led people to confront Chen Yu." At this point, Kwang Tianyu's Adam's apple moved, his tone heavier. "Since Chen Yu can firmly confront him, why not take the opportunity to counterattack and eliminate Yamamoto Ichifu along with his undead minions?" Recently, there have been over 100 missing persons cases in Xiangjiang, with no traces of people or bodies, all connections severed. Over 20 cases of women are linked, and every clue leads back to Yamamoto Ichifu's Nichido group. This is just the number reported to the police. He paused, his expression tight. "By normal reasoning, I and the resurrected rely on a bag of blood packets daily to survive, at most lasting 3 days. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to suppress the corpse appearance and will be driven mad by bloodlust. Uncle Chio once said a zombie that has consumed human blood must feed every 7 days. If injured, they go berserk at the sight of blood, needing to drink their fill. Last night, Yamamoto Ichifu and his men were injured by Chen Yu. By now, they are probably lurking in the shadows, gnawing on living beings to recover their losses. The longer we wait, the more lives will be sacrificed." Hearing this, Chen Yu paused slightly at his fingertips. He truly hadn't thought about this. Perhaps he simply didn't want to. For the past month or two, he felt as if he were viewing the world through a layer of frosted glass, human lives seeming as light as dust on the streets in his eyes. When he first arrived, he dared to engage in black dealings, take down Liang Kun's gang, and abscond with a whole box of cash. The root of it all lay here. Killing. His heart didn't race, his hands didn't shake. It was no different than stepping on a few cockroaches. Ma Xiaoling nodded. "I second that. During the action, Chen, you will focus on Yamamoto Ichifu Tianyu, and I will first clear out those lesser zombies on the outskirts." "It won't be that easy." Chen Yu shook his head. "Although I injured him last night, it only scratched the surface. Right now, I have no means to take his life. If we forcefully charge today, we won't be able to kill him. If he manages to escape after taking a few more hits, it will only escalate, biting wildly, creating zombies throughout the city, and Xiangjiang will truly fall apart. Therefore, the safest course is to wait." "Wait." Ma Xiaoling and Kwang Tianyu exchanged a puzzled glance. Chen Yu nodded lightly. "Yes, wait. Not being able to kill him now doesn't mean we won't be able to forever. At most a month, Yamamoto Ichifu will surely die. With his current rapid progress, that accumulating supercharged energy is enough to turn Yamamoto Ichifu into a wisp of smoke." He suddenly changed the subject. "But waiting doesn't mean standing by. In a moment, we will all go to Tongtian Pavilion to give him some trouble." What a coincidence, Tianyu knows where he is. In the tranquil ancient temple, 4 monks recited quietly with bowed heads, while Myashin's guardian stood silently beside the pavilion. Suddenly the light within the pavilion flickered and Myashin's figure coalesced from the void, her eyes swirling with astonishment, tinged with an uncontainable sorrow. The guardian clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. "Master, you've returned." Myashin gently nodded, letting out a long sigh. "Just now I activated the Avalokiteshvara divine ability, tracing back to observe the past, and glimpsed a few scenes of the future." "What did the master see?" the guardian asked softly. "A catastrophic disaster." Myashin closed her eyes. "A catastrophe that will engulf millions of people in Xiangjiang. This morning, Chen Yu, Kwang Tianyu, and Ma Xiaoling will directly storm Tongtian Pavilion. Within the pavilion, Chen Yu will battle Yamamoto Ichifu again. Kwang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling will join forces to slay the heavily injured Tomoto Shinobu and Baika. Moreover, there is one more thing. Yamamoto's future self is also within Tongtian Pavilion. Ma Xiaoling is unaware that Yamamoto's future self still harbors a shred of conscience. After slaying Tomoto Shinobu, she did not pause, immediately taking action against Yamamoto's future self, who willingly met his death, ultimately being slain by the Ma family divine dragon. The death of his daughter utterly shattered Yamamoto Ichifu. Ignoring the pain of his severe injuries from Chen Yu, he forced his way to escape, concealing his identity and instigating a bloody counterattack. In just half a month, half of Xiangjiang has fallen, with corpses everywhere, wails filling the air as if it were a hell on earth. Myashin recalled the scene she had just witnessed, her throat constricting, a single tear silently rolling down. This was not for herself, but for the sake of all living beings. "Unfortunately, my vision stops here. Beyond this fate, chaos reigns, and I cannot know how it ends. But even this glimpse is already a catastrophic disaster." Her gaze suddenly sharpened, her voice steady as a bell. "This battle must be stopped. Otherwise, the Great Sun Tathagata's cleansing mantra may arrive before 1997. In the hall of Tantian Pavilion, Bika's face turned pale as she saw Yamamoto's future self push the door open, her voice laced with mockery. "What brings you here?" Yamamoto's future self shot her a sideways glance, snorting dismissively, ignoring her, as he walked straight through the living room, heading directly for Yamamoto Ishifu's office, his hand already on the doorknob. Bika's figure suddenly shifted, blocking the door, her voice as cold as iron. "The boss has ordered. No one is to enter without summons." Yamamoto's future self didn't even raise an eyebrow, coldly uttering two words, "Get out." "No." Bika gritted her teeth, refusing to yield an inch. At this moment, the office door clicked open. Yamamoto Ishifu stepped out slowly, the corners of his lips still stained with dried blood. He raised his eyes to see Yamamoto's future self, instinctively wiping away the bloodstains with his thumb, then switching to a warm smile. "Future, you have returned." Yamamoto's future self remained expressionless, her voice like ice shards. "I heard you were injured, came to see if you were still breathing. Looks like you're quite resilient." Yamamoto Ishifu's gaze shifted to Tomoto Shinobu, who stood with his head bowed beside him, his tone slightly heavy. "Did you tell her?" Tomoto Shinobu nodded slightly. "Yes. Last night, I went to the gang to seek food and happened to encounter Miss Future. I inadvertently let something slip." Yamamoto's future self coldly interjected. "It's not his fault. I forced him to say it. I never expected that someone named Chen Yu could slay zombies, and even you suffered losses. What a pity that he didn't send you away." Bika's pupils constricted at these words, and she shouted sharply, "How dare you speak to the boss like that?" She abruptly turned to Yamamoto Ishifu, her voice tinged with urgency and conviction. "Last night was just a moment of carelessness on your part. That person was utterly no match for you, right, boss?" She looked up at him, her eyes radiant, as if with just a nod from him, yesterday's monstrous figure that had torn the night sky and the overwhelming pressure that had shattered reason could once again crush all doubts into dust. Yamamoto Kazuo gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Indeed. If we do not battle again at 10,000 meters above ground, he cannot best me." Yamamoto Mirai listened in silence, yet hatred, thick, unrelenting, and suffocating, churned deep within her eyes. "Yet I would sooner you had died last night. Then this half-life of torment would finally end." Her blood flowed from him, her immortality was bound to him. Should he perish, she would either die or revert to mortal flesh. To her, death held no terror. What haunted her was the daily thirst for blood, the nightly burning of her soul, living as the very monster she loathed most. That hatred pierced like needles, making Yamamoto Kazuo's temples throb violently. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, barely containing the surging brutality within his chest. He knew it well. She hated the bite he delivered decades ago, hated how he dragged her into eternal night, hated these decades of subsisting only by draining the life force of others. Bijia suddenly spoke, her voice icy and sharp. "Since you hate the boss so fiercely, why return at all?" Yamamoto Mirai paused, her gaze momentarily frozen, then twisted into a sardonic smile. "What? Is it unacceptable that I came to witness your utter annihilation?" Whether she sought confirmation of his true downfall, or simply stepped forward instinctively upon hearing for the first time in decades that he had been wounded, she herself could no longer tell. Yet bound by blood, Yamamoto Kazuo sensed something in that fleeting pause, a flicker raw and undeniable. A sudden absurd, scorching warmth bloomed in his chest. She cared for him, but years upon years of accumulated venom had long since encased whatever fragile warmth remained between father and daughter, layer upon frozen layer, until even she forgot it still existed. Yamamoto Kazuo's Adam's apple shifted as he opened his mouth to speak, then abruptly lifted his gaze toward the street entrance below, enunciating each word with chilling precision. "They have arrived." Bijia blurted out, "Boss, who?" Yamamoto Kazuo's face hardened like tempered iron. His gaze pierced through floor after floor, locking unerringly onto the silhouettes of three figures stepping into the elevator. His voice dropped low, hoarse yet razor clear. "Chen Yu, Kuang Tianyo, Ma Xiaoling." Even before the words left his lips, he understood why they had come. The Tantian Pavilion had long been sealed away by secret artifice. So long as he remained concealed, even Chen Yu could not trace it. Indeed, Fahai himself had scoured Hong Kong without ever sensing its presence. Last night, consumed by healing, he had dispatched Bijia and Tangbin Jinwu to eradicate several drug-linked syndicates. Yet overlooked one critical detail: Kuang Tianyu had visited discreetly the day before. Nor had he anticipated their swiftness in uniting and launching this assault. Yet Yamamoto Kazuo felt no fear. He sneered, crimson madness boiling up from his pupils. "If you dare tear open the heavens, then let us fight once more." Last night's battle had brought him nearly to parity with Chen Yu in his colossal form. Had he not suddenly ascended to 10,000 meters, losing breath and balance midair, how could he possibly have fallen? He turned his head sharply toward Bijia and Tangbin Jinwu, his tone absolute and decisive. "When battle begins, Chen Yu is mine. You need not engage Ma Xiaoling or Kuang Tianyu. Break through straight to the street. Bite anyone you meet. One bite, one reanimated corpse. Let them choose chase a city teeming with rampaging Jiangshi, or turn back to pursue you. Yes, boss. A fierce blazing light ignited in Bijia's eyes. She had waited for this moment until her heart burned with anticipation. Descendants of the Jiangshan bloodline possessed unique abilities. Upon feeding, they could infuse their own sovereign corpse blood into the dead, transforming them into kinbound Jiangshi. Yet with each generation, the bloodline diluted, power waning steadily. Third-generation descendants were far weaker than second-generation ones. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Kuang Fuxing, whose second-generation status was artificially sustained by external means. Another method existed: biting without fully draining the victim's blood, merely infecting them with corpse venom. Such beings became Jiangshi, but weak, lacking sovereign corpse blood. Though they grew stronger by drinking blood, their ceiling remained pitifully low. Now cornered, wielding monstrous power, Yamamoto Kazuo cast aside all restraint and resolved to unleash this very method upon all of Hong Kong. Once the tide of corpses surged, panic would flood the city, leaving Chen Yu and his allies no room to hunt. Bite everyone on the entire street. Have you lost your mind? Yamamoto Mirai snapped, her head up, eyes like twin blades stabbing straight into Yamamoto Kazuo. The whole world will know. Yamamoto Kazuo is a Jiangshi. And what of it? Yamamoto Kazuo scoffed, his mouth twisting into a cold, rigid arc. Miaoshan herself declared, there are only 4 things in this world capable of subduing me: the Ma family bloodline, Kuang Tianyo, the nation-stabilizing spirit stone, and the great sun Tathagata's purifying mantra. The spirit stone lies shattered. Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling merely bluff. Only Chen Yu truly stands against me, but even he can only withstand me. He cannot kill me, nor will he outlive me. Let me endure just a few more decades, until he crumbles to dust, and this world shall remain mine to command. If all humanity becomes Jiangshi, you will never hide again. No more whispers, no more scorn. His voice trembled faintly, his Adam's apple rolled. Nearly all he had done, 7 or 8 parts out of 10, had been for her. You will not succeed. A cold, commanding voice cleaved the air as the door exploded inward. Kuang Tianyu stood framed in the doorway, his gaze honed to lethal sharpness. Behind him, Ma Xiaoling leaned upon her demon-subduing staff. O Chun, you stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back. Roar! Roar! A guttural, thunderous roar erupted from Tangbin Jinwu and Bijia, like lions roaring, like tigers bellowing. Their hair darkened instantly, their bodies swelled, entering their third form in an instant. Yamamoto Kazuo's temples bulged with corded veins, his jet-black hair whitened strand by strand. The air around him congealed, heavy and frigid, pressing against the walls with crushing force. Though he mocked, Chen Yu aloud, deep within his nerves had already tightened. Roar! A tidal wave of corpse energy surged forth. Kuang Tianyo's chest resonated, his white hair whipping wildly, as a profound, overwhelming pressure erupted, meeting Yamamoto Kazuo's aura hidden. The sheer might of 2 second-generation Jiangshi dwarfed anything Bijia or Tangbin Jinwu could muster. Zzzz. Zzzz. Ma Xiaoling's demon-subduing staff hummed softly in her grip, golden arcs of lightning dancing across its length. Her gaze sharp as a falcon's locked unflinchingly onto Bijia and Tangbin Jinwu. No words were needed. The room brimmed with lethal intent. Only Chen Yu stood relaxed, hands at his sides, observing the newly transformed Jiangshi with amused curiosity. He had long wondered, whenever they shifted forms, how did their clothing transform along with them? Yamamoto Kazuo fixed his gaze upon Chen Yu and spoke slowly. You have come to decide our fates, life or death. Ma Xiaoling raised her demon-subduing staff, her voice glacial. What? Did you truly believe we'd come for tea and idle chatter? Though she had not encountered Yamamoto Kazuo since Chen Yu's intervention, she had recognized him instantly from the 00 Hall incident. The man who introduced himself as Yamamoto Takashi was Yamamoto Kazuo. Her eyes, sharp as twin blades, pierced straight through him. You Jiangshi slaughter the living, amassing rivers of blood debt. Today we act as heaven's executioners, to purge this scourge and spare countless others from your cruelty. You wish to capture me. First weigh whether you possess the strength. Roar. Before the final syllable faded, a terrifying pressure detonated around him. Dormant ferocity surged awake within his body. Muscles tore, bones cracked, flesh contorted, as he transmuted in an instant into a grotesque, monstrous form. He meant to drive Chen Yu away before battle commenced, for while Chen Yu lived, his daughter's future hung perpetually under the blade of doom. Zzzz. Just as he unveiled his demonic visage and unleashed a sky-rending malevolence, Chen Yu's skin flared with crackling indigo and violet lightning. His biceps swelled, his aura thickened, dense as a mountain, his entire being sharpening into lethal focus, utterly transformed. Stronger than last night. And Yamamoto Kazuo was precisely the worthy opponent he required. Yet at this hair-trigger moment, when battle was poised to ignite, golden light erupted from the second-floor dome. Countless golden petals rained down like celestial blossoms. Miaoshan and Fahai stood side by side, serene and resolute, appearing as if summoned from the void. The sudden turn of events froze both sides in unison. Yamamoto Kazuo's beast-like eyes glowed crimson, his murderous intent surging as he growled, "Miaoshan, what brings you here? Otherwise blood will flow like rivers and all life will be annihilated." Yamamoto Kazuo sneered, "Just you?" The power surging